SK Gaming contra Singularity, aqui pela Dreamhack Astro Open Summer 2017. Lá vem o avanço do Taco tentando buscar alguma coisa, não consegue ali por enquanto visão. Fer, enquanto isso, também no seu avanço tradicional aqui pelo bom site da A, pegando informação, não vai encontrando muitos adversários para esmerilhar, né? Começa ali tentando soltar alguns tiros na parede, mas sem tanto sucesso. Singularity, equipe dinamarquesa, SK Gaming, equipe brasileira aqui do Fallen, Fer, Taco, Phelps e... é o Coldzera ao contrário, né? Areslock. Coldzera ao contrário, vamos ver se o Coldzera vai estar hoje endiabrado ou vai estar um anjinho, né? Como é o Coldzera ao contrário. Fer tentou o avanço, mas a equipe do Singularity estava muito esperta. Console, Rixo, Refresh, Insta e Lucky, né? Jogadores bem mais desconhecidos. Opa, olha só, agora avanço, Refresh, dando dano, mas o Phelps consegue a eliminação. O Taco tá tentando recuperar a visão. E com os jogadores acelerando a passagem de direção, vão sair da A. Lucky vai subindo aqui na rampa, tentando chegar até o bomb, onde tá já o Coldzera posicionado. Se esconde, espera os jogadores se aproximarem. Fala que tem que dar a cobertura pra ele. Bela bala do Cold, levou o primeiro. Se mexe, olha o Cold, leva mais um, mas toma essa do Insta. Eliminado, o Phelps consegue trazer de volta mais uma vez. E agora, nossa, mais uma bala tensa. E SK abre o placar 1-0, sai na frente, galera subida. E comigo nos comentários teremos o Savi aqui presente. Fala, Savão.
Fala, Bidão. Fala, galera. Grande expectativa, né? Início de um novo campeonato e vamos ver SK Gaming como é que tá, né? Vamos ver se o Coldzera vai estar bem nesse campeonato, não estava tão bem no último. Sentimos muito a falta dele, mas teremos aqui hoje, né? Uma nova história começa, uma nova Dreamhack, um novo grande campeonato, nova oportunidade para SK mostrar o seu jogo.
Isso.
E tô chegando, Bidão, tô chegando na GoTV.
Beleza, olha o Tacão, já levando dois jogadores, consegue buscar um refresh, Look, boa incendiária, boa HE, cara, não teve chance de acelerar ali os restantes do Singularity, então isola os jogadores e as umps da SK, né, que normalmente são perigosas. Olha o Phelps, toma essa! Tentou ali acabar com os jogadores, estão querendo finalizar esse jogo o mais rápido possível, esse cara pelo jeito, hein. Olha agora a vez do Cold, se entregou, hein. A smoke do Taco acabou atrapalhando, o Taco vai ficando sem tiro na ump, tem 3 balas, 2 agora, mas o jogador acabou recuando, então tudo sob controle, né. A equipe da Singularity, como eu estava mencionando, o Insta, né, é um nome mais familiar, aí o pessoal falou que ele está desde os primórdios aí no cenário dinamarquês, disputando, mas nunca nos melhores times, né. Era um bom jogador, mas acabou que não conseguiu chegar até o grande time, né? Talvez algum problema fora de jogo, enquanto, olha, cara, eram 5 contra 3, com esse cara do total controle da situação, e de repente é um 2 contra 3, com a equipe do Singularity já recuperando o ump no console. Ainda tem mais 2 jogadores com Tech 9 e colete para trabalhar, e a equipe desse cara vai apostando mais para B, enquanto o Singularity tem caminho livre até o bom set da A. Olha só o vacilo que vai cometendo aqui brasileiro neste momento, dando oportunidade dos dinamarqueses entrar na partida. O Fer vai entrar agora contra um jogador ali com a C4, não conseguiu finalização, mas mal saber ele que tem um cara dentro do bomb já. Ele conseguiu impedir a C4 de passar pro bom site, vai querer chegar ali de novo. A smoke dele acabou ajudando ali o jogador para chegar até o bom site, mas ele consegue se livrar do Insta também, então agora vai garantir uma graninha a mais pro seu time, console, colocando a bomba no chão. Vamos ver se ele consegue sobreviver, vai escapando agora aqui por cima. Lá vem a tropa, console, contra bela bala, é um x1. Levou 3 nesse round, o cara sem colete, Fer clica na C4 e consegue garantir o round. Também levando 3 jogadores, salva aqui a SK de um desastre, Fergode.
Parecia que tava bonito o Bidão, mas aconteceu, né? O Singularity conseguiu voltar, inclusive mais uma equipe interessante, né? Dinamarqueses realmente mostrando muito talento, né? Colocando mais uma equipe aí no cenário internacional e vamos ver se eles não assustam. Assustaram nesse anti-eco, mas agora virão apenas Eagles. Será que rola falar apenas, Vidão?
Olha, às vezes as Eagles são muito perigosas, né? Vamos ver se vai dar o trabalho agora. Esse cara não compra muito bem, eles se mantiveram, né? O Fallen quer comprar WP, não comprou nada, só de 250. O Taco tá de MP9, o Phelps de UMP e o Coldzera também de UMP nesse momento, então tá um pouco perigoso aí pra equipe desse cara, não pode vacilar de forma alguma aí contra a equipe do Singularity, né? Por mais que eles sejam grandes underdogs aqui pra este confronto, né? Ao mesmo tempo, é um time que não pode se deixar, não pode vacilar, né? Qualquer grande campeonato desse, se você dá um tropecinho, você pode se dar mal. E aí começa, né, com o pé esquerdo, né? Lembrando que estamos aqui no grupo A da SK, Singularity, Immortals e qual que é o outro time do grupo?
MOUSESPORTS.
MOUSESPORTS. E aí vamos ver aqui o Lucky abrindo a passagem do fundo, vai soltando os tirinhos na parede ali, chamando a atenção, tentando assustar um pouco que esse cara desses disparos de Desert Eagle. Lembrando agora nós estamos aqui assistindo pela transmissão, né, oficial, não pela Gol TV até então. Olha só, bela bala do refresh, tirando o Phelps do round, deixando agora um 4 contra 4. Vai tentando recuar ali o Fallen, Coldzera, tá tentando dar o combate, vai tentando se virar e consegue levar um. O Fallen já busca mais outro, e aí a situação vai facilitando bastante, mas opa! Tem mais gente ali por cima. Deu certo ainda, o Fer sobrevive com 16 de vida. O Fer até agora, né, não tá duro de matar.
E já vai juntando, acumulando grana, né? Ele mesmo com 4K ali, vai acumulando um pouco mais de recursos. E o brasileiro já traz 2 AWPs para o primeiro armado, hein? Parece que o Fallen vai pescar meio, Guilhão.
Então ali a WP do Fallen, WP do Taco, WP do Rickson. Flashbangs lá no meio para impedir o Fallen de pescar, ele já consegue se reposicionar completamente, né? Esse cara de novo começa aqui na Cobblestone com aquele setup que eles gostam aí com 2 WPs e começa com deixando o Fallen um pouco mais abandonado na A com 4 jogadores para segurar um possível rush B, né? Mas não foi isso que o Singularity trouxe. Como é uma equipe underdog, a gente espera eles com bastante estratégias, eu diria, né? Menos rushes, menos jogadas na habilidade individual e mais na parte tática, né? Vamos ver agora aqui o Fallen esperando ali a passagem. Tem o primeiro! Agachou perfeitamente do tiro do Fallen, né? Foi exatamente na altura que ele não acertou o disparo. E acaba sendo castigado. O Fallen já sai com 1 a menos esse K, mas rapidamente roda a Coldzera ali para já se posicionar e ajudar o Fer ali com uma flashbang no meio. Só que a flash acabou não encontrando com ninguém. Vem a outra flash agora dos terroristas. Fer gasta seu smoke para se proteger aqui à frente da fumaça e vai aguardando a equipe terrorista chegar. Tem flash, ele escapa, eles vão todos reposicionando agora lá pelo meião, lá por cima, e vai ter que se virar como pode esse cara. Fer já mostrou a posição e que bala do Insta! Lindo headshot! O Phelps agora tentando se virar, o Lucky já leva mais um, olha o perigo, que balas, vão ganhando todos os duelos os jogadores do Singularity. Que tática o quê? Que tática o quê? Foi tudo na bala aqui essa abertura sensacional. Ponto do Singularity, solta aqui que não quer nem saber desse round, quer guardar essa WP Boom pro próximo ponto. É 3 a 1 agora no jogo.
Uma pena, uma pena. A gente comemorava aqui o setup defensivo, esse K com seriedade total, já trazendo as 2 AWPs para esse primeiro round armado, mas por visto não funcionou, né? O Singularity vai mostrando aí suas cartas, é uma excelente equipe. Até dar uma pesquisada nos resultados deles. Tem resultados interessantes, se eu não me engano, tem título interessante deles, então é uma equipe que vem crescendo, né? Novos nomes aí dinamarqueses que vêm aparecendo pra gente. É uma novidade, mas ali pros europeus talvez não seja, né? A galera que já está acostumada com eles.
Eu tava assistindo ali o pré-jogo, sabe? Até o Pimp, né? Que é um dinamarquês, né? Um jogador que tá aí disputando. Eu não conhecia algum desses nomes, né? Então não é tão assim. É, claro que o time da Singularity venceu o Copenhagen Games, né? Então eles têm o título, mas mudaram o lineup desde então.
São jogadores novos, né? Então, mais novidade ainda. E já com uma vaga aqui, com uma chance de aparecer aqui na Dreamhack. A equipe brasileira vai continuar armada, hein? Vamos ver se a gente consegue devolver, Vidão.
Conseguiu comprar, né? Uma surpresa depois de 2 anti-ecos ruins desse K, mas consegue então garantir então essa compra. Vamos ver agora como que eles podem se defender aqui do avanço Singularity. Por enquanto, só deixando os smokes da SK dissiparem, deixando o tempo passar. O Taco vai tentar controle dessa região do Olof. Consegue controlar tranquilamente sozinho, né? E olha só, esse cara vai voltando. Já tem 2 jogadores para A, o terceiro está se posicionando e tem um quarto muito próximo, né? O Coldzera está próximo enquanto o Fallen. Mesma situação, humilhado ali no avanço Singularity. Conseguiram ali acabar com ele. Abre espaço já para trabalho da equipe dinamarquesa naquele bom set da A, mas dessa vez o Phelps estava colado ali já por perto para impedir uma jogada mais rápida como foi no round anterior. Refresh. Abrindo. Pixel a pixel. Lá vem o Lucky. Toma! Opa, na Smoke! Vinha, o Luck não vem mais. E aí, esse Smoke ali no meio acaba atrapalhando, mas olha o taco pescado pelo refresh, surpreendido pelo Coldzera, vai salvando, tem que segurar agora o avanço, 20 segundos no final do round, ele tem flashbangs pra tentar impedir a passagem rápida, né? Tentar segurar um pouquinho o avanço do jogador, mas já vem eles, Coldzera acaba caindo no bom site, e o Phelps escapa aqui no strafe, mas tem mais um strafe pra escapar ali da visão do Rix agora, toma um tiro varado, é eliminado pelo console, e o Fê vem chegando pelas costas, bom, parece que nem vai querer disputar ali o round Fê. O round vai ser do Singularity novamente. SK em apuros aqui, vai ter que fazer um round econômico, pode empatar o confronto Singularity já nesse início de confronto. Fê continua ali esperando, quem sabe tirar a WP do Rixo, seria interessante, mas a arma do Fê talvez seja mais interessante ainda guardar. A gente sabe o quão capaz ele é de fazer um estrago gigantesco. Já vindo aqui com o Rixo, lá vai agora o Fê, tentar buscar ele, pesca o primeiro. Alp no chão, mas ainda tem outros dois jogadores pelo caminho. O Fê tenta se reposicionar, apareceu agora aqui à frente. Leva mais um, leva o outro, perfeito. Feregode realmente duro de matar. Consegue garantir a WP e consegue tirar os armamentos. O que faz com que esse cara talvez tente comprar novamente.
Talvez comprar todo... Opa, retiro o que eu disse, até porque eu tô tendo informações aqui adiantadas, então, mas a equipe da SK já pode, né, fazer o famoso armado francês, né? Tem a WP pro Fallen jogar e vamos ver se a gente consegue segurar, né? A equipe do Singularity vai conseguindo fazer um estrago nesse começo de partida.
Agora eu que tô com essa informação na sua frente porque eu entrei aqui na Gol TV. Nós temos o Taco agora tentando trocar tiro, não deu certo. O Fallen foi atropelado pela Singularity lá pelo bom site da B. E aí a situação do SK fica complicada em mais um round. Phelps procura aqui uma visãozinha no cantinho da Smoke, trabalhando muito certo, vai ser eliminado, né? E o Fer, de novo, já tá ali se reposicionando pra tentar castigar algum jogador. Cara, tem uma galinha escondida dentro desse mato, cara. Não sei como é que eu consegui ver ela. Coldzera tá ali com a sua Desert Eagle. E o Fer cercando de Mag 7, agora sim com a imagem de dentro do jogo, qualidade um pouquinho mais bacana. E olha o Fer esperando. Dessa vez, quem foi duro de matar foi o Winston. E que partida vai fazendo o Winston aqui nesse momento? As aberturas de bomb site são dele. Consegue agora a finalização. 3-3, tudo igual mais uma vez.
Tentou, né? Gabriel tentou ali utilizar o respawn e já dar a cara ali pelo Olaf. É pra fazer eliminações, mas não conseguiu, não teve sucesso na movimentação e agora vai ter que amargar, né? SK Gaming veio fugindo do round econômico nesses últimos 3 rounds, mas agora não vai ter. Vai ter que amargar economia para a equipe brasileira. Tem um investimento, tem Mata-Pombo no Fallen, tem Mag 7 no Fear, mas é um round econômico da equipe brasileira.
O Fallen que começou um pouco lento nesse jogo, né? Até agora ele foi o primeiro a ser derrubado nos 3 armados, ou melhor, né? Nos 3 rounds ali consequentes, né? Na partida. Venceu o Pistol os outros 2, depois o Fallen morreu nos 3 rounds seguidos, facilitando aí o processo do Singularity. Vai comprando uma scout aqui para ficar um pouco mais rápido na movimentação, né? Não ficar tão preso ali, tão imóvel quanto estava de AWP. Mas mesmo assim, né? Busca a responsabilidade de tentar pegar o primeiro kill e acaba sendo punido mais uma vez pelo Luck, né? É o Insta ou o Luck jogando bala na cara dele para abrir o round para a equipe Singularity. Phelps pegando informação, tentando controlar essa região toda do corredor, mas tem um jogador aqui para a esquerda que ele não sabe ainda, que pode surpreender, ele é o Refresh. E os dinamarqueses estão sem pressa, né? Sabem que eles são muito bem armados, sabem que esse cara não está muito bem das pernas nesse momento. Enquanto o Phelps pega a informação, tem a Smoke para atrapalhar o avanço. E o Singularity agora se vê numa situação um pouco delicada, né? Eles viram essa Smoke, vão começar a se reposicionar em direção ao bom site da A, onde o Fer pode fazer alguma bagunça ali no meio do caminho, mas parece que vai querer se reposicionar para aproveitar o tempo, né? O tempo tá escasso, 30 segundos no final do round, lá vem agora a tropa subindo, o Fer vai ter que chamar ajuda o mais rápido possível, lá vem eles agora, 20 segundos pro final do round, o Fer encontrou o primeiro, mas não, matou! A Mag 7 está deixando a desejar aqui agora, enquanto o Coldzera sozinho ali de Desert Eagle, procurando uma pescada pra ele, com os últimos 10 segundos, planta C4, a equipe do Singularity. E aí esse cara vai querendo cercar apenas, tentar buscar aqui uma eliminação, mas Cold já perde a cabeça, o Phelps recupera a scout do Fallen para tentar segurar um pouquinho o jogo do Singularity dentro deste bomb, mas provavelmente aí a equipe dinamarquesa deve conseguir tirar de letra esse round, já conseguem tirar o Phelps e o Taco sozinho no mundo. não vai ter muito o que fazer. Todo mundo já começa a se reposicionar. O Taco pode chegar até a Desert Eagle do Codizeira. Fez isso, mas já corre para salvar mais uma vez. Ponto do Singularity, 4 pontos para ele seguido.
A dinamarquesa vai mostrando qualidade, né? E para a equipe brasileira realmente teve ali um momento com pouco tempo de round, a equipe do Singularity tentou, rotacionou, né? E o brasileiro teve ali uma brecha, mas infelizmente eles já entendiam que o movimento era para B, eram 3 jogadores já rotacionando. O Fer não conseguiu fazer muita coisa, mas tudo bem. É apenas round econômico, Bidão. Agora sim, momento da verdade. Mais um armado para a equipe brasileira com 2 Alpes.
Alp no Taco, Alp também no Fallen mais uma vez. Só que olha só, hein, Singularity vem rápido aqui em direção a B, então o Taco vai ter apuro para se virar com essa WP. 2 Molotovs acabaram mal efetuadas ali, tanto CT quanto terrorista acabaram apagando na Smoke. Enquanto lá vem a tropa, Febo se reposiciona ali à frente, vai encontrar um bom ângulo para pescar, o Taco já levou primeiro. Temos música mais um, mas acaba sendo pescado na fumaça. O Codizeira tem que tomar cuidado também para não morrer por ali. V já encontrado nos pulos por cima da fumaça também. Acaba saindo vivo aqui o jogador. Enquanto esse cara resolve já se reposicionar com todo mundo aqui em direção à queda. Crava ali a mira o Fallen. Espera o Rixo errar. Flashbang errada do console, não segura ninguém. E aí todo mundo só agora guarda, segura ali os ângulos, espera uma movimentação em falsa do Singularity que não acontece até então. Vem passando agora aqui HE, bela granada para cima dos brasileiros. O Rix apareceu, já leva mais um. O Fer tá aqui, sabe onde tá o Insta, enquanto o Fallen já começa a se reposicionar um pouquinho para escapar. O round não vai ter tempo para trabalhar a equipe desse carro. O Fer tem aqui um defuse kit, mas tem que fugir. Tem que fugir, tentar recuperar ali aquela WP do Taco daqui a pouquinho. Round é do Singularity mais uma vez, 5 pontos consecutivos dos dinamarqueses. E a WP do Taco parece que voou longe do bombsite.
É realmente problemas, né? O Taco até conseguiu ali encaixar a primeira bala, mas foi atropelado e na trocação a equipe do Singularity leva vantagem mais uma vez, né? A equipe brasileira não teve outra opção a não ser tentar guardar mais uma vez. Vamos ver se agora a WP no Fallen faz a diferença, né? Vem a equipe brasileira mais uma vez um forçado.
SK, talvez vão ter um pouco mais de dinheiro para comprar no próximo round, né? Mesmo forçando nesse, mas que abriu o olho essa equipe brasileira, né? A gente falava, né, sobre se o time perder o pistol, perder o primeiro armado, podia complicar, mas o jogo pode complicar muito mais cedo do que isso. Muito pior do que isso. Olha o Phelps agora esperando ali à frente. Taco fica cego demais. Phelps consegue levar apenas o primeiro, ficar sem disparos de CZ para trabalhar. O Codizeira agora com seu avanço de flash. Acaba passando direto do primeiro jogador e é morto pelo segundo. O Fer tentando marotar também na fumaça. Escuta o clique da C4, espera a flash, atropela o primeiro, vai tentando se virar contra mais jogadores, vai ficando sem disparos, faltou um pouquinho ali pra ele enquanto Fallen, chega, busca um, tem mais o Rix e o Lucky pelo caminho. Rix escondido lá por trás, e o Lucky preso dentro do bomber, ele sem muita escapatória pra ele, depende bastante da situação do Rix, mas o Fallen de AWP fica difícil de entrar no boom site, ele vai entrando agora, viu, pescou o primeiro, vai pro ground, não sabe onde está o jogador agora, acha que tá pelo galinheiro, viu nas costas, clica na C4, esperando a movimentação do Rixo, mas o Rixo pega ele ali de costas. É ponto do Singularity mais uma vez, 6-3.
Boa tentativa ali, né? Realmente estava complicado. O Fer, né? Ali na frente quase fez um estrago jogando de um, que ele tentou puxar o coelho da cartola. Mas complicado, né? A equipe Singularity vai encaixando ali 6-3, vai colocando muita grana no banco. A equipe brasileira vem pro armado mais uma vez, Bidão, mas tá complicado. Precisa acordar a equipe brasileira e falem quase que o Luke passou ali na tela dele. Ele tá tentando pescar meio, mas já recua.
Já recua, vai jogando um pouco mais tranquilo aqui o Fallen, enquanto o Taco parece que vai querer buscar o jogo. Flash por cima ali, cravou a mira agora pra cima do console, que espera, guarda ali a hora 7 da cara. Vem entrando o refresh do outro lado, o Taco pesca ele e consegue se reposicionar. Finalmente esse cara sai com a vantagem numérica. Isso não acontecia já em muitos rounds. Coloca o primeiro kill no round, o Taco. Enquanto o Fallen tá ali esperando. Lá vem de novo o Insta e o Lucky. Fallen com a mira lá embaixo. Dessa vez, né? Agachado meu tiro, não mais. Agora não mais agacha do meu tiro. Consegue ali o disparo pra cima do Insta. E aí 5-3. Vem aqui esperando mais uma movimentação. De novo com o posicionamento de mira bem abaixo aqui do normal, né? Do Fallen. Esperando aqui o avanço do terrorista. Fallen. Aguarda que o Luke vai chegando, o jogador pesca o console. O Luke, né, usou o companheiro dele. O Hicks consegue pescar lá de baixo o Phelps, mas agora é só o Luke. E aí sim, Fallen pega 3 jogadores nesse round. E SK volta a pontuar finalmente, guardando muitos armamentos.
Não tava encaixando aquela primeira bala o Fallen, né? Mas agora encaixou e round importante, né? Tava gostando muito e vai gostando muito do game a equipe do Singularity, né? Ainda não tá numa situação muito interessante esse Gaming. Vai ter que vencer mais esse ponto, talvez o próximo, para aí sim jogar o Singularity no round econômico e também acumular alguns recursos. E pelo visto o Singularity vem aqui acelerar mais uma vez para o site B, ou pelo menos vão se acumulando por aqui, Bidão.
Já chegam pra lá, cravam a mira esperando esse cara aparecer. O Phelps tá ali por cima. Tem uma smoke pra fazer, mas vai precisar fazer ela o mais rápido possível, porque os jogadores já estão entrando. Ele tá esperando pra a Molotov, na verdade, né? Tirar ele da árvore pra Molotov. Gasta agora aqui a sua smoke à frente. O Taco já levou primeiro, olha o Phelps. Posicionamento diferencial. Pode encontrar o Luck por cima, mas ele não conseguiu salvar o Taco. Phelps continua na árvore ali por cima, vai querer avançar agora. Leva mais um, mas é derrubado. É derrubado, não deu certo como esperava o posicionamento ali em cima da árvore. Nem teve molotov, mas a smoke protegeu ele por um tempo. Enquanto o Fallen chega pelo outro lado com a WP. Vai esperar o Hicks aparecer. Atinge, mas não finaliza. Aí o Hicks não entendeu da onde veio esse tiro, né? Tava meio cego no primeiro disparo. O Fallen teve a segunda chance. O Code não vacila. Ele consegue garantir mais um round pra SK. E agora, 6 pro Singularity, 5 SK Game.
Importante, né? O Phelps ali, infelizmente, ele não conseguiu dar o cover pro Taco, né? Teria feito total diferença naquele momento, né? Ele ali por cima era a função dele, mas infelizmente não conseguiu, né? Conseguiu pelo menos mais uma eliminação ali, uma jogada agressiva, para deixar no 2 contra 2 e o Fallen acabou resolvendo, muito surpresa, vindo pelas costas, né? Mais um armado daqui do Singularity, mas de repente, vencendo esse ponto, a gente joga aí o dinamarqueses no round econômico. Vai conseguindo consertar as coisas, Bidão SK nesse momento.
Finalmente tendo essa oportunidade de quebrar o financeiro dos dinamarqueses SK. Mas a gente sabe aqui que não tá tão simples de acontecer dinamarquês, hein? O Singularity já prepara essas smokes agora de entrada. Parece que pro on-site dá. Fallen tá de WP cravado lá por trás, mas vai ter uma smoke pra tirar da posição. Vem a flash também, Fallen continua aqui na porta, frio, errou esse disparo. E agora, lá vem a tropa toda subindo em direção ao bombe. Consegue surpreender o primeiro de costas. Fogueira tentando, mas não acertando o seu tiro. Enquanto o Fallen erra mais um ali na passagem. Vamos ver se ele consegue se virar agora. Chegou. Bela movimentação. E o Singularity atropela a SK aqui neste bom site da 7-5. Parece que o round, sabe, é definido no início no primeiro tiro do Fallen. Se o Fallen acertou o primeiro tiro, o round é bom pra SK. Se o Fallen errou o primeiro tiro, acabou o round da SK.
É, não, com certeza, com certeza. Acaba fazendo falta, né?
Muita
essas
falta.
Eliminações. E o Fallen acabou recuando, acabou ficando ali bem limitado, né? O campo de ação dele, mesmo a equipe do Singularity errando incendiárias ali na subida, não deu muito certo. A equipe brasileira vem pro improviso, momento delicado mais uma vez na partida, tentando aqui arriscar tudo para voltar a pontuar e corrigir o problema no round passado, né? A equipe brasileira foi surpreendida, teve sua economia resetada, Bidão, mas não abaixa a cabeça, né? Vem forçado.
De um setup de 2 WPs para um setup agora de um scout e uma ceseira, né? No Taco e no Fallen que estavam com as WPs. Não conseguiram comprar nada melhor. O Fallen vai tentando proteger ali o avanço do meio, pode falar.
Lado bom nisso que o Fallen não vai router de AWP, então de repente o round é nosso.
Olha, Scout, acerta o tiro de Scout também. Então começa favorável a equipe desse cara, pega informação, atinge de Scout, ele vai tentando proteger seu companheiro Feira, que ficou um pouco cego ali da flash. Mas ainda assim preocupado ali com uma passagem de cima. Vamos ver se o Fallen consegue atingir mais disparos na passagem. Por enquanto já tô só dominando aqui os espaços na equipe do Singularity. Smoke no meio do caminho ali pro Fer tentar marotar. Lá vem a tropa, hein? Insta, Luck. Fallen pesca o Insta, tava cego, conseguiu levar o cara que vinha por trás. Mas aí, na hora de se reposicionar, os jogadores aceleraram bem a passagem. Leva ele, o console é derrubado pelo Feiro, o Condzera vem ajudar. Olha o Cold! Não atinge no spray bom. Agora fica Taco e o Phelps. tentando salvar o round, Phelps motovado, forçado a sair, ele sai matando, sai levando o primeiro, sabe que o Lucky tá no bombe, mas vai ser pego de costas agora ali pelo Rix, o Taco não tinha como ajudar ele, vai chegar, encontra o M4, pode buscar o Rix, na hora que ele se reposicionar, viu já ele chegando ali na região da árvore e vem tentando buscar. Vai passando ali de fininho, Taco, procurando, encontrando, leva um, Taco tem a chance de vencer o X1. Sabe mais ou menos onde tá o Lucky, tenta se reposicionar pra cima dele, Lucky que vai dando a volta, olha o Taco! Consegue a eliminação, pula até a C4 e vai garantir o defuse para a equipe brasileira. Salva o round desse SK, o Taquinho. 7 Singularity, 6 SK agora.
É no sufoco, é no drama, né? A equipe do SK consegue devolver um round importante. Arriscou bastante ali a equipe brasileira, tentando esse forçado, tentando já devolver na sequência. Era muita realmente pressão, era muito em jogo ali. Alguns pontos em jogo, Bidão, a equipe brasileira consegue vencer e poder agora, vai ter, né, a oportunidade mais uma vez de resetar a economia do Singularity. Talvez tenha sido tarde demais, né? O próximo round é o último do Half, desse primeiro Half, mas pelo menos o Singularity não vai estar tão bem armado quanto agora.
Fane foi lá, estrifou, pegou informação, escapou do tiro do Rixo. Então tem um pouco mais de informação de como tá jogando a Singularity neste round. Phelps. Ali na UMP. Fer de UMP também. E vai ser um avanço nesse meio pra cima do Fer daqui a pouquinho. Vamos ver se ele vai conseguir escapar dessa flash. Vai ser muito difícil pra ele. Precisa levar pelo menos uns 2 jogadores pra valer a pena o posicionamento avançado. Vem agora a Smoke, lá vem a granada. Fer conseguiu levar o primeiro. Vai levar o segundo. Deu dano no terceiro e acaba castigado. Enquanto isso, o Fallen tá preso ali atrás dessa Molotov. O Molotov acabou, ele continua ali nesse cara verde, marotado. Os jogadores aceleram todas as passagens pelo meio, muito veloz. O Fallen já percebe isso, vem chegando nas costas. Agora encontrou o primeiro, leva o Rixo, chama a atenção daquele lado e deixa a equipe do dinamarquês totalmente perdida. Na verdade, tá buscando o Lucky. E o Coldzera só teve trabalho de finalizar o Insta. Fallen vai em busca da WP, não encontrou ela no caminho. Fazer round desse cara mais uma vez, 7-7.
E finalmente, né, no último round do Half, a gente pode ter o serviço um pouco facilitado, né? Mas respeito, né? Respeito. A gente viu o que aconteceu aí no primeiro pistolete da partida, né? E o Fer acabou vencendo o 1x2 e salvando, né? Então, muito respeito. Pelo visto, o Singularity vem aqui em direção ao bomb site B, já gastando as granadas.
Tudo, Stacknard acelerando, boa HE pra dar dano, boa Molotov, mas a flash perfeita pra cima do Taco, o Lucky chegou buscando o primeiro, mas o Coldzera segura mais um, Phelps tenta trabalhar e olha ele, o Cold, que trabalho fantástico, formidável que os dois fizeram, o Fer só chegou limpando ali no final, né, e garantindo então o 8º round pra equipe brasileira da SK, 8-7 aqui nessa partida, não é o início que a gente esperava da SK aqui contra o Singularity, mas pelo menos estão na frente.
Pelo menos a gente corrige, né? A gente viu que o Singularity teve ali 6 rounds de sequência perigosos em cima da equipe brasileira. Eles conseguem levantar a cabeça SK e ainda conseguir confirmar, né, a vitória no primeiro half, né? Muito bem ali, perigo, né? As Tecnoves vindo pra cima, encurtando a distância. A gente sempre vê esse filme, realmente é muito perigoso. Mas o Luke, né, que vinha ali atropelando todo mundo, conseguiram parar ele ali da pedra, a equipe brasileira daquela posição conseguiu fazer a contenção.
Consegue se defender aqui, brasileiro da SK, que vai estreando aqui no campeonato contra o Singularity. Se eles vencerem este confronto, eles têm mais um jogo hoje pela frente. O time que perder aqui vai ter que voltar só amanhã para disputar melhor de 3, né? O grupo com 4 equipes, onde 2 equipes avançam para as semifinais. E aí, né? E as semifinais e final que vai ser na segunda-feira só, né? Que é um pouco diferente pra gente aqui. Pra todo mundo, na verdade. Ninguém tá acostumado com uma final na segunda-feira. Vamos ver como
verdade.
como que vai ser esse campeonato, né? O pessoal aí, quem sabe, vai estar assistindo o trabalho aí. Esperamos que o pessoal tenha que assistir o trabalho uma equipe brasileira jogando na segunda, né? Pelo menos uma.
Pelo menos uma. Immortals que vem defendendo o título, né? Venceu o Dreamhack Summer do ano passado.
Verdade, tá valendo o Save, lá vem a SK com muita velocidade aqui pelo meio, onde tá o Rix marcando, acertou, que bela, bola no salto do Coldzera, difícil disparo aí no pulo do sapo, mas consegue a eliminação, olha, agora vem o Fê chegando, vai vir todo mundo, que isso, é o trenzinho da alegria, enquanto isso o Refresh consegue, que bala, balas pra cima do Taco e do Fallen pra salvar o round. Singularity veio todo mundo ali pulando por cima da Molotov, pula fogueira, em clima de São João. 8-8, tudo igual.
Não. Faz todo sentido, né? Tá em junho, Bidão, então faz todo sentido realmente. Interessante Singularity. É uma coisa que eu mesmo recomendaria ali. Faz o backup, não pega de cima, já tenta ali ganhar espaço, né? Porque você fica ali na varandinha, você fica limitado. A equipe do Singularity veio ali pulando, realmente tentando na marra recuperar os espaços e conseguiu. Belas balas do refresh. Serviço dobrado agora para a equipe brasileira.
A smoke do refresh ficou perfeita ali, aquela parece que os terroristas fizeram na entrada B agora pra esse round, né? Agora, mas é sensacional, sabe? O pessoal do chat mandou o Inlock tá em dia, né? Foram balas muito tensas dos jogadores do Singularity, né? Obviamente não estão trapaceando, mas estão fazendo um trabalho muito bom de mira. Muito bom mesmo. Pra trocar contra o melhor time do mundo, né? Nesse momento esse cara acabou subindo aí pra ser considerado o melhor time do mundo novamente pela GAMEBIT.org. Está chegando, derrubado pelo Fer. E aí esse cara vai adorando este round, né? A equipe do Singularity tentou fazer uma jogada de SK, né? Comprando as suas umps. 5 umps, ó, até algumas MP9 ali, não foi a melhor das opções por enquanto. E agora, lá vem tudo por cima do console, tá aqui no meio do caminho, mas tá cercando já o Rickson, hein? Lá vem agora o Fallen, tira a mira do jogador, enquanto o Rickson entregou a posição, tinha de costas pra ele ali o jogador, mas agora sabem de onde ele vem. Vai buscar C4 a equipe desse cara e o Fer tá ali de olho, né? O Rickson vem chegar ali por cima, o Fer não atinge ele, acabou que não estava no ângulo mais favorável e vai ser atropelado. Taco e Code agora, a dupla tá Code, ambos de MP, então tá bem de igual para igual esse round. Vem agora que o avanço, Taco tentando segurar a passagem, Coldzera consegue se livrar do primeiro. Os dois puxam agora as pistolinhas de volta para finalizar o Rickson, que vai se mexendo bastante. Tem defesa de ainda, vai tentando acelerar, mas não consegue passar da parede, que é Taco e Code. 9-8, ponto nesse K, vem sendo forçado.
Justo, pode deixar tudo igual, né? Foi o que fez o Singularity, quase fez no primeiro half, ele começou ali muito bem depois a trabalhar a partir do primeiro armado. A brasileira impede, né? Essa bola do Singularity no pistolete e agora eco total da equipe dinamarquesa. Então, tendência da equipe brasileira é colocar o 10-8 aí, vamos torcer para que não tome susto. Então, o Fer vem com a sua Mac 10 aqui para ser o Fer.
Vem ali pela queda enquanto olha o Fallen, avançando rápido ali pelo fundo, faz uma HE para cima do Lucky. Olha o dano que ele deu em 2 jogadores, né? Perfeita granada, enquanto os jogadores estão ali já com o domínio da queda, com o Fer, né? Passando com aquela Mac 10 como o Sávio já tinha anunciado. Enquanto isso, mais uma HE agora do Phelps naquele caminho. E deu certo. Deu perfeitamente certo. Duas HEs naquela mesma direção. Um avanço e olha, ace do time. Cada jogador busca uma eliminação. SK confirma um round sem casualidades.
Fantástico, né? Excelente para colocar a grana no bolso e se preparar aqui para o combate nos próximos rounds. A equipe do Singularity vem aqui fazendo mais um round, mais uma economia. Chance da equipe brasileira colocar, né? É como se a equipe brasileira tivesse vencido o Piston, né? Isso é a questão, né, Bruno?
Vamos ver se eles conseguem fazer esse pontinho ali. O Phelps começa já o round muito bem, pegando o primeiro. O cara começa a se atropelar ali a queda, mas eu queria pegar essa bala do Lucky pra cima do Fallen. Tirou a C4, né? Tá lá segurando ela aqui à frente, quer buscar mais jogadores, mas tá difícil aqui. Tem muitos ângulos diferentes pra ele tentar pescar agora um avanço desse cara. Ele vai passando de fininho. Passou e encontrou, mas que balinha do Phelps pra tirar o do round. E aí, é só o refresh que vem cercando e vai poder marotar o taco, hein? Olha o marotado, tomou uma só. Pega uma K-47 em mãos, pega uma smoke também. O Coldzera em curta distância, surpreende, cerca. Mas detalhe, hein? Perdeu a K-47 nesse momento, o time desse SK.
Pelo menos um recurso perdido, mas agora sim, vem com força total, né? Fallen puxa a WP, só o Phelps pelo visto vai continuar com uma UMP, mas atrás em 3, a casa ali o Fer tá aqui o Coldzera. Agora sim, armado do Singularity com 2 WPs também, Rickson de um lado e o Insta do outro. Pelo menos é isso que a gente imagina que eles vão se posicionar, né?
Vamos ver o Rickson ali o Rickson tá aqui pra B. Então realmente um de cada lado para este momento. O pessoal está acompanhando aqui a Dreamhack Summer 2017, grande campeonato tradicional, campeonato de CS, dessa vez com $100 mil de premiação, com 8 equipes participantes, sendo elas 2 brasileiras. Na própria Dreamhack Summer tem o campeonato feminino também, com participação da Bootcamp Gaming, né, que é a equipe brasileira. Não estreou com vitória, mas estreou muito bem, né? Olha o Luck, que isso, sensacional. Segura os 2 jogadores na passagem, 2 headshots de M4A1 UMP. E olha, o Coldzera vai encontrar com ele dando reload. Consegue trazer um pouquinho de volta, mas né, já deixou a situação um pouco mais complicada para a equipe desse cara nesse round. A equipe feminina Bootcamp Gaming jogou contra a Steam Secrets, né, que são as melhores do mundo ali, diria, do cenário feminino. E fizeram um jogo bem acirrado, 16-11, apesar de não ter feito os Pistols, né? Então de parabéns aqui as meninas que estrearam aqui. Algumas delas nem tinham nenhum confronto internacional, né? Nenhuma experiência internacional. Vamos ver agora. Elas vão ter mais jogos ainda hoje. Insta. Tá ali de olho. Vem agora mais smoke pra tirar da posição. O Coldzera vai segurando aqui a rotação pelas costas. Ele vai pegar o refresh de jeito. Surpreende. Leva ele. E agora a C4 corre pro outro lado. Mas olha só. Tem pouquíssimo tempo de round. Então o Fallen precisa acelerar demais, hein? Segura o dedão ali no W e corre, Fallen. 10 segundos faltando no final do round. Ele vai chegando. Vai conseguir chegar até o bomb site. Vai colocando a bomba no chão. Enquanto, olha, o vacilo, o console já acelerou, o Fallen não consegue trabalhar contra ele. O Coldzera sozinho, 1 contra 1 com 4 balas no pente. Flashbang por cima. Olha só, não precisa mais que 4 balas, 4K pro Coldzera nesse round. 12-8, salva mais uma vez esse cara.
Mais do que suficiente ali, 4 balas foi o melhor do mundo, fala sério. Esse cara vence esse round chave. E vai mandando muito bem nesse lado ofensivo, né? A equipe do Singularity vai tendo seríssimos problemas para controlar o seu sistema financeiro e vem num round econômico mais uma vez, chance da equipe brasileira colocar excelentes 5 rounds de vantagem.
Vamos ver agora que eles, nesse ponto, eita, Fallen já pescou o primeiro que avançou lá pelo fundo para cima dele. O console tá de olho na queda, vem o Fê e o Coldzera pisa na molotov, faz barulho e acaba queimado. Derrubado ali pelo Fê. Aqui o Fê avançando. Domina mais um jogador ali de lado. Um trabalho de ganas muito bem efetuado. O Insta tenta marotar contra o Fê no reload, mas não dá muito certo. E o Phelps acaba ele marotando ali pra cima do Rixo. 13-8. Mais um monte perfeito. Mais uma vez economia garantida aqui pelo lado da SK. E vamos ver como que eles conseguem continuar, né? E eu lembro agora, sabe, aquela estatística da SK de TR, né, do campeonato da Pro League.
Que fizeram um trabalho muito bem, né? Aquele primeiro dia perfeito, onde eles começavam, né, de CT e no segundo half fizeram aquele primeiro dia realmente perfeito de TR. Vai se repetindo aqui, pelo menos até o momento, né? Olha o pezinho perigoso aqui pro Insta.
Nossa, e olha só, o Fê ia fazer um pulinho, pegar informação, ele acabou batendo no companheiro, que também ia fazer esse pulinho, e quase que ficou no meio do ar ali pra ser derrubado, né? Não teve ali o reflexo pra atingir o disparo. Refresh. Ali à frente. Insta gasta seu smoke já garantindo mais um tempinho ali de tranquilidade contra esse cara nesse avanço, né? Eles perderam o pistol aqui nesse jogo, né? Podia ter sido perfeito lá até se não fosse aquelas balas bem encaixadas do pistol round. Mas ainda assim, desde então, muito bem esse cara, muito forte, né? Muito sólida. Console tá com aquela flashbangzinha preparada pra soltar. Escutou a molotov, imediatamente gasta sua flash. Tem mais uma pra fazer aqui pra atrapalhar, mas ele não vai querer dominar ali a queda. Tinha molotov no caminho atrapalhando a passagem. Lá vem agora o avanço. Esse carro vem chegando aqui pra B, o refresh fica mal posicionado, ele percebe isso e começa a se reposicionar ali pra se proteger um pouco mais ali da região da queda. Lá vem a estratégia em si. O Taco vai vindo por cima, o Phelps tá vindo por baixo, o Phelps encontrou o primeiro, leva o Insta, enquanto o Fê saía, nossa, saía da queda o Taco, o Phelps consegue a eliminação vindo também por cima da B, e aí a abertura foi sensacional, sem problema, o Singularity acabou se dando mal mais uma vez, e é ponto da SK, 14-9, agora, 14-8, desculpa. É só esperar a C4 explodir. Esse cara tem muita grana para poder caçar os jogadores adversários sem problema.
É o que deveria fazer, né? Tirar essas duas armas, essa WP, essa Colt, do Ix e do Luke, já garantiria aí, de repente, um round tranquilo no próximo ponto, né? Do Singularity que vai chegando no momento de tudo ou nada, né? Eles não podem se dar o luxo mais de fazer um round econômico, devem tentar devolver, devem tentar comprar já nesse próximo ponto, para impedir a equipe brasileira chegar no 15º round. Mas muito bem, realmente. Só o TR fulminante da equipe do SK, muita grana no bolso, vão adquirindo muito fôlego para esse final de partida. Já a equipe do Singularity vem pro improviso total realmente. Ali, realmente, duas cuts dropadas, até que bom armado, né? Só o console ali vem improvisando com a Mag 7.
Mag 7 no console, então. Vai jogando ali pela queda que eu tô. Opa! Ele que se escutou, o Phelps chegando, né? Pôde se posicionar melhor. O refresh leva o taco, agora sai na frente muito bem o Singularity. Esse cara dessa vez foi descascado ali, dois jogadores perderam a sua vida. Agora o Fallen tenta trazer de volta, né? Agressivo ali pelo meio sozinho. Vai querer encurtar as distâncias, né? O Rick está esperando mais atrás ali, o Fallen pode surpreender vindo por baixo. Mas é um ângulo difícil, ele não pode tirar o scope. Ele tá aqui com o scope aberto, vai passando de fininho. Lá vem ele pra abrir aqui. Encontrou e pescou. Consegue aqui trazer um pouco de volta do round pra equipe desse cara. 9. Vai fazer uma flash também, ele tá querendo atrair gente pra cá. Ele avança por cima da própria incendiária e vai passando. Tá o Luck ali, olha o Fallen, viu ele, mas não deu tempo de abrir o scope e arrastar a mira o suficiente até o jogador adversário eliminado. Flashbang bem efetuado do refresh, acaba atrapalhando passagem demais desse cara. E agora vem o Fer por cima, já vai passando o Fer ali em direção àquela, mas tá de olho nele o refresh, né? Só marcando este ângulo. Encontrou, mas é derrubado. Eliminado, o console aparece na queda, já mostrou o fato que a Dreamhack Summer por ali, o Fer apareceu, mas derrubado pelo Insta. E o Coldzera vai ter que nos salvar, 1 contra 3. 27 segundos, ele vem chegando de fininho. Encontrar o primeiro na pedra, já viu que tem mais um ali atrás. Tá todo mundo pra cá, lá veio o Code, encontrou o console. Não consegue arrastar a mira pro Cluck. E é ponto do Singularity mais uma vez.
Mas bela tentativa de trazer de volta o round, hein? Belíssima tentativa. Não deu para garantir o ponto, pidão, mas deu para causar um prejuízo financeiro na equipe do Singularity. Por isso, a dinamarquesa vai ter que improvisar mais uma vez, né? O Luke realmente vai ter a AK-47 guardada deste último ponto. Mais uma vez, o console de Mag 7, né? Então a situação ainda está muito interessante para o equipe brasileira.
Interessantíssima, sabe? Tem a chance de quebrar a equipe do Singularity mais uma vez e aí seria match point, né? Então eles teriam que vir para um forçadaço, valendo a sua vida na competição. Lá vem a passagem, hein? Phelps chegando ali por cima. Ah! Rix sobrevive! Leva um! Leva dois ainda! Ele tava com granada nas mãos, Phelps consegue fazer o estrago, mas esse cara perde muito nesse momento. Lá vem o console chegando, Phelps leva o terceiro, abrindo ali a passagem, já salvando aqui a SK de um estrago, de um desastre aqui nesse round. Phelps espera ali por cima, o Tommy agora permite que ele marque outra passagem, enquanto Fallen já impede o avanço do CT do Insta. Refresh não tem mais o que fazer, vai saindo fora e é round para esse cara mais uma vez. É 15º ponto já no placar, 6 match points na partida, sabe? Esse cara vai estreando com o pé direito, no final das contas.
Chegou a assustar um pouquinho no início da partida, no primeiro round, a equipe do Singularity, mas bota a ordem na casa. SK Gaming, e agora não vai ter mágica, né? Singularity venceu um ponto, perdeu na sequência, agora sim, né? O Lost Bonus deles está resetado e não vai ter mágica, não vai ter como realizar esse round armado, vai ter que ser na base do improviso e essa coach do refresh apenas. Então tem tudo a equipe brasileira já para fechar essa partida. 6 match points para isso.
Uma curiosidade, sabe? Nenhuma pausa tática durante esse jogo, né?
Verdade, né? Começa realmente sem pausa. O Singularity poderia ter usado.
Nessa segunda metade.
O brasileiro também ali no primeiro momento, ali nos primeiros rounds perdidos ali armados, podia ter usado também, né? Acabou não usando.
E agora, vamos nesse forçadaço, novinha nas mãos do console. Vem aqui o refresh de M4 a 4. Lucky de 1, marca do fundo. Desert nas mãos do Insta. e Desert Eagle nas mãos do Rickson. São os armamentos que temos para trabalhar na equipe de Singularity, enquanto a equipe desse cara tem a WP com o Farm ali, abrindo já o Pixel, cravando a mira na movimentação dos jogadores lá por cima. Enquanto o Fer vinha pela queda. Acaba o combate, mas vai saindo mal das pernas aqui, olha o problema pra ele. Acaba ficando ali de qualquer jeito e foi derrubado. O Fallen consegue trazer de volta, né, pescando o Rickson. Mas ao mesmo tempo já perdeu também o Phelps que estava junto com ele. Joga a sua arma o mais longe possível para os jogadores não poderem recuperar a AWP. Enquanto o Taco... Una balita para acabar com o refresh. Abre espaço ali pro time. Olha o Insta. Derrubado pelo Coldzera. Vai vindo aqui o console, acertando pelo outro lado com os Cold. Escutou, mas mesmo assim não conseguiu, né, salvar o seu próprio velório. Agora aqui o Taco tentando buscar eliminação para segurar o bom set da B. 2 contra 2. Console sem colete e de novinha até então. Mas tem a capa de recuperar, né? Ele só não sabe onde tá o jogador adversário. Não quer trocar de arma aqui nesse momento. Fallen vai cedendo a passagem agora em direção ao bombe. Taquinho já vai olhando mais um pouco, viu que não tinha ninguém, vai ter um pezinho antes de qualquer coisa, e o console tá na tela do Taco, consegue salvar esse cara mais uma vez, e o Lucky aparece na pedra, 10 segundos no round, o Fallen não pode parar pra trocar tiro, tem que passar, tem que plantar, o Lucky vai ganhando muito tempo, mas o Fallen consegue clicar na C4, o Lucky não acelera, e agora vai ter que se virar nesse 1x2. Um em mãos, contra o Fallen de um lado, mas esse consegue a vitória, 16-9, sabe? A equipe brasileira da SK consegue confirmar aqui, então, um início melhor do campeonato.
Um belíssimo Ralph, né? Esse lado ofensivo da equipe brasileira é realmente fantástico. Perdemos apenas o Pistol e um desarmado só, né? A brasileira tranquilamente passeou nesse lado TR e confirma, agora sim, essa primeira vitória, né? Agora se classifica, né, para a partida decisiva, a partida que vale já a vaga antecipada desse grupo A, né? Agora é esperar o vencedor de Immortals e MOUSESPORTS.
É isso, o grupo A que continua depois, né? Agora temos um grupo B pela frente, né? O jogo da GAMEBIT, e depois volta pro grupo A com o MOUSESPORTS contra Immortals. Mas, né, antes de qualquer coisa, temos ainda ali a entrevista de final de jogo ali, provavelmente com o Fallen, né? Normalmente ele que costuma fazer. Quem sabe eles trazem o Taco ali pelo seu novo seu novo estilo, com o seu óculos agora. Vamos esperar aqui para eles passarem a palavra pro Pala, que ele possa fazer ali as perguntas ali tradicionais da entrevista. Pessoal, Dreamhack Summer começando aqui hoje, né? Neste sábado. Amanhã tem ainda continuação e na segunda-feira apenas o campeonato será finalizado. Fica de olho aqui neste canal da Twitch, né? O Dreamhack CSGO _BR, que é onde será transmitido todos os jogos da competição, né? Que eu, o Savi e também o Pablo XRM estaremos nos dividindo aqui, né? O Savi vai estar em todos, né, Savi? O Savi não para.
Vocês ficaram com o trabalho duro, né? Que é o trabalho de transmitir, né? Eu fiquei com a parte um pouco mais fácil, então eu vou poder ficar aqui o tempo todo tranquilamente, que só comentando, na verdade é o Bidão e o XRM que vão assumir o papel difícil, que é realmente fazer a transmissão, ficar ligadíssimo o tempo todo, então eu vou ficar aqui o tempo todo, Bidão, mas eu acho que a parte difícil mesmo é de vocês. Né?
Vamos escutar agora o que tem a dizer aqui. Como se sente estar de volta na Dreamhack? Estamos muito orgulhosos de estar aqui, uma vitória... quando a gente fez a troca, né, em 2015 com o Fênix e o Taco, então foi aqui que a gente chegou no nosso primeiro campeonato. Então a gente adora esse lugar aqui, a gente adora CS, a gente adora jogos, está muito feliz de estar aqui. Ainda bem que vocês começaram melhor dessa vez nesse campeonato do que da última vez que vocês começaram 16-0, né, contra o FNATIC. Você esperava o Singularity conseguir tantos rounds? Acho que eles fizeram um trabalho tão bem na primeira metade, né? Eles buscaram, me pegaram de jeito no início, né? Me pegaram fora de posição. Na segunda metade a gente conseguiu fazer uma partida muito melhor, né? Mas ele não estava esperando um level tão alto, né, para eles, mas é assim que funciona na Europa, né? Uns times que você não conhece muito bem, pode jogar muito bem. Como é que jogar contra o time underdog, como vocês acabaram de fazer? A gente não tem tanta informação sobre como eles jogam, então tem muita forma de jogar no início, né? A gente está jogando com uma forma padrão de CT, e eles conseguiam, né, buscar as primeiras eliminações, né, principalmente em cima de mim, eles estavam toda hora agachando no tiro da WP, então tava difícil acertar. Então na segunda metade ele falou, na segunda parte ele começou a strafar, né, escapar do jogador. Você tem muitas opções quando você joga contra os times underdog, mas a mais útil e a mais segura é jogar seu próprio jogo e não tentar cair nas armadilhas deles ou pensar demais. Últimas perguntas. Esse torneio vocês são os grandes favoritos. Vocês se veem assim? Quais são as suas expectativas? Eu não acho que a gente é favorito, a gente tem muitos bons times aqui, né? Vai ser um bom torneio, a gente vai fazer o melhor possível, vai querer jogar num nível mais alto, ganhar nosso próprio jogo, e se a gente jogar o melhor, a gente consegue vencer esse campeonato, então essa é a nossa mentalidade para esse campeonato. Agora, começando por hoje, vocês vão ter muitos campeonatos de sequência aqui na Europa, né? Como é que vocês conseguem colocar, seguir, né? Para quem não sabe, a gente chegou agora na Europa, né? E a gente vai ficar em 45 dias aqui na Europa. Começa hoje e só termina no Major, né? Então, tem vários torneios. A gente vai ter algum tempo livre para utilizar como treino, né? Como prática. A gente vai fazer como a gente faz sempre, né? Usar nosso tempo para praticar melhor, porque o treino aqui na Europa é um pouco melhor de preparar, né? Alguns times que você não conhece que jogam muito bem, então é muito bom para o prático. Então a gente vai fazer isso e tentar conquistar o máximo de títulos que a gente consegue. Algumas últimas palavras. Obrigado a todo mundo. Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida. Obrigado pela... tinha muita gente na torcida, mas agora a pessoa deve ter ido comer. Obrigado a todo mundo que está de casa aí assistindo. É nóis, spray bom. É isso aí, sabe? Mais algum comentário final aí de SK e Singularity?
Assustou um pouquinho o Singularity no começo, né? Mas depois a SK foi embalando ali e realmente quando adquiriu confiança, confirmou rapidamente a vitória, né? Mas vale lembrar que ano passado, né, por coincidência ou não, Immortals e SK também caíram no grupo A e naquela ocasião o Immortals acabou eliminando a equipe brasileira ali na partida, decisão dos perdedores aqui no grupo A. E aí o Immortals seguiu ali caminho rumo ao título. Né?
Uhum.
Vamos ver hoje como é que vai ser a história. Quer dizer, a gente não vai ter toda a história hoje, né? Hoje a gente só vai conhecer os dois primeiros classificados de cada grupo.
É isso, né? Hoje a gente começa já quem vai ser os dois primeiros semifinalistas da competição, mas amanhã que vai ser o grande dia decisivo da fase de grupos, né? Hoje só melhor de 1, amanhã só melhor de 3 e até o final do campeonato vai seguindo assim também. Pessoal, a gente fica por enquanto por aqui, né? Vamos pro intervalo, vamos escutar o que o pessoal tem a dizer na mesa de analistas e depois estaremos de volta aí com muito mais aqui no Dreamhack Summer, então não vão muito longe. Obrigado pela sua presença, né? Bom dia para todo mundo e até daqui a pouquinho. Valeu, Sávio.
You have, someone within the team where if you're structured enough as a unit to actually, as Jacob said, capitalize off of those advantages you create for yourself. So that was really nice to see from Singularity, especially Lucky was doing a really good job actually finding those opening kills a lot of the time for Singularity. So it's a a very promising sign for them going into other matchups, because one of the downsides of playing SK is the fact that even if you find one or two opening picks, you can still very easily lose the round because SK kind of have a plan B, plan C, plan D for any sort of scenario that might arise. And I don't think that's going to be the case for teams like Immortals and MOUSESPORTS necessarily at this stage where they're at.
Was there a little bit of... yeah, I just realized you can see our socks. There's no shoes on the carpet, guys. No shoes on the carpet. I'm not just rocking these for fun. I'm going to tuck in a little bit. Let's get intimate. What I was trying to ask was more about, like, how much of SK's game did they have to play there, Jacob? Like, we don't see any of those crazy smoke executes onto B. Was it just kind of default SK? The vanilla SK.
Yeah, and like Fallen said himself, like the best thing you can do is play your own game, and SK own game is to play like default, get the peaks, play with your rotations, and be annoying as hell, Players like Fer and especially Fallen as well, and Phelps now that he's on the lineup, they're annoying to play against because you never really know where you have them. Like you're gonna have Fallen, there was a round where Fallen walked up in middle, and like you'd assume that, okay, that's gonna be an A hit, but then you had two players on B long going out B long, and they were close to winning the round, I believe. Came down to a one-on-one. Like you never really can count on where they are, and SK's default is just so strong, so they don't need to do more, and I don't think they need to do more in this tournament, honestly.
Oh, they could get away with that gameplay throughout?
if they do it well enough, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like playing against organized chaos. At least that's probably what it feels like when you're playing against SK, because stuff is happening everywhere on the map. So you're just sitting there like, I have no idea what's going on. Right. I have no idea what kind of, you know, what you can draw from what you're finding out of in terms of information. That's like you said, yeah, you find Fallen in mid, so it's probably going to be an integral part of what they're doing. Nope, no, he's just kind of, you know, on a bit of an adventure towards A for once.
Sure.
But yeah, that's going to be a tough task for any team to find out. But I'm not really sure if they can rely like or being as default, not necessarily at least on all maps. On Cobble, they can probably get away with it, but when they run into teams, if you know FNATIC are firing on all cylinders, or if GAMEBIT are coming in from the laboratory with new strategies, or just a new mindset altogether, you know, after their bit of an extended break, I think we'll have to see something more out of SK, especially because they've, you know, also said that they have some doubts about their map pool as it is right now.
I mean, talking of break, I think we'll go ahead and take one. GAMEBIT have been taking quite the holiday before this tournament, though we haven't really seen too much of them. They made a splash last Dreamhack Open over in Texas, and now we wait to see what they can do again. Can they replicate their success, back-to-back Dreamhack Open titles, or will CLG prove too much to start their group stage? We'll take a break, and when we do return, we'll get to see GAMEBIT versus none other than CLG. If you're interested in following one of these players or one of these teams more specifically, there is an app for that. It's known as Strafe, one of the sponsors here for Dreamhack Open Yearn shipping for, of course, Dreamhack Summer. You can see it there. Go ahead and check it out. Get it on your smartphone for iOS and Android, and it helps you keep follow of some of your favorite players in more intimate details. We'll take a break. When we come back, CLG will be battling versus their GAMEBIT, who have just returned from their vacation.
Up her phone on the first ring. But I think when she drinks, I hear someone laughing and it all stinks. At 6 a.m. now she's bent over my sink. Like that. And I think something is going on.
Pessoal, vamos reiniciar a transmissão aqui, depois vocês seguem com o XRM e com o SAV, beleza? Eu volto com vocês, né, trazendo todas as informações, todos os jogos aí amanhã apenas, mas hoje SAV e XRM vão trazer para vocês até o final do campeonato Dreamhack Open Astro. Amanhã eu tô com vocês com 3 melhores de 3, beleza? Tamo junto, continue acompanhando.
Ah, está acordado, que bom. Nós vamos roubar um banco. Oh, Lord! Please deliver me.
fires that. Leggingshot is just ripping them apart, sneaking in. They're not paying attention to it right now. He caught one of them in a reload. So smart from Blade. He gets on the bomb. Flash comes out. He's going to slide out though. Finds the throw. There he switches over to the pistol for a second. He's looking for a third and all.
What up, guys? This is Jordan Nelson Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. But why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights and real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born, they're molded from the core. A core of strength, a core of laser focus, a core that can handle anything, a core that sweats the small stuff, a core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
What if there was a Dreamhack PC? What if we told you there is? This is the Dreamhack PC, built with the best components on the market, optimized for a flawless esports experience. Just add games.
aqui em casa tem superpoderes. Ataque de zumbi. E luta pelo trono. Aqui a gente tem Oi Play. Escolhe ver o que quer, quando e onde quiser.
Oi Total com Oi Play. Filmes, séries, desenhos, esportes e o que você mais gosta.
Oi.
Oi.
Depois que o robô XT5 entrar em sua casa, todos vão voltar para ele ficar. Venha para o futuro com o robô inteligente Sibrap Dolphin. Para todos os tipos de piscina, só ele. Escova, aspira, filtra, incluindo fundos e paredes. Deixe o robô XT5 cuidar da sua piscina. Ligue para 0800 727 3737 e encontre a revenda Sibrap mais próxima a você.
Dreamhack Astro Open is brought to you by Astro, Monster Energy, Corsair, Zowie, and Intel.
The Dreamhack Astro Open, back in business, doors open, lights on, and players are setting up, both on stage and in the arena. That's right, there's a whole lot of casual gamers setting up as well. It's a beautiful set for what could be a fantastic tournament. SK have already met Singularity, one of the underdogs, in fact, the underdog of the tournament. We saw them actually draw some sweat. We got to see a 69 scoreline there, and I'm Machine, joined by some beautiful human beings. We have Paolo Vendetta Gudestol and Pimp Vinica.
Nailed it. Yeah.
That was actually not bad.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I actually got so scared about your second name, I forgot your first. Jacob, joining us, everybody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the scene is set for GAMEBIT CLG. We've done Group A, we kick off our first game of Group B, and let's kind of gauge expectations for this one. Two teams, would you put them on equal stead?
No.
You really don't? You got no faith in CLG?
No, no faith. But I think it's a similar storyline of again, Gambit's not going to be the equivalent of SK necessarily, but I would say that CLG are the underdog in Group B.
Okay.
So they have the same same similarities to Singularity in that sense, but otherwise CLG have been playing better and better. They've just been steadily improving ever since they brought on Ricky into that squad, and we've seen the progression happen throughout Pro League, the regular season, and they had a pretty good showing at the America's Minors as well. Like, yeah, they didn't make top 2. They lost to Immortals and Cloud9, who eventually ended up being the top 2 themselves. But I still think it's a lot of positivity to take out of what we're seeing from that team.
I mean, and Jacob, you know better than many. You've actually competed in North America for an extended period of time. What is it like playing against CLG? What do you make of them?
It's messy sometimes. Like they're like a team who I feel they try to play a lot looser than they probably should. Okay. But they do well. Like when I was leaving Liquid, or when I got benched from Liquid, or asked to be benched, we played them a lot in the later stages, and they were actually getting way better than they were in the beginning, especially since Ricky joined. It felt like there was like a new boost for them. They have the guy Nath, I think he's called. Ethan. Exactly. And he's insane. Like in practice, he was like screwing with us every single time, and it was like insane. I was like,
who is this guy?
Yeah, like if Liquid needs a new player for me, then go take him. You know, that's what I was thinking to myself, because he was so good. And I feel CLG is a team, like you said it yourself. They play third at the American Minor, right? Yeah. They can't compete against Cloud9 and Immortals right now, but they're getting there slowly. They're like manifesting them as being maybe the 4th best team in NA after Liquid, Cloud9 and Immortals. Yeah, and I think you see the best performances out of them when, as you mentioned, they don't try to play as loose as they sometimes do. When they actually follow that structure that FNS has set up for the team, when they actually fit into that system and actually play through it, they have much better results. And I think that's also why you're seeing much more consistent performances out of players, because normally young players like Ethan, for instance, would have very high highs and very low lows. Yeah. So we've seen that with Kusta, from when he was playing with Enemy initially, then goes to Liquid, falls off a cliff, and then comes back into CLG, finds some sort of a routine that he can follow day in, day out, and just has like some security around him, and it goes back to being one of the most exciting operas in the world.
I think he's probably one of the exciting players on the stage right now. Let's actually go to that stage and meet Gambit first of all, though. Keep your eyes on these guys. They have perhaps disappeared somewhat. Halvor, that was your words, not mine. They haven't really. I mean, what have they played since Austin?
2 ESEA games.
That's it.
Yeah.
Where have they been?
I think they played that for like 3 days ago or something. So it's been radio silence completely from Gambit ever since then. And whether or not that's just a move they made, out of, it was as a part of the build-up for the major, if they just needed a break because they've been traveling a lot. Who knows?
It would make sense. I mean, you guys know better than anyone. You travel as much. You've done it as well, Pimp. That travel gets to you. 3 weeks off, maybe they'll come in fresh.
But I mean, this is also something Pip can attest to, the fact that you don't want to be out of the tournament circuit for too long. Because there's a very big difference from playing practice games and playing online official games to actually playing at a LAN environment versus other teams. It just doesn't compare. So obviously, you want to have that. I guess you don't want that kind of muscle memory to go out of your system completely, and that's what worries me about Gambit. Because if this had been 2 weeks removed from DreamHack Austin, I would have said Gambit is the favorite of the group instead of FNATIC.
Fair.
So yeah, it's interesting to see, and also, I'm kind of curious to see how well this guy in the picture, Adrian is going to be able to maintain his good form, because that's one of the big reasons why Gambit had such a surge in the rankings, why they started placing, why they started winning tournaments, actually. Yeah. Not just because, obviously, Sue's brought a completely new, I guess...
Is it a completely new style?
Not necessarily a new style, but he brought a new element to the team. They have more strings to play off of now with him in the team, but I think, obviously, like a large part of it is the players have to perform within that system, too, and Adrian has been able to do that at a remarkable consistency. Whether that's going to be able to hold up as well into this tournament, seeing how it's kind of their comeback tour in that sense, that's the biggest question mark for me.
Let's treat this then, day one here at DreamHack Open, let's treat this as a litmus test. What are they? Are they going to be acidic? Yeah, that's right, I'm doing some science. Or are they going to be alkaline? Anyway, Seattle G, we'll bring them up before I continue to do some GCSE science. And I think for me, there is going to be one face in particular I'd love to talk about, and that's that of Ricky, one of the players who I think catches my eye. In fact, there he is. Talk of the devil. Mr. Ricardo. Yeah, he's one of the gaming hack crew, but also a very proficient AWPer in his own right as well. You're talking about Kusta. I feel like Ricky's fun to watch as well.
No slouch.
He is, and he was one of the players. When you played Renegades, his former team, like the Australian guys, they were so annoying to play against because he was all over the place, and he was like let loose, basically. And I feel like he doesn't have the same freedom on CLG. Like it feels like FNS has been trying to give them more structure, and as you said, like that's where they perform the best.
Right.
So it might harm him in a little way, but I feel like he found a balance where he can be Ricky, the player, like the stereotype of what he is, and still be free, but still fit into the system that FNS puts up, you know. And that's one of the keys for CLG, and I feel that has been one of the keys since he moved on to the team, and why they've been so good compared to prior Ricky time.
Yeah, one of the most impressive things, honestly, that the CLG squad has done is, like, and this goes not only to the guy we just saw in the picture, FNS, but also Ricky, who has to be the one making a lot of the adaptation, is the fact that when they made the roster move, everyone was thinking, how are Ricky and Kusa actually going to be able to coexist with each other? But the fact that they've actually found a perfect balance between who actually opts when they go to double op setups and whatnot has just been very, very fun to watch.
Do you know what it is? Is it kind of map dependent, half dependent, feeling
dependent?
It's feeling.
It seems like it, because it doesn't necessarily seem like it's off of the back of someone performing well. Like it could be, let's say Ricky's because of not because he's 20-9,
or
so he's feeling
got
good.
A spawn.
Yeah, or he's got a spawn, or he's 6-17, so not a lot is working for him. But you know, there could be a ton of things that play into it, or the fact that FNS just has a read on what the opponent is doing, so it feels like an op in X position could be very beneficial.
Do they have quite converse styles? I mean, would you describe Kusa as a passive AWPer in comparison to Ricky? Because I think he's quite flashy when you see him.
He's a combat AWPer.
Yeah,
like as Sponge coined it. Like he isn't necessarily extremely aggressive. He'll take initial peaks, but not necessarily overextend.
He wants them to run at him, is what you're saying.
But well, he doesn't mind that at all, and he doesn't get flustered in. That's one of the coolest things about him: the fact that he's very calm in pressured situations. So whenever you get up in these close and personal battles with an op, he doesn't really like stress out, do unnecessary no scopes, that kind of a thing. He also always seems to have some sort of like calmness to him when he plays with the op.
I'm intrigued to know what map's going to crop up here. Of course, GAMEBIT have been known for quite a while as being the team to beat on Cobblestone, and actually it does seem like they are going to be the ones to take that away. Having that record kind of tarnished as of late.
Well, I mean, one of the reasons it got tarnished was because they ran into CLG at Starladder.
It's true. Gosh, yes.
Yeah, and obviously we know Overpass is a very strong map for well, yeah.
You are good at your job, aren't you, Halvor?
Well, at least times. I have my moments, but this is one of the things that this is a map that both teams are going to be very comfortable on. But this is also again where CLG surprised GAMEBIT. You know, on the home turf that GAMEBIT had kind of laid out for themselves, because many people just watched or looked at them as a very shallow team that only had 2 to 3 decent maps where they could actually beat very good teams on, and that was it.
Yeah.
And obviously you saw CLG actually take it to them and surprise the Starladder.
I completely forgot about that, because the record was broken by CLG.
Yeah, and it was something like 10-0 or 11-0.
I could have sworn closer to 20. It was like 18 Cobblestone offline wins. I'm almost certain I was saying that.
And that's versus very good opponents as well.
Yeah.
Like not just playing local teams in that sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting to see how the various teams have developed. Again, like the big question mark for me is how good GAMEBIT are going to be coming back from this, because we see teams react very differently. Obviously, from having extended breaks, we've seen VP. When they take extended breaks, things go horribly wrong. And then you have others who come back re-energized and have the fire inside of them and play better than they've ever done before.
Yeah, I feel like the prediction by the crowd is like quite similar to what I'm thinking right now, because
they just decided to disagree with you.
No mind.
Never mind. But you're giving it a 50-50 in your mind.
I will say though that like you can't account for Twitch chat to not root for Suze.
Yeah,
that's true. But yeah, I would give it a 50-50 right now. The maps I feel, or the map Overpass I feel play a bit into favor of CLG. At least when we practice them in NA, it's a map they've always been good on. It's a map that I have nightmares against CLG on. I think I've lost 3 times in a major qualifier
on that map
to CLG on Overpass.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like
probably start.
I'm like kind of scared right now. But yeah, it's gonna be a close game. I'm sure, because GAMEBIT came off the break, and like it's a new trend. Like teams are trying to take more breaks and trying to get more vacation time. Like they're looking at VP and they can do it, so why can't we? I think it's gonna be tough for GAMEBIT. Like it's something that VP has like done for 3 years now, and they've started to master it over time. I think it's gonna be rough for GAMEBIT.
Just to try and get back onto that whole
exactly.
thing. So much can change in 3 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
Just coming back to your Overpass point, I imagine one of the reasons why that's so difficult to play against, you talked about Ricky being everywhere. Isn't this one of the best maps for like that CT roaming AWPer to just poop on you?
For sure. It's very, very accurate, very well put.
Thank you.
And Kusta, you talked about Kusta, like he's not necessarily an aggressive AWPer, but on Overpass he feels confident. He's going to do whatever he wants to, and that's, I remember clearly from practice and even official games against CLG, like he's just annoying. Like when you feel you have the control over the toilet area, Kusta is just going to pop up remove one of you and fall back. Like that, and he's gonna do it over and over again. Even though you know he's coming, he's gonna do it, and he's gonna like have success with it.
Death by 1,000 cuts, just like little shots, just digs at you. Yeah, eventually cutting you down to size.
Yeah.
Let's start talking expectations. We can take a bit more time with this one for our predictions, but you've already dropped to 50-50. We're gonna have to try and brainstorm and get an edge for you. I'll start with you though. Actually, no, wait. You said I have to start, don't I?
Yeah. That's how it works now.
Hosts are rubbish at predictions. I'm gonna try and break.
Well,
the
you
trend.
brought this on yourself. You were the one who initially brought it up. You said you were keeping tabs. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Yeah. So we're all 100% so far.
Yeah.
I will actually keep track. We're gonna have a competition. You guys at home as well. Write down your predictions and you can tweet us #DHOpen. And I'm trusting you. Let's see how well you do after day 3.
Yeah. Write it down on paper and take a picture of it. So
yes.
you know nobody's
with
cheating.
today's newspaper.
Yeah. Exactly. There we go.
All right. For me, I'm actually leaning more and more towards the boys from CLG, except that's exclusively because you've sold me on this break and you've kind of you've created this story that it does take a while to hit the ground running. I could see GAMEBIT making a deep run playoffs, but day 1, first game, CLG are hot. I'm actually leaning towards North America for probably the first time in a while.
All right, and I'm happy about that because, you know, my selling point worked. So now I can go with GAMEBIT. Yeah, so even if they've had an extended break, I'm assuming they have touched CS. They've been practicing. They know that they're going into a very hectic month of tournaments. They're going to be, again, preparing for the major. Like, all of that is something you can't start preparing for the major a week before, right? So this is already something that's been in the works. I'm assuming that SUSE is taking this time, which is, you know, rare. As you mentioned, not a lot of teams have been doing this for a long time to actually improve on these teams, go through what they've done, what kind of mistakes they've had, how they can improve themselves, and actually put some work into it. I think, yeah, they might run into, you know, a couple of start issues, like engine trouble to start things off, but I think overall GAMEBIT should be my favorite to take this.
There's no doubt that GAMEBIT probably is the better team if we like put them up against each other in 2 months. I kind of like to relate to sports and like cycling, for example. I'm a huge cycling fan. Like GAMEBIT is in the like they're getting ready for a major now, and they just started the preparation. You know, where CLG they had basically their major, what is it, a week ago now, the American qualifier. That was their time to peak. You know, they had to go up, they had to beat Cloud9, they had to beat Immortals. So if they wanted to do that, they had to be at their very best. You know,
that was their Tour de France.
Yeah, and that's only exactly. You know, and that's only a week away. You know, so you still have that form. Like CLG should still have that form, where GAMEBIT are only just starting now. You know, so
I'm sure they didn't just like pig out, just get McDonald's every day after like. You know, you have to drown your sorrows somehow, right?
Yeah.
Some through junk food. That could
luckily for gamers, McDonald's is not that bad, you know. So, but I really feel CLG has a great chance. You know, GAMEBIT is by far the better team, no doubt. But I think CLG is going to take this.
I like the kind of idea and the comparison as well. Just that you do. You're right. This has been CLG's major, right? That they have done all the preparation to win that, and of course they had it stolen away from them by Liquid and C9.
C9 and Immortals.
Oh, Immortals. Sorry, we were talking about Liquid earlier.
Who they will run into in their groups.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Let's go. It's time for our second game of our first day here for the Dreamhack Astro Open. Your casters have not changed. The voices that will be filling this rather large arena is none other than Pansy and Risk.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. How are you guys doing over there? You having a good time?
I am. I'm kind of waiting for the lights to go out, though.
No, isn't that just Dreamhack, right?
When is it? 4 o'clock.
Wait, what time is it now, guys?
2:30.
Oh, we got a while. We got a while.
Yeah, we should probably explain to the viewers, right? So
yeah, you can explain this.
The rave starts. The rave starts. The lights go out, and the fun begins at 4. Apparently, that's the tradition.
Yeah. Like, haven't you guys seen the hashtag with all like the little lasers on it and everything right now?
Lauren, you've never seen that.
This is your introduction.
Yeah.
It's going to be outside this year as well.
Yeah, there's nothing like popping your cherry with like, you know, thousands of people around you.
Oh, Lauren, Pansy Scarf. Okay, well, we're going to leave you with your popped cherry and Risk, have fun.
All right, yeah, we can actually start diving into it because I actually think this is going to be a really interesting game. As they kind of highlighted already, they actually put down a lot of what I was going to bring up to you as well, is the fact that we've got 2 teams in very different places in form right now. So on paper, let's say they're both at 100%. I'd sit with GAMEBIT in this one. Map included, I'd think, you know, these guys are where we'd be. But that's not the case. They've just come off the back of a holiday. They're just warming back into this one. And as said by Pim so succinctly, you've had CLG, you know, building up to one of their biggest moments. Didn't go, you know, perfectly well for them, but still, you've got to feel they're in very different positions right now.
Yeah, definitely, and I totally agree with the whole like argument that they had on the desk and then that you're bringing up now, because this form thing is something that is being looked over a lot by the casual viewer of Counter-Strike and Counter-Strike, especially as an esport, because they just see the game and then they see like, okay, well, they won the game. they must be the best team. That's not always the case because, as Pim said with sports, you build up over a season. And because esports, and especially Counter-Strike, is so weirdly connected with leagues here and there, the only big thing that you actually aim for is the major. And that's the only thing you can build your form after. So this is exactly what they're doing right now. And GAMEBIT, as I said, been on a vacation. They had 2 official games in ESCA, like Premier or something. And both of them, I watched both games, and it was very obvious that they weren't really doing anything strat-wise. They were just playing off individual things and momentum. And this is why they had a 16-4 win and a 5-16 loss, because some days you're just not feeling it individually.
Yeah.
And now they come to a point where they have to use these strats. They have to actually do something in order to win this. And CLG is going to be on point. I think it's going to be up to GAMEBIT if they can deliver the A game.
See, and for me, if we look at CLG's perspective, we're looking at one of the players I'm going to talk about now is Ethan. I think he's one of those players that, especially when he's feeling it individually, you see it. And same with Kuster as well. I think Ricky had one of those outstanding games. I think it was actually on Cobble. I'm trying to remember back where it was, but it was when he did that crazy little jump, from the plateau on the T side, and he made it up towards the tree. It was so well done. But these 3 players, I feel that when they feel the game and they're in that mode where it feels almost like an extension of yourself, right? You're not like consciously thinking of a lot of these things. You're just kind of doing it, right? And I'm looking forward to seeing how well they play here, because especially if they're in a good point individually, they're going to bring a nice game there. And for me, the pillars of what I look at CLG are, of course, Cutler and FNS, right? They're I wouldn't say individually worse than these guys, but I don't think they go off as much, right? For me, Cutler is one of those he'll do what he needs to. He kind of fills that role where he's not going to be the superstar, but he'll find a way to make it work for himself. And it may not be, taking those aim fights or the aim duels, but he's a very cerebral player, very smart approach to the game. So I think it's a nice combination of players now when I look at COG. But then GAMEBIT, what an explosive lineup they have, right? It's like, for me, when I saw Hobbit actually join properly, I was so excited. This guy, to me, has so much potential.
And he's been like popping off for a while now. Like he's been having, of course, most people will look back at Dreamhack winner last year and say that was the tournament where they kind of broke through, and Hobbit has had his like time where everyone saw him and like, okay, he's now on the top level. But he had a history of games in ESA Premier and stuff like that, like lower leagues, where he just absolutely trashed everyone. And people were like, there were cheating accusations every single game for that guy, and he just didn't care, just fought through it. Yeah.
Well, we're seeing a couple of these players come through. Obviously, Hobbit's a little more established than Robs, I guess, but a lot of these younger players, you're breaking in, and everyone's going, who are they? How are they getting away with this, right? How are they able to perform to this degree? And both of them now proven that they can go to these stages and actually perform just as diligently. And then you look through the rest of that, GAMEBIT, like you've got Adrian, Zeus, Dozier, and Mo, but I want to see these guys gel, but you've got to feel coming in off a break. It's not just the mechanically you're cold. You're just not quite as synced up with your teammates. It takes a little bit of time to feel that sort of cohesion again and just get back to the gaming. But again, every team does need a break. You sometimes do need to step back, and it can be so beneficial. We see certain teams come off a break and then just be incredible. They get that weird little honeymoon boost almost. So it's like, oh, we're back together. We're not biting each other's heads off, because let's remember that these guys, some of the teams are in team houses together. They eat together. They play games together. It's very intense. So it's very easy if you just get rubbed up the wrong way almost. You kind of fall out, right?
And that's actually a very important point, because I remember back when CS:GO, or back even when it was CS Source or 1.6, you would have players, for Device is a great example of this, where he would just go off and play badminton for 3 months, and then he would come back after that huge break. I don't want to play CS anymore. He slowly comes back, and then he's just, after one day, he's just wrecking everyone. Yep. He went to a LAN with no practice and just won the event back in like 08 or 09 or something like that. So, and there are a lot of players who have it that way, and like if that's the case for GAMEBIT, then this break might have paid off for them.
And even individually, like let's say as a team it benefits you. Individually, some of these players might need those hours. Like some players, it's very individual, right? So maybe you're Hobbit, right? And you need that time. You need to be sat there, playing your DMs, going through the motions, putting in the hours, just getting right back to it. Whereas maybe Zeus, maybe not that player, maybe just wants that break, needs that time. So it's about finding that balance. So I'm really interested to see what form they're in, and the coach there obviously just behind us, deep breaths. But a lot of people started to get hyped up for GAMEBIT as well. These guys really did start to claim the results, and it was a swift rise to actually being very much a threat at events. Previously, it felt like, it's just GAMEBIT. Zeus made a bit of a move here, gone to this team. It was a bit like, we'll see. But then, it all started to gel together. They had the firepower coming in with Hobbit. They had that great strategic approach. So a lot to be seen for Gambit, trying to, I guess, find themselves again that nice bit of footing, right? Find that level where they can actually be consistent, competitive, and I guess enjoy the game after this break.
Yeah, and it's also
said for, I guess, the opponents too.
Yeah, also the way that Gambit is built up, like the different kind of players that they have. We've been talking about cerebral players and clever players and conservative players a lot, and I think Gambit is a great example of this because they have 3 players in Doja, Zeus, and Adren who has so much experience, and then they mix it up with Hobbit, who can just come in and breathe that fresh blood and come in and maybe do something that they won't really think about. And with that in mind, the game has started here in Overpass. Gambit versus CLG, and it's CLG on the T side.
I'm looking forward to this. All right, we got Raid Boss Kusta, and as soon as this happens, when Kusta's in a server, you know that Jason Moso Tool gets very, very excited. But Dozier, some might say a god of sorts, does get things started off with a bang, and we're getting some interesting look here at Overpass, but it will be Zeus watching the push up towards the side. 2 players going to try and fight their way through, bit of a dink comes in, and already a very swift shutdown comes out from Gambit there. 4 players alive, no real threats on board, only losing out on Dozier there in the end, and yeah, COG being sent back right away.
I was surprised that it didn't take out Dozier early on, because he had at least like 3 extra seconds where they should have killed him already, where he was free to just... He missed a couple of shots, that's fair, but they should have downed him way earlier. When you're in that position, that's the #1 spot you spot as ST coming into that bomb side. And having the amount of respect I have for CLG, I'm actually quite surprised he didn't take him down earlier.
Yeah, CLG back on the bite, forcing up to whatever they can, double stack towards
that's dangerous.
Underpass area, and yeah, Mo just going in on his own, allowing Ricky the chance. You play into these pistols, you've got to be very cautious of this area normally, and Ricky goes off. 2 big kills for him. That's a perfect beginning. They do even recover a rifle off the back of it as well, so Ethan's going to pick that one up, and now they've got nice map control too. Not too much towards A, so I guess that's a little bit of an issue in the back of their minds, but they've got a bit of, control here towards shore. They've got a little bit of a play going through this one. Let's go with the rest of Gambit on notice, just a little bit worried, and you can see Dozier wants to get a frag back, try and even the score out, try and do something. They still have the upper hand weapon-wise, but players, they're down to 3.
It's going to be very hard. Doshan, he has that mentality that a lot of players have when they get behind, or if they make a mistake, they want to make sure that everything's going to be okay again by going aggressive.
Great information found, though. Perfect timing to do so. Dozier pushing out at that moment as well. Just as they fell off this, they're going to be very quick to bolster the numbers by A.
Yeah. So here we go. Ethan and the boys moving in closer towards A, and the rotation has come for Gambit. They just hold this one. Zeus, see if he can get into... he's staying. He's not getting into a more aggressive position. I don't like this position, but he gets the first frag straight from Fawn.
It's nice that you can see the shadow on the left side first, but if there's more than one playing in, you're kind of screwed, and now they know that. So it's going to be Hobbit to try and keep this one together. Dozier is not far away with the UMP, so that comes through as well. Nice shutdown in the end, but it's all because of that read from Dozier, pushing out at the perfect timing, getting all the information. As soon as Cutler backed away from it, I don't know if he heard it or just kind of felt around the timing, just, all right, I've got to find out where they are, because we have no info. But all the players in the right place, really well played out.
Yeah, and that's like the importance of an information play. If you can get that information from that CT side, you can do the perfect rotation and then just hold the side. But I have to say, that opening double peek coming out from Gambit, that was horrible. First off, peeking long range with an MP9, and then going straight in after your team has been killed. That's just big mistakes. Talking about big mistakes, dying to Molotov.
Hi Ethan, how you like this? 3 players left now for COG. They are only on pistols. There's only like an upgraded P250 I think at most, so really if anything, if they get a kill that'd be brilliant. They do, but it's only on Zeus who had the SMG anyway, so he was just farming cash up, so he'll be perfectly fine. You can see the money now for the CT side. It's not fully robust, but it's decent. They can go on whatever buy they want here, straight on the AWP now coming out as well. And onto the other side, Kusta going to be picking that one up for COG. So again, both in a good position here. We've got 2 SMGs being stuck on, so Zeus and Dozier both committing to these. I'm wondering if they're going to go aggressive, play it out in some unique way, just to try and make up for the difference, but we're going to find out right about now.
Yeah, I would like for Zeus to play very, very close range and then just hold some kind of corner, use his utility to get into a good position. And right now, following Adren's early push, and push towards short as well from the CTs.
Look at this stack towards B, exactly. This is what I expected to see because of those SMGs, but Mo being the first to die with the AWP is not what I wanted to see at all. I don't know how he's... Oh my god, he didn't even pick up a gun. Zeus has had a mare. Hobbit thankfully saves the day slightly, I guess, trying to piece together anything he can to salvage this round, because Gambit, that was really, really sloppy. And that wasn't even Ethan pushing out through connector to try and punish it further, pinching towards water. That was just a bit of an overstep by Gambit and just not doing what they needed. Now, of course, Ricky did get picked up in the meantime, so CLG do still only have 4 players, but they've got a great deal of advantageous, I guess, elements to how they're playing thus far. There's only 1 player left towards A for now.
Yeah, and this is the exact same setup as the last time they tried to take A. Everyone's rotating in and trying to get on that A execute. And Dren this time around, playing a more defensive role than his teammate from before. The rotation should be coming in now from the CTs. They're actually still staying 1 on B. So the Terrorists will have an easier task here.
Yeah, this time there's not that instant rotate over. Nice work from Adren, though, to stem the bleeding. Ethan going down, but Hobbit was there as well. So we're down to this 2v2. Dozier with the AWP. It's a new look. Let's see if it suits him. Kuster as well on his, and that's what we want to be seeing. Kuster going off. Nice connection from Dozier, though. Didn't get the tag, and might just try and play him with his P250. Tagging. Dozier, that's big. Cutler goes down. It's a 1v1. That could be a one-shot now. Kuster, though, takes the fight and wins it out. Nicely played in there from Kuster. That's the individual power you want to see from him. Confidence building sort of play there.
Yeah, definitely. In that kind of situation, you would always favor the guy with the P250 also because Kuster's HP is so low.
Like 15,
yeah, right? And that's why he goes off on the off angle because he knows he has to take an angle that's not common because he's usually not going to win that duel. That's just perfect decision-making, split-second decision-making from Kuster there. Taking it out with the AWP. 3-1 first round for CLG on the board. And as we do see, GAMEBIT, one player on the Swag 7, one player on the UMP, and lacking utility on the CT side. It's not looking too good. And, well, Ethan is the only one really lacking on that T side. Having that Tech 9. Let's see where they want to go.
This map, to be fair, like, with this map the way it is, I actually don't mind the Tech 9 either. It's actually pretty fine. Like,
yeah. Especially if you can come in the back of a push.
Yeah, even if you're the one who just gets traded off, it's fine. We'll see how he plays this one through. He is going in, first man through. Dozier's gonna be the one to probably claim him. Time. What is going on with these guys? They do seem a little rusty for now. They're still up 3-1. I'm being very, very harsh to this, but Ethan's just gonna unleash hell. Just dives in there. He did actually find Zeus, so that's fine. Also got the information, and they planted. That's the bomb. What is going on? Why did Cutler leave the bomb in towards Hobbit's hands? Why did someone else allow someone else to do something? That's given such a brilliant opportunity. Adren's position is now brilliant too. They have to try and just unravel this horrible situation of FNS. Just doesn't land the shot. Every angle contains a threat. Kuster's gonna have to try and dig them out of this grave. They're about to step into and Mo there in the end to shut it. But what was that round?
That was the weird round.
Why is Cutler pushing towards water with the bomb when
There's so many small things in there that just, like, baffles my mind. But nonetheless, get onto a new one. And let's see. Oh, CLG are going to step back. Kuster in the picture now. Of course, get that one round. And then losing straight after, forcing them on pistols. P250s, as we know, very, very strong in the game. Adren opens up, and Kuster's down.
Nice little early foray into it. Falls back, doesn't allow to fall foul to, I guess, any play through underpass right now like Ethan is trying to do. Zeus going to spot the push-up. It's got a little bit of an angle on it. Probably going to spot that shoulder peek there. He has. So again, well, CLG do have the information. That's the shot and a half. That's what we want to be seeing.
What? That's
Nothing
insane.
like broken pistols to make you enjoy some CS.
P250s, man.
They're powerful. All right, just you hate to see it, but you also kind of like it a little bit. But this is nice from CLG, just taking over areas, slowly trying to strangle, hold out GAMEBIT, get some guns away. It's not a bad plan at all. But eventually you've got to suspect and expect that the bigger guns, the bigger weaponry should prevail. But there we go. 2 kills, not too bad in the end.
A nice little op shot through the wall there from Mo. And GAMEBIT, of course, after having a couple of mistakes, is still stabilizing. They're still only giving 1 round away to CLG and gotten all the rest. So it's not too terrible, but still, they have a few problems here and there. But hopefully it's something that they can work out throughout this map. And right now, well, 5-1 is a great start for them and forcing CLG into this eco as well. So like 99% going to probably get that. Well, 99% was 1.6. Let's say 75 because CSGO now, they're going to win this eco here.
Look, if there was a couple more of those pistols, I'd be saying it's the right 50-50. But it is only P250, Tech 9 I think was the only other investment. First they're going to find Elise Zeus. And there we go, nice and shut down. GAMEBIT aren't afraid to be taking these fights, even if they are against pistols, and whether you like it or not, it's worked for them thus far. The OG yet to punish some of the mistakes we've been seeing GAMEBIT making. It was a very shaky start. It wasn't, the GAMEBIT that you kind of expect to see at, their top tier level. It looks like a little bit of a lesser GAMEBIT right now. That look though, he's ready. He's ready.
Yeah, he's ready.
He's like, hey guys, I'm back from holiday, feeling it. Is Zeus gonna give us any memes? He's focused. He's thinking of the next meme, of course. But yeah, no, all in all, it's a good start. I'm a little surprised that CLG haven't been able to punish a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm thinking about, like, when you're playing against Gambit and you have the chance of them making a bit of a mistakes in the beginning, you have to capitalize on that. You have to get that good start to get that momentum flowing, because your CLG, everyone's going to be thinking, okay, you're probably not going to win this game, but they have a chance, and they haven't blown it yet, of course, but I think they could have gotten far more out of these first couple of rounds here if they had just played a tad better, been a bit more focused, because they made mistakes themselves as well.
Yeah, there's the round with the bombs just fully committing through the site. It makes me
it's
really
just
sad.
Stuck in your mind now, isn't it?
It's just one of those things, because you always tell yourself you won't do it, but you're desperate to try and like trade into that kill. Your team just goes down like, oh, I can just jump in there and get it, but you die as well. Bomb goes loose. And then the last 3 players for Gambit are in the perfect spot. They don't need to commit to anything. You have to push into them even further. It's just like, oh, you kind of feel for it, right? But still, this is not the scoreline I expected or wanted to see. I actually want to see more from CLG in this. I kind of, taking form into account, this should have been their scoreline. They should be sad 6-1, but they're not. They've kind of let drop the ball a little bit here at this point. We'll see if they warm up into this game again. I think it's because the last time I watched CLG, they were in one of those high points where they were playing really well. So I kind of expect to see that on a consistent basis. Not here yet, and Zeus already just proving dominant towards that underpass area. Ethan goes down. He's been very good actually controlling that, keeping that as an option. Nice rotates off the back of it, but this time can't get it done.
Let's see it. 5v4 situation, and CLG, of course, took that time out to get everything under control, to make sure that the rest of the T side will be more successful. But what can you do when Adren just pushes up, takes your AWP out, cools this down, and, well, this 6-1 is about to be 7-1. Look at that. Zeus, he has so much information. He hears them coming, he has the bomb. He doesn't hear the second guy, though, but still, like, he has done so much this round already, and he's going to get this one as well. Zeus just single-handedly dismantling CLG.
Yeah. FNS is just, you're stuck there like, well, who do I feed to? Zeus is going to see this. Does at least kill Zeus, so that's a step in the right direction. He does have the bomb. He's got not much time though. Again, you have no idea where people have pushed to by this point. They're not in just normal spots. It's hard to play back into these situations no matter what, so you're just hoping that something works for you. But yeah, it looks like Gambit is starting to feel confident as well. Zeus having rounds like this, that's what you want to see from this man. He became a bit of a powerhouse, not just the tactician or the tactical mind on occasion. No, he's certainly got a bit of muscle to the way he plays. But nice route from FNS so far. He could actually maybe get past Mo here. This is timing dependent, literally. Who looks from what side? You had one shot to try and do something, doesn't work out for you. Done and dusted.
One shot, one opportunity.
Screw an Eminem, that's literally what I do.
That's twice now in this
I know
day.
what you mean.
I like it. But yeah, as you said, like, if Zeus can step up his individual level, do rounds like this, they have Hobbit right now. I think he's well above 10 kills and only died once or twice. If they have those, like, of course, Hobbit, as you would expect, 10-1, see, and then Mo with 9-2 as well. And then Zeus stepping out also. They're fine.
It's just, I'm waiting to see CLG have that one player, right? Like for me, there's 3 potentials to do it. Ricky, Kusta, or Ethan. And no one's quite there yet. That name! What is that? Ricky, Ethan, and FNS just get absolutely nuked out. Hobbit he knows what's happened. He's like, let me get
and
you.
Zeus just wants it as well.
To be fair, Gambit have been pushing out so persistently. This was the big round, remember when they found all that information from the push coming through? That's from Dozier, but they're feeling confident that they can win out in this situation and just do work like this. You got to start kind of believing in it. We do have a split working up towards A as well, but it doesn't look too fussed yet. But you can see that Finesse is getting pretty close, but now the mollies and nades come in. Couldn't quite adjust in time, but it's Zeus and it's Hobbit and it's over. This one is, at the start of the day, you wouldn't have thought that Singularity against SK Gaming is probably going to be closer than CLG up against Gambit.
One thing that you pointed out there as well is of course, the information play. They play really aggressively, and I think that's off the back of their confidence in Overpass. Their CT sides are historically very, very good on this map. So if you're up against a team that you think, okay, we're probably better individually than this team, and we have a really good record of CT sides in Overpass, then you get into a situation where you just do plays like this. And if it constantly works and you aren't punished, you can just keep on doing it. And that's the problem right now I'm seeing for CLG, because they're not punishing.
Oh, this could be a nice hit. I'm wondering if this is like the smoke molly hit. That's a beautiful opener. There it is. The mollies start to come in. These are some of the hits I love to watch. The Astralis hit almost towards that B site. Something they kind of made themselves, but Hobbit at least hinders some of the approach. But instantly Ethan is there. Zeus though around the back. Why is no one watching this? They've been dying to Zeus in this spot so often, and now Mo gets played in but misses the shot. Ricky comes alive, and we're down to a 3v2. There are some awkward moments, and Ricky is making the most of it. You missed one shot, I'll make the most on the next. Don't you worry. Zeus now has to back away. He gave away his position earlier. Gonna try and find maybe a new approach, something to work with. Bomb will go down, and the 3 players remaining for COG are left scratching their head going, how did this work? Actually, let's not ask these questions. Let's just enjoy it while it works.
Yeah, that's the one thing, like, I think it's so beautiful in CS where you can take a whole round and then take it down to one shot. That missed op shot caused them to lose that round completely. Because if they got that, then they would have been in a situation where they could probably retake. Ricky would probably not have gotten the second shot as well. And that's, I think, one of the beauties of CS, where everything comes down to one individual action. And this time it works out for CLG. Zeus is going to maybe get another exit here. Ethan is actually not going to allow it. They're going to rotate the other way. That's smart.
They really don't lose out on that AWP or anything at this moment. You know, COG is still pretty low down on the cash. So you should be able to get this AWP in a way, yeah, perfectly fine. So kept that alive for GAMEBIT in the next coming rounds. But, you know, some of these rounds have been quite close, so the money's not completely robust either way. But for COG, finally a bit of a, I guess, a breath of fresh air. Finally getting that round in your belt, a good round as well. Capitalizing on the mistakes that GAMEBIT have been making on not necessarily a regular basis, but there have been mistakes and they haven't been punished. They've got away with it a lot. So this is where things are starting to get a little bit more interesting in the fact that we actually might have a game on our hands. COG might have found a little bit of an answer here, but I'm wondering what's the instant response now coming out from GAMEBIT? Because now it's for them, you know, it's their turn to change things up. What? What?
That's like how I look when I play like ESEA. That's not how Zeus looks.
CSGO challenges me in so many ways when it does things like this. It's just like, why? Why did you do this, Smoke? Zeus is kind of screwed now. He has to back away from this. He can't hold underpass as well as he'd want to. That's going to leave a player isolated as well. Mo goes down. Maybe a lack of communication because Kusta instantly capitalizes, pushes through, good flash, and now Zeus is under pressure.
See here, Zeus on the bomb side, FNS picking one up. That's a Dren going down. Zeus gets the first one. Molotov goes down on the side, and Kusta onto... And now 4v2. Retake is probably not going to be on the cards here if the bomb gets planted, because Doja and Hobbit, what can they do here, really?
I think we've just found the answer to that. Doja swept aside so quickly. Hobbit now just sat in smoke like, please don't find me. Leave me alone. I'm happy here. I don't need any friends. Exactly. I'm just gonna go out for a walk. All right, just leave me alone. Kusta, go away. But
I don't want to be friends with you, Kusta.
No,
Come on.
You don't want to be friends with everyone. Now, Hobbit's gonna be able to find. I don't think anyone's gonna be able to find. No, actually, there's a couple of players pushing through underpass, so maybe Cutler's gonna hear something here. But at the end of the day, COG, as said, finally getting a bit of a break in this. You look how that started off. And if you feel if maybe Zeus had more control, if he maybe communicated he was falling back, and then, you know, there wasn't that player kind of left on his own who got caught out, a lot of things went wrong and it spiraled. But credit to COG again for making the most of that.
Yeah, and that's something that, like, I was giving 5-4 a couple of rounds ago, not capitalizing on this, and they've started doing that, and now they also started coming back into the game. So it's a good sign for them to deliver maybe a more exciting second half coming into this, as we are on round number 12 now. So, but if they can continue to grind this out, because it's gonna be a grind. GAMEBIT are not gonna give it away for free, and this is a very important round. We have the full buy round coming in for both teams now. Mo with the AWP.
That's a nice little early aggression. You can see them wanting to kind of pinch on it as well, but they're going to fall back now, GAMEBIT. It's the first time they've really been pressured on this too. So again, reset the pace, fall back, just take a new breath towards this. There's no need to commit or overcommit to anything.
And that is the correct choice.
And we're seeing the double up on the T side here. So Ricky and Kusta going for this one. So far, Kusta's had a bit of a quieter game, I guess, overall. Ricky did have that explosive 2 kills. That really changed everything pretty much from then on. But at this point, we'll see how they play into this one now, COG. They've got a little bit of control. They've got some play towards the map. See if they can do everything right this time without GAMEBIT allowing mistakes to happen.
Seeing GAMEBIT right now playing 2 players towards long A, and no one even looking towards short A, which is kind of a gamble, and leaving that whole part of the map up to CLG's control if they want to take it. But now rotating slowly back as Kusta comes in, and this is all on CLG now, what they want to do. And they have 4 smokes, so a full execute is still on the cards here, and it could be towards A, and they have smokes to block off everything.
So, look at it this way, you've got a Dren towards long, holding that one pretty close. He doesn't have an AWP or anything, that's obviously on Mo, for now who's playing the site. Now support's on the way as well. Mo going to take up the mantle, hold long down. Might have spotted a pixel, no, I think he just missed out, and Ricky holds the angle down. Mo just falls by the wayside. Still a player on long, they've got to be meticulous. A Dren, he drops the ball, what's going on? Cutler gets the complete best of him, and now Zeus gets swept aside. A good hit from COG, but again, mistakes from Gambit allowing this to happen, and I just don't understand how many rounds this can happen for Gambit. You look at a team who certainly looks rusty, who looks behind the ball a little bit for themselves, but they're still up 8-3, soon to be probably 8-4, but still, you've got to feel if they're that little bit sharper, this game would be a lot worse for COG.
Yeah, and also the fact that this game so far has pretty much come down to if CLG can punish the mistakes of Gambit. In the last couple of rounds, they have not, because Gambit are making mistakes every single round. It's just a question of if CLG can do something about it, and right now they are, and it's working out perfectly for them. Tosha and Hobbit saving. And there we go.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this one. It's such a sloppy game from both, which is surprising. I expected from Gambit, this is fine from them. Like, I know that people will probably be sitting there, you know, flaming them for making a couple of individual mistakes and errors, but they are coming back in from a break. You just need to get yourself regimented again, and this is something that's fine if you're in their position. But considering that COG are meant to be a team in one of their higher points, I kind of expected a bit more, especially on this map. This was a map that's always, notoriously good for COG, especially the individuals they have. I just wanted to see a little bit more from them. It's still early. Gambit does have a notoriously good CT side, so everything into conclusion, it's not the worst thing in the world for COG. I just wanted to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, if they can get 2 or 3 rounds more on this T side, then I think they'll be happy. But the question is if they can get it. Right now, I think this one is probably one of the best chances, because as you can see right now, of course, Doja is the only one with real weaponry because he saved in that last round, and the rest of the guys buying up, of course, the Deagles and the CZ-75s to hold close range. And this is a real chance for CLG to get on 5 and then build on that, because, as I said, if they can get 6 or 7, they're happy for this T side.
Yeah, that's perfectly respectable. No matter how you do it, you just want to see that number. But they've got to keep it together, they've got to play this smart. Double up again. It's fine for now. You got to feel. I always hate having an AWP against pistols though, because you always just feel you could just get rushed down or something horrible is going to happen. You're just like, really? I've just lost that much money because the pistol just ran at me. And it happens more often than not as well.
That's where you have to trust your teammates 100% to have your back, because when you're on AWP, you cannot hold every single angle as you can try to do with an AK. You have to focus on one bit, and that's where teamwork and structure comes into play. And now, take towards the A side, executes coming in, boost from the CTs, but there's not a lot for them to do. Let's see if Zeus can do anything.
Ooh, Zeus finally lands that shot. He only has a pixel to work with, bearing in mind, but a valid one nonetheless. Going to weaken the numbers as the bomb does go down. Anything they get here is a benefit, considering they only had pistols and very limited amounts to work with. Zeus still with the M4. He does have armor to supplement that now, of course. The bomb's planted. COG don't look too fussed at the moment. Got to be careful, though. That would be a big loss. If they drop the ball here, this could be a problem. And Zeus! He explodes onto this Kusta. Ricky go down. Finesse going to hold this one together. It's still a 2v2, and they do have a kit as well. There, finally that gets removed. It's Cutler to keep it together. Adren trying to just ensure that nothing's going to go wrong. And there, finally, he does go. And I'm curious why he went for that and just didn't run away with the AWP.
Because he had an AWP. It's fair if you have a CZ-75.
Yeah, go for it. Why not? Give it a try.
But when you have an AWP, then you shouldn't challenge in a 1v2 when the bomb is that far in. So might just that split-second decision making the wrong decision. It's very hard to imagine the kind of stress a player sits in that situation, and sometimes you just make bad mistakes when you look over the demos when you go home.
Well, that round went from, we're not going to do anything, to Zeus finding 2 kills, and you're like, oh, we actually might win this. All right, we've got time to go. He's pretty sat there along like, I've got an ult, I've done well, I'm perfectly happy. Now not the case. There's Ricky again, going to find Mo, so his opposite number, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, gone down. AWP now recovered into Hobbit's hands, and I like watching Hobbit AWP, if I'm honest. I actually quite like to see him on this, but I know Mo is very, very diligent on this map. When he, I guess when he kind of first kicked off into this position, when he first joined this sort of collective, he was one of the players that had a real explosive potential, but we've never seen that really come through or become consistent, which has always kind of been a curious factor, but still. For that later, 5v4 as we speak. Cutler clearing out underpass again. No one there this time. We'll see where the last remaining players for Gambit are. As Kusta waits to see if anyone jumps slightly further. Wouldn't put it past him to hit that shot, but he doesn't. Gives away a little of the game, but he had to give it a good, valiant attempt. And Ethan slowly closing in as we speak.
Smoke drops down. Not exactly sure. And that's the bait smoke, or it's just a missed one, because it's not perfect. I see Cutler coming in towards the bomb site. Opens up, but Hobbit, as you said, with the AWP, just takes her head straight off Cutler. And now is on to Ricky here with his AWP. Sees the edge, sees the... Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Such a tease, just the tip. That's all Ricky gets. Now Adren waiting for the push. Oh, Kusta! That's That's what I'm talking about. Finally, we get to see a bit of Kusta coming alive. This is the AWP round, apparently. And now Ricky wants a bit of it as well. He's seen what's going on. Everyone else is having fun. Where's my go at it? Ricky's still pushing in one player as well over by Truck. He's still alive in this one. Hobbit's still there. FNS goes down. It's down to Dozier and Hobbit to play this one back in, and they're giving it a good go. Dozier gets up close. Ricky still is the cross, though. They have no utility to deny this. Ooh, Ricky! If you'd hit that, my friend. And now Hobbit knows where he is. Dozier's going to push slightly further forward. Kusta. Oh,
that is beautiful.
I love it. More of this. I absolutely love watching these guys go off. He even spots the other player, which is Hobbit. Now, Hobbit really can't make it out of this one all that easily. Wherever you go, there's a man watching you, and it'll be Ethan to shut it down. But what an explosive round from the AWPs. Love watching that. Everything just looking good at the moment for those guys. At least they're starting to come alive here.
Yeah, and they need Kusta to come alive, because so far on the AWP side of things, it's pretty much only been Ricky for the CLG side. And this time we see him a lot. He has a very, very hard situation there. But then Kusta comes back and drops the 3K with the AWP. And that's exactly what they need to get these last couple of rounds and get this momentum.
Spicy.
That is spicy.
You know what? Jason Moses O'Toole will download this demo. He'll sit at home with a nice scotch in hand and just watch it back and mull over it all. All right, Ricky, it's your time. I want to see something from you, Ricky, because to be fair, when he picked up the AWP as well on the T side, it actually started to work very well for them. And CLG have definitely recovered, bearing in mind they had a very, very slow start to this. They've built right back into it. A far better game being shown here now from at least CLG's side, punishing Gambit once that break came in of the economy, and their money's been a little bit shoddy, a little bit on the ropes. We'll see if this can continue. Zeus and Adren having to deal with this one. Never easy. It's still a bit of a sloppy buy.
And this game has been quite interesting, or this first half, because at first it was very Gambit, like dominating every single time, even though they made mistakes. CLG couldn't capitalize. And then CLG came back, and now they're kind of dominating and controlling the pace, because now they've found themselves on this T side. They found out how to use that double up setup. And Adren close range with the Max 7 might change everything, though. This is the last round of the first half.
Yeah, Ethan, good controlling shot towards Zeus. Can't follow up comfortably, though. That's actually Mo coming in as well towards FNS. This is becoming a bit problematic here. Nice little bait on the flash, but Kusa's still there. He knows the bomb's down and it's a little bit dangerous, but will he swap Mo on the way out? Oh, catches a glimpse. Good read from him, though.
The timings on the AWPs.
Would you expect 3 players in underpass right now? This Molly could be perfect. Molly's going to force him off. That's great. Little do you know what it's done, but it will do wonders. So it's Kusta and Ricky to play this one out. Mo's still up close. He could hear this. They're ahead of the flash, that's fine. Gets one, but it plays in the play by the stairs. And no, they can't do it. It's Dozier. And Kusta can't achieve it either. A very close half in the end. That looked like a runaway game to start with.
Very important that Gambit come in and close this half as well, because for confidence and just for the whole mental game coming into the second half, if they win the pistol now, they have the mental upper hand. And they have the upper hand, of course, but with them being the better team and having the lead and being on that T side where they can control the pace. So very important for them to win this last round. And they come in 9-6 is the first half. And it looked like maybe a one-sided game in the first couple of rounds here, but this game has gone back and is starting to deliver now.
Yeah, I want to see how this kind of flips around, because for me, it's always Gambit with those CT sides are so hard to break. They are very, very good. And you always feel that, you know, the AWPing style that you can see Hobbit have can be very, very good. And he didn't actually have it much. He was I think he only ever picked it up when it was actually dropped over, or it was already down. But still, I want to see how this kind of transfers, and when we switch sides, of course. I think that's where things get a little bit more interesting. Things get a little bit more fun at that point for me. Again, CLG eventually recovered. You've got to feel there was a couple of rounds that were unfortunate for them, a couple of, unforced errors and a couple of forced errors as well. So they got punished for both at these points. And that, man, I want to see him start really shine. I want to see this guy go off with that AWP again, because some of the stuff he's been doing, you saw that shot on towards the side that was just so crisp. I need some of that.
Yeah. And also, as you mentioned, like Hobbit, I could imagine him being on that T-side AWP going for aggressive plays. And if we can have a situation where it's going to be Hobbit and Kusta jumping into the same AWP peak and just trying to duel each other, that would be perfect.
These are the things we dream of. We are sad humans.
We are allowed to dream as well, Laura. We are human beings.
It's true. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Alright. No memes here. Cutler gonna spot out one on towards long. And already, Gambit on the T side, taking over toilet control. You've still got a player as well, just holding the rotate, which is Hobbit. So just ensuring that they can't find full info, they can't do the full rotate off the back of it. And it's a really nice piece. It's kind of like your default with a heavy lean towards A. It's just a nice way of playing this one out. You're gonna take the long way through. Have they gone through underpass? I'm not sure if they have at this point.
They have a lot of map control, that's what they have. As they have been posted up pretty aggressively. Cutler winning the duel though, and that's the one thing that some teams continue to do, is that taking long-range duels with Glock against USPs, and that's almost never going to go your way if you're the Glock player.
No, and now time's becoming an issue because there could have been that rotate around the back. You see
Exactly.
Hobbit actually go all the way back over towards B. He ran all the way around, and he's come right back down towards water. So there's very limited information, I guess, for Gambit at this point.
So now Hobbit is faking. And they're going to go A in a few seconds.
Ethan going to be taking all the attention, playing in, I believe that's Kusta just off to his left, it is. Just bending over the barrels, and now finally a bit of a pressure play begins. Cutler removed, that's a nice hit, finally bringing those Glocks to range. And Ricky does get, what? He got the first as well? He got Zeus down there? I don't know if he even meant to do that, but this has been a very weird round. They kind of tentatively pushed eventually towards A, no one really giving them much. Obviously Cutler's first frag certainly helped out, and there it is, shut down the end by Ethan.
Really nice CT hold, but I have to say, Gambit allowed them to get so many shots off with those USPs. And it's not supposed to look like that. Ricky actually missed a bunch of shots before hitting this vertical one. That is insane. But you have to take in mind that he missed 6 or 7 bullets before that, so...
But isn't that just the USP to like the T, right? It's all the way you miss like everything, and then suddenly you just rail gun
hit a
3 people
magic
down.
shot.
Like, how has this happened? Why does this gun only work sometimes?
Yeah, that's what I think that Gambit could have done differently, because they should have been able to get into a position where they can punish him, or at least make him rotate back instead of having him be open and take shots continually. So right now, FAMAS buys. The FAMAS are outnumbering the UMPs. I like this.
As much as people were very vocal about the updates to the UMP, and they're like, oh, that's not changed anything. Well, we have actually seen a big change in them being bought, them not being bought up as much. They're still there because you normally get the one player who buys the UMP, a lot of utility, and then the others will now actually go to rifles. So it's a nice adjustment. I hope to see it continue. As much as I love UMPs, I don't.
I love FAMASs more. Let's be real.
I actually like the Galil
It's a beautiful weapon.
It's completely useless, the Galil, but I like the way it sounds sometimes. Just, useful facts for me right now. 4v4 though, and of course Gambit's money is not looking great at this point, but it doesn't seem to matter because Dozier, god of many a thing, and the Deagle is now 1. Adren gonna find FNS, and now the site's looking a little vulnerable. And they can actually push up on this, get some bank control. Adren, they're gonna go straight down, like it. Very hard play back into this now. Need a quick frag, they need to even out. That's what you want from Ethan, but then Adren instantly comes through, and now Ethan is just sweating bullets.
Yeah, he's stuck in between a rock and a hard place, to be honest, there, and he gets taken out, and Gambit get back to stabilize, and now it's, the ball is in their court. They can now control this, and being in the lead, being on the T side, I think this is, of course, thinking about Overpass and Gambit's great CT sides, but to be honest, they're also a team that likes to dominate, and sometimes it's easier to dominate a game if you're on that T side, where you decide that pace. And with the buy they have right now coming up against what they have to know is a forced pistol buy, or like a bit stronger pistol buy, they know exactly what they're going to do.
You'd hope so.
Yeah. I would say I know so by now.
Hobbit there, just going to be with the MAC-10, UMP as well with Dozier, the rest on rifles. So, should be quite a walk in the park, if I'm honest. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, unless they get sloppy or complacent. Ricky's hoping for that really at this point. Hoping that maybe they don't check. And, he got someone off guard, and they actually jump into it, but it works out in the end. It's fine so far, a little bit damaged, a little bit wounded. But they are the walking wounded, so it's not the end of the world. Smoke goes in towards Bank, the bomb to follow, and FNS just hoping right now. Again, it's all just that hope that someone doesn't check well enough or doesn't fully commit towards it, and I find an angle, and he does. That's one. Reload comes in. We've seen what MBK can do with this TZ recently if you've been watching any of their games, and FNS wants a bit of the action too. Brings it all back, another isolated player towards Long. Finally supports here, but by this point, it's looking a little bit dangerous.
And he's forced out by that Molotov, and that's pixel perfect. Adren picks up the last 2. I have to agree with you there. That was really, really nice work coming in with that CZ75, and that's why that weapon is still so dangerous, because
coming back in.
It's coming back in. It's kind of like the Deagle, just on a bit of a shorter scale, because we had to, of course, as everyone know, the CZ75 AWP era with JW and all those guys, and
Flusher with the CZ nose era.
With that entire team. That entire team.
It was horrific.
Yeah. And now it's kind of coming back. I really like the CZ75 for close angle situations, or medium in the position where you can just dance back and forth like that, and obviously it works out. And now full eco.
Oh, this could be interesting though. There's every single player along, and actually they're going towards it. The bomb's there just around the corner, taking a little bit of an individual fight.
They have to hold the weapons.
Be careful here. Yeah, they do, but FNS is going to at least find 1. This is a great round for these guys. Ethan, 2 for himself as well. Ethan, what is that shot? Just tapping down Dozier to 5 HP. He's got himself an AK, but no armor, so it's a little tough here.
But still, this is doable here.
even the monetary value they've done from this, because they didn't have any investment.
Already now, this is a round win, technically, for CLG. 3 kills with no investment whatsoever against fully bought up, 4 bought up AKs and one Uzi. That's pretty much a fair win. But he has a chance to either save or go for it, and he's saving right now. And that is obviously the correct choice here.
What?
Or does Ethan think that...
Ethan?
I don't know. If he's just playing with our
I hope he's just messing with us there.
Yeah.
And just like playing it off now like,
but still, wasting a Molotov... Well, of course you could expect someone to be in that position. No, you can't. Actually, no, you can't. He just wasted a Molotov.
Yeah, that's what... That was the thing that made me like wonder. Like he came into that like with the molly, and why use it if you didn't expect it to be there? I don't know.
That was just weird.
Like... Alright, it's fine, Ethan. Don't worry. You did really well in the round. So we'll ignore the end. We'll ignore the end and just look at the start of it. That's the important part. Brilliant round for CLG, considering what they had and what they made of it in the end. But all said and done, it's still 12 rounds for GAMEBIT here.
Yeah, and this is where it gets dicey, so to say, because if GAMEBIT wins this one, they're on 13, and CLG's money is not going to allow them to buy straight back to this. That means they're probably going to get on 14 as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes you can take a round and cook it down to 1 action, and also in a game you can cook it down to 1 round, and this is now, I think.
Oh, Kusta, I was about to say, like, he wasn't even watching for that playground push instantly. He waited just that second, but he almost became vulnerable to it because he had no one else there watching on long. But well played to him, feeling out the game well, going to find that first frag towards Adren, so that's a good advantage to have into your favor, into your pocket. Now GAMEBIT are going to have to operate with 4 players.
See, and missing so much utility, that's a big problem, because there is more than a minute remaining and they only have 1 smoke and Molotov, and that's on Ethan. So that means there's a complete bomb site without any form of blockage if the terrorist decides to come in. And that's not good, let's just put it like that.
Nice shot with finesse.
They have the firepower though.
Yeah, they do. They're not being particularly pressured in any other way either, so... Doesn't even put... It's a weird way of playing this one through. He does have an angle. Dozier?
Yeah.
Dozier?
It's just Dozier things.
Just Dozier things. It's fine. Look, I'm not going to doubt it worked. That's the thing. Like, as long as it works, I can't say a single word. Cutler, they're in a good position.
Exactly.
He
can come in the back of the bomb right now, and he's getting so much information as well. Look at this.
I wonder if he's going to hear this. It doesn't matter if he hears it or not. He knows what's happening now.
He's heard the AWP, and now he has the bomb as well.
So well done.
That's the round.
Yeah, Dozier did well to even find that kill early with that smoke. Very nice, but only 1 kill to come from it. And a little bit of stabilizing moments there coming out.
Yeah, and I had the fear that if GAMEBIT was going to take this round, they would run away with the game. But now, that fear is not so real anymore because CLG is just stabilized. And as you said, did you see that shot I made? That was ridiculous. But yeah, as you said, like in the beginning of this, Cutler is one of these, in my opinion, very underrated players because he fills in roles and does things that the others aren't really like doing, and he's playing a very clever style. And we saw that in this round as well, playing for the information, getting the bomb down, and pretty much winning the round.
Ooh, Kusta's feeling brave. Through the fire and the flames, he does find the frag. Dozier falls by the wayside. We have a 5v4. GAMEBIT now. You're going to try and make a quick hit or try and slow down the pace? Let's see what they go for. They put all their eggs in the one basket of going B. They have no map control elsewhere. That's the problem. If they play it back, they've got to commit a lot of utility and a lot of time. So it kind of almost encourages them to go towards B. But Kusta already adjusting, waiting for that next position to come through to play, falling back towards site. Smoke comes in. Ooh, he just turns away from the flash. The smoke's actually going to allow the T-side straight through towards water. Oh, Kusta! Show me what you're made of! That is perfect! Nice play towards a trend, but eventually get overwhelmed. It's a 2v2, so credit to GAMEBIT for pulling it back to the situation.
Let's see it. The wise choice would be go for an opening here, and if you don't get that opening, just pretty much save up, because Ricky still has that AWP. It's very hard to retake a side with that. And I'm looking for it, trying to use that utility to make one of the terrorists peek out too wide and make a mistake, but it's not looking likely right now. They're still going for it, and oh, okay, what? Close range ult, Ricky, that's not supposed to happen, and it happens! Cutler on Zeus as well, and they make that 2v2 happen, Lauren. That was not supposed to go down like that.
No, because in the back of GAMEBIT's mind, surely it got to that point where you're like, all right, they're saving, or they're not going for this, or they're just looking for exits. They just got that in the nick of time as well. Whoa. Like Kusta as well, This shot was nice. It was just the one when he fell back, and it's just they'd push through. And I like this from GAMEBIT. Like, they put down the smokes to allow them to make this kind of weird route that they kind of cut around. It's a really nice approach. But in the end, the AWPs, again, just keep CLG alive in this. Between Ricky and Kusta, they're doing great work on this.
I agree. Forcing GAMEBIT onto a Tech 9 force, or Tech 9 buy here. Kusta going for that aggressive peek. Doesn't see anyone. In the meanwhile, GAMEBIT have taken map control over the connector area now. Once again, allying up towards a B push, but nothing's decided so far. Right now, they're just taking the map control of the areas that the CTs aren't controlling, but nice peek from Ricky. Doesn't land the shot, though. Does the damage.
Got a nade.
Oh,
there it is.
Kobe!
Ricky looking for more. Wall banging through, hoping for the best. He knows the hit's going to follow. The shadow gives away the game as well. GAMEBIT try and make the hit happen, but it's just not going to work out as FNF yet to be challenged and still stands tall by those barrels. And burning alive, Zeus can strike no one down this time. Ricky runs in, and it's a good game thus far from CLG. Finally stabilizing, getting those double orbs up into practice. But again, we wait for that big buy from GAMEBIT to come through so they can challenge us out finally.
It's kind of like the opposite of the first game, where we had an insane first half coming in, and then SK started dominating in the second half. This one looked, of course, the first half wasn't, like, it was still a good half, but this second half from CLG is looking very, very nice. You can see Zeus, he's not happy about the situation.
Well, it's their time out. It's time to talk, I can imagine. So, discuss what's working, how to fix it, how do we approach this off the back. Okay, not too long to discuss, but certainly required. You don't allow this game to spiral away. As much as, you know, CLG haven't had the perfect beginning in this game in any way, shape, or form, when they start to come alive, we've seen what they can do. So you don't allow that confidence to build. So already, for one factor, lower the momentum down a little bit for them. Take that pause, slow it down a second, ease away from it. Take a little bit of time to just kind of, you know, get yourselves back into the game as well. You see the coach there behind them just having a chat.
Exactly, because the coach is so important in this. This is where he kind of shines, because he has so little time to get all the information that he has gathered throughout this game, to get that across to the players and serve it in a way that he knows they can use to win rounds. And that's why I think coaching is so important right now in CS, as we said before, because the level is so high, every team is so strong, and that coach can sometimes be that difference. And you don't have a lot of time. It's kind of like in Formula 1, where you go into pit stop, you have a few seconds. This is, of course, longer than a few seconds, but it's still, compared to the time that they have, the coach has to be on point every single time.
Yeah, they're going to come in with only a bit of a very weak buy comparison, but bearing in mind one of the rounds they actually did win was with that Deagle still in play. There's still a lot more behind it than just what they've got in this round, though. So, again, Kusta going to get it started well. Cutler there is a supplementing factor. Adren's going to fall, and so far a nice 5v3. No real threat on the board thus far, but a little bit of control building for the T side, but not too much at all. Always feels like it could be reasserted by the CLG side if they wanted it, but still, Zeus with that Deagle. We know there's damage to be achieved if he fancies it.
And I'm pretty sure that the round, that what they were talking about in that break there, is not this round we're seeing right now from GAMEBIT. This is the next, the full buy round. That's where they're going to come off with something a bit different, where they're going to try to take the game back in their favor. This is just a round they need to get over with, see what kind of damage they can do, and they're caught up in the beginning, and now it's a 3v5 against full buy. Maybe Hobbit can come in, but no.
Yeah, just Ricky watching the very edge of that smoke, and the other two players going to try and make their way through on short. If they can get a bomb down, that'd be pretty nice. I doubt it's going to happen. Zeus, 7 HP and a Dream. Let's see. Yeah, Dreams are shattered. Probably not. He's probably...
They're hacked, you know, Lauren.
Wow. Wow. Oh. Oh. Why are you like this?
I don't know, man.
I can't help it. But 12 to 11, this is the round we want to see. This is what GAMEBIT should have been, you know, theory crafting about the approach, because CLG are right back on the door. It's 12 to 11. The game looked a little one-sided at the start. I almost said that, well, I did say the SK game against Singularity might have been closer if it kept going the way it was, but it stopped. CLG have found a route back in, and if you're CLG, you try something different to throw off GAMEBIT, and they've done just that. They've gone hyper-aggressive. Look at Cutler. What are you doing, Cutler? I don't understand what is up with you right now. When you go for that shot, you had the lineup. Don't know if his mouse went off the mouse mat or something happened there, because he really fluffed his lines. A perfect angle. He had the drop on one, but now GAMEBIT have a fight back into this. Goose got to be so careful. He can't make noise. He knows that they'll hear it if he zooms out, zooms in. Players already through on Party, though, and that's Adren. Big kill comes through, and now Ethan, very isolated, going to try and find a way back from this. He does have a support system with him, actually, which I think is finessed. It is.
See here, 4v3. Terrorist, of course, in advantage, and now also trying to take this bomb site. Smokes, of course, has to be on point now, blocking up the rotation, coming in from the third CT. And Ethan's position here might be key, because he's a bit bit more aggressively posted than you would normally expect. Let's see what he can make of it. Grenade comes in, catches the first one. Second one should be coming in for the revenge right now, but the frag comes in from the bomb site. Ethan with one, and no more. Zeus and Mo. 2v1 against Ricky, and this is where I would like for him to save.
But Ricky goes for things.
And I said it before, but that round they actually won in that 2v2.
Yeah.
I would like them to save it, and they won it. So my argument doesn't mean anything, because if they can win rounds, then I don't want to say anything.
He needs a step though. He needs to find one of these two players, even if he just draws a shot or something, so he can then maybe predict where the crossfire's been set. But yeah, this is running out of time now. He does have a kit, but no easy kill being given over. And there it is. Shut down by Mo in the end, no problem. But him holding up on long, and that's pretty much it. It would have been nice if he maybe kept that up, but it seems like he wants to go for these things.
Yeah. Also, it's fair to go for a 1v2 if you have an AK, and if you have a kit, you have some utility, you can do something. But if you have an AWP and you 1v2, look at it. That.
I don't know if he heard a play. I don't know what happened. Like, it looked like a little bit of a brain meltdown, you know what I mean? Like, you're just like, oh god, what have I done? But it looked like he almost slipped off his mouse mount or something, because he saw the player run up and then he adjusted. I don't know, it was very weird from him there. Bit of a shame, because that could have been so perfect. That kind of ruined the aggression they went for. And I like the idea from COG.
Exactly.
After the timeout, when the buy comes in, try something completely different, throw off GAMEBIT. Sadly, it didn't work for them. They lost down to the players, and obviously GAMEBIT got the advantage, but could have been different. I like this spot though from FNS.
Yeah, off angle, as we talked about on the first map, something that Lukey was very good at, and now it's FNS here, in connected, not a place that you usually spot. Of course, you're going to see him if you go up, and Zeus is spotting, of course, for the normal angles, and this could be the making. Kusta actually also coming in now, so they will have to focus on Kusta because they know he's there with an AWP. He can always have that presence. That might open it up for FNS. Yes, it does.
And there's another player in Underpass as well. I didn't even see them at the start because they're on top of each other. But by now, GAMEBIT are down to 3 players. We've got Mo Dozier and Adren's trying somehow stitch this back together. But then again, COG have almost they had no one on A. They had 4 players alive and no one directly on A. All the others from COG kind of backed away from this through Underpass. So again, GAMEBIT get a shot because they can probably get a bomb plant and decent after plant positions. They don't know this, obviously. But it's going to be a very nice realization. Good angle from Adren there. Just going to sit himself down. Bomb goes in. Let's see these after plants from GAMEBIT. Mostly focusing towards long there. So 2 players up on long. Maybe just going to play to the AWP there as well. And it's retake time for COG. They do have so much utility on play, so that's perfect. And oh, a missed shot from Dozier. That's going to be heartbreaking. That should have been his all day of the week. And now Mo's now very vulnerable. Left, right, and center. Player behind, though, does die at bank, but there again, FNS. Time now ticking. Adren has got to go God mode here. A 1v3 planted just in front. He's got to play this off somehow. And they all line up for him, but no. That would have had to been absolutely perfect if he wanted it. It's not the case. Fuse comes out, and COG win the retake.
That whole round from COG, I like that so much, because first off, you go for that boost down in connected. That works out really well, especially when you coordinated together with Kusta going for the aggressive peek on Shulk. He then rotates back and hold it. But then the decision to place one guy, like, go out all the way on long and just wait for it, and then the rest of the team plays retake together, that's just perfect, because usually, as you said, the bomb side is completely open. This is a very weird situation, but it's because they're playing this retake, because they have that guy on long and they can all retake from the other positions. And I actually love teams who make that decision to play retake before it all happens, because you can be so coordinated.
But I don't know if they can do it now. They've got 2 AWPs, right? It's
something you do in special situations when you're not running double AWP.
Yeah, this becomes a bit of a limited, I guess a little bit limited edition, right? Not a bad thing. Nice to see it. But now you got to be careful again. GAMEBIT do have, even though a lesser buy, they still have some potential up on this one. Kusta falling a little bit further back. Doesn't want to allow that AWP to fall into anyone's hands easily. Got to make them work for it. And already COG do take over the toilet control, but have no step towards any of the other side of the map, so information can be found nice and quickly. And Kusta again, asserting early dominance, and Cutler now expecting to be played in off the back of this. 2 players just waiting around the corner. Timing is going to be everything on this, and he gets perfect timing on it. Even gets the follow-up as well. Nicely done from Cutler. Spots out the bomb. All in good shape.
Yeah. And now, Susan Hobbit, the last 2 remaining for GAMEBIT, and they're probably going to meet Cutler here. Actually, Cutler goes down. So there's a chance here, but it's a fragile hope.
And I think FNS is still over by B, so even if they tried to back off of long, run through underpass, do something a little bit, spicy, you're still going to get spotted. Even if they get the kill, information would pass over. So nicely done from COG, kind of covering their bases. But again, a recovered gun for Zeus there, and a kill as well. There we go, Ethan gets the AWP back.
Okay, Lauren, last time these 2 teams played, It was 14-16. Now we're going to see the same scoreline. I think it was on... Last time they played was on Cobblestone at Starland, I'm pretty sure. That was 14-16. And that's where CLG took the victory and ended that. Is it going to be 14-16 again? It's looking pretty close.
I'm more just curious as to if Alex is going to be right on the desk. You know, Halvor has gone for the straight up Gambit pick. He doesn't care. He's like, no, these guys. Alex, he's a dreamer, you know. he loves it. He loves a good storyline. Yeah. He loves a good underdog. He's gone right in there. Like CLG in good form. Gambit off a holiday. Definitely not the underdogs.
He's buying it. He's buying the whole pitch.
He buys in. All right, so at the end of the day, Machine could be the best analysis. I'm ignoring Pimp because he also could be right, but it's fine. Just going to pitch these two against each other. But no, for now, it's actually a very close game. 13-13, we are back into this. Gambit was struggling for money for quite some time. They finally have a weird enough buy. 3 rifles, 2 Tech 9s, fair touch of utility. So this could throw him off a bit. Ricky straight in there, though. Adren gets away with his life, but barely. 22 HP. That rifle is surely going to be dropped off to Hobbit or maybe Zeus or someone and just switch it up. But he sticks on this. So again, interesting choice.
I would like to see them do, of course, an execute and a setup for one of the bomb sites, but then have a lot of speed behind it, because I think that's where these Tech 9s can be really nice, and also you can surprise a double op setup.
Exactly, you can punish this. You can overwhelm one, put one into a retake position, makes it incredibly uncomfortable. If they fall back with both of them alive, retakes with 2 orbs is so tough. So again, I don't think there's a downside. I think you play to your strengths, but we'll see if maybe Gambit do go for something as a collective. Oh wow. Ricky. Lovely work towards Mo, and I don't know if he spotted Adren and then just kind of adjusted off it, or if he was just kind of pre-aiming towards that area anyway. But no matter what happened, very well done. And now we look towards what Gambit left.
The bomb is in the middle.
No, that's a disaster.
Yeah, this is World War I all over again, no man's land, and that bomb is in the middle of it. It's actually a really nice Molotov, forces him off. Then I can get the bomb, get it back.
That was very well played. Luckily, one of the players still had that molly. They had very limited amounts to work with there, so
they had a Molotov and a flashbang.
And look, it worked. So that's it at the end of the day. But CLG playing very close to this site. 2 players by the truck right now. Could be overwhelmed by those Tech 9s, possibly in the hands of maybe Zeus. Hobbit has been dropped out now to the rifle as well. That was picked up from Mo, I can imagine. So at least they keep their numbers up strong here. Ethan again, pivotal role in this position. Does find one. Nicely done. Very, very precise from Ethan. That's the shutdown you were looking for. And finally the player comes alive. I was talking about earlier. He's a bit of a rock at the moment for this team. You know, he's not maybe one of the most, I guess you got, Kusta, really kicking off, very flair sort of style to it, very, good-looking shots that he hits, right? You know what I mean? He makes it look good. But Ethan, lovely control there. 7 bullets remaining in the clip, but he makes it count in the end. And that's the sort of thing you need, just someone to stop that even happening. Not just trading back and forth, but just a good lockdown. And that puts CLG in a great place, and another buy comes in for Gambit.
Yeah, this is the problem that Gambit are currently facing, because this is the 2nd round in a row where they've taken the decision to go for the Force instead of just doing a full eco and maybe having a chance of having a full buy later on. But now they're in a position where they have nothing left to give. It's round 28, it's 14-13. And they're on a Force buy. This Tech 9, if they don't win this, I think it's going to be 16-13.
Yeah, it's not the debut you want back to stage, to say the least. But nice timing on the smoke. They're going to have to go through this one. Kusta commits to the angle. Oh my word, Kusta. Are you mad? What on earth? Finds one, but he goes down. I don't know what he was expecting. Now the Tech 9's coming to their element. They come alive. Hobbit. Oh, and Dozier with a drive-by. They've recovered a gun. That hand of follow of Dozier kicks off. And it's down to Ricky in a 1v2 to play this off. We know he loves a retake, but he's a mile away. He'll just leap in over this. Yes, he is. What is this play going on, Risk? I don't know. No! Ricky, that's nuts! Just goes in on it, and that is perfect. That's the face you make when Ricky does that to you. Just left absolutely overwhelmed. Brilliant stuff from them in the end, but what was that round?
That made no sense, but it worked out perfectly. Look at that. Okay, the first frag is okay. He's fully flashed up. He jumps in with the orb and just gets that frag. I was about to say that this round was actually what I wanted them to do the round before, where they had the mixed buy to go for a quick B push. Then they do it now. Like, okay, this could work out. They get the 2 frags. Dozier kicks off, and now it's 2v1. And they lose it out.
God.
Then you can't win games. Let's be real. Yeah. If you don't win a 2v1 where you have the bomb and you have an AWP to long range, you're not going to win a game. Well, not against CLG.
I think Connor just spotted one, and Ricky connects towards Hobbit. This is really bad. They're going in bits and pieces here. Ethan still has shot under control, but no, he's flash, he's blind, and he lets someone slip through that Zeus, but he still finds 2 in the end. And it's just down to Cutler here. And Mo's got the drop on him, surely. No! Cutler somehow fights through it. And it's a 1v1. Zeus, 3 kills this round. Bomb to hand against Cutler. Bomb comes in. Cutler Are you going to go full NA on us and just push smoke? No. He bides his time, but Zeus, we know what he likes to do. Cutler gives it away! No! He shoots through, he doesn't land it, and Zeus will take that with a grin on his face.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a turnaround from the last one. It's like everything going their way. It's like, finally.
Zeus just says no.
Yeah, it literally was a big no. Look, he doesn't even look fussed. He's like, yeah, well, you know, no worries.
It's time to stop.
Yeah. Okay. 15-14. Game on, finally. GAMEBIT finally bite back. Look at that just streak of blue that was coming through for COG. They were winning this one out. Finally, a little bit of life left in the GAMEBIT side. And if they want this game, even for a chance of a win, they need this round, and that's the frag you want to be seeing. Ricky goes down, and GAMEBIT keeps their hope alive.
See, Kusta with the C-Set 75 has to push out for map control because it's going to be very hard for him to rotate, but A is completely open right now. Completely open. And with smokes and molotovs being put in the right positions, GAMEBIT going to have this side and going to have 5 people alive for an afterplant.
Cutler, don't dive into this. You know you've lost the sight. What are you up to, Cutler? There's no one else with you right now. He's literally all alone. He's got players literally everywhere. I don't know what he's wanting to achieve. And they're even pushing down towards bank. They finally get back into this because FNS find a Dren, but yeah, this is a rough retake now. Kusta, Ethan, and FNS. Zeus is low, Mo's a little low, but they both got AWPs, so it can still be fine.
This should not be possible to retake.
Gotta have a god tier performance here, boys. Let's see what you've got, COG. Into the breach we go, as Dozier, the first man to make contact, does have a Galil to hand, so, you know, why not put him in first? And there we go, does find one. He doesn't even need a rifle. He's fine on this. Doesn't need the AK. He can come alive on his own as FNS, and he goes down, and COG fizzle out at the end, but GAMEBIT, what absolute grit and determination to come back at that sort of point.
It was all on the back of that Zeus 4K.
Yep.
I started believing again because your hopes has to be destroyed if you're in that 2v1 and losing out to Rick in that situation. But then Zeus comes back. The moral leader of or one of the moral leaders of the team, along with the Dren, comes back into it, grabs a 4K and kicks him back into gear. And then we had this where they just almost stacked that B bomb site, played information aggressive as well, and then left a bomb site completely open. And as you said, Cutler went in alone.
Which is, and for a player who plays smart normally, right? I don't know if he had like an idea of what he wanted to do, maybe catch him off, but they had no control, no information towards that site, so just playing in without anyone to trade off you or even pull off a full retake, it was a little bit weird, maybe just frustration kicking in at that. Yeah. Oh, Zeus. There's that holiday break coming in. There it is, the good old molly. But yeah, well, that's a little bit of an issue. You have to play a little bit slower towards B this time. They could have been maybe wanting to get some faster towards control. Can't do it so much now. Unpassed double stacked here for COG2.
Gets the first one surely here. Cuddle shuts him down, and now Hobbit going to come in from the other angle. Cuddle actually goes for seconds, which I don't agree with. But luckily for them, they can refrag, and then it's all okay. FNS taking that one down, but Mo winning the battle against Kusta now. 2v3, of course, still in the favor of CLG, but is this doable?
Very much so. Position's going to make it hard, considering Mo does have Nort playing back into underpass. You hate losing the bomb here because it's so hard to play back in towards. Yeah. He's going to have to hit a bit of a blinder on this. Underhand flash, fine, you can turn it. You can drop towards the side. There's opportunities, but it's not easy. It's not nice. You have to predict exactly where this guy's going to be.
See what they decide to do. Right now, they're just waiting out, making sure that the CTs aren't popping out or doing something weird, and then they try to punish them off that if they do so. And when the timer hits around like 10-15 seconds from now, they have to go for the bomb or decide to save it.
Well, let's see what the decision is. Awkward. They're going to hear these steps at the very least.
Oh yeah.
Even with the timing of the train, doesn't really make much of a difference. And what?
Okay.
Bo finds Ricky. How is this even happening? How is that allowed? How is that to one player?
How does that come down to a 1v1?
I don't understand.
Oh.
Neither does he.
Yeah, you have the exact same thought process right there.
Yeah. But it was a COG round. In the end, 16-15 now.
This is gearing up to be a great game.
It's a weird one, isn't it? Because as much as there are mistakes, it is exciting to watch. So you're just seeing these two teams grinding this one out. Molly does work out this time, so that's going to go through towards short.
It's always good.
It does help. Kusta going for a little bit of a different angle. Flashed out, though. Just hoping that no one's pushed this. Another flash follows. Just eating these flashes up. But no one actually pushing it, so he still retains every bit of information he had before.
Very aggressive peek on long, and also a kind of aggressive peek onto short A there. And with those being the only 2 players, if let's say that Kusta got fragged out doing one of those flashbangs and they got the second player on a shot, then A would be completely open. And this is another good setup. Look at this! Oh,
How is this happening?
Kusta doesn't know.
This is so strange, but then they should be able to read this in a weird way, just because of Kusta's being able to push up by this point. If Adren dies, then it'll probably sell CLG on the fact there's going to be an A, but obviously it isn't. It is this B hit. There's still 3 players here, though, for CLG. Kusta will find Adren. That might put a little bit of a weird thought in the back of their minds, but if anything, it will encourage GAMEBIT to now go. FNS, blinded, comes back out, and those are entries you dream of. Zeus and Hobbit completely crack open the site. Now Ricky, surrounded, has to dig deep, can't do it. Only 1 to fall towards his favor, as it's a 3v2, and we know where those last 2 players are for CLG.
Kusta can get the opening. That could have been the start of the retake, but he gets the second one onto Mo. And now it's a 2v2. It's very doable. Color coming in from behind. They both have kits and a smoke for the bomb if they want to.
Let's look at these positions as well from Dozier and Hobbit. Let's see where they're watching right now. Pulling back towards CT. Dozier gets contact on 1. Cutler wins it out, though. And now it's Hobbit. The young man, the newer addition, I guess you can still say, to GAMEBIT out of all the others, has to make this count. Nice adjustment there. Ooh, I think he saw it, but still good connection. But he does finally shut down on the frag, and now it's Kusta. He's going to hold it.
Yeah,
he is going to hold this. 2 seconds remain. 1. He's done it. Good work from Kusta. That's the round you hope for. That's the retake you get. They lose out on it in the end with the AWP coming out, but it's fine. They get the round under the belt, and that is what you needed to see.
I just love the fact that they are in a situation where in the first 2v3, Kusta opens up, gets that frag onto the guy over towards Monster, then they decide to go for the retake. But they save a flashbang and a smoke for the defuse. That is so clutch to have that in your armory, because that was what running around really in essentials, because he got that smoke down, started the defuse, threw the flash off, and won the round.
Now let's not remember GAMEBIT's, let's not forget even, should I say, GAMEBIT's CT side was pretty much their stronghold throughout this game. It's what really got them to this point. So don't think this game's over, even if CLG close out cleanly on this side.
There's also this kind of like mental confidence thing with overtime in CT. I don't have an actual stat for it, but in my opinion, it is easier to play overtime on the CT side. I have no idea why, but it just seems that way. And when I talk to players, they kind of always like agree on that, and most of them also like to play that CT side because you can just wait, because everything is so tense. You don't want to make a mistake. You want your opponent to come to you and then make a decision.
GAMEBIT prepare themselves for what looks like this B hit to come in. No map control elsewhere, but there's only 2 players actually here. 1 towards Graffiti, or ABC, and 1 playing towards the water side. 1 up on top as well, that'd be Ricky. Molly goes in, he's smoked out, has to adjust, and this kind of signifies it's probably go time now for GAMEBIT. FNS prepares. No one's actually pushed through yet, though. It's a bit of a delayed hit from GAMEBIT here, having to respect the fact there's still a lot of utility on CLG to deny this, and nice shoulder peek, very, very diligent from the GAMEBIT side. Now, bomb's planted, 4 players alive. This is a very nice round.
FNS still alive here in the water. If Ricky can get this peek to work, get that opening, then they have a chance of making this retake work, but otherwise it's going to be very hard. The post-plant positions are perfect for GAMEBIT.
Kusta, though, still alive and kicking. Kusta again. Shall I just keep saying this man's name? Because it looks like no one else is coming alive. And yes, it is just Kusta. This is his ace. If he gets it done, no, he finally falls. But Ricky, where are you right now? You've got to be doing just as good. Hobbit playing the time perfectly. And that's the closer of the first half of OT. And a lifeline for GAMEBIT.
Yeah. Getting that 1 round in the end, so very important.
Really, really was. It's just Kusta suddenly started to perform, I've got to say. He went from having a very shaky start. It wasn't his best performance, which was kind of, confusing. Normally it's him. You're really, really shying off with that AWP. And then this, the second half, the OT has been his domain. So we'll see if it makes a difference coming into that second half in OT, because initially they weren't that great, if I'm honest. GAMEBIT were very strong on that CT side.
Let's see him. What GAMEBIT can do. The team that is, well, liked by many and respected by even more.
It was the quick rise to fame as well. They certainly kind of pulled it all together. You saw Zeus, fall from grace almost, with what happened, but then he just picked up, relentless. So it's very easy to get behind these guys, very likable side, but CLG taking a little bit of early damage here. Not too bad if it's on Kusa. He's still got the AWP, he's fine, but Ethan gets a little bit scrapped up there, but at the end of the day, CLG need to find their form on this T side, and GAMEBIT need to shut it down before it starts.
See him slowly taking connector control from CLG. What a shot from Ricky. Zeus just nailed to the ground. And that is what we call a 5v4 advantage right there.
losing out on Zeus as well, who was integral during this CT half, bearing in mind in regular time. You have to be aware now. Considering CLG haven't really committed anywhere either, this looks quite like a bit of a default thus far. Just you've got to still play over by toilets. It looks like they're kind of slowly working over towards B. A couple of players now working their way through to it, but this could be the hit coming in. A bit of a boost comes out as well. Don't see too much, but he sees enough. Hobbit going to find Ricky. And now they have to prepare if there's maybe a hit coming through Monster. They don't really have anyone down there now, but a good flash will hinder the approach. Allows Dozier to get into position, but Kusta again! This man is a headliner thus far. Hobbit now tries to push in, find a bit of relevance still in this round, try and keep himself in this. But Kusta already prepares for the rest. Ethan pushes up. That's surely going to be a bomb plant. Kusta again makes that AWP sing, as it's just Dren playing back into this, and he knows this might be a lost cause.
This has been so amazing to watch because Kusta had a very slow start to this game. Ricky was the only one stepping up with the orb in the beginning, and we had to wait around 10 rounds before he got really into the game. But now he's fired up. He's firing on all cylinders right now. And they all sound like an AWP. And he gets hit 3K, survives with 1 HP. That's actually around just before that. They also survived with 1 HP, so not a lot between them right now, but Kusta is making the difference.
Yeah, he is being an absolute beast as we speak. Now, for GAMEBIT, return to the stage. You'd hope for more than this, but a good game has come through this, and we know these two have very close matches, but 3 AWPs, GAMEBIT? All right, just why not? All in, doesn't go well. Ricky's like, nah, we're already running 2 on the T side. Go away. Don't need more AWPs up. Anyway, at this point, Zeus hoping. I'll take out the door, gets a shot at it. You need to land it. No, Ricky again. Oh, well. 2 times in a row. Zeus has died to this sort of thing. And you hate it. You sit there, you're furious, you're frustrated. But at the end of the day, it is all looking CLG's ways so far. But Hobbit,
that was the first good gamble from GAMEBIT in that round when they double stacked short. All the other gambles that they did, I didn't agree with. It's of course very easy to stay in my position. But look at that from Adren! Almost doubles up there. And Cutler leaves it all to Hobbit, the young man, to save it all.
Hobbit, the adventure begins now. Spots one out, nade comes in, but he's so low already, 22 HP.
Bomb is
gets
down.
Ethan down pretty low. Molly going to force him into an awkward position, 4 HP, backs away. Let's see if Hobbit can somehow do the impossible. FNS takes a little bit of a lick from the fire too. Now they do still have a Molly that's going to be played in now, but he's already back from this position. So good stuff from him. He can play back into this as well. That could be quite nice if he can find the out. Oh, he found the shot, but the second was too far. It's CLG to close it out in overtime. But what a brilliant matchup between these two. The perfect start for GAMEBIT. That CT side looked flawless, looked like it couldn't be challenged or even tamed. But then Kusta steps up. We saw Ethan coming into it. Ricky having a game. That's the performance I want to see from those 3 players coming alive.
You highlighted those 3, and they stepped up, all 3 of them. Kusta, of course, with the biggest impression here in the end of the game, but I have to say, Ricky in the beginning, he was kind of the only reason that they got rounds, and in the end, the whole team just gelled. Ethan stepped up. Cutlass, we talked about the roles that he's playing. It's just on point, and as we saw last time they played 16-14, this game delivers 19-16 victory for CLG.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy to see this. I'm glad to see CLG coming out on the stage and doing well. GAMEBIT, you know, you got to feel if they maybe had a couple less errors here and there. You know, that first half we saw, a couple of them, almost going very, very wrong for them. You could see that game maybe even going their way, but a close game nonetheless. So really, really enjoyed watching that. I'm kind of curious to see how this group unravels because it seems like everyone's so close right now.
All these teams are so close to each other in skill level, and now we're going to see, of course, the winners taking on each other. So it's going to be CLG against SK in the winners game. Of course, some NA rivalry there, but then we're also going to see GAMEBIT versus Singularity, and I have no idea what to expect from that.
No, me neither. That gets actually kind of interesting at that point. I'm going to have to wait around and see what happens there. So, I don't know. I think we see some great performances so far. I think this is a very good start to Dreamhack, if I'm honest. I don't think we could ask for more than, we had a good game from Singularity earlier, kind of pushing someone like SK to bring out a good game. Then we get OT in the second game. I don't know what else we can expect from this, but I'm certainly looking forward to it. And I can imagine Harl is down on stage getting ready, so let's head over to him and hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Pansy, for that. Congratulations, Finesse. You've just bested GAMEBIT, who are one of our Dreamhack champions this year. They, in fact, won at Austin. And so that's a pretty big deal to beat someone like that.
Yeah, especially on Overpass, which isn't one of our best maps, but we've been working on it, so thought we'd give it a shot here.
Yeah, that was one of the first things Finesse mentioned to me when we met on stage. He said, Overpass, it's a tricky map. Why is that?
We just haven't gotten a chance to play it too much in NA. We haven't practiced it that much, or we hadn't. And so this last couple of weeks, we've been practicing on maps we hadn't been playing that much. Overpass is one of those maps, so I'm glad that some of the stuff that we went over worked.
And so at this point for your team, where do you feel you guys are in terms of where you could potentially go in the future, in terms of the skill gap and where you're placing in terms of the overall sort of structure of Counter-Strike?
I mean, on LAN, I think we could compete with everybody. Online, we're still struggling. I think we're really, really inconsistent, and that's the reason for that. I think we just have inconsistency player-wide. I don't think there's a single star on our team. I think everyone just randomly shows up every now and then. So I think if players start to get consistent on our team, we start to get a consistent playstyle going, we'll become, you know, top 10. But I don't think we're there yet.
Something that we were speaking about backstage is your coach. We don't have too much information on him, and we have heard that he has a pretty unique approach to the game, and you and Cutler singing his praises quite often. Could you expand maybe slightly on him?
Out of any coach I've ever had, no offense to any of those coaches, he's probably the most, Chet Amapet is probably the most hardworking one. He literally watches demos for a living. He tries to anti-strap, but mainly tries to focus on our game. You know, without him, there's no way this team would be anywhere near where it is right now.
Yeah, and going into that slightly more, we've heard that he has a background in like statistics and things like that. And so does he bring any of that on board? And is it not just kind of like the in-game Counter-Strike action that he focuses on? Does he look at things overall in terms of numbers as well?
Yeah, definitely with vetoes, especially like we know, well, you know, what strong maps are for teams, what weak teams are, and like his veto process. I would go as far as to say it's better than mine, and my veto process was pretty good back in the day, but I mean, I just let him do it now because he's pretty insane at it.
All right, well, final question then, Finesse. Where do you want to finish in this competition?
I want to be number one, always.
And do you think it's realistic based on the competition that you have here? We've got some amazing teams. Cloud9, of course, American rivals. We've got people like SK, FNATIC. We have some amazing teams here. You think you can beat all of those guys?
I mean, we've proven it time and time again. We could beat teams. It's just, if we could keep this momentum going, we should be able to, yeah.
All the best. I hope that that momentum continues for your sake. Please feel free to go and join your team. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. For now, though, we will head back to Alex and the guys on the desk.
Big words and big play from CLG gets them the win, and myself and Jacob, I mean, should we just dust it off? Halvor, in this sandwich of success, it must be so intimidating with our predictions.
Nah, no, it's a mixed bag of feelings. You know, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
All right, Mom.
Yeah, no, that was it was rough to watch at times. I don't think, obviously, unlike Amapet, I don't have the statistics on me right now or the numbers, but the amount of times Ricky was able to find a pick with that op.
At one point you were saying it was kind of like 6 rounds almost back to back, where
out of the 6 first rounds that CLG picked up, Ricky was able to find the first frag 4 times. Right. And that was off of the back of not necessarily CLG having gained a lot of ground or anything like that, or having forced an error out of Gambit. It was literally just like Gambit taking a peek and Ricky being fast enough to actually pounce on it. So, which is
that was with the AWP, to clarify, right?
Yeah,
that was the 6 rounds he had with the AWP. 4 of them were rendered a success.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously that's going to do a ton for you. But I think that's part of the mistakes that we're seeing, that, you know, both Lauren and Nils mentioned before they throw over to Paula. The fact that Gambit are making kind of weird decisions at times. You saw Doja having multiple instances where it's not really, I wouldn't say, you know, not clear-minded, but you know, definitely doing something questionable.
Let's talk about that 1v2 from Ricky. Jacob, I know you were kind of, it was hard for you to watch and process that 1v2.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what's going through Ricky's mind, and I don't know what happened with Doja. You know, it's like that play should never work, but he felt confident, and Doja, for various reasons, probably didn't. You know, it's
but
like
he had an AWP. That's not something you see. Doja,
he had an AWP, and he went out with the P250, long range, heaven, managed like, I'm gonna win this 1 and 2 now. You know, I don't know how that works, but it did. You know, and it just like it tells me that. So
he switches to the pistol now, and he's just raining bullets at him.
And it just tells me that like Gambit are not there right now. Like they came back for a vacation. You saw, you said it yourself. Doja had a few aim duels that he normally wins. You know, but they're just not like on point right now, and that's showable in this 1 and 2 clutch.
Yeah, I will say that they started off extremely well, and I was kind of sad to see, first off, that they just kind of slowed down the aggression on the CT side, because they were getting off to a great start. I think they were up 7-1 at one point, and they kind of fell back towards the defaults and ended up getting picked off because they were playing so passively that Ricky kind of got to post up wherever he wanted, and the second Gambit try to get any sort of information at that point, you know, you're running into a bit of a gauntlet.
I mean, it was 7-1. 7-1, Gambit advantage.
I was smiling backstage.
You
like
were.
I was having a great time, and put on a bit of a frowny face towards the end there. Have to admit that. But the same thing goes for Gambit's T side as well. They were extremely reluctant on going towards that B bomb side during the regular time, which I guess it's something that you see quite often actually on Overpass. A lot of teams kind of just get stuck in doing the same kind of default over and over again, even though it's not working. And I think at that point you need to well, if not just use one tactical timeout, at least take a couple and actually go through what you're doing and actually reassess your game plan. Because you saw as soon as Gambit switched over towards that B bomb side, they all of a sudden got bomb plans, they got into 2vx's. Yeah, exactly. Like they had multiple opportunities to actually win the rounds, whereas when they went towards A, they would normally get picked off. Either, you know, Ricky or Kusa would find 1 or 2 picks before Gambit had either even established any sort of map control.
Do you think there is a real clear bias? For that T side of heading towards that A site?
Like if CLG pressure you on B side, then you more like you lean towards A more. You know, it depends on what you face and how you feel. It just like to me it shines through that Gambit are not feeling it. You know, we talked a lot about the clutches. Like normally they win those close to 2-on-2, 3-on-3 situation. You know, I think they won 1 where Hobbit won a like a favorable 1-on-2, and that's about it. You know, CLG were able to win those rounds where we always talk about NA teams, like they can get into close situations, they have the aim to like power through, get the first kills and get into 2-on-2, but when it comes to 2-on-2, 3-on-3 situations where you have to play with your brain, you have to play with your knowledge, you have to play off each other, that's where NA teams lack, and CLG were on point here, at least compared to Gambit.
Yeah, and it was a very like I guess un-North American performance from CLG, and that's just because they started off extremely rough, being down 7-1. They lose the second half, or they win the second half pistol, but lose the following anti-eco, which has been a bit of a bane for CLG in the past as well.
Or for just Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Yeah, that's true. And even, you know, the way that Gambit brings it to overtime is obviously with that Tech 9 round as well. So, like, a lot of adversity that they have to push through and, you know, keep their mental fortitude in check and actually stay strong throughout that, and they managed to do so, which is all the more impressive.
I think impressive is where we'll leave it there. Let's not burn ourselves out. Much more Counter-Strike to come. We have, in fact, Immortals versus Mouse up next. Now, that's very exciting. 2 teams locking horns in the group stage, and one of them has to go ahead and finish underneath SK, assuming SK perform as they did versus Singularity. It's going to be a really important one for both of these teams. We'll be talking all about it after our break. Before we do go, though, a quick reminder about Mr. Boomio. Yes, indeed. One of the other sponsors here at the tournament enables you to basically play out some duels. I actually played a couple myself. It's better than for a deathmatch, I'll tell you that. It is better than deathmatch. Just constant 1v1s in scenarios you'd actually see. It's worth checking out. Anyway, that's Boomio. Do be sure to give that a look, and when we do come back, Immortals Mouse is going down as we take a second look at Group A.
It's just ripping them apart, sneaking in. They're not paying attention right now. Come on, they're reload. So smart from Blade. He gets on the bomb. Flash comes out. He's going to slide out though. Finally a kill. There he switches over to the pistol for a second. He's looking for a third and all.
What up, guys? This is Jordan Nelson Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. Why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights and real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born, they're molded from the core. A core of strength, a core of laser focus, a core that can handle anything, a core that sweats the small stuff, a core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
Would you like a free GeForce GTX 1080 Ti? That's right, NVIDIA GeForce is giving away a ton of gaming gear as we cover all the excitement of E3. Subscribe to our channel to learn how to win, and you could soon be game ready with NVIDIA GeForce.
O quê? Baixa o app, ganha um curso e ainda concorre uma Harley? Participe!
Dreamhack Astro Open is brought to you by Astro, Monster Energy, Corsair, Zowie, and Intel.
Day 1, Game 3 in Jönköping here for the Dreamhack Astro Open. It's a small, quaint Swedish town, however, it's being taken over by esports. Yes, sirree, it's already been quite chaotic and we're going to be seeing more parties as this does continue. That is the trophy they're playing for, $100,000 as well. And now Immortals versus Mouse of Group A are about to do battle. The first game for them, a big one at that. Joining me at the panel here to hopefully explain as to why this is so important and why this should be one of the best games of the day are my panelists. I'm Machine, and I'm joined by Halvor Vendetta Gullestol, Norwegian supermodel and all-round badass, and of course we have none other than the PIMP himself. What's up? You were Pip for a little bit. Was that because you were like, this name's a bit cringy?
Actually, because Pasha couldn't pronounce pimp. So
that's right.
So I just thought for the fun of it, I changed it to Pip.
Pasha.
So he was like, hey, Pip, Pip,
Pip, Pip. Well, there he is, Pip, Pimp, whatever you want to call it, joining us as well. Jacob for the second time. Welcome. Thank you. But also, Immortals Mouse, Group A. You already just kind of described this in the pre-show as the preamble as one of these teams is going to be under SK in your mind.
For sure.
Think this game determines it pretty much?
No, because there's going to be a better three between these two teams again, I think.
Right.
Most likely. So this is going to be like a pre-taste of what we maybe can expect from tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah. Okay. Nice little taste of what we have to look forward to. And expectations, Halvor? What do you reckon?
I mean, I'm super excited to see MOUSESPORTS play again. I got to see a bit of a first taste of them playing in the Pro League finals. Didn't get to see a lot of them play, of their online play really during the regular season there. So it was just super fun to see how much they've improved actually. Because I was one of the many believers that that team would die out with Nico leaving, but instead you had a complete resurgence from many players. Dennis stepping up massively, Rops just being integrated into that team very smoothly. Chris actually just being able to swap into that in-game leader role without necessarily taking too big of a dip in performance. And even if he did, the team as a whole, rose in level. So it's super fun to see, and they actually seem to have like a reliable play style around it. It's not just like a one-off. Yeah, it's not just kind of a one-off thing where they'll just upset you on one map and that's all they have to give.
Right.
They can actually do it. Yeah, exactly. They can actually, beat you in a best-of-3 series.
And we can talk about Group A a little further just when we bring it up, just to kind of put into context. 8 teams are competing here. This is Group A. The 4 of them are SK and Singularity, who met first of all, and Mouse and Immortals, who are doing battle now. The loser of this will meet Singularity in that elimination match, and I think that's what you were kind of hinting at, is whether or not we get to see that rematch. Do Singularity cause a huge upset? That's going to be the big question on everyone's lips. First, though, we have to find out how Group A does play out here on our first day. And FNATIC Cloud9 is going to be coming up as well, the next game after this one. Good God, that will be exciting. And I'm pretty sure the reason the crowd just made a whole load of noise for nothing, I reckon FNATIC have just arrived. It's time for them to practice. I have no doubt they've got the home crowd advantage.
It definitely should be. And no NIP in attendance either, so there's only one Swedish team to root for this time around.
Yeah. Well, last time NIP were here, Immortals were the ones to throw the knockout blow.
That's true.
It was a huge run. Lots of excitement surrounding them, and they want to lift another DreamHack Open trophy here. The question is, can they? Let's return to this mouse discussion, because, I mean, I want to know your thoughts. They lose Nico. They lose Nico and yet still stand. Did that surprise you?
It's easy to say no, but honestly it didn't. Nico is like one of the best players in the world. There's no doubt about it, and he's insane. But he's also a player that you can even see it from the outside. Me as an inside player, like we know a little more than the rest of you, I guess. He's a guy who takes a lot of space from his teammates. He's a very vocal guy. He's a very emotional guy, and I feel like the MOUSESPORTS players that are on the team right now are already like very emotional. Like Chris J is a guy. This guy, for an example, as well, like Dennis. But Chris J in particular is a guy who's very emotional as well. Like he wants to win, and he can like smash a keyboard if things doesn't go his way, you know. And losing Nico might have been a relief for them in some sense. Obviously, you're losing one of the best players in the world, but you can get a fresh start, and the rest of the guys are still very skilled players. You saw Dennis, like you talked about him as well in rehearsals. Like Dennis was very bad, I'd say, with Nico. Like honestly, speaking,
no filter.
He was not good. But he's been good lately, and he's been one of the catalysts for MOUSESPORTS to actually performing well. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised, but I maybe would have expected them to take a bigger hit losing Nico, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. A fantastic quote I just found on Twitter. Are you about to do the same? Yeah, this is what I saw on Twitter. It's from Jack Ramsey. He says, "A star can win any game. A team can win every game."
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no absence of stars. Look at Oscar on the end. You almost forget to mention him in this kind of instance, in this iteration. But the old Hellraisers discussions was always, will Oscar carry? And now he's just standing as a consistent member of this. What did you call them? There was a word? Consistent. No, you used an R word.
Reliable.
Reliable. Thank you. Yeah, that's what they are. And that's what he's become.
They've definitely shown reliability, and that's obviously great to see. I thought, like, every time that EU standings popped up, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that has to be wrong.
Yeah.
And then the next week, it's like, oh, it's still wrong.
Still in the Pro League.
Yeah, no, it just kept going, and they never really slowed down, which is super fun to see. Also, one guy we haven't mentioned yet, Lowell.
Yeah.
He's been playing amazingly as well. Just been a massive part of it. Not necessarily the guy who's going to, stand out in terms of the score sheet. Yeah, no, not necessarily, even though he has big games at all. But again, it's just that reliability. He's always going to be a consistent performer for them. And also the guy you see on the projector there, LMBT. Him being a part of that MOUSESPORTS lineup has probably done quite a bit of wonders for them in how they actually adapt to the life post-Nico.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You cannot forget about the coaches. Zach is the man that's doing his hair and standing behind Immortals. These are the players that Mouse will face. Talking of face, Steel's attempting some facial hair there.
It's doing a pretty good effort. I'd say he's gotten further than you, at least on the sides. At least on the sides.
Yeah, I mean, my tash is all right. Okay,
yeah,
the tash
you got that going for you.
Thank you. Yeah, Steel could take some tips from me, but he's definitely got a better chin.
Yeah.
Anyway, facial hair analysis aside, here stands Henny. Are you on the Henny hype train, Jacob? Because a lot of people love watching this man play. When everything's correlated, everything's working. Quite the star.
He got to be the most annoying player to ever play. Like,
really?
Honestly, yeah. It's like him and Angel from Hellraisers. Those two are just so annoying to play. Henny doesn't give a F about anything when he plays. It feels like that. If he wants to go for a peak, he just do it, And it must be frustrating to play with him, at least from my perspective, because we don't know where we were having,
But does his team?
Does he know himself where he is? Like, that's something you wonder sometimes. But it works so well when he's on point, and he's aim with the AWP and his quickness and his snappy shots. That there's just when they're on point, there's not really much you can do. It's like facing a Kenny S in prime, and that's annoying.
And let's not forget, of course, the Phoenix has fallen. KNG in the roster. This is probably one of their first offline showings with him. We've seen perhaps one prior to that, but
minor, yeah.
The minor, yeah. What do you make of the loss of FNX? Such a strong player in this roster.
Yeah, and again, when you have reliable being a buzzword here.
Yeah,
when you have a player like Henny who you don't really know
unreliable,
where at times, or have inconsistent performance, it's always nice to have a guy like FNX who's kind of a rock in every team he plays in. Swapping him out with KNG, who's been a primary operator for his entire playing career, leading up to this point, I was almost certain that was going to butt heads between Henny and KNG. And so far, KNG has done a remarkable job of actually having impact in the team. But one of the issues that I can see being a problem in the future is the fact that I've yet to see Henny and KNG have a good game together. So to me, that's a bit of an issue. I think that there's not enough room for both of them to necessarily succeed at the same time.
I mean, they're both heavy on the AWP.
Exactly, extremely heavy, and that's where they make their impact. If Henny doesn't have an AWP, he doesn't have anywhere near the same impact on the game as he would. Otherwise, the same thing goes for KNG as well. Although I would say that KNG, from what the little I've seen of him, has had a bit more luck, in that sense, having an impact with a rifle. But like for the America's Miners, someone like Bolts, for instance, I think the fact that he has stepped up in his performance has done miracles for them in the sense of actually performing as well as they would.
We are, aren't we?
Wouldn't be surprising.
It'll be great for Immortals. It'll be great. And just to emphasize on that, like Henny is one of those few players that you have to give an AWP if you can. Like if you have a guy who has $4,750, like just drop the AWP and let me run around with a Glock. Like that's how good he is, when he's going, So I definitely see what you're saying. That can cause some tensions between KNG and Henny if he feels that he's like being undervalued in what he's best at, which is AWPing as well.
Exactly, and we've seen that what that can do to a player in a certain team. With Team Liquid, Simple, and Kusta.
Exactly.
Like what kind of impact that can have on a player. Immortals have also gone through some other changes, not necessarily just roster changes, but the fact that Bolts is back to doing aim leading instead of steal, which, funnily enough, have seemed to have given Bolts a bit of a boost in terms of how he's played individually, which is not very common.
I'm playing here now.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess
I'm going to do this.
You do get the kind of free role to actually decide what you want for yourself, and that can obviously be very beneficial. I'm not really sure if I agree with the chat here on this one in terms of percentage. I think it's quite a bit closer than, 90.
What's going on here? Maybe because Mouse is less characters and everyone on the internet is lazy.
That could be. Yeah.
That's my expectation.
Well, to be fair, though, they do have a pretty big following. And, they've got players like, Robs is obviously like a hot topic right now.
And I'm so proud that we've avoided him for so long.
Yeah, but we kind of have to mention he is the newcomer into MOUSESPORTS, and he's been playing really, really well. He had a solid first tournament with MOUSESPORTS at Tours, but I think if you actually play really, really well during the Pro League Finals, that was I didn't expect him to have that kind of a performance that early on. Again, he's still fairly new.
It blows my mind a little bit.
17, second big tournament of his life. Still, performs remarkably well. So that's definitely something that you have to look at as an extreme positive for MOUSESPORTS, because you shouldn't expect him to perform as well that early.
It's interesting to me as well. I mean, the storylines surrounding Robs, if anyone's been living under a rock, is that sitting at home playing the game when he gets back from school, gets to play against some of the world's best through the platform that is FPL.
Yeah, gets to smash them.
Everyone starts calling him a cheater, which I feel like is the route that a lot of these up-and-comers have to face, right?
Yeah, I think most of the players who you see on stage today
I think Flusher had that, JW had that. Everyone's like, who is this guy? And then they burst onto the scene.
Yeah, I mean,
and then he overcomes it. His family's like, oh, wait, you're getting paid money to play video games? All right, fine. Yeah, go do that. They start seeing it, they start realizing it, absolutely. And now he's playing against some of the world's best for, a cheeky 100,000 for a weekend of games.
Not bad.
And he gets to join like a team like MOUSESPORTS. That's probably one of the better
stepping stones.
Fits. But yeah, exactly. Like it's not a top team in the world, but they can become one if he plays as well as he did at the Pro League. And also like he gets to replace a lot of Nico's positions. Like the
big shoes to fill though. Come on.
Big shoes to fill, but he doesn't necessarily have to come into this team as a star because they have Oscar there. Then I think that's also very big for a new player. You don't have to necessarily be the face of the team right off the bat, which is always a benefit if you want to develop as a player. He actually gets to get acquainted to the pro scene, how the pro game is played at tournaments before he necessarily gets thrown into the Sharks.
So here's a question, and I'll throw this at you, Pimp. There is a huge difference. It's more of a statement than a question. Is there a huge difference then between the likes of FPL and that of competitive play? And it's not a transition everyone can make.
For sure. And it all depends how you play FPL. Like to me, I've personally never played it. I never found it. I see why it's fun, and I get why people play it. It's just not something for me, but it creates a lot of bad habits, I feel. It creates a lot of, I wouldn't say tensions, but it creates a world that is not quite the reality.
It's not team-oriented, to put it that way.
Exactly, and it's like, even the pro players, the best players, like guys like Olaf Meister, JW, Flusher, they play a lot of FPL. Like when they're in there to have fun and in there to kind of relax from the practice. So you can't expect them to go in there and play seriously or learn from them to the younger players. In that sense, they just do whatever they find funny.
So in your mind, I guess, being able to transition from that to this to a stage like this is actually quite the feat.
That's huge. That's a huge accomplishment, and like that's something you have to give him a clap on the shoulder, I guess, because there's a lot of players who won't be able to, I'm sure.
Absolutely. We are going to be taking a very brief break, a hiatus before this. So I think we'll be back with our predictions, but we're just going to resolve a couple of issues, and then when we do jump back into the action, tell your friends, Immortals Mouse is going down very, very shortly here in Sweden, and you don't want to miss it. Join us in just a moment.
Is just ripping them apart, sneaking in. They're not paying attention right now. Come on, they're gonna reload. So smart from Blaine. He gets on the bomb. Flash comes out. He's gonna slide out though. Finding a throw. There he switches over to the pistol for a second. He's looking for a third and all.
What up, guys? This is Jordan Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. But why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights on real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's had so little person. I think you're actually like what you call coin toss call for this one.
I think that's pretty much on point because these two teams are so close to each other.
Yeah.
I'm leaning MOUSESPORTS because I like the way that they have structured the team.
Robs. He's a Robs fanboy.
Also Robs,
So
but
am
actually
I.
more Robs is okay, Robs is fine, but I really like the way Oscar and Lau play in this team.
Okay.
And the way that they play around them. And you actually mentioned it on the desk, like, Oscar, he's so good, but in this team, he's not actually mentioned as a star.
He doesn't need to be.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the best part of it, because that just shows how well structured they are, when Oscar doesn't need to top rank every single game.
The taming of the star team. MOUSESPORTS have completely changed their story. Lauren, what's your call?
I've got to go with MOUSESPORTS just because they're purely within my radar more than their opponents.
Fair.
I get to see MOUSESPORTS a lot more, and I saw them kind of grow through the Pro League once they got
saw them in Dallas as well.
Exactly, the Dallas edition and how well it did. You know, it wasn't the deepest run that I think they could have gone on. I think there was a lot more to be seen. I'm hoping this is where we start to see them really peak in their LAN performances. I think there was a couple of moments where you saw that little bit of nerves in there, and you know, not quite having the same sort of impact that they do in the online environment. So I'm hoping this is the event where they really just come into their own.
Yeah.
But it's a great improvement from what they were to where they are now.
And for me, I think I'll actually kind of join you as well. So we're all doing predictions. I think Immortals have looked mortal in some of their performances as of late. They definitely can bleed. It's not a pun. They have shown that they are not the most fantastic at times, but KNG, maybe he can wrap it together. You see him talking there. We'll leave it to you guys, though. The casters, Risk and Pansy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. And yeah, we're going to be casting from here, but it doesn't mean any different for the action, because I assure you this is going to be a great game. I always like watching Immortals, as much as I am probably more favorable to the way MOUSESPORTS play at the moment, because I saw that growth. I think that you look at Immortals and you see like Henny there, you see a lot of the power they bring. It's very hard to ignore that.
Definitely. And also, we have to take into account that Immortals right now, and they're not a team in shambles, but they're still a team that's like going through a reconstruction period, because they are playing with KNG, who came in, of course, from that Brazilian team who lived in Sweden, who was called Red Reserve before. Now he's in here with Immortals, and he's doing really well, but is it enough?
Well, during I think it was during Dallas, when I first got to see what he could bring, he was actually bringing a lot of the firepower.
Yes.
Before, you know, when Henny wasn't able, it was on Inferno. It was one of the first games they played during the group stage, and you know, Henny wasn't quite there yet. They had a very tough game, and then you know, KNG started to come alive, and you see this potential. But that was the first real event they had him in, so you could see them kind of having to deal with the fact of, you know, a new player comes in, you're always going to be slightly behind what you can really fully do. Actually, it takes a lot, even just to add one player, it changes a lot of the dynamics. So again, I think I was seeing a lot of the process there, and I'm just waiting to see the progression, right? From we've just added this new player to okay, now we're starting to really flesh ourselves out as a roster.
Definitely, and this is obviously what they came here to do in Jönköping in Sweden here, because they wanted to prove themselves that they can compete with the likes of course, the big brothers of SK Gaming and teams like that. But it is still yet to be shown, and this could be one of the tournaments that allows them to do this, and I'm hoping for it, because they are a team that's very fun to follow, also personality-wise, of course. They got everything going on, very likable team and everything, so of course you always want them to do well.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Map time being cobbled, though, it's weird, right? I look and I think this is a good map for Immortals. You start to think about Henny going off on this map, and it's hard to look past that. But then I know the MOUSESPORTS have a lovely playstyle on this too, so I'm looking forward to them. I want to see if Dennis comes alive in this one. Robs as well, certain potential for it. And here we go, a quick hit. It looks like maybe a split towards B, a bit of a 3-2, 3 down drop, 2 towards Platin already. A bit of a passive hold from the Immortals, but a nice connection from Henny towards Dennis, and now Boltsby under pressure, but plays off cool, none connecting though. How are they allowed to get away with this? Chris J sleeps over the rock, but it doesn't matter. They got the step towards the side, but nothing further.
That was really, really nice city hold there for Immortals on that bomb side, and just making everything work. Even despite one of the players missing a couple of bullets and a terrorist allowed to go in almost towards the bomb side, they still lock it down because they have these kind of crossfires and they have all the positions mapped out. Everyone, and this again, this is the sign of everyone knows exactly what they're doing, because this is the round they've practiced a lot, so they know exactly what the positions are, and if this push happens, what they're going to do as it happens. And now, once to, of course, win that pistol round, you're going to see MOUSESPORTS buying some Tech 9s and maybe going for a bit of a train rush here again.
Yeah, straight down in towards drop, good pressure, but they back away well. Henny then tries to come in and support, but actually Chris overwhelms. But where do you go from now? This is where things get a bit tricky. It's like, well, we got drop, guys. Right, what more can we do? The UMP's come alive in this one. KNG, they're going to be racking up the frags, so building some good money for the Immortals side.
And that is the general problem with the Tech 9 train strategy, is that when you get to a point where you have to go out into the open and face long-range weaponry, that strat just doesn't work anymore. So you need to have a plan with that. You can just take drop and then say, okay, we're going to find out what we're going to do if we get to drop and when we get to drop, because then you're going to be locked out, as we saw here. KNG just mopping up.
Yeah, good start for him. So far, dealing with it well. It seems like MOUSESPORTS just literally want to get going quickly. It's rush everywhere, rush everything, and now a clean eco. So just going to suffer through this one. Anything you get is a benefit. Any kills, even a bomb plant, brilliant. That's, you know, things that dreams are made of, but very unlikely.
So yeah, the Glock, of course, it's good long range, and gonna have to get up close and personal against the UMP-45. That's not a good situation either. So, oh, as I say that, Henny just gets dinked long range and is now on 57 HP. So, take that back then.
Really, Immortals shouldn't even lose a player at this point. Nope. Drop becomes a bit of an issue if you maybe get caught reloading, if they overwhelm. But there's not even a single flash. That's the thing. Normally if there's like a flash or something, you might be able to catch someone off. But at this point, every single player from Immortals can back away from the position they're in. KNG doesn't need to overcommit here. Now you can see them trying to punish that reload. Brilliant fall back to the pistol. Crisp as you like. Very nice, KNG.
Yeah, and you said it there, because he after getting that first kill, he could safely rotate back, but he just stays there because he knows he's up against the Nico. Of course, that's kind of like the difference in a player in his confidence levels and his personality. Some players will take the frag and then rotate back because that is normally the clever thing to do, but other players have so much self-confidence in that situation that they just stay there. He goes pretty much pistol against pistol and still wins the duel, and that's awesome for him because he needs that confidence to keep on rolling because he is the new player on the team. Everyone is expecting something of him.
Yeah, and now looking at the buy coming from MOUSESPORTS, no AWP to be seen just yet, but a roster that can truly do well with AWPs is this team. Now, honestly, ROPS as well, a lot of people, oh, we got a little boost there on towards the Titanic spot. Very nice. We'll come back to that. But a lot of people, when they first saw ROPS join his team, thought he'd just be purely like a power player. He does rerunning the FPL scene, but he very much himself discusses the fact that he's a bit of a lurker. He likes to play quite a smart approach. But I like this from the Immortals. They can leave that one player up on the boost just to keep full middle control and not have to worry about it too much. But they are getting real estate here, which is great. KNG's going to hear a lot of these steps, and Lucas will have to respond accordingly.
Let's see how they're going to make it work. Still one player on the opposite end of the bomb site for MOUSESPORTS, as they are getting ready for this A take. So I would love for them to fake in towards B and then hit that A side right now, but it's not happening.
Well, KNG seeing nothing in middle might make them, I guess, just fully look towards long, which actually is a bit of a shout. Sadly for Lucas, he doesn't get the shot he wanted. Oscar already breaks in. Now he tries to respond. KNG just throws himself in there. It doesn't go too well for him, but that's steal coming through. That's the rotate player you want to be seeing coming up with the kills here. Down to the 3v3. Look at Rops' position. He's really trying to be, I guess, the cat amongst the pigeons at this point. He wants to keep them on their toes. And now you're going to see Henny trying to fight back. That's the shot you want to be remembering. And now it's 2v2.
See it. Lau and Dennis against Bolton and Henny. Only one flashbang between the remaining terrorist and a shot to be had, and it's going to be Lau.
Really like Lau's position initially. The only downfall to that is the fact that you can get pushed from that middle section and you're very, very vulnerable. But you know you've got Dennis on the site, and that's a shutout. So well done to Mouse to finally get themselves in this game. They seem to be playing not necessarily one-dimensional CS, but we haven't seen any like fakes, we haven't seen any defaults. It's been these kind of like all-in plays almost. It's been that very aggressive play towards long. We've seen a lot of the rounds are just pistols, where like just dive in, boys. But doesn't matter. It's 1-3. Immortals still have good money though. Double AWP going to be straight answered up. That's KNG picking that up with Henny.
This one's going to be interesting to see. KNG, as we mentioned in the short preview here, has of course played the AWP role before. The desk mentioned it as well. And he can play a very, very, very good AWP, and that's what he was known for. And now we also know that he can play a strong AK as well, being put into this team. So he's kind of like this all-around player that can do pretty much everything you put him on. And so far, 3-1. Can't argue against that. Right. Lucas in a position. If the terrorist decides to come in rushing, he has a teammate to do the refract if he dies, and that is the case. So now KNG needs to come in, and he misses a shot and gets leg shotted as well. So that was not how that was supposed to work out at all for Immortals. Now the terrorists, they do have the map control, they have the one kill advantage and the damage, and now Rob's coming in from drop zone, getting bolts as well.
That's a power play from Robs there. Already spotting the one by the window, knowing that there's going to be someone there, then getting the frag anyway. KNG desperately looking for a way back into this. I think he might have spotted or heard the players running over towards B though, so hopefully he can just kind of call out to his teammates like, guys, get ready for this. You've got to be prepared for what's about to be coming your way. You can see how passive they're holding as well for Immortals. Very, very far back, one by Cooper. Oh, he gets caught, Oscar! Gonna find him, and now it's completely free reign pretty much for MOUSESPORTS. Henny, you've got to dig deep, my friend, and find something to do with this one. Waiting. Oh, just looks away at the wrong time. That could have been a bit of information. Now here we go. Christian runs out, gets a bit of a tag. Now the next player comes in as well. Oh my word, Steel's knocked down another. This was a 5v2. Rops, it's on you. You already did well by drop, but there, finally takes down Steel. They know where the last man is. But to try and get out of this situation is going to be tough. 15 seconds. The bomb is all the way over towards A. and he has to get past Rops to get this one done. He knows it as well, but I don't know if he'll guess the position he won't. And right in the back, there it is, Rops. Great playthrough drop.
And I'm not sure if my headset is working. I have no sound, but I can hear myself, so I should be good. No worries then. But yeah, that was a beautiful round coming in there, and MOUSESPORTS bouncing back. And Rob's, of course, a player that everyone is talking about. Like, what can he do when he comes into the real situation here, and when he starts like getting into the game? And right now, of course, he's doing well. But Rob's in 6 months. How far can he go?
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? It's what more can he do? How far can he push this sort of career? Because we know individually what he's like, and you just watch him. I know Sponge is a big fan. If you ever see him on an analysis desk talking about this guy, he's got a lot to say about him. And mostly very, very positive, of course. Now, Immortals this time, money-wise, the funds have run out. They had their lovely reign for the first 3. Got some money in the bank. Good stuff. Now, not the case. You can see the approach from MOUSESPORTS, very passive. You got Christian watching the boost from all the way back in case someone try to make a play up towards drop. Not going to happen.
Yeah. MOUSESPORTS waiting it out, making sure they don't overcommit to anything and make stupid mistakes. And here we go, just using the agility to clear out the positions, forcing steal away. Pretty much textbook take a drop control here for MOUSESPORTS. And well, of course, if they push in now, still has the opportunity to get a frag, but I'm pretty sure MOUSESPORTS is the way of the situation, and he gets shot down.
Nicely done between MOUSESPORTS as well, always in the position to trade in. If that CZ did find one, there's always someone there to just kind of get back into it. And now the remaining player, KNG, going to have to be kind of clutching at straws to find anything in this. Very, very powerful round from MOUSESPORTS. You can see they have such clear intent when they go for these sides. They're not throwing any fake punches or anything. They're going all in on this. So recovered very well once they go onto that buy. So good stuff from them. Rops leading the way thus far at the moment for those guys. But it's still early days. It's not exactly like he's breaking out ahead of the others. We saw what KNG could do as well for the other side. Yeah,
as you say, like, it's very simple Counter-Strike right now for MOUSESPORTS, but if it's working, then that's fine. There's no reason to change anything. If the simple strategy of throwing at Immortals is working, then you can easily just save them for later on in the tournament, because I'm absolutely sure MOUSESPORTS have more advanced stuff than what they're showing us right now. But if it works, I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah. And I'm going to be kind of looking towards if Immortals go back to the double AWP when it's available. Don't think there was any kills coming through there at the end. I think he just got found with the, I think it was P250. So I'm wondering if they go right back to the double AWP when it's available to them. I don't know if it is just yet. So again, curious to see if that's it. Because it puts your CT side on a knife's edge, right? There's a lot of people, analysis especially, are very, very critical of the double AWP, but more and more teams seem to be going towards it. It's even on Cobble specifically, but still, they've absconded away from every AWP. I don't think they can even afford it here. So just a rifle buy coming in for the CT side. Still a MAC-10 as well towards LOL. So I guess you're just banging it in towards drop, you know what I mean? You just go in, you're like, all right, screw it. If I get a kill, brilliant. Even if I just win drop, perfect as well. So now, Rop's already working out towards Plat. Gonna be getting the molly down towards Coop. Nicely done, starting to rain in, and now you can see the nades coming through. The smokes are coming out. Bolts blinded, can't do much about this, has to sit back. This might be retake time, but the timing! He doesn't need to see them, but through the smoke, he finds another! That is perfect from Bolts, and KNG locks down drop. We've got a game on our hands, finally.
Let's see here. 2v4. Oscar with the AWP. Bomb is still dropped. There's one behind Rock. He misses the shot, and
Oscar.
And that's Steel taking the frag. And now it's all on Christian. And this is pretty much mission impossible because this is not going to happen. And he is taken out. Immortals taking it out. And as you said, we got a game on our hands. These teams are trading round for round and both battling it out. And that is just perfect from Bolt. Just holding that rock, getting double frags. Smoke doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think he saw the traces from Rops, but the first shot, there was nothing to give that away unless, we missed something there, his teammates saw it, but still, to be that precise, very impressive. And Immortals recover very well, so credit to them for holding that together. And bearing in mind as well, if KNG wasn't able to, completely keep control of the drop, that wouldn't have happened either. So it all works out well, and now we finally see a boost coming in. Now, I'm not sure if they've seen this. Last round, Christian was watching for this, but a dry play towards Plat coming out here, and that is something you don't expect. Oscar this time won't miss. He finds the opposite number, and now here we go. Finally, it starts to kick off a bit. Bit of a back and forth goes in, but finally, MOUSESPORTS break through.
This is back and forth because right now, MOUSESPORTS are just stepping it back now. 1v4. Oh, he's so close to getting that because that would have been the bomb. And Dennis now mops it up, but what if he hit that shot and hit the close range as well? 1v2 with the bomb down, but it doesn't matter. MOUSESPORTS bounces back and ties it up.
And I actually like that from MOUSESPORTS, going in without using any of their utility, almost just kind of taking the fights, not giving away too much of the game. Yep. Really well played out. Oscar hitting the first one. Because it's a topic that doesn't get discussed as much anymore because it's not as relevant because he's not he doesn't choke at events. He's, you know, Oscar's really rounded out his play. He took a bit of a step back and he came back in so much stronger. But it always makes you worry when you see him miss a couple of sitters. You can tell he's a very emotional player. So you do wonder, will that affect him down the line? Looks like he recovered just fine into that round. So maybe you can see him really kind of developing as a more like stable player overall. Yeah. So it's good to see here.
Yeah, and I think MOUSESPORTS, in the position they're in right now, is a very good platform for him to do that, because there's not too much pressure on him, but there's no pressure at all. So it's kind of like that like golden middle ground that he has right now, where he really can develop as a player and really can step into a bigger role in the future. But right now, of course, something that doesn't have a big role is Immortals in this round, with only a couple of pistols.
We were saying it was, you know, back and forward in the rounds. Now the problem being for a CT side, kind of sucks when your money is in these back and forward rounds. For the Ts, you can kind of suffer through it, right? You can always kind of cobble together a buy, excuse the pun, but it is now a bit of a problem considering we're just down to pistols. A couple of P250s up, not much more. And lol there, gonna find one. I think they spotted another out on the side. Dennis gonna charge for that. Nice and clean, almost no damage taken. MOUSESPORTS keeping them at arm's length. Clean and easy.
And Bolts and Henny trying to get the best of it right now. Hoping for a couple of exit frags here, maybe grabbing an AK and saving that. See, I don't think MOUSESPORTS are going to allow it, because that's one thing I like about MOUSESPORTS as well. When they get into a bomb site and then that post-plant position, they are so well structured. They know exactly what everyone is doing, and they're not peeking. They're just holding the positions. They're not taking any chances. And there we go. Actually, Lau goes in and goes for a peek, but gets Henny in, it's fine. Calculated risk. And Bolts will not get anything.
No. Gets away with P250 in his life. That's all you can ask for. There it is. So, at this point, MOUSESPORTS keep things all together. But I want to see if anyone really breaks into just, you know, stringing together rounds, because it feels like at the moment, you know, very back and forward. We've seen a lot of aggression from MOUSESPORTS. Double ops straight away. As soon as available for Immortals, they go straight to this, which I don't mind it because it does work so often, but it, you know, it always terrifies me slightly. If you get put in a retake position, you're screwed. If you get put in any slightly bad position with it, you know you're in trouble. And with an aggressive side like MOUSESPORTS, we're going to be in for a bit of a round here. Straight through the window. Are they splitting A fast or what? They're just going for this. KNG instantly turns, spots one out. He knows more pressure's on the way. Here's the steps. He knows there's everyone coming around. He plays this calm, but not calm enough. Chris J double checks, and he finds him.
See here, 3v4. Dennis is very low on HP, and this is where the lack of utilities is actually hitting them, because they know exactly where the terrorists are coming from, but they can't flash themselves in. They can't use a Molotov to block something off. And now right now it's all down to firepower. Bolt and Lucas both picking up one, and now it's 3v2, and Dennis is still low HP. Picks up one though. 2v2 bomb planted.
But they've got to know there's a player on long. He got a kill there, didn't he? Yeah, it was okay. That's an interesting one. Bolt's now last alive. 1v1. Christian does have a molly, but where is that bomb planted? Right at the back of the site. He can get the molly down. He doesn't need to get this one away. Bolts, he gets the shot. The molly comes in. It's not quite on the bomb, but it will spread to it. That's going to be a lot harder to deal with, even though Chris J is on almost no HP. There's so few options here for Bolts. He's going back in on no kit as well. 9 seconds. 8. It's ticking down, and Chris J, he tries to make the peak in the last couple of seconds, but that clock is ticking fast.
I have absolutely no idea how far it is, because I can't hear the bomb, but it's looking like he's going to make it. So Bolt's getting the defuse there. And 5-5 is the scoreline. So very tense game between these two teams. And as we expected, the desk said it, we said it as well. It was almost going to be a 50-50, and they're delivering it right now.
But it's going to be so costly for the CTs. They're going for the double ops. They've had this kind of up and down game thus far. So you're going to see again UMPs coming out. You don't have that kind of fallback plan. If you're down to one person, the opposition's getting bomb plants. These back and forth rounds are going to become painful. They need to stabilize now and try and just smooth out the rest of the game. But again, you look at this. MOUSESPORTS still surround, come back in with a better buy. They've got all of the utility they want. They've got all the guns they want. They've got the AWP up on Oscar. I'm wondering to see the distribution again with the AWP as well between him and Chris J. They do take, it's very side dependent, map dependent. Yeah. Really want to see how this one pans out for them. So far, Oscar's had some really good moments in that one missed shot, but we'll see if he can smooth out his game as well towards the later stages of this map.
Really like Immortals. Even though they have a limited buy here, they're still saving on the smokes. They still have 3 smokes to go here, because that's a mistake that a lot of lower level teams do. When they have this kind of buy that's not perfect, they'll throw like 4 smokes out in the beginning of the round to block for an eventual push, and then they'll be stuck at like 1 minute 30 remaining with no smokes whatsoever. This mistake is not being done right now by Immortals, and I have to give them credit for that. Still 2 smokes remaining here. Or is that a flashbang? I can't actually see. 1 smoke remaining, my bad.
Yeah, Bolt's is pushing up as well. I like this. You're being a proactive CT side. You're not just sitting back. Good information play. There's still a player let loose a drop. That will be a threat possibly down the line, but they have to try and bear the brunt right now because the Immortals are ready. They are willing, and they are in such a good spot. Lucas there just mows them down. The UMPs tear them apart, and the MOUSESPORTS side are wondering how the hell do they know all of this? Robs was surely watching our back. No, he couldn't see it all, and that's how it happened. Immortals in the right place and at the right time.
Absolutely perfect round there for them, and that fully blind UMP 45 spray. What can you do against that? It's just nothing.
Because he had the lineup a second, but then it was the second kill that he got where he just like runs in like da 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 da. What can you do?
Now MOUSESPORTS are running this 4AK 1 Tech 9 like kind of setup that is pretty common nowadays, but it all comes down to how you're going to use it. And if you're going to go for a quick push, which is what they're doing, this comes into play. Let's see Steel get the first one. Nate comes in. Surely now he's holding the position, and Steel's doing work right now. He's doing work. He's getting every single frag. And rotates back. Perfect round from Steel.
Yeah, a bit of a slam dunk
1 HP to survive as well, I think.
So nice there. Just played it out well. You can see him always wanting to go to the nade when he fell back towards window. He's like, no, they're going to try and push me. Instantly readied himself. First player was Flash. That's Lol down, but the rest had a fighting chance, but he held that window like a champ. We know what happens at this window. It is a meat grinder if you just pile into it, and he just made the most of it. So nicely done. Immortals get themselves towards 7. 5-7 as we speak. And well, the money is finally depleted away from MOUSESPORTS. He felt they had some good money in the bank for quite some time there, but now just down to those couple of Deagles, I guess, and a couple of Tech 9s, and maybe that's all you need.
Yeah. When you're Ops, that Deagle is everything.
It's an animal.
Lucas always goes down, so despite them having a bunch of pistols and nothing else, this is still looking like a good start for them. Good damage being done, but now Bolt steps in, takes out Robs, and that's all the aggression towards B now gone. MOUSESPORTS have to make a new game plan. Where do they want to go now? They have done some damage, they must know this, and they've got a kill on the opposite bomb side, so it's all on them. What's the plan here?
Well, I like the position from the Immortals, even though they haven't seen too much. They're playing quite deep in towards A, so they're not allowing themselves to be run over by pistols or, you know, allowing these mistakes to happen where you fall and then, a rifle falls into someone's hands and it all spirals away. It's not a bad shout to be doing, but they're down to, what, 48 seconds? Ooh, KNG not landing the shot there, goes back in. Oscar goes down. But they have slowly worked, well, not even slowly, they have worked their way up middle, but now here we go. Lucas comes into it. That's a good shutdown so far. Only 1 kill really coming through from that push in the end, so good work from the Immortals.
Yeah, of course, these are rounds that Immortals should win, but I like the fact that they're winning them with such ease. It's not hard for them to do it, because that's the problem we see sometimes with pistols in CSGO, with P250s, with the Tech 9s, with the Deagles, that sometimes they can just win a round if the CTs don't watch out.
Yeah, exactly. If you get complacent in any way, you know you can be punished. And, well, these guys are keeping control of it. It seems like the Brazilian teams do have a good mindset for that. We look at SK as one of the teams who do it as well.
Yeah.
Even on their T side, they approach very nicely. Now KNG, ooh, that looked on him. Do it! The tag! Oscar. Look at that, Oscar. You're gonna be reeling off that one.
8 HP to survive, and as we mentioned time and time again, that double up setup on Immortals on that CT side is working wonders for them right now. Oscar taken down to a very low amount of HP as they are trying to execute towards this A bomb side. Lucas in a great position in the middle of things, and KNG then holding the longer angle and tries to do the spray transfer, gets the first one, not the second, but still good hold.
KNG's now in trouble though. He can't back away freely because they're pushing up middle. He's got support coming through finally from the balcony, but they could be anywhere by now. Lovely adjustment though. Chris J gets completely spanked back, and the follow-up is sublime. Spots another, and it's an absolute masterclass from KNG. You do not see that every day.
That was pixel perfect from KNG there. What a round from him. And it's what he needs. Let's be real. He needs to come into this team. He needs to like make sure that he can do the roles that he's given, but also the roles that he wants to have in the future and how he wants to like grow with this team. And right now he's showing that, yes, you have good AWPers. I'm a very good secondary AWPer as well.
That was so nice. So nice.
Auto sniper.
Is it out?
Here we go.
Oh, Lord above. Lucas, why have you got to do this to us? Why are you like this?
All right, here we go. Scrappy buy for MOUSESPORTS. Not a lot of utility on them.
Where is the auto sniper? Where is Lucas playing it? I'm kind of curious. I can't actually see the minimap. We can't see from the analysis test. It's far away. But I'm sure we'll find out soon.
Yeah, we'll find out. So Henny with the AWP at Chicken. Misses the shot, though. This could be the opening. Rob's on low HP, though. Ball's close range.
Yeah, Boltso gets overwhelmed. Those Tech-9s come in leaping. Steel as well now going to throw himself into the mix. Spots one by Coop, gets the shot done. No, it was KNG to actually get this one through. Now LOL starts to flex into the situation, but it's all KNG. This guy, where is he coming from and where is he finding these shots?
Wow. Okay. This is not DE Cobblestone anymore, it's just DE KNG because he is just mopping the floor right now with MOUSESPORTS. It looked very close in the beginning, and then KNG just decided to connect to the server and just wreck everyone completely. There's 3 or 4 rounds in a row where he's just taking everyone out.
I don't know what to say about that. Like, you know, the one round he did, like the round prior, was like, all right, that's pretty nice. That's not bad at all. This, though, from his perspective, let's see this. All right, up close shot towards a player pushing out drop. Peeking over towards stairs, very nice. Waiting for the next pixel of a pick. This guy. All right, there's something to be said about someone.
He knows exactly where everyone is. That's also like the knowledge you have, also from the information from your teammates, but also the way that you structure yourself around the map and what positions you spot at the correct time. It's just perfect from him, and that's like you don't see rounds that are played that perfect from players because usually you gamble on a 50-50 and you choose a specific position. The other player's not there, and then you get like shot in the back or something like that. This time, everything just works out.
Wow, I'm thoroughly impressed. We're actually getting a very good game here between these two. I'm liking it. I kind of banked a little bit more on MOUSESPORTS coming in with a little bit. I don't know. It seemed very straightforward approach from MOUSESPORTS. It wasn't that kind of like tactical depth. It seemed very, very brute force-ish. And now here we go. Bit of a big hit comes through towards B plat, it seems. Good counter flash slowing them down, though. So now LOL can back away, choose a new position if he fancies it. Something he can actually back away with. And now Rob's going to be doing the same thing. We're going to see the smoke coming through to play. And the Immortals have to hit the site now.
The push comes in, and Rob's in the perfect position on the back of the spawn site on Chicken Coop. Smokes are coming in from the terrace as well. Chris J, Dennis, both with 1. And now it's all of a sudden 3 terrace remaining. Lucas low on HP as well, trying to get into the bomb site, but nothing is happening where he's running in and dying. And all of a sudden, MOUSESPORTS bounce straight back with a perfect pistol round. Nothing done at all by Immortals. Very simple B push, puts a couple of smokes down, rushes into the bomb site, and gets nothing done.
It just didn't have the shots, it felt like. So sometimes I guess it can just boil down to something that simple. If you don't hit the shots, you know, it just doesn't work out for you guys. But you got to feel it was just like you were waiting for that trade to come in or a couple of kills, and it was just literally nothing. It was a very, very flat round from the Immortals, but time to come back through this one. Hopefully they've got another couple of bits in store for us. There's double stack towards long from MOUSESPORTS. Dennis is there. He's going to be caught off guard here. Yeah, right on the corner. The Tech-9s start to come through. Good nade connection. Look at that. The Immortals are in trouble, but so is Oscar. And there we go. 2 big kills come in for Immortals. They are wounded. They are weak. But
to the rotate back now.
Yeah.
That's the question here, and it looks like it. So I actually agree with that rotate, despite, of course, the CTs are going to know this. But MOUSESPORTS already had a couple of players rotated on that bomb side, and already one going straight towards long, holding that position when they came out through the smoke. So they are setting themselves up for a more advantageous duel than the one that they would have on the A side, despite opening with 2 frags. And they're still waiting out, running out this clock here. No utility whatsoever. An MP9, and then just a full Tech-9 train.
Rops, you're playing such a dangerous game, and yeah, they've just spotted him. Oh no, it's a disaster. They just explode towards the site. The follow-up is perfect, and there's nothing to be done. Chris J's going to try and make something happen, but gets spread out. KNG, even if he doesn't get the frag, he's got the information, and that's more than enough for now. That's going to send the alarm bells ringing. And MOUSESPORTS, what a disaster of a round. Everyone seems to be caught off at the worst times when they pushed up on long, and Chris J doesn't check it. There it is, steal.
you just feel for them because everyone has experienced that thing where, okay, you spot at a position, you have your gun out for like 10-20 seconds, okay, they're not coming, you switch to the nade, the exact second you switch to the nade, they just all pop off. And that happened for 2, maybe 3 players in this round here from MOUSESPORTS. It's so hard to do anything against the Tech 9 that just comes rushing like that.
And look at the money as well for MOUSESPORTS now, it's pretty trashed. A couple of deagles invested, P250s. Immortals have the upper hand here, but we know what these deagles can do. We know what these guys are capable of. Rops already showed us that deagle certainly got a little bit of fight to it, but still, Immortals, you've got to be smart in your approach. Just see if that SK sort of vibe can be attached to this team as well. They're so methodical on these rounds.
So MOUSESPORTS, just a couple of deagles, 5-7 and P250. What can they do with this? Right now they're stacked on the correct bomb side. If Immortals are showing us their true strat here, if it's actually going to be in B execute, so that's at least something for them. And they're just holding back positions. They don't want to overextend themselves and peak too much, while Immortals is just using their utility to kind of block off and get the CTs out of the best positions. Flashes are coming in now. It looks like the push is coming.
Yeah, Chris J right on the verge of this too. They both line up, but he can't get the shot done. Bolts and Lucas keep this one rolling. Rob's not going to land an easy one here either. That's a problem. You want that first quick connection back away from it? No. And again, we're down to 1 now. Oscar, that's 2, but 2's enough. 3 alive for the Immortals and around on the board, and that's the important factor.
And they're starting to take off now, the Immortals. Of course, having that great streak at the end of it where K&J just went off, losing the pistol, but then bouncing back straight after that. It has to be so hard for MOUSESPORTS to mentally reset themselves, because usually you use the pistol round to mentally reset yourself and say, okay, now we got it, guys. Straight after that, to just get Tech 9 due to individual mistakes. And it's so hard to bounce back from that. Like, what are you going to say to yourself? Like, okay, I'll just try again. Like,
yeah,
it's impossible.
There's no easy answer, is there? And for MOUSESPORTS now, time to recuperate a little bit. Maybe take a bit of a breather in this round. 2 P250s invested. Immortals, plenty by the side, a MAC-10 as well. Lucas looking to make a bang for his buck. Steele carefully backs away just as they start to emerge. But look at this, Henny already working his way up here. Gets a spot by the door, very well played.
I actually like that, even though it might have been a mistake for that smoke, but it actually allows him to go in because the smoke is still there blocking off, but he can get in close range without having the smoke, and then he can take that duel. And it works out very well for Immortals, who are now looking absolutely perfect here on Cobblestone and looking like to go through into the next game because, yeah, they're on 13 rounds now, only 3 away from a victory.
Yeah, this has probably been the cleanest game we've seen so far. If it keeps up with this pace, that is, MOUSESPORTS can certainly get back into this. This is the first time we're going to see again that really nice buy coming in.
Is Lucas going to stay on the MAC-10 despite his teammates having like plenty of money to drop in an AK, despite they knowing that it's going to be a full buy?
You're 13-6. If you do anything with that MAC-10, you're doing so much work. He knows that, well, they're not going to have head armor, they're going to have armor, but...
Yeah.
So he can do something. Even if you just get some sort of map control, it's a bit of a nuisance. Look how confident he is. He's just flying around. Now, yeah, he feeds Oscar, but he also sells the fact that it might be an A. He's kept 2 players very dedicated towards this. They don't know the information. They'll find out fast, though, because Bolt has found Robson now. Lol's put into the action. He's put in an awkward position. There's players left, there's players right, and there's one in drop, and he looks at the wrong one at the wrong time. And now we're down to 2 playing retake, and they were both the A players.
Yeah, and it works really well out in this round because he sells the fake like that. So I'll take that back, and that was actually a really nice decision from Immortals there, going for that play and get the bomb down. 4v2. Oscar, of course, going to save his AWP. Dennis should do the same as well, and with his weaponry, and it's going to be 14 rounds from Immortals, and they have a pretty good bank right now, and they don't actually need to worry about money for the rest of this game if it just goes as it is right now. So Immortals bouncing back into this one, and MOUSESPORTS, we all backed them, and they're not looking good right now.
Well, it looked a little flat, didn't it? They didn't have any big rounds coming for themselves. There was nothing beautifully tactical about what they were bringing either. It just feels maybe a little like, it's the first group stage game for them, but still, you don't. Oh no, they've lost out on the AWP as well.
Wow.
What a disaster. How much money do they have now on the MOUSESPORTS side? It's got to be pretty low. I think it was like
question.
4K max, I guess.
We're going to find out in a second after we see this replay here of Bolts just coming into the side, just completely clearing it.
Yeah.
I really like the fact that they peek out of drop zone at the same time as he's coming down from plateau.
And Immortals are almost on full money, and you can see MOUSESPORTS is by. This is horrible to watch. MOUSESPORTS are really struggling. Sound is going to be, information gathered though. Christian's going to hear all the steps towards the B platform, but what are you going to do to stop it now if you're MOUSESPORTS?
Oh, That's a good beginning. But just as that happens, the rest of the Immortals just bomb rush the bomb side, and Bolts is just doing work right now. 3v2. And a chance for MOUSESPORTS to retake.
All right, they can do a boost. Who's boosting who? Get in there. Oh,
Come
no,
on.
he's too close to the ledge. That was awkward. There we go. All right, Christian makes it through. He can now do a little something, but there's going to be a player on the platform, and you know it, but no.
Nice.
Bolts wasn't all that aware of this being a possibility, so he falls. And now the next player on the stairs tries to take his timing at the right point, and now Lucas, oh, here we go, Chris J, let's do this, 1v1. I need to find bombs planted and ticking fast. He doesn't have much time on this. No kit to hand either. Oh, he's made a poor guess, a poor choice, and Henny positions well. And Immortals ruining that round. You can see Chris J frustrated, and you can't blame him.
Did such a good job up until that. Correct decision making, using the Molotov, actually forcing out the CT, playing that close range in an off angle with the Max 7 as well. Like, really nice round from Chris J, but in the end, in a 1v1, it's a gamble pretty much.
Yeah, you roll a dice, and sadly it didn't work out well for him. Finally, we get a double AWP buy, but it's still lackluster. MOUSESPORTS' economy has been so shambolic throughout this entire game. You've got to feel that maybe if they had a bit more of a stable money situation through this, they could have done something more, but it's just not been the case. Now Lucas wants to take this one home, already lingering out towards Plat, but backs away from it. Smoke comes in, and Immortals finally have to slow down a touch.
Yeah, that's probably also like a calm and collected voice in the team just saying, don't rush this, we got plenty of time, there's no reason for us to give anything away. And once again, like as we talk, like it's kind of like they're the smaller brother of SK, which has the same like mentality to things. We don't want to give the other team a chance to come back into the game. We want to play this safe because we know we're the best team. And that's exactly what Immortals are doing right now. Just running down the clock, making sure that if the CTs want to make mistakes, they're going to allow it and then they're going to capitalize on it. If not, then they're going to do their own execute and focus on their own strengths.
KNG does have a molly left, and there's a player in that. Ooh, nice shot from Oscar. No cheeky flank coming through. Lol chooses the time to back away well, though. Smoke comes out, and the hit looks pretty likely now from the Immortals running through. The molly's still burning, and it's not quite extinguished the fire, so they have to back away from this. Lucas moves away. Flash still comes through, though. They're still trying to sell like there might be some attention here, but with Lowell in this position, they get a lot of the info. 30 seconds left now. They need to make this hit count.
The bomb is rotating towards the other bomb site right now, and so is the rest of the terrorist team. From Immortals, and Bolt is in this perfect middle position here. He's going to have to make a lot of noise.
Oscar, no, you bank on hitting these shots, and there we go. Finally, oh no, it's traded. KNG is there. This is now looking terrifying. 9 seconds. KNG, what a shot, but where's the bomb? It goes down, and now a 2v2, and KNG is feeling this. Player in Connectory now knows it. He holds the angle. He gets the frag, and now one man stands. KNG knows where he is as well, but he doesn't need to do it. Lucas was there. And a definitive scoreline. Immortals looking very strong at this point. They came into that, it looked a little close to begin with, but MOUSESPORTS gave him a second to breathe, and the Immortals just choked him out.
Yeah, and what a game from KNG as well. Like, he's the player that everyone wants to see here, and same as Rob's this from MOUSESPORTS, and he just delivered a monster game right now to take him out. That's absolutely insane from him.
Yeah.
The AWPing was on point, I have to say as well. Bolts did a really good job also. He's not one of the players that you highlight so much, especially on this game, but I have to say his general rotation around the map and helping his teammates out was absolutely on point. And just Immortals in general, surprising us, surprising the desk, and hopefully surprising a fan or two at home.
Now, I've got to say, seeing the first couple of games during the Dallas tournament where KNG was put into this sort of environment where, you know, he started showing a lot of firepower potential, which kind of took us all by surprise. You know, we knew he was going to be good, but we didn't know what he could really bring throughout. But his AWPing potential on that CT side was absolutely outstanding. So hope to see a bit more of that. But I also feel for MOUSESPORTS, their money never got going on that CT side, so it always just felt like there were this uphill battle that they never quite had a chance to get into. So I don't know, it felt a little bit of a shame on that one.
It's incredibly hard when you trade round for round on that CT side and get that economy going. So of course you feel for MOUSESPORTS, but then again, they lost a couple of rounds they probably shouldn't have. They made a couple of mistakes, so it's fair enough. And Immortals played really well, so they'll probably be thinking about this. Okay, this is a loss, of course that sucks, but it is not a loss that we threw away per se. It was actually justified.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be taken away from this game, so hopefully they can go back and just kind of recoup. Again, it's your first showing during the group stages, so it's not too surprising if some teams get a little bit of a slower start. Ideally for MOUSESPORTS with this roster, though, you want that hot start, because we know that sometimes they do have a couple of players who'll, you know, maybe struggle in certain environments, so you've got to hope that they kind of, you know, get into the mood early, let's put it that way, and they don't get that kind of like, oh, this is not a good tournament for us.
hopefully they can do that and bounce back into the game. But yeah, Immortals, as we said, they have a pretty big tournament ahead of them, I think.
Well, if their form keeps up, we're going to be hearing from these guys a lot. But let's head down to the stage now and hear from Parla and the interview.
That is correct, Pansy. I'm here with Zach and also a special guest in the form of KNG. Now, Zach, I'll be speaking to you, but you will also be translating for our friend. Firstly, I'd like to ask you, is there any pressure on your shoulders, technically being the reigning DreamHack Summer champions from 2016?
Actually, no. This is a new lineup. We changed 2 players, and a lot of things changed since last year. So there's no pressure. The only pressure is to show that we adapted really good with KNG and show that we are on our A game right now.
And talking about new lineups, I'd like to ask KNG how he's finding being on the team and fitting in.
Como que você está se adaptando no time? Como que você está se sentindo no time?
Eu tô jogando com os caras que são muito parceiros, muito amigos, então eu tô me adaptando muito rápido para fazer o que eu gosto, que é jogar CS, então é bem fácil.
I'm playing with 6 guys that are very friendly. Everybody's real friends. So I'm doing everything I can to do what I love to do, which is play Counter-Strike.
And now, Zach, you guys are coming off a performance that has recently secured you a spot on the qualifier for the major. Now you're here at a competition for some prize money, like larger prize money on the line and a trophy. What would it mean for you guys to win here at DreamHack?
It's going to be a test for the major qualifier, which is like our ultimate goal, but it means a lot. It means we didn't win a single trophy this year, so yeah, we want that one.
And for KNG, how important is it for him to start bringing in titles new to the team?
Quão importante para você é trazer títulos para o time?
Muito importante, é tudo que a gente busca.
It's very important. It's everything we search for.
All right, and I've asked our other winning teams today, and I'll ask you the same. Where are you hoping to place? Of course, you want to be #1, but realistically, what kind of range would you be disappointed if you didn't fall in at this tournament?
To be honest, when we play ECL Pro League last week, I was okay leaving the group stage because we are not prepared. But this event, I will not be happy if we don't get top 2.
All right, does KNG agree?
Top 2 no mínimo?
No mínimo. Mas a gente vai em busca do top 1. A gente quer o top 1.
Minimum top 2, but we're gonna go to top 1 for sure.
There we go. Zach, KNG, thank you so much. Absolute pleasure, as always, to speak to you and to you for the first time. Wonderful to speak to KNG and get his opinions and thoughts. Zach, always so good at talking on camera. For now, let's head back to Alex and the guys on the desk to break everything down.
Thank you so much, Parla. Yes, indeed. Immortals do it, and we have to go ahead, get a knife and fork, and start digging into our words, because we've got to eat them. One person here on the desk did predict the Immortals win. Now, if I remember correctly, it was yourself.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Let's, however, understand where this came from. Expectations were set quite high for Mouse, and we got to see very little, quite a deflating performance from them. However, what did you expect that you didn't get? Is my question.
Well, a better way of dealing with KNG, but
yes,
again, it's very hard to negate that kind of a player when he's hitting that kind of a stride. That was just absolutely unreal. Obviously, props to Steel as well. He had a really, really good game. I was actually surprised by the fact that we got to see, a much more powerful CT side out of Immortals. Normally, they do most of their work on their T side, so it was really impressive to see that they've actually, hunkered down, sorted out their CT side to a much bigger degree. Because normally, when you watch Immortals play Cobble, it's just you're expecting the 13 B rushes in a row on T side, and they're probably going to win 11 rounds or something like that, and then they scrape out a couple of rounds on the CT side. This time, it was just like a more all-around game that was just very impressive to watch.
Impressive sound like the right word to use for their CT side?
For sure, and it was all the players who contributed. Like Steel had an amazing game, Bolts had a fine game. Obviously KNG, we saw it. To me, it's very fun to see because I haven't seen him play that much, and I expect you haven't either. He's sort of new to this level, sort of new to this scene. So every time we get to see him play like this, then that's like good news for Immortals, that's good news for us, and it seems like he's just like...
There are so many players that just appear out of Brazil and start dropping bodies.
Yeah, it's the coolest part is like KNG has been in Europe for a while as well, because he played for, if I'm not mistaken, Red Reserve, when they had a Brazilian team that actually went over to Europe, played a couple of online tournaments, but didn't really make any sort of impact, and then fast forward a couple of months, KNG's in Immortals. He's dominating people.
Jeez, he's quick.
It's he's one hell of a player.
If we'd have just changed that name to Henny, I'd have been like, business as usual. Henny's having a game. But it turns out that copy and paste our statement. KNG seems to be, I mean, at least in this game, and let's not not speak in too wide sweeping statements, but a fantastic performance on the AWP.
Yeah, no, and he was a similar way, or played in a similar fashion at the NA minors as well.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, and when he plays like that, he kind of just dwarfs Henny completely. Like, honestly, I didn't really notice a whole lot of Henny, but then again, there wasn't really much necessity to have everyone on Immortals necessarily, having amazing moments because he was doing pretty heavy lifting. So it's very encouraging because for Immortals it just means that they have more strings to play off of, right? Yeah. And if KNG might have an off game, maybe that's the time where Henny steps up and still brings the same kind of impact where you want, because normally teams run into the issue that if you only have a solo opera, or you have that secondary opera who's not really an opera but he's not afraid to pick it up, it's not going to have the same kind of an impact as your main opera actually having a good game. Now with Immortals, they more or less have two main operas that can actually, more or less swing a game in your direction.
I mean, let's kind of compare this to the CLG discussion, because we had it before, we got Ricky and Kusta, who are very, very both competent on it. The same kind of thing can be said for Immortals. So my question is if you've got a team that's reliant on having at least, double AWPs to an extent, or at least one of them on an AWP, does that make the early game even more important, Jacob, just because they need to start?
It does make it more important. I think, like, you said it before the game, like, I'm scared on the ways of Immortals, because, like, if you're second primary AWP is better than your primary AWP, then you're causing tensions.
Yeah.
KNG playing this game, like, he blew out Henny from the server, and arguably that could be the other way around next game, we don't know, but like if you have such a competent secondary AWP, which he is meant to be, right, that's gonna cause problem. And I think, like, let's say Henny loses his confidence, like you've seen it with Kusta and Liquid, like it goes so fast, and that's dangerous, because Henny, we praised him before this game, like he's amazing, but if he loses that fire and that like feeling for the game, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, especially because at that point, what kind of purpose does he actually serve?
It's so weird. Suddenly you've got like an internal competition in the team. Like, and I have to perform, and then you've got one AWP to drop, but it's like, who gets it?
It starts off as a luxury problem, because obviously you have two extremely good operas, which is, nobody's going to say no to that. But obviously if one of them falls off because the other gets prioritized, then again, that becomes a bit of an issue for you.
Look at Na'Vi. Look at Na'Vi, where basically it was Guardian Simple and Cobble, Simple, you go over there and I'll do that. And they ended up just having to say, Simple, you're a rifler now. Maybe if we have two, you'll play with it. But like, you have to, the rest of a really clear decision. Otherwise that blurred line can cause a multitude of problems. Interesting. Still a big victory for Immortals. One final point before we do go though. MOUSESPORTS, not the end of the world, Jacob, would you say?
Not the end of the world, not considering who they're going up against next game. They have time to fight back, and I think like the map also favored Immortals. Like Cobble is a very strong map for Immortals, so we might not have seen like how strong MOUSESPORTS actually is. It is only a best of one, and we saw Immortals being very strong. Could be MOUSESPORTS is turning up on another map.
We'll find out. Yeah, indeed. Singularity will be waiting for MOUSESPORTS in that lower bracket. We get to see that best of 3, and we'll get to see exactly who can flex their muscles on that one. Already they caused a bit of a stir versus SK. I'm excited to see more from the Danes. Of course, did make an impact, or at least the majority of them, over in Copenhagen. Now they stand in Jönköping. All right?
Nice.
Pretty all right.
Can I have it properly?
Jönköping. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. My Swedish is coming on fantastically. We are going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we venture back into the other group. Group B stands between us and some more Counter-Strike. It will be none other than Cloud9 and FNATIC doing battle. And if you want to be playing a little bit like FNATIC, if you want to get some of that Olofmeister flair, perhaps Boomio is a platform for you, one of the sponsors here at the event. It's your CSGO training academy. Go play some duels and start climbing up their ladder. Anyway, let's take a break. When we come back, Cloud9 FNATIC, and I'm sure the Swedish crowd are in for a surprise.
He's gonna slide out though. Fire! There he
Blade is looking for a third and all!
What up, guys? This is Jordan Nelson Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. But why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights and real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born, they're molded from the core. A core of strength, a core of laser focus, a core that can handle anything, a core that sweats the small stuff, a core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
What if there was a Dreamhack PC? What if we told you there is? This is the Dreamhack PC, built with the best components on the market, optimized for a flawless esports experience. Just add games.
until I was told everything about you. And though I tried to hide, my smile gets wider every day. But now I can't deny the white of your eyes. It got me feeling the strain of how I couldn't speak every time I heard your name. And it was like staring at the sun. Every time I tried to take you home. I know you think it's funny, I still find it kinda strange. But that you said you'd always felt the same. But now lady gave her heart away in the hope that I'd keep it safe. But I didn't know. Whoa, whoa. La da da ba da da da, skip the dum ba ba da da. And at the time, those flashing lights meant I couldn't see clearly. Your eyes were locked on mine, meant I couldn't steal away. Well, and I can't deny those words implied it was never gonna be the same. But I still melt inside every time you say my name. And it was like staring at the sun. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh. Every time I tried to take you home. I know you think it's funny, I still find it kinda strange. But that you said you'd always felt the same. But now lady gave her heart away in the hope that I'd keep it safe. But I didn't know. Whoa, whoa. And everything I ever knew before, I just turned around straight out the back door. So why those others that ever go lovers?
DreamHack Astro Open is brought to you by Astro, Monster Energy, Corsair, Zowie, and Intel.
It is time for the Swedes to take the Swedish stage here in Jönköping. It's a magical time for them once again. FNATIC will be taking to the stage in front of the home crowd. It is DreamHack Open, DreamHack Astro Open to be more specific, and it's one of the staples of not only Counter-Strike scene, but the Swedish Counter-Strike scene. They now play against their North American adversaries, Cloud9, here for both 100,000 and that beautiful trophy. Lots of pride on the line as well. Hi, I'm your host, Machine. Not particularly mechanical, as you can tell. Keep forgetting it's the DreamHack Astro Open. Astro Open. And I do think they missed a trick with the entry, the opener segment. Why didn't they put the monster logo in the monster tunnel of overpass? That would be badass. Halvor van der Gullestol and Jacob Pimp Vinegar joining us. I'm getting better every time. Come on, Halvor. Come on, they missed the trick there, right?
I give credit where credit is due.
You could have put Intel in the radio in Nuke, because it's getting Intel.
Yeah.
Monster in Monster Tunnel.
Okay. Where do you put Zowie?
Well, we've got Zowie. There must be like a mouse and keyboard somewhere, right? Or like a PC setup?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's one in Nuke.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Control room Nuke.
Control room Nuke. And then what else we got? Monster Energy. Corsair. Corsair. Power. Or a boat. Or like... They do peripherals as well. Maybe we'll work it out. Yeah. Anyway, there's a little live brainstorming session for spotters, and an extra shout out to them for making this happen. But let's talk about the game. FNATIC Cloud9 is about to go down, and we'll start then with you, Halvor, to highlight why these two teams meeting in their current form could prove to be an explosive start to our first day.
Well, it could be explosive for many reasons. One of them, one of the conditions that need to
be met, yeah,
to be met to come into play for this to actually be an explosive matchup is Cloud9 needs to have one of their up days, not one of their down days, because they've been wildly inconsistent for quite some time now. We've seen very good performances on one day, and then day two end up kind of getting trounced and going back to their more primitive ways and just playing very individually, not really doing a whole lot as a team, which is obviously not going to fly versus a team like FNATIC. But FNATIC on their end as well, they've had several issues. They started to mount a bit of a...
They're on the way.
Yeah, they started to have a bit of a rise in form towards the later stages of Pro League. They started off Pro League pretty well. Obviously, ended up going out in the group stage and the tiebreakers. But still, there was promise. I would say much more so, in recent form than what we've seen in the past as well. Because they had a really rough start to this reunited lineup.
They have shown promise. In fact, actually, Parla promised me that we'd get a pre-game interview. So let's go ahead and see if he's ready on the stage.
Olaf, we're live. Calm down, all right? We're live right now. Alex has just thrown it to me. Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, I have a very special treat for all of you right now. Please put your hands together for Jordan, Nothing, Gilbert, and Olaf Meister Gustafsson. Kaiba, sorry. Very simple. We're going to keep it short and sweet. Is there anything you would like to say to each other right now?
I don't have anything to say to him.
Not worth your time?
Yeah, he is, but...
And Jordan, what about you?
Insert shit talk here. That's about it, I can't say much to Olaf except we want to beat him, just like everyone else. So sorry I didn't bring the heat. But I love the Swedish crowd here, so let's all make some noise for both teams and let's get it fucking going, baby!
There we go.
Oh, family show.
There we go, guys. Please head to your booth. Thank you, crowd. Do not go anywhere. Alex, back to you guys on the desk.
Oh, Parla. He's keeping it short but sweet. Just like Nothing.
Oh,
he is a cutie. He is. He knows how to get the crowd riled up. He's also got the Viking beard at the moment.
That's true.
Yeah, pandering to the Vikings in the crowd.
As you should.
Yeah. You've got two Vikings here as well.
Yeah, but anyway, I think if you're Jordan, you kind of have to go that route. You have to pander to the crowd if you're going to get any sort of support, right?
Yeah, hey,
they're going up against
previously known as the world's best player. He's from the very nation we're competing within. Maybe a degree of crowd bias.
Yeah. Slight.
Minor. Let's kind of return to the discussion because you were talking about FNATIC's rise and fall. On the upswing, is it safe to kind of put them in that category now, Pimp? Like they've proven that they are stabilizing to an extent after the godsend FNATIC
Yeah,
drama.
I'd say so. They to me came off very disappointing, I'd say. Like I think we all had high expectations to reforming this FNATIC lineup, getting back together, all of them. It didn't turn out that well, I'd say, but I watched Pro League as well, and it looked promising. Like they were, I'd say, unlucky in certain ways going out there. Could have been SK, could have been Envious, but they were the one losing the tiebreaker. But it looked promising for sure. But still not to the level where I'd say like this is what I expected before this. I expect FNATIC to be a top 5 team, top 4 team at all times, and not only like a top 10 team, which they are right now.
I mean, let's go for a little adventure as to why that is. When they were the best team in the world, undoubtedly, of course, with one difference, of course, Dennis never amongst their roster when they found the most success, but the majority of their roster, the discussion is always they got away with it because they were just 4, if not 5, the best players in the world. Is that the sentiment that you share? Do you believe that is the case, that they were the best individuals put together in a mix and shooting people?
That was somehow the case, but not really. Like
there's more to it.
Yeah, there's more to it, way more to it. They had confidence, like they had like this belief that they couldn't lose. Yeah. First of all, that's important for a championship team.
Oh yeah.
If you want to become like a championship team for a longer period, you can win an event, but then you go to the next event and you might lose. Then you don't have like that like mentality. But FNATIC were winning, and at some point like you just stop thinking we can't lose,
Yeah.
Which is also why it hurt them so much when they started to lose. I think that, and they had Olaf Meister in a shape that we haven't seen him for. Is it a year now? I think it's been a while.
But yeah,
it's been a while.
Injuries he was a bitch.
Yeah, they really are.
And he was like the best player in the world at the time. Cold Zero could match him. Nobody could match him. Probably like the best player of all time in that current form, I'd say.
My favorite quote from Olaf, he does say it a couple of times, it's just, I'm not the best player in the world, but there's just no one better than me.
Yeah.
It's just like, fire. Pure fire.
Got
Here
confidence.
They are,
at least he,
on our screens.
At least he has confidence. And I think, when we go back or have a look back at FNATIC's dominance and when they were really shining, just like Crimson's teeth right there, in all its glory, it was also, the meta was very, very favorable towards them. It was a very different brand of Counter-Strike that was being played at that point in time, which favors, obviously, very individually skilled players like that FNATIC team was.
Can you briefly touch on how the meta has shifted? Where are we at now, then?
Well, now we're getting more and more towards where structure is reigning supreme more so than in the past. And I think, the FNATIC players have said so themselves that they actually needed to implement more and more strategy to their playstyle if they wanted to be successful. And for a lot of the teams that have had success in the past, if you look at teams like Envious or this FNATIC lineup, they came to that realization a bit too late. So that's why you saw the reigns kind of end, not necessarily abruptly, but end they didn't actually, just dip underwater and then come back up to the surface. They kind of stayed away. Yeah, they had a bit of an accident, to put it that way, and stayed away from the very top for a bit of a while.
Yeah. Talking about being underwater, Liquid Pimp with us for a while. Yeah. 5 out of 7, not my best. But I mean, they are no longer the Olofmeister bursts into a site and the bomb goes down. They are, in my mind, looking for that more, like trying to fit themselves into the meta. Is that something that you can see in their gameplay? It's evident.
It feels like they're trying, but then you can't stop thinking back to FNATIC when they were the best team in the world. Like when you had JW, you had like a player like Dennis as well. Like those guys just do whatever the F they want, to put it out. As it is, and it's like I don't see FNATIC being like a tactical heavy team. Like I think they have to find a balance, and I think they're trying to, and that's why we'll like look towards them and say they're promising right now.
But I think also that's why they've brought on Jumpy, because Jumpy, when he was playing, obviously he was not
like a Swede.
Jumpy. Yeah, his name is Jimmy as well, so Jimmy. Like obviously bringing him onto the team, like he never was known as an in-game leader that was a heavy fragger when he was playing in his day. So that's obviously like he's being brought in for his tactical prowess in that sense, and I think that's obviously like a sign of FNATIC realizing what their issue was and what they need to work on to actually regain that top title.
And on the right side of the stage, you can see the North Americans. It's Cloud9 that stand against them, and an argument as well as why FNATIC have fallen from grace is because everyone else got better. Cloud9 no exception to that. As time has progressed, North American Counter-Strike is no longer a dank meme on the interwebs. It is indeed a very strong component of the Counter-Strike Global Offensive machine. The players there that featured now within Cloud9, there is a lot of discussion surrounding Cloud9 as of late, Halvor. It's a real mixed bag of discussion. I think we'll avoid the retirement discussion entirely. Let's just avoid it. Let's just not talk about it.
I'm actually a big fan of the fact that they want to stay together.
You are?
Honestly, yeah. No, I'm a proponent of trying to work things through. I mean, again, DP being an anomaly in this kind of a scene, but still, I think there's definitely value to it if you actually manage to overcome it eventually.
Yeah.
Then I think you're stronger than you ever would have been before with a potential roster change and everything. And I think that we've seen all the players on that Cloud9 team have way higher highs than what they're playing at now. Or at least that goes for, I guess, the 3 most discussed players in Ska, Shroud, and Nothing.
Yeah, I will never forget the Sao Paulo finals where Cloud9 beat SK
and there you see
in Brazil, best of 3.
And there you see stars aligning for that team, and that's the kind of potential they have. The problem is obviously finding consistency and finding a way where they can kind of summon those powers to actually do it each and every tournament. And I think they realize the fact that they have that kind of a potential, and that's why they want to stick together, because they have seen the mountaintop and they want to stay at it. But it's a very tough process, and obviously anyone who's played competitively knows that it's not obviously something that's going to change over the course of a day. It's going to be a long grind back to it.
It's also a case of being realistic, For Cloud9, I have no doubts that they've considered like changing rosters. That's how it is when you play on a team. That's how it is when you don't perform. You always have
that back in
something in the back. Yeah.
It's always there, and especially young players like Stewie and Automatic. I could imagine, they haven't tried it as much. They're not as experienced as Nothing, So they are easier to jump on the other side in that sense. And to me, it's like Cloud9 doesn't really have anyone to pick up that could like redefine their team or make them that much better.
That's also a very good point.
I think it's a realization they've come to.
They have what they have.
Players like Elish, players like JDM from Liquid maybe could have been objects for them, but they're not free. They're not like
likely to move. Yeah, and that's also the thing. It's not necessarily just a matter of whether or not they have the possibility to get them, but it's also whether or not. First off, players would actually fit into their team.
And I do not doubt it, but when you see Cloud9 and their statements, I guess we are going down this path, but when asked, any Cloud9 member over in Dallas, they asked them who the best operator in the world is. Everyone said Skadoodle. Of course, that's their belief. Amongst their roster, you saw Automatic, a recent statement just saying that he believes that Shroud is a vital component of the Cloud9 team, and it's that belief. It's the fact that they want to stick together, and I'm very excited to see if this firm belief, this faith, does get rewarded here. It's a tough tournament, tough competition. We do have the map will be Mirage between FNATIC and Cloud9. Best of ones for now, if you have just joined us. This is the Dreamhack Astro Open, and we're live from Dreamhack Summer. Look at that. That is such a cool sight. I remember when I was growing up and looking at the pictures of Dreamhack, like, I need to go over there. I need to play. Never got the chance to bring my own computer, but...
It's always next. Well, you have your laptop. Sound doesn't work, but
Yeah.
Do what you can.
It's completely different experience, isn't it, over here? So many people all set up playing their games, and then just across the hall, you have the very best playing some Counter-Strike. You know, you could probably be playing your matchmaking game while watching this live. That's the magic of DreamHack Summer.
Wombo combo right there.
Yeah. Every time you die, just look over at that big screen, and now you can see that there is going to be some predictions from the guys in Twitch chat. Exclamation mark FNATIC and exclamation mark C9. Now, if my theory is correct, they just type the one that's shorter. Oh,
that would be
hello.
C9.
I've got it.
There, yeah, it's moving in the right direction.
That's it. That's my theory. I'm a statistician.
There we go.
It's a hard word to say.
But you know, on the topic of Cloud9 and you know, changes and again, you know, not a roster change, but the fact that they've gone back to Stewie being an in-game leader again. Obviously, there's been a bit of back and forth between Stewie and Automatic, who was doing the in-game leading for a better part of it. We saw that Automatic, after Katowice, slowly started to take more and more of that responsibility, which obviously, again, leads to fluctuating individual performances. And it seemed like Stewie actually plays better when he's doing the in-game leading.
You think so?
Oddly enough. Yeah, and I don't think Automatic necessarily had too much of a dip when he was in-game leading, but I think Stewie took more of a hit from a personal point of view when that was the case. And I think, you know, we saw it with Bolts as well. Bolts just started playing better as soon as he got the reins to kind of put himself, I guess, into positions where he's more comfortable, but still not at the cost of the team.
So almost falling away from the in-game leading damages your fragging capacity to an extent. We haven't got time for that discussion.
But it's really quickly, I think it's more down to the fact that he's able to put himself in comfortable positions
for himself.
Yeah, exactly, without it being a negative for the team.
Okay, last point, Jacob.
Same with Nico from MOUSESPORTS. Like when he was in MOUSESPORTS, he was able to literally dictate the game his way. You know, he wanted to go where he wanted, and he got it. You know, whereas in FaZe, obviously it's Kerrigan running the show, and he has a role to play. So there'll always be like those two types of in-game leaders. One who is not frag heavily, but like makes his teammates better, and the other way around as well.
Yeah, but in the instance of FaZe, though, he is still zipping up body bags under Kerrigan structure. Yeah.
But still.
Okay, let's get some quick predictions then, because this is interesting. Cloud9 FNATIC, gentlemen. You going to pander to the crowd?
No, well, I don't even need the crowd, but I would still go with FNATIC. I said it initially when we went over the groups. I think FNATIC should be the one team to go out on top. So, you know, kind of have to side with them in that sense.
For sure.
Okay, one for FNATIC.
The map is Mirage as well. You know, it's a FNATIC map. Like when they were the best team in the world, they were insane on Mirage. And I feel like it's a map that suits the playstyle of FNATIC. It's a map that suits like having a little bit of freedom, but still have a little bit of structure. So it's gonna go to FNATIC.
Okay, 2 for FNATIC, and I think I will actually jump on that bandwagon. Despite, I honestly would not be surprised like a 16-14, even an overtime, but just edging it towards the Swedes in the first game, just starting as they mean to go on. They were unwilling to like play for the camera. They were just like game time. They want to win this one, get themselves back on the horse. They're already well and truly foot in the whatever the foot part is of a saddle.
No idea.
No,
like you're
I started an analogy without knowing the terminology. I tried. And we will try to get this game underway. We're going to take a quick 60-second hiatus as we go and get your casters in their seats, microphones on, and we come back. FNATIC Cloud9 does kick off.
and welcome back to our live coverage here of Dreamhack Summer 2017, our first game together, Dust.
Indeed.
Casting, and it's going to be a good one as well. I think we've came in a pretty good time. FNATIC, Cloud9. I think teams that are relatively even in terms of skill, it's kind of hard for me to distinguish between the two of them. Obviously, FNATIC used to be one of the mainstays of Counter-Strike, would just wreck everybody. Cloud9 had a bit of an upward trend. They've been up and down as of late. I think this is a pretty hard one to call.
It's actually fun, like a little piece of history for everyone out there. The last time that Cloud9's been able to take a map off FNATIC offline was all the way back in July of 2015 at the FACEIT Stage 2 finals. So you have to go pretty far back to be able to find them having success against this team. And of course, it is a Swedish team on Swedish soil. I'm sure the crowd is going to be pumped to see if FNATIC could keep that up and hold Cloud9 off from getting any map victories off of them today.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those kind of situations as well that obviously FNATIC on home soil, typically Swedes do pretty well at DreamHack. But this is a pretty big test, I would say, for the first game. Coming up against Cloud9, do you think the map veto is going to be a massive impact on how this game goes? Or do you have a favorite? Do you think Cloud9 are going to continue this streak that you mentioned before?
I believe the map was on Mirage, if I'm not mistaken. And if that is the case, you know, it's a map that FNATIC actually haven't had that much success on offline lately with this 5, and I feel like it's one of the maps that they've struggled with the most both times they've had this 5-man lineup together. I feel like they've never been as strong on it as back in the Pronax days as far as just how they handled the map tactically, though online they've looked pretty sharp on it. Meanwhile, Cloud9, like Mirage, is kind of one of their staples, right? It's one of the maps that they play the most, you know, in both online and offline settings. They have some of their most success on this map when they are successful. It's been a lot of Mirage lately. So, I mean, I expect it to be, you know, somewhat equal playing field, but maybe the map even favors Cloud9 when you think about just results, like just stats, not exactly the matchup itself.
So, across the Mirage, we will be headed as all 10 players are ready and raring to go. Here we go, ladies and gents. First round of FNATIC and Cloud9's tournament. Up against one another into Palace already. And I can't see a single thing, Dust.
We cannot, but so we'll just let you guys get in a little bit of... You can see it, but we unfortunately can't see what's going on right now. No video available.
You can just soak in the action. I'm sure it's fantastic. Our previous
Sounds great right now.
Literally, our previous screen just died the second we got into game, so I just heard the bomb's been planted, Dust.
Bomb has been planted.
So FNATIC, who started on T side, obviously pretty good shape. Can't tell you as to what's going on right now.
Not a clue.
Now, I'm going to assume with FNATIC winning that round as the crowd just went mad. So I would guess that's a plant into...
So let's start with what we know, Menace.
Win. Yeah.
It's 1-0 FNATIC. I feel pretty good we can say that.
Yeah.
The scrambling's going on. So we can try to see the game. Some buying going on. There we go. There we go. Woo!
Thank you, sir.
Best casting anyone's ever heard. It's like the reverse T-Tours.
So I want to thank the crowd there for their help with the screaming. So FNATIC did actually pick up the first round, as we expected.
That's actually insane that happened. let's regather ourselves now, as we do have Automatic with the scout inside window room. Smoke in his face as we're seeing Flusha lead up through underpass. So FNATIC looking to take some mid-control. They do have some presence outside the A-bomb side as well, so you could be seeing some type of connector split, most likely with just heavy numbers. In fact, 4 players look like they're going to be coming through this connector area.
Yeah, minimal utility as they have gone for a scout instead in the hands of Automatic. Nothing's going to be holding the close angle. There's the flash into peak, and they are going to be able to yield at least 1 kill from this. But that seems to be all. Cloud9 now against the ropes. 1 minute and 5 to play with bomb drop, but salvageable from the terrorists. And Flusha has spotted himself a player on the toll booth. Not able to connect just yet, but this round seems to be going the way of FNATIC, and pretty convincingly so, unless Automatic can put off some kind of miracle play. Stewie's taken down 1, 3 more to find. Not going to happen. FNATIC 2-0 up.
Yeah, again, just getting that fast mid-control, putting a lot of pressure here into connector, that UMP of Flusha farming some cash, getting a little bit of extra money there in the bank, having no problems getting through, making sure they establish to 2-0. They've gotten past that little hurdle that the 4 spots can sometimes throw in front of you. And so this is now a Cloud9 that's basically full saved. So this should be where FNATIC are able to get to 3-0, no problem. Again, they'll look to be establishing mid-control pretty quickly here as Crim's leading the way.
Yeah, mid-control pretty much has been established and nailed on. Cloud9 with USPs across the board, P2000 for nothing. definitely seeing if they can get a kill here or there, but that's pretty much as good as it's going to get, and that's not even going to happen. A couple players are low, but FNATIC, they have drilled in a third round.
Yeah, so now we're going to see the purchases coming out of Cloud9, though, and we'll see what FNATIC wants to do on a full gun round. Again, this team always known as being a lot of loose cannons, a lot of high-skilled players. They always do favor that mid-control, though. One of the big things that I've noticed differently about this 5 together now as opposed to the past, like towards 2015, is that all of Meister used to be very active in a lot of mid-control plays. You know, particularly, he was one of the ones that really trademarked getting control of ladder room, but nowadays you see him drifting outside the A-bomb site quite a lot. But in this particular round, you're seeing FNATIC put a lot of focus on the B apartments. 4 players here, just one now coming back to mid to lurk, but looking like they want to keep up this 1-4 aggressive style. Again, something FNATIC are certainly well known for. A little bit slowed down thanks to some counter nades, but seeming like they're just a coiled viper right now, just getting ready to strike onto this B-bomb site.
Oh, the spring may be about to snap into play. Shroud, though, he's there waiting. Skadul's going to get a pick as they take it a little bit too long. Dennis with the entry frag is going to keep this round in the realms of possibility, but Skadul's going to take down another one. Not too far off on a third. This is where FNATIC and their lack of health could start to be an issue. Skadul, though, has missed another one. It's given his position away, and you expect the noose to now be tightened around his neck. There has been enough time for the rest of Cloud9 to get themselves in position. They're not wanting to fully focus on this. Still a player towards the CT spawn with 40 seconds left. They're not absolutely sure on the B hit. Not maybe sure where the bomb currently is. Flusher with 1. He's going to bring this on to 2 more players for Cloud9. 30 seconds. And it seems like they've been on B site forever.
Yeah, and that bomb's actually still down over towards apartment, so even though there's some time, Flusha still has to jump back up there to grab it, I believe, and that could be where someone's going to be able to maybe get a spot on him. It looks like it's not going to happen, though. No one has the angle on Catwalk, so he's able to jump back in, throws a Molotov down, 12 seconds left. He doesn't have time to move anywhere else. He has to commit to this bomb plant. He's going to fake it. He's trying to bait them in, trying to see if he can go for the kills. Instead, gets 1. He doesn't have time to plant now, though. It's all over unless this guy peeks him too much, but Stewie is going to be able to get the frag, so basically a loss off of time. And Stewie making sure his opponent knows he won that round.
And the really confusing thing to me is actually you do end up losing on time because they got onto the side there, Dust, with like a minute to go. There was this strange, scrappy confrontation with Skadoodle hiding behind the pillars for what seemed like an eternity. And they still managed to run the clock all the way down. So, probably disappointing for FNATIC, but Cloud9 are in a bit of a sketchy position. There's 3 UMPs. They're not exactly set in terms of economy, so if FNATIC win this, Cloud9 are in all sorts of trouble.
I mean, that came down to a 1v1, so 4 players had the rebuy, and again, that harsh reset could certainly be a reality for C9 if they don't win this round. They need to win it comfortably. Again, the 3 UMPs certainly can hurt that, but Skadoodle out in middle early, able to get a pick there onto Dennis, so at least the instant 5-on-4. No response from FNATIC just yet.
Automatic has sussed out where potential avenue of aggression could come from underpass, but not going to be able to hide around there long enough to find out. Smokes were skewing his vision as well. The leaning tower of FNATIC will be peering into window. Not able to get a kill, but Olafmeister elsewhere will take down nothing.
It's on that A-bomb side. Again, that's a new position for him in this iteration of the lineup, or basically return to the old 5. And so he is going to get that opening, as you noted. He gets it back into even situation, as we do have FNATIC establishing that mid-control. Bomb's actually still all the way down back at Catwalk, so someone's going to have to go back and grab that and maybe swing it over through mid-R towards the A-bomb side. It seems like they do want to split. They do have Crims in a very dangerous position as he's been boosted inside window, so they're exercising a lot of control right now, giving Cloud9 a lot to be responsible for. So much they have to pay attention to onto this, but we'll see if they can hold, as again, FNATIC are coming down to the wire on the clock. Almost 20 seconds left, and they still haven't gotten the bomb in the site just yet. If anything goes wrong, this could be another loss off the timer.
And it's Stewie as well with the M4, one of the more powerful weapons that Cloud9 possess. 12 seconds, no room for error. But Stewie gets drilled in the head, and it's Olafmeister again. Time is scarce, but there's enough of it to get this plant down. And all the issues that were befalling upon FNATIC in the last round no longer will be. And Skadoodle in a 1-on-4 is not going to be able to save us up. And the nightmare that we hinted at has become a reality. Their economy is in the dumps.
You got to think it all comes down to that one entry that Olaf gotten on the Stewie on the triple box. You saw Stewie was trying to take down Crims, who was coming from window room, so he kind of got blindsided. And that was the entry that really mattered. Of course, Olaf, this is the one that gets him into the 4-on-4. but this kill that comes out here, that's the one that has the most impact, because it was really a situation where they were running out of time. If they would have, you know, lost the bomb carrier there, they probably lose off of not being able to plant. So the fact that Olaf puts that through from Palace, that was big, and you can see the impact it has. Cloud9, hard reset. They will upgrade their pistols, but other than that, there's not much for them in this round, as once again FNATIC is keeping with the standard mid control. It's good to see them going back to mid control, because I remember when they had this 5 at the end of 2015, they really just went for fast-paced executes almost every single round. It's good to see them have this mid control back about them, being able to throw that back into how they approach Mirage.
And it has been paying off for them. They have been getting consistent success, is the one I was looking for in mid. So let's see if that continues to be a trend as this game progresses through. Skadoodle, well, he's been smoked off. P250 in hand, going to try and find a pixel in which he can aim through. Nothing forthcoming as of now. Dennis, the player in underpass, and again, FNATIC are using their time. Bombs towards the spawn. Haven't fully committed to either side, but Stewie could find himself a couple of stragglers if he peeks around the corner. This is where the CZ is very potent, very dangerous. And although Flusher realizes the situation at hand, and with no one in Palace from FNATIC, they're going to walk straight past him. Stewie's in a prime position to cause an upset now.
Yeah, he really could if he gets behind them, if he times it just right, and he is beginning to. He sees them running up. He could definitely get behind and do a lot of damage. It's going to be about how many bullets or how much of his teammates go down before he can get into place is going to be really key. In fact, everyone's just getting wiped out, and so now it really doesn't matter that he's able to get behind. In fact, he doesn't even find that. Krim shuts it down. And so FNATIC off to a roaring start here in Sweden. 5-1 going to be the score.
You know, in these kind of rounds, you're hoping for a play, as we were highlighting with Stewie. Didn't quite pay off. The rest of his team buckled, and nothing does what he can at the end to make it as sting as possible of a round, but not really going to bother FNATIC. They are in cruise control to start things off.
Yeah, they really are. And it just seems like they're stabilizing as a team. Like, their roles are starting to get a bit more fixed. Like, instead of just everyone playing a different position every round, it seems to be getting more proper. And you also notice that the op isn't as passed around, you know, in the musical hero situation they used to have. Like, it seems like JW firmly has it the bulk of the time, but he's going to get run down in Palace. Another save from Cloud9, trying to do something gimmicky. It doesn't quite pay off all the way, but they do get an op in Stewie 2K's hands, and so you can see maybe he can make a play. He takes down Dennis. He actually gets it into a 3-on-3, and something awkward's going on here in window room. Krims walks right past Shroud, and Shroud gonna be able to backstab. No, he's gonna get backstabbed by Flusha. He's gonna get the knife kill. Oh my goodness, that was a circus of a situation on that catwalk. Down to 2-on-2.
Stewie up in hand, nothing with a P250, but considering that Cloud9 really came into this with nothing at all, this wouldn't be a bad take out of it, and Stewie's still on the prowl. Now, of course, the bomb has been spotted on B. He knows exactly where he needs to move to. It's going to be two very angry terrorists to contend with, though. Stewie peering around the corner, can see where the bomb's planted. Oh my goodness! Flusher gets nailed in the head. Oh, and Stewie's pulled it off. The clutch is a reality. What a play that is. I think it was a 4K as well he ends up picking up. What a monster.
That was unreal. You give him a chance, and sometimes he will produce. That was definitely a round where Cloud9 were in the dumps. They just happened to get JW's op down. And even after Flusha does this for a little bit of BM and a little bit extra cash, it doesn't matter anyway, because we see Stewie come through and get the masterclass clutch. That headshot was unreal. Really well done. That can be the type of thing that gets your head right back in the game after having a tough start.
Two ops in play now. FNATIC have Olafmeister and JW wielding the sniper rifles.
Yeah, double op on T side, something FNATIC is familiar with. That means that Olaf will be middle. They'll put someone else outside the A-bomb site for now. Again, trying to find picks, but Cloud9 not really giving them a whole lot of access to them, as they're just kind of entrenched on this A-bomb site and passive at window room. So FNATIC not finding anything until that one.
It's a solid first pick, but considering where FNATIC currently are, doesn't really shape how this round is going to go down just yet. Of course, it gives them the advantage, but they're not in position to make the most of this. So it is going to be more slow pace for the time being. Bomb still dropped over towards the T side of spawn.
Yeah, just waiting to see if Cloud9's going to make a play. I mean, in a 4v5 situation, you got to think that they might get a little bit aggro somewhere on the periphery of the map or at middle itself, but Cloud9 just holding angles, so we're coming down towards the mid-round here, and FNATIC are going to start putting a little bit more pressure on Connector. They still have someone in Palace, the bomb at the back and middle, so still no real commitment, but it looks like they really want to try to make some action over here towards Connector. As I say that, though, they begin to backpedal, just leaving one behind. And it looks like they're going to swing that bomb around into T-spawn, so they still want to split A, but they just want to get a little bit more presence over on the ramp before they actually start attacking.
Again, no, time is starting to tick ever so quickly against the terrorists. Cloud9, they can just push in this position and try and kill off as much as possible. Stewie 2K, we know he has it in his locker to pull this off. He's already got a huge clutch. Not this time around. A bridge too far. JW should have that free pick on Skadoodle, who did get flashed up as well. Couldn't see a single thing. And although it's close, FNATIC will have time to get the plant down with 2 seconds left. And now Automatic and Shroud, I mean, they're in safe territory. They want no part of this round. Gonna be able to get a kill onto Olofmeister. But that's all she wrote. FNATIC will regain their winning ways.
It's another reset on Cloud9 as well, man. Like, their 2 rounds are on islands, and that's really just hurting their money in such a big way. I mean, yeah, sure, it was a crazy clutch from Stewie on an eco buy that allowed them to get that second round, but now you're asking to have to pull off another miracle like that if you want this next round. And again, though, I'm starting to fear FNATIC because there's been so many rounds that have come down to them planning with just a couple of seconds left, and it's so unorthodox for FNATIC, right? You expect them to be like explosive and in your face early, and they've really kind of winded that down a bit. They'll take some fast mid control, but they're very patient on how they respond afterwards. It might haunt them in the future, as Skadoodle, with the one gun that Cloud9 had, does get the opening pick here at middle. And last time around, Cloud9 was able to follow it up. Can they do it again?
Well, there you have it. JW puts down the hammer. Skadoodle becomes extinct for the time being. Stewie will be able to get his hands on the AWP, though, so it's not completely out of play. And there is Kevlar across the field, as Cloud9 have gone in with pistols alongside that AWP. So although it does look pretty sketchy for Cloud9, they have enough power to maybe pull this one off. And of course, this is a much better buy than what we saw when Stewie pulled off the crazy clutch earlier. Nothing in a spot of bother, to say the least, but the flashbangs are going to yield him an opportunity, and he will jump on top of that. Bomb also gets dropped out. Vital information for Cloud9, who are now going to be moving their player on short round towards the connector side of the map. And JW is going to find that out firsthand. It's Automatic CZ that lays him to rest. Crims is going to go down next, and Cloud9 have only got Olaf to face off against. 4 players strong. What an absolute nightmare. 2 times Cloud9 with very little investment have made the round stick.
Yeah, the rounds that they've won are the ones they've had the least invested in, to be 100% honest with you. That's crazy stuff there from nothing, just staying alive under that balcony, just dodging and weaving around, and he gifts himself with this beauty right here, getting the 1 as soon as Crims comes around the corner. That was a really good flash, though. That was probably the biggest thing. Like, that flash as soon as FNATIC started coming up A ramp, got him that first kill for free, basically. So that combined with Skadoodle's op pick at the beginning, he's going to go for it again and gets it once more the exact same way. So they're starting to get into this one now. They're starting to get a little bit of a rhythm going.
Plenty of time for FNATIC to try and force their way into the B side. That's exactly what's going to happen. They do get spotted from connector. There's the M4 hail of gunfire will find them. Does whittle them down somewhat, but they're getting frags on the site down to Flusher. That has had a pretty solid performance so far. So you can't write them off, but it's not looking good, and nothing. He will secure the round. So Cloud9, that's the first time we've actually seen them pick up a rifle round, it seems. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that's the case.
For the most part. Maybe the first round they won. Might have been some guns on that one as well. But yeah, the other 2 before that one were basically full saves, or just like 1 gun. And we are going to see a pause come out now, as FNATIC have kind of started to slow down after that big start. It's been some pretty big individual plays and some craftiness from C9 on low buy rounds, but they've closed the gap in a big way. They're now right on the heels of FNATIC in the first half.
Pardon me. Actually, they did win a rifle round. I think it was their first buy. It was 3-0. They had 3 UMPs, if memory serves me correctly. I think it was 3 UMPs, an AWP, and an M4, and they made it work. Either way, FNATIC now find themselves in unfamiliar territory on an eco. Ooh. Oh, and this could just be a stomp in mid. Stewie's only able to get 1, but this is where Automatic steps up to the plate and connects 4. Can't get too carried away about that. It was a full-on eco from the Swedes. At Cloud9, they beat what was up against them, 6-5.
Yeah, so this is the round they were really planning on here. I mean, this was basically just them saving up for cash, but this is the round where we'll see them have something invested into it. See what they want to go to. Again, we've actually seen a lot of like fast mid control, but then really slowing it down and trying to just kind of work things out more methodically, almost to the point of dangerous territory with very little time on the clock. So I'm curious if they'll start picking up the pace a bit. Looks like they are going to once again go for a bit of mid control, but they're still at the back of Catwalk, not jumping out just yet. They don't really have the smoke to block off window, I guess, just yet. So they want to kind of wait it out. They want to give that Opera a free kill. Now the smoke goes in window, and so now they'll start making their way out. You do have Automatic playing inside ladder room, so if they try to work up Cat, he could definitely disrupt this, and Skadoodle might get some free reign over the top of this smoke. The spot one, there you go. All he needs is a pixel, and that's going to get him the opening kill again. Skadoodle's been really good for these opening picks. He's gotten so many 5v4s for his team.
You just know JW's salty about that. It's like, do we throw a smoke down in connector, and they still get wrecked through there?
That's why it's so dangerous to throw smokes in connector. That's why you see a lot of teams now just throwing that smoke by stairs, like on the CT side of connector right here in front of Dennis instead, because that's kind of the more guaranteed way to make sure no one from ace site is going to be able to spot you working Catwalk, but not that time.
And you can see instantly as well, FNATIC have a knee-jerk reaction. They just pull back. They go more passive. As a result, they try and filter through B apps. So that pick really meant so much for Cloud9. And although Dennis has managed to get himself through onto the jungle side and pick up 2 kills, this round may not be over just yet. I was thinking FNATIC were going to slip away, and there's Stewie with a USP headshot delivered first class. Now going to be whipping out the AWP instead. 12 seconds. Bomb is going to start to make a maneuver onto the site and could go for a plant as well. Crim's only on 1 health, but that's all he's needing seemingly. Molly goes down onto the site, and Crims comes through with 2 kills of his own.
I want to see that second one. That looks so fast.
FNATIC somehow come back into that round. It looked like they were totally wrecked after the first 2 picks.
Yeah, it was not looking good. It looked like they really got bogged down over in the middle and got shut down on initial Catwalk presence, but Dennis making some big plays from window room here kind of gets them back into the round, and then you have Crims finishing it off. Oh, they just line up for him. Okay, that's how it happened. That was pretty raw there. And so now we are going to see FNATIC again shifting into one of these 1-4 setups off the bat. So it seems like they do want to pick up the pace a little bit in a round like this one. They do know that they have Cloud9 in a low buy, I would imagine, if they're keeping track of these rounds.
Yeah, they'll certainly have a good idea as to what's up against them. And of course, once they find this pistol in the hands of Stewie, forcing them down, he switches. Oh, Crims actually team kills JW!
What in the world?
What a nightmare. Could you imagine if Crims then dies afterwards?
Oh yeah, the salt would be Dead Sea level.
Next level. Either way, a 1-4 trade, make that a 2-4, Automatic comes through with a kill of his own. Skadoodle narrowly misses out on the shot, nearly gets on the second time of asking, and he's going for some cheeky wallbangs that aren't too far off. Shroud will finish off what nothing has started. And now Dennis, who came through with 2 clutch kills in the last round, is going to go for the spray. Oh, and he lands both of them as well. Skadoodle and Shroud fall to his hands.
Dude, Dennis is like just a savior of FNATIC. He had those key kills on the A-bomb site in the previous round. Now he has to try to clutch it by himself, but he can't. Nothing will finish it out with the M4. That's another round for C9. So they are keeping this half close. As close as it gets here at 7-6. Just a couple of more rounds left now. But this was certainly an odd situation. You hate to see it. Crims is trying to get the kill on this Stewie. Happens to burn his teammate in the process. And now it's FNATIC who are on a low buy.
That was some top-tier spray control, though, man. There's something about Swedish DNA that allows them to be just these masters of spray. Dennis transitioning across on the CT boxes was really a thing of beauty. But now FNATIC, well, they're back into A very sketchy buy of their own. Kevlar, a few pistols, and they're going to run into Shroud with his UMP, who's looking to go on a farming frenzy. Automatic's going to fall. That could afford a bomb plant, although there is a player now pushing up onto the site itself. So the last line of defense hasn't quite been broken just yet, and that's going to be Stewie, who is going to get both the kills. Not quite fast enough to stop the bomb, but we are getting towards the dying embers of this first half. Not going to care too much about that.
So they're going to tie it up, and this is actually great when you consider at one point they were down like 5-1 or 6-1 or something like that. That's actually tied this half back up. Pretty good news, and it really hurts FNATIC because right here at the home stretch of the half, they've actually had to go into 2 like really low buys, like just force what they could basically. This one's not going to be too much there. At least it includes a couple of rifles, but still mostly pistols in play here. We know they can be dangerous in rounds like this. They certainly have the players on pistols who can be quite dangerous. So you are going to see Cloud9 getting aggressive at mid this time, pushing all the way up to top, but it's going to be JW who punishes Stewie for it. So now it'll be FNATIC getting the opening 5-on-4. They haven't had that so many times.
Indeed, and this is really one of the keys to their success as well. By getting Cloud9 down by a player at the start, maybe being able to get their hands on a weapon later on once they take mid control. That's really what the doctor ordered. JW's going to keep the player advantage going in their favor. They are at a lack of nades though at this stage. We're still over a minute to play with just a smoke and a molly. And as a result of the lack of CTs on the map, it does afford them some avenues of aggression. And it looks like it's going to be B once again, Dust, where they look to try and pierce through.
Man, it seems that is the case. We do see them gathering up now, throwing down the nade. Shroud, though, playing from inside the slide, able to take one out, but they're able to trade through evenly, and it means they keep the man advantage. And they will get the bomb down much earlier this time. It's just going to be on Scoodle and Nothing to try to retake. They both have kits, but they don't have a utility other than Nothing's Incendiary, who just spent it.
From 2 separate angles to boot. Nothing needs to get this 1v1 duel going in his favor, and it was labored, but JW picks it up. 1 health separates the 2 of them, and Crims will get Sweden ahead at half-time, 8-7, but there's really nothing to distinguish between the 2 teams. It started great for FNATIC, as you said, around 5-1, but Cloud9, they showed great grit and tenacity to bring it back into such an even encounter.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it came down to some big individual plays. I mean, Stewie 2K had that one round with the AWP and clutching. You know, you had Skadoodle finding opening picks all the time. Like, there was definitely a lot of effort coming in from C9, but in the end, FNATIC do maintain their lead as we transition to the second half. After a great start, they did slow down a bit, but they're still with that 1 round advantage. Switching over to their CT side, which we know can be quite powerful. Seeing if they can defend home turf again. Just to remind you, they have not allowed Cloud9 to beat them offline since summer 2015. That is quite a time ago. Almost fully 2 years, because it was July of 2015 at the Face of Stage 2 finals that Cloud9 actually beat them.
I do wonder though, and this is something that you highlighted a couple of times, that Cloud9 got a lot of the opening picks, even in rounds that they were losing. Now that they're going through onto the T side, if that starts to dry up somewhat and they can't get the opening picks, they can't get the entries, you have to feel like FNATIC can extend their lead pretty fast here. So let's see how Cloud9 fare in the pistol. Not really telling us anything as of yet in terms of not going to be stacking together. It's more of a slow push.
Indeed, just kind of in a holding pattern all across the map, just anticipating aggression. You have them tucked in, watching for a B apartments push, watching for a mid push. You have people watching each spot over at A. So it's definitely very held back, just trying to see if FNATIC's going to give them something for free, but FNATIC content just to wait back here in holding pattern. So we're going to have a fairly slow start because no one really wants to take any initiative right now. It's like Cloud9 now will begin to start eyeing out middle, but JW will be there with the USP unless they have something to chase him off. He could just get a free headshot the first player crossing.
Well, they have a smoke and a Molotov, but it doesn't seem like either of those are going to go towards JW's position. Okay, there we go. They're going to bank it off the wall. Solid utility affords them an avenue to push down into mid with. Dennis is going to get smoked off, and it's going to be nothing with the first of what Cloud9 hopes is many. CT boxes where Crims currently resides. He's not able to put bullets to faces. And the rest of his team is starting to get thinly spread across the rest of the map. They're going to be trying to come in together. I think that was a bit of an aim punch. He threw the grenade, which is going to completely skew where he was hoping to get that one. JW comes through with the only kill for the CTs. And I think Stewie just spotted his teammate Olafmeister darting down into connector side. So all the chips firmly stacked in Cloud9's side, and now we have it. Skadoodle comes through with the last two. Huge pistol, Cloud9 have picked it up.
Yeah, they just use their utility so efficiently. I mean, they put that Molotov down to push JW out of window so they can safely push up middle. Then they put that smoke down on Catwalk right as they want to hit connector. And you could see that shut down FNATIC's rotation and allow Cloud9 to safely get through connector and get these entries. And you see Skadoodle finishing it off. And that'll tie up the game 8-all. Skadoodle, he's got a Krieg.
Gotta keep them scopes, bro.
Oh, JW just got destroyed out in middle. Again, this is kind of a pistol buy here from FNATIC, and that's a quick opening pick. But yeah, you'd see Shroud using the Krieg a lot, actually, kind of modeling after MOUSESPORTS, who was doing it a little bit on this particular map, actually.
It's a solid gun, honestly, in the right hands.
Yeah, I've never seen Skadoodle use it, though. Usually it's been Shroud if anyone uses it on this team, but Shroud with the Galil takes out Olafmeister, and so the odds continue to stack against FNATIC in this round. We see Cloud9 looking to go ahead and get into this B-bomb site.
A very lonely Dennis will be there to face off against them. Does he have some magic? No, is the resounding answer. Crims, the sole survivor. Could be a case for him trying to get an exit and then save, but Stewie won't allow him to do so. 4 health left. Cloud9 have taken the lead, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Dust, I think this is the first time they've actually been leading this game. They've been from behind pretty much the whole way through so far.
And it's been good stuff. I mean, again, they want to get that win. It gets you into the winners. It gives you that chance to get that first seed. Have to avoid playing any best of threes until you're in the semifinals. So certainly a lot to be had in a game like this. And also beating FNATIC on home soil is definitely nothing to slouch at.
They have actually switched across. So you said before, Shroud does like to use the SG or the Krieg, whatever you want to call it. He now has it in his hands. It is against a fully ecoing up FNATIC. Should be lamps to the slaughter. Crimps from Shadow goes unchecked and is able to tee off with the flimsiest of pistols. Dennis may be able to do very much the same thing and is able to get it done. Even 2 kills out this round is probably more than FNATIC were expecting, but Cloud9, of course, will continue to bully their way in the lead. There will be assault rifles up against them, though, in this round, so it's going to be more of a test you have to feel.
Indeed, as Cloud9 typically, like what we saw from FNATIC in the first half was a lot of like mid-control and then kind of slow down just playing it out, but Cloud9 typically like to just do faster executes a lot of the time, and they do have the ability to play mid-control, but you do typically see them just doing a lot of faster site splits, a lot more early round stuff. Don't really like to wait until the last 30 or so seconds. They want to get out there quickly, and they're going to do the exact same thing, putting a smoke down on that molly, and somehow Flush is still not able to get the kill, and oh my goodness, these entries for Cloud9, it couldn't be better.
I mean, Flusher got completely panned by that flashbang, as does Crims, but already had his crosshair in the perfect position, so Shroud is a goner. But so is FNATIC's defense, it would appear. Even with assault rifles, it hasn't really been up to the task of Cloud9's demolition of Mirage. Dennis and Olafmeister, considering they have no kit, this round is pretty much done, and, well, there's another nail in the coffin.
Those were some clean entries on C9. Just smoking through that incendiary and just getting into the A-bomb site so rapidly. And the entries were just crisp. FNATIC just didn't have much of a response in this round, and so it will be 11-9. But we'll see if FNATIC can dig deep here and play themselves back into this. They're certainly still not far off. But that was definitely a great round from Cloud9.
The duels going their way, solid use of utility on top of it. And Dennis is able to scavenge an AK out of a hopeless situation. But yeah, this is the moment you can see from Flush's perspective. He just got completely railed by the flashbang. Crims could get one, but got traded instantly afterwards. Cloud9 looking really good on their T side, thus. I mean, this is impressive stuff.
Yeah, again, like I said, they're usually a little bit more decisive in early round, and they're just going to give you those quick pace attacks. They usually have a lean towards one side or the other. You never really see them just run like a completely balanced setup, or it's rare at least. And they're going to have Skadoodle's op this time over towards B. Olaf gives him a little bit too much to look at, so he will go out, and so that will be Cloud9 once the instant 5-on-4 once more. on what is essentially an empty B-bomb site until JW begins to trek his way in, but considering what FNATIC have to work with, unless Dennis can come up huge with this 1 AK, and you see Crims pop off with the CZ, this is not looking good.
Certainly not. Cloud9 firm favorite to take this round and a 12-8 lead, which would mean that FNATIC have been barren on their CT side thus far on a single round. Flush is going to land a 1 deke though, keeping this round interesting. JW is going to rattle off some rounds. He can land one onto Shroud's head. Still, Cloud9 have the weapon advantage, and they still have control over the bomb, and nothing's going to go on a pivot and land a headshot into JW, not able to transition across the Crims. I can see Skadoodle has no information. He has no idea where those potential CTs could be hiding, and it's going to be Bench where Flusher lays him to rest. First round that FNATIC have picked up on their CT side.
And of course it would be with the buy that they had, right? Just that 1 AK, you had a CZ, you had some P250s out there. There was not a whole lot to go off of, but in true FNATIC fashion, they find a way to put those rounds together, and so now it is going to be 9-11 here. Now they have the double op set up as well. FNATIC, chance here to start working towards a tie game again. There's a little bit of a gap in that smoke on the left-hand side that Olaf can actually kind of see through there to see when it's going to cross. Meanwhile, he's got Dennis for support coming off the catwalk. No one's really given him a shot just yet. Cloud9 are at the back a bit, looking to press forward soon.
JW gonna put down nothing on the B side. Olaf still peering through mid. Smoke will skew his vision, has to turn tail and run, allowing Shroud to open up. Still 2 AWPs in play. Flusher this time won't be getting bested in connector, playing more of a passive angle. Centralized aggression from Cloud9. 2 of their 3 players currently making a move through connector, the other in Palace, but Olaf is turreting his way across with the AWP. Thinks better of that decision, and curious if that timing is going to end up stinging in the long haul. It's not like Cloud9 have a huge amount to break through with either. They've got a molly, which has just been used into jungle side on the window, and now a HE, and that's it. They desperately love to have a smoke at this stage of the round, but Flusher is going to put down yet another one. And he's on low health, but the cavalry is arriving with Dennis, who's not required for the start, but will be taking down the bomb carrier Skadoodle at the end. Important round for FNATIC, and they've picked it up in style.
Yeah, really well done. It got a little bit worrisome there when Shroud was able to get that kill out of Palace and kind of give them a chance, but great responses from FNATIC across the board, particularly that opening pick from JW over on the B side on the nothing, gave them that initial advantage. And now you actually have Cloud9 forcing up what they can here. Not the most ideal buy. They're going to look for a fast A execute here. 1 inside the A site, 1 connector. I mean, it's pretty much a default setup for FNATIC, but they have a guy aggressing catwalk, so they're going to have a bit of a faster rotation, especially since there's actually no one in B site. There's 1 market as well, so FNATIC are in great shape to rotate fast on A when this execute begins to pour in. They'll be there in plenty of time, but we'll see if Cloud9 can still brute force their way through.
So we'll be pulling the trigger afterwards as a result of not having any utility in reserve. So the plant likely, but the retake very possible. Flusher taking a whole bunch of damage, but is going to come out on top. Stewie falls by the wayside, momentarily silenced, and nothing decides to try pushing through, but he will meet around courtesy of the AWP, and JW goes in for one of his own. Looking good for FNATIC now. Automatic and Skadoodle, they both have AKs, they both have a hope to maybe crush the Swedish Dreams, but he's asking so much. And they're both on the same side as well, so even if Automatic goes out and lands an entry, the chances are so slim anything happens. The bomb wasn't even planted for them. So instead, Automatic's going to try and save.
And they were able to get in, but they didn't really have any utility to hold off the retake, and they tried to make some aggressive plays in CT spawn. They just didn't pan out. Really well done from FNATIC. Those AWPs are going to work in a big way for them. And now they've tied the game right back up at 11-all. And now it's Cloud9 with even less. Even after the bomb plant and the loss bonus, they still want to kind of save up their money for the next round. So they'll buy what they can here, but not enough to handicap them. And this means FNATIC, this might be the way back into a lead, as we do have Crims playing way up close on A ramp. He could disrupt them right away with a nice spray down. But if he goes out, that could get Cloud9 the advantage they need to get in here. He actually backs off, thinks better of it, now on top of the balcony.
There was a volley placed down, though, which pretty much nullified all the smokes that started to land on the site. They're not able to get any avenging frags, which was a consistent theme earlier of how Cloud9 were getting T rounds. So FNATIC done a great job of stopping the momentum in this round. The bomb will not be getting planted. Nothing now with an AK. Not long for this world. And, well, FNATIC, they started very poorly on this half, but they're coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, masterclass work there from Crims over on the A side, getting that balcony kill, dropping down, staying alive for more. Winds up with 3 kills on the round, so really nice defense, whittling down the numbers of C9, who now have to think about things a little bit. Again, they didn't buy up too much in that round, so they should be able to get a full buy into this one. Between the bomb plant in the previous round and the loss bonus. FNATIC with the lead, of course. Going to see if they can't finish this one off.
Well, this game certainly on the scales, tipping slightly in favor to FNATIC, just by 1 round. But it's the economy that's also going to be working against Cloud9, now on the CT side, of course, where maybe they're not going to be able to get as many AWPs on the likes of Skadoodle and Stewie, who did such a good job when the roles were reversed. Ran into a Swedish blockade for the time being. So understandable they'd be trying to collectively get themselves sorted out here with a tactical pause.
Yeah, I'm just curious what Cloud9 wants to go to now. Again, they are fairly execute heavy. They have a few more we haven't seen yet. They like to be aggressive. They like those 1-4 setups. They like those quick 2-3 splits. They have some fakes as well in their back pocket they can pull out. And just what you think is your best play. I'm not really sure what that's going to be. Of course, Dewey is back as the in-game leader of the team after a short stint of Automatic serving in that role. Decided that they were better off as Automatic felt that he wasn't having the same impact as a player while he was calling, whereas Stewie seemed to be able to balance the two a lot better individually when it came to statistics and whatnot. So he's going to be back in there. But you know this is a team that's always been one that probably has a very collective leadership. Guys, well, even if Automatic's not the actual in-game leader, he's very vocal, so is Nothing. So it's kind of a shared responsibility for this team. It has been that way for quite a long time. So we'll see what they've come up with. It's a big round for them.
Also, my feverish brain just wrecked me. I said Cloud9 were on the CT side. Definitely not true, of course.
It's
definitely
okay.
on the T side.
It's okay. We know.
I'm a scrub. It's all good. Going to be aggressively pushing up mid anyway, looking to counter any mind games that Cloud9 had planned. Actual fact, aggression on 2 sides, up mid and through B app simultaneously.
Yeah, this is definitely a change up here from FNATIC to try to take this much map presence. I mean, JW has been a little bit aggressive on B with the op here and there, and he's going to find Shroud this time. It's the second time he's found an opening pick from that position. The last time it was against Nothing, and that did lead to a round win for FNATIC, so yeah, it's been the catalyst at times for FNATIC here, and this is definitely a great way to start. Again, this is such a big round for Cloud9 because they don't really have that much money in the bank. They're going to have a way lesser buy in the next round than this if they decide to force. So FNATIC are starting to really comfortably stabilize that lead. A good chance to extend it if they can finish this one off, as we do see Cloud9 beginning to gather up over here towards the B apartments.
Yeah, and a real combo breaker moment as well after a pause to then lose the next one. If Cloud9 were to falter from this point, JW, who originally did back away, thought about going for another peek, has spotted a play, not able to connect, but he is safe as his teammate throws in a Molotov and a smoke from the hands of JW. Will keep Cloud9 at bay. They're now going to be coming through the window side, and JW decides to try and push up close with the AWP. Not going to work for him, but now Crims able to transition across for a double spray down. Leaves Stewie and a Galil. There's the first of what they're hoping is 3. And a second Stewie! Lightning reaction speed! And although the nade was plumb on Flusher, he's not low enough to die outright. 3 seconds left. He does spot a pixel, but Flusher's playing it smart. I would like to say, though, a big NT to Stewie. That was a pretty sick double.
Oh, yeah,
that he picked up.
It's just so unfortunate that the thing that crippled him was the bomb was still up top on the balcony of the apartments, and he couldn't get back up to it with only, like, I think 7 seconds left after he got that frag. He just didn't have the bomb. So unless he could find the frag, it was never going to work out. And so now you see Cloud9, they're taking a save here. They bought up a little bit on Automatic and nothing with some Tech 9s and some nade sets. They do have a Deagle out in Shroud's hands as well. But it's more focused on buying up in the next round. And so that means FNATIC are probably going to have a great shot at putting it to 14. And just a few steps away from defending home turf successfully.
And you think this is now FNATIC's chance to get across the finish line. That round after the pause was so vitally important to Cloud9. It didn't go their way. And some last-ditch heroics from Stree, not quite capable of pulling them back in the previous one.
Now you imagine that Cloud9 are probably doing a fair amount of talking in this round. I mean, it's a round they don't really have anything into. And they're kind of just spread out, so they're probably just taking a little bit of an extra time to chat without actually having to take a timeout. But they're starting to probe around over the B apartments a little bit. JW misses a shot. Misses another one as well. Takes a little bit of damage. Is going to get bogged down, though, by some utility of FNATIC. Olaf holding him off still here at the van.
I do feel for JW there, though, because I assume after that first shoulder peak, he had the assumption the player would run straight past him, be apt. You can see his crosshair was actually ahead of the player, not behind him. Probably won't end up mattering that much, though, because even though they've got onto the site, JW is swinging like a madman who's had too much booze. Put the bottle down. The bomb gets planted, but when you consider that everyone is so low, I mean, surely this is FNATIC picking it up afterwards. They know a player's on bench, all on Skadoodle. He's a dead man. FNATIC will pick up a 14th. But as a result of the bomb plant, it will bolster their next round in terms of weapons.
Yeah,
and
on
utility.
top of the save, the loss bonus, and the bomb plant, like they should have plenty of money in this round to go whatever they want. And that's actually kind of crazy what happened in that round. Olaf did so much damage, but it just didn't come up with any of the kills. At least he softened them up to make sure the retake panned out. And so there it is, 14-11. FNATIC one away from map point. Cloud9, all their eggs basically in this basket. I mean, this is the one they saved up for. They have all the utility they could want. They have the AWP in Skadoodle's hands.
I mean, the crazy thing for FNATIC here, Dust, is that it's Olaf Meister who's rock bottom of the scoreboard. He's on 8 for 20. The rest of their team all stepping up to the plate. You have to feel if Olaf has a solid game, they'd be in great shape. And Cloud9 not out of this just yet. They still have a solid purchase here in round 26.
Well, that's the thing with this FNATIC lineup, right? It's prided on its firepower. Whoever seems like any of these guys can be in form and put up big numbers. Obviously, it was Olaf and Crims in the past. It was Dennis most recently. Flush always a stable guy, but Skadoodle gets an opening pick against Crims, who was looking to get antsy over here on the A side of the map. We're going to see nothing lining up a smoke here from B apartments. Maybe into window room again, I believe. Try to help them get through underpass without being caught by window room. So they want to split the save bomb side through connector with 3 players. They have 2 waiting outside the A ramp, including the bomb carrier, so it's definitely the intended target. 3 players in the area for FNATIC right now. 2 in CT spawn, 1 actually inside the site.
I mean, in terms of opening starts to the round, Cloud9 really couldn't have asked for too much better than this. Winning that first pick, but they've decided to play it slow and steady instead. That flash is ready to be popped across, but Flasher will be put down just before he gets it done. JW now in a spot of bother as the Molotov he's hoping desperately doesn't spread to his feet. The bomb is still going to get planted though. Dennis can look for some miracles through the smoke with his spray, and it's going to be JW and Olaf that actually give FNATIC the player advantage in his close plant scenario. It will be evened up, and now Skadoodle's going to be teeing off with his AWP. Dennis and an AWP all that remain. And FNATIC may be thinking of saving this, considering he doesn't have a kit.
Yeah, trying to take this one down would be damn near impossible. So Cloud9 will get that 12th round. Just being able to establish that mid control, the way they worked up connector, just so swift. And so they're hanging around in this game. So we definitely have a close one on our hands here. It's been nice.
(14-12). Here is the opening pick that gave Cloud9 an excellent opportunity, and of course it was in the hands of Skadoodle, who got himself a second later in the round. Now FNATIC do have a buy, but you can see there, Flusher on $0, a couple players around 1,000.
That's good to see Skadoodle playing like this. He actually had a really great America's Minor. People have been feeling like for a while online he's starting to get back in better form after a period where he just wasn't the same guy that was at one point in the arguments for being one of the best operators in the world next to Guardian. And that summer run in 2015, he kind of slowed down for a while, but he seems like he's really picked up the pace over the last few months in regional play, and now he's doing pretty well here against FNATIC. We are in round number 27. Still a good buy for FNATIC. Cloud9 slowing things down a bit here, just some standard mid control.
Yeah, both teams have been fairly slow on their T sides. Haven't seen too many explosive strategy plays put in motion early in the round.
It's also interesting positioning. Usually it's Stewie who plays outside the A-bombs. I think that's actually Shroud over there who normally plays B apartments. I think it's because they just want Stewie to be able to be a part of this entry force that's going to come from Underpass and Connector, as he is one of the more, you know, initiators on the team. So it makes sense to kind of shuffle that around, and so he will lead the way. A little bit of a crossfire FNATIC has here on Connector with JW and Window and Flusha here on the stairs.
Well, he's not going to burn anyone too deep on this occasion. Cloud9 up just next to the entrance, and the Flusha will oblige with one kill. Dennis from short, but fair play to nothing. He actually comes back with an insta headshot of his own. JW from CT boxes. And the cohesion that we saw earlier for Cloud9 seems to be disintegrating. Time itself is also an enemy. Nice shot by Skadoodle onto JW, but the strength in numbers. And the Swedes now 3 match points.
Yeah, again, it was Cloud9 looking for a similar situation in the last round that they won, right? Just trying to get up Connector, trying to make things happen. But FNATIC just shut it down. Again, 4 players in the 20s for this FNATIC team. They are certainly almost firing on all cylinders. Even if Olaf's had a little bit of a tougher time, he hasn't really been asked to do a whole heck of a lot here. Cloud9 trying to pick up the pace, coming into the A-bomb site rapidly. They have the entry on the Flusha. So it looks like they should be able to get this bomb planted.
Again, though, even if the bomb does get planted, there's a lot of firepower and there's plenty of utility plus kits. It's not a foregone conclusion. Nothing's fragged, though. It's going to make things a lot more possible. But Dennis now is going to come through with 3 quick fire frags, not able to get a 4th. Automatic will stop the party for now. But is he just delaying the inevitable, or is he actually going to clutch this one out? He's made himself 1 step closer.
Oh, man.
Crims against Automatic. Positionally, Automatic now has the edge in the sense that he had the bomb planted, but Crims from behind from CT boxes will put him down. And FNATIC will take their first map here at Dreamhack Summer 2017.
So again, Cloud9 will be denied a map win against FNATIC. They defend their home soil here on the Swedish side. Well done. Brilliant individual play for most of their players. And like you said, 4 of their guys were in the 20s region. This was just a big play from Dennis to close this thing down from up top. Lining up that spray, the transfer, so on point on the Skadoodle. So just great stuff from the Swedes. They take a map here to open things up. They'll move on to one of those winners matches later on.
I don't think it's necessarily a terrible side for Cloud9, though. They started really poorly. FNATIC were, what, 5-6-1 up at one stage. They came back 8-7 half. And they even started well in the second half. They got the first 4 rounds. But then FNATIC just showed up again and showed exactly what they're capable of doing. 16-12. FNATIC moved through now.
Yeah, I mean, it was guys, you know, like JW who was able to get opening picks with the AWP. It was FNATIC shifting into more aggressive mid setups, like pushing down to the back of Catwalk, denying Cloud9 free space. And you know, just individual form shining through on some of their players, like big individual plays. Crims had a big hat trick spray down on a ramp in the second half that was pretty massive. You had Dennis right there with that big play to be able to close out the game right then and there. And so again, it's just like FNATIC being prided on individual levels, and they were all very high for 4 out of 5 players.
Yep, even with Olaf having a poor performance, they still come out ahead. We have an interview with Power lined up on the stage, so take it away, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hometown heroes have done it. They won their first best of 1 of the day. Put your hands together. Cheering yourself there, Olaf. Are you proud of that performance?
Of my performance?
In general, or yourself, whichever you prefer.
I'm really proud of my performance. I felt like I played extremely well. Maybe the stats didn't show that, but I'm really proud. No, but we played really good as a team, and I'm thankful for my teammates. I didn't even feel that I played that bad. I just got, I don't know, fucked and out of place all the time. I don't know. Just felt weird.
Well, talking about you guys as a team, it seems like there is an increasing amount of cohesion maybe with the way you guys are playing. Are you happy with the current situation on the team and performances that you guys are having?
If we're happy with our performances, something is wrong. We're of course not happy with our results lately, but we are talking about and trying to fix everything, just grinding every day. And I think we wanted it to go a lot faster than it has, and maybe that has shown, but we think that we will become better, and we're pretty sure of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side of that, as opposed to like recent things and over time, maybe not getting the performances that you've wanted, today, it looks like you're maybe starting to get some momentum.
Yeah, of course, we are getting momentum, but still it's a best of one. We need to prove it in a best of three, and we're working for it, but it felt good. We played really good at CT, actually.
Who would you say the toughest competition here is for you guys?
Singularity.
Okay, and why is that?
No, of course, it's SK Gaming.
SK Gaming are potentially the favourites going into this, and who knows, you might play them later on in the competition. Olaf, are there any final words that you would like to say? The crowd, of course, is still hanging around. I'm sure you're going to have to sign many signatures and take many photos after this.
Yeah, it's going to be fun times, but I just want to say thank you to all of you that's shown up, and it's always fun to play in front of the Swedish crowd. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Olaf, for your time. As always, it's a pleasure to speak to you. Now, Alex and the guys will head back to the Corsair analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much, Parla. Yeah, getting to hear from Olaf as the attitude continues. It is just, we are not going to be happy until we're winning every tournament we attend. And I mean, I guess you got to reach, that's the reach, and that's what they've done in the past. It makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's healthy. I think instead of just thinking that the same old stagnant way can work eventually, you actually realize that we have to do something. We can't be content with just, yeah, exactly. It's different between doing and talking about things, right? And also having the mindset of like, yeah, we're winning a couple of games here and there, and that's nice. It's an improvement, but it's obviously not that's not our final goal.
Yeah.
So, you know, they have their eyes on their prize, and I think they're getting step by step closer to realizing how they're going to achieve that.
Fair enough. Now, Jacob, what did you make of this one? Getting to see, well, Olaf saying he doesn't normally play BAPs.
We were all surprised by why he was playing BAPs, actually.
Yeah, but he also, whilst also admitting he was uncomfortable, they felt comfortable on their CT side. We got to see some of that.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you have to sacrifice. Like if another player plays his spots better, then you got to go somewhere where you're not comfortable. But as he said himself, like they played a great CT side, so that might be for the good. I think we got to see what we expected, sort of. Like, Cloud9 was playing well. It was a close game. They had, like, was it a 12-9 lead or something? Yeah. Along those lines. Then lost an eco, and it kind of changed from then. Yeah, exactly. It could have gone Cloud9's way. Still, I'd say we saw FNATIC be the better team. We saw the retakes, especially on the A side. They were, like, on point for FNATIC. A bit chaotic for Cloud9, maybe. But it was very close, like, down to an error each round, so it could have gone both ways.
Yeah, no, and again, it's cool to see, obviously, both teams having different ways. For me, like, the big takeaway from that, with how different FNATIC are playing, is first off how slow they were as T initially to start off the game. Very slow pace compared to what they did. They would take mid control and they would just kind of sit around, eventually vacate the area, and just not necessarily do anything before there was like 25 seconds left in a round. And so not necessarily getting into a hurry with anything. Same thing on the CT side, actually just having the patience to do a ton of retakes. They were happy to give up A side any given time. Maybe like have the initial duel, see if they can get an initial frag or something. If that doesn't happen, back off, reset.
Right.
Let the T side smokes and all that kind of stuff fade out, and then you have the a bit of an upper hand again.
And I imagine it does bear repeating or discussing that you can't play for the retakes on every map, right? Mirage, especially A side, attributes it to that. That needs to be highlighted, that the retake strategy that FNATIC was employing would not necessarily work on say Nuke.
Cobble. Like, a lot of maps where it doesn't necessarily end well if you set up for a retake, but certain maps do definitely lend themselves to it a lot more, and I think the Mirage A side is probably the most prime one, considering how you can utilize your nade, how many points of attack you can actually have going into it, even as a CT, which normally means, when you're doing an afterplant, you will be forced into a certain position that's obviously going to not be as beneficial, but that's not necessarily the case on that map.
That sound about right to you?
Yeah, it's also to me, it's a showcase of what FNATIC has become, because in their prime when they were winning each tournament, they wouldn't get it down to a retake scenario, they would like kill the opponents before that happened. Exactly. Like, and it seems like now they admitted to themselves that that might not work for them anymore. So they like put on another aspect to the game, which is being able to retake on Mirage, which is a map that favors, as you said, retakes, especially on A side. So that's great to see that they are like not only like saying their thing about it, not only like showing, but it shows in the game.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just our final takeaways from Cloud9. We'll put them in a little box now. They fall to the lower bracket of their group. So Group B, Cloud9, lower bracket with GAMEBIT.
Correct. Not an easy matchup.
That's a fiery one, best of 3.
Yeah, no, that should actually make for a really, really fun matchup to see. We also got to see, to highlight one of the Cloud9 players. Obviously, was one of the ones who's been a bit in and out, actually, because of health issues, but Ska was performing very well this game, showing that he's still able to bring it to, some of the best operas in Europe, and that's a really, really good sign if you're Cloud9.
On that topic, Scar is regarded as quite a passive AWPer, not someone that's going to run into your face, and he's the opposite of what KNG was doing at times.
Yeah.
So my question is, does that make Cloud9's T side weaker?
Can be.
Can you passively T-AWP? I mean,
it's rough, but it depends on what team you have around you. Look, because they have like automatic and they have Stu.
They walk in first.
Exactly, and that's like having Stu in a team. That's enough aggression just there, So. It might fit in well, but I'd say like most of the great AWPers are good on T side as well. Like Kenny is, the likes of Kenny is, the likes of Henny, for example, Guardian, like they're good on T side as well. Whereas Skadul he's known for being like a very static AWPer. He's known for being very solid as CT. Maybe not as flashy as T, but like he's at least where you got him. Where as a player like Henny, you sometimes don't know where you have him. So it can both be good and it can hurt you as well.
Yeah, no, it's been something that teams have done for a long, long time as well. Like they've been able to have success with passive AWPers on the T side as well. Even if you want to go back to CSS, if you remember the American teams like Team Dynamic and that kind of stuff, who would post up 2 AWPers on each side of the map and have it like a trio just with rifles running around trying to force rotations, and you have turrets on each side of the map, seeing if anything happens, they get picked off.
What year is it, Grandad?
I mean, now we're rolling back the years, but guys like Adern was still playing, so
yeah, no, it's still relevant.
It's still relevant, but it could definitely work with the T side, like AWPer, who's not necessarily going in first or trying to find that first pick each and every time. But obviously, I don't think it's a negative at all to have an AWPer who is able to do both. That's obviously,
as always, there's always depth to the game, and that's something that we are always learning here at Analyst Desk at competitive CS:GO tournaments. Is there's so many ways to play the same game.
Yeah, and I guess you can argue what's the most beneficial though, like whether or not you want to have someone like a KNG or a Henny in your team, or if you want a Ska. But I guess that's all surrounded. Like it comes down to the total package, what kind of players you have surrounding that AWPer.
Exactly.
Okay, well with that said, it's time for us to venture into the upper bracket games. One team will be getting a day off tomorrow. Yes, indeed. A day off is on the cards in our next game. Another best of one map, and a team can put their feet up ready for the semi-finals. We're going to take a break. Before we do so, another reminder of one of our sponsors. It's Boomio, who have been putting up a lot of work into the CS scene as of late. The Jewels is something that we're particularly promoting. It enables you to go ahead and train in a more effective way. Not getting their phrasing is really good. Why get shot in the back in Dust 2 to prepare for a game on Mirage?
It's very true.
Absolutely. Well, go check it out for yourself, and when we do come back, it is time for some best of 1 action. One of the teams between, I think it's actually going back into Group A. We get SK going to be battling with none other than Immortals. That's going to be going on after the break. Join us as the Brazilians clash.
Is just ripping them apart, sneaking in. They're not paying attention right now. Come on, they're reload. So smart from Blade. He gets on the bomb. Flash comes out. He's gonna slide out though. Find it through. There he switches over to the pistol for a second. He's looking for a third and all.
What up, guys? This is Jordan Nathan Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, Just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. But why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights and real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born, they're molded from the core. A core of strength, a core of laser focus, a core that can handle anything, a core that sweats the small stuff, a core that's the difference maker, game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes. Dreamhack Astro Open is brought to you by Astro, Monster Energy, Corsair, Zowie, and Intel.
We are back in business. The sun starts to set and soon the lights, in fact, are all out here in Jönköping. The first day kicking off DreamHack Astro Open and also kicking off DreamHack Summer. It's always a party and video games are involved. As you can see, some of the fans are starting to make their way back into the crowd. They just got to watch FNATIC dispatch of Cloud9 here at the start of our group stage. That was Group B. Now we venture into the upper bracket of Group A. SK, after besting Singularity, now have an opportunity to battle versus the winners versus Mouse. It was Immortals. The Brazilians actually showed some fantastic flair, and now it's going to be in a Brazilian affair. Damn.
What a way with
I shouldn't pat myself on the back.
No, definitely shouldn't dab.
Really, it's not charming. It is not charming.
I mean, you think you were good all the way up to the dab. Like,
yeah, it wasn't a dab. It was a robotic celebration. Like, something new. I'm mixing it up, keeping it spicy.
Low dab.
Yeah, I love this Halo thing, by the way. Isn't it great?
Yeah, it's the best. You were terrified last year, though, when you tried that out.
It's because they lied to me. Well, no, they didn't. No, I thought they were lying to me. They were like, hey, Alex, if you say Halo, everyone say it back. And I was like, no, you're lying to me. You just want me to look like an idiot on the mic. Next time we have FNATIC on stage, I'll give a hello to the audience. I'll give them a wave. Yeah. So hold on for now. Upper bracket, SK, Immortals.
Pretty good matchup.
Pimp, Vendetta, Machine. Hi. Let's do this. Expectations, I imagine, are heavily placed within the SK camp. Olaf just said they're the ones, you know, poised to win the tournament. You've stated that in the pre-show, Halvor. And I just looked at the head-to-head.
It's not pretty.
So over the course, I imagine this is with different rosters. Like, this is just at a glance. It says 14 wins to 3. 14, of course, in favor.
In favor of SK, yeah. And I think if we go into series, that's even more skewed towards SK.
I think they took one at ECS. That's the most recent.
Yeah, that's part of it, like best of 2, so they split maps kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely been a rough road for Immortals. They've always been, you know, a little brother in that portrait between the two, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. Obviously, though, like, what could be really fun about this is, you know, with what we saw from KNG and the first match from Immortals, what we've seen from him at the Minors as well, it is encouraging the fact that they have, you know, a new weapon in that sense that they can actually put up against SK. Whether he can be the key or not, that remains to be seen. But it's definitely something that adds a bit of a spice to the matchup.
I mean, one of my favorite facts as we bring up Group A is that every member on this Immortals roster at one point, especially when FNX was in the team, I don't know how KNG's standing, had been kicked by Fallen at one point. You know, every member had tried to play with Fallen and had been cut. And now they get a chance to once again do battle. This time it will just be the best of one, and the winner of which gets that sweet, sweet spot in the playoffs. A day off. Yeah, just got to put their feet up, walk around DreamHack. There's plenty to see and do, and have some fun, relax, maybe even do some prep.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprising if they actually decided to do so. I mean, SK definitely don't want to go on the same kind of a route where they did in
when they decelerated. Yeah,
exactly. You start off great and then just peter completely out.
What conclusion did you reach in Dallas surrounding why their second day was so slow?
We were just very confused. They said themselves that they were overconfident, so they went into... Taco gave an interview that was just very, very confusing. He said that they were overconfident, so they let their opponents have their best maps, which... like,
no, I can understand his reasoning.
I can't fully remember his quote, but it was definitely something that was, I don't know, lost in translation maybe.
Saying that we were so good yet in the first day, we thought we'd give them their best maps in the second day.
But it's
not the smartest mindset. Your face, Jacob. Let's hear from you. No comment.
No comment. There was definitely something weird there in that interview. But in any case, I mean, obviously SK managed to recoup and make it to the playoffs and obviously have a pretty decent showing. But still, this is their tournament to win, even though they haven't necessarily won or not coming off a win from EPL.
Yeah, this is going to be the start of SK's like holiday/adventure in Europe. They're going to be, I think Fallen said something like 45 days.
Which is insane, like to commit so many days. Like that's
just back-to-back gaming.
It's a story like only SK can do. Like I don't know any other teams that would be willing to do that.
It's kind of fitting with the Brazilian way of doing it. If you go back to 1.6, the fact that Made in Brazil when they were about to prep for either ESWC, WCG, or CPL or something, they would always move over to Europe, stay at Inferno Online in Stockholm for weeks and weeks, and just practice. Because that's where they found the best matching, and it was like the one time where they actually had the chance to do some proper prep for one of the 3 big tournaments of the year.
You've done both. You've practiced in Europe, you've practiced in North America. Do you agree with Fallen when he said that your practice in Europe is, well, for him, he paraphrasing, he said it was better?
It's so much better. Like, it's insane.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like, part of it is that there's not many teams you can practice in NA, and the few there are, like, some of them are not good practice, basically, as it is. So you're very limited where you go to Europe and, like, even a top 40 team, even a top 30 team, like Singularity, which are not, like, considered a top 20 team at all, are good practice. And there's lots of teams of that caliber.
Right.
What gives you the opportunity for a team like SK, you can go in, you play, like, less good teams that you're not going to face in tournament, so you can actually show the whole thing, you can practice your secret strats. You can practice everything, without having any fear of, like, them, like, giving up anything, And
on the converse side, or inverse, or words, you can also have, like, for Singularity and for that team's perspective, you get practice against the very best who are trying their best. Like,
exactly.
It's a give, win-win. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yep.
I hadn't quite considered that. And on the other side of things, you do have the Immortals traveled over, living in North America from, of course, their Brazilian heritage, and now they have already got a new face in the house.
Yeah, new look as well. He ditched the cap.
Yeah, didn't even recognize him.
No, and actually, one of the guys we haven't really touched on at all is, the guy on the screen, Lucas. So, the part 2 of the twin duo.
Yeah.
With Henny. And Lucas, for the entirety of the Pro League season and even the finals, has been a quiet standout.
Right.
Again, he doesn't get brought up. He's not especially flashy, but he's constantly contributing. And if you look at average ADR throughout the season of Pro League, he was like in the top 5. And you would never imagine Lucas playing to that level when you looked at Immortals in earlier editions.
No, that's true.
So he's just made an immense step in the right direction, but done so very quietly, because he's still not the kind of guy who gets, 4K or clutches like the crazy 1v3s, that kind of thing. He just does it by getting, his frag around, does some extra damage on opponents, and it's just become extremely,
Is it a little bit to do with, the kind of similar to that of MOUSESPORTS when Nico departs and Dennis starts fragging? You take Phelps away from the team, suddenly Lucas is actually allowed to have a bit more control.
That could definitely be the case. I mean, it does allow, obviously, when you remove a player who is very dominant in your side, that's obviously going to create more space for the other players where they kind of have to pick up the pace a tiny bit. But
I saw you nodding, Pim.
Yeah.
That makes sense to you?
A little bit, but it's
Perhaps
two different players. Like, Lucas is more like a rock-solid type. Like, he's the guy playing sides alone, where Dennis beforehand, Nico, like, he's sort of the entry factor now for MOUSESPORTS. He's in the middle of things, where Lucas is always on the sides or alone on a side, Lucas has just been rock-solid, and I even remember when I was in Liquid, and there were talks about FNX going from SK. Like, Lucas was the guy who was brought up the most about, who was going to replace FNX. Because he, like, sort of fit the type. I think SK took a gamble with Phelps. Obviously, he's the more skilled player than Lucas, but I honestly think that SK were in doubts as well. Like, they could have gone for Lucas as well. So it just tells you how good he is, and it also tells you how good we players consider him. Because he could have been on.
There is respect. There is a huge amount of respect for him and his capabilities. And what is so interesting, we've mentioned Phelps playing against his old roster, offline, next to each other on the stage. And SK had some teething problems with Phelps bringing him into the roster. Now, admittedly, their bite does seem rather sharp. But I am very intrigued to know what's going to happen when these two kind of aggressive Brazilian sides play their favorite game against each other here in Sweden.
It's going to be fun to see as well, seeing how the map's going to be cached too, which is obviously not a bad map pick for Immortals at all. SK have had their basically like their ins and outs with that map, where they've gone periods where they just ban it immediately, they've gone periods where they try actively to play it and try to get better at it, and sometimes they find success, sometimes it doesn't pan out as well, which is why they revert back to banning it at times. But I definitely don't think it's a 96-4 to 4, as Twitch chat is convinced of right now.
I told you, SK is shorter.
Well,
People are lazy. My theory is 100% success so far.
So do you think if you change the tag from being
I reckon it would be like 50, 60,
Yeah? Could be.
That's my theory, I'm telling you now. Twitch chat proved me wrong. But
we could see if it's possible to change for day 2, right?
Yeah, I'm 100%, man.
Let's do a bit of experiment.
It's interesting we play Cash though. Like, you touched a little bit on it. Like, Cash is the map that SK like had as that perma-ban for like, what is it, half a year?
So long, yeah.
So long. And it's like they started to practice it when I was in NA, I remember, and we were like going up against SK, and they were not like scary on it. It was not like you didn't have the feeling when you played SK on Cash. It was not like this machine coming over you. It was not like this organized card.
Yeah, you'd like that feeling, wouldn't you?
Not the machine, but it's like it's been one of the it's
unstable picks, and I think it's part of the issue that SK talked about before going to Pro League. The fact that they're not really confident in their map pool, which is very unheard of when you think about SK, because before they had the lineup changes, they were just good on everything.
But that's what happens sometimes when you try to pick up a new map. You kind of forget about some of the maps that you're really good at, but you don't get to practice them as much. And then you all of a sudden you go into a tournament, you think we're actually good on this, so we can always put it out. But then you lose, and then you get confident. You lose confidence.
Cobble. Gambit, a prime example. Gets taken away from them so many times. They're like, oh, they actually left us Cobble. Here we go. And then CLG is like, who are you? Oh, so much fun to be had here. I'm really looking forward to it. They are doing their team huddles, and we should do ours. Put our heads together, gentlemen, and get some predictions.
Yeah, as impressive as KNG and Immortals looked in the first game, I'm still going to have to side with SK. I think Fur, the little we've seen of SK as of late on Cash has been pretty promising. I really like how Fur plays Cash just in general, especially on the CT side. It's constantly being a nuisance, being very aggressive, either if it's towards A main or if it's towards middle to taking aggressive peeks and just finding a bit of a relief for his team in the sense of just finding that first frag, which is not necessarily something you go on the hunt for on a CT side, but Fur kind of just plays CS a different way.
Well,
and it seems to be working out pretty well. So I'm excited to see how SK plays this out, but I think it should be a pretty good game.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting to me that these are very two aggressive teams, so they go up against each other, so we're going to see a lot of flashy, a lot of chaotic plays, most likely. Thing is, SK has been playing against aggressive teams before in Europe on a higher level than Immortal has. When Immortals is aggressive as they are, they usually win against the less good teams like Liquid. When I was there,
you can't handle it. It's overwhelming.
We couldn't handle it, and a lot of less good NA teams can handle it, but SK can. So I think that's gonna stop Immortals from really bearing through in this series, and it's gonna be a SK victory, but it's not gonna be flashy. It's not gonna be big, but it's gonna be close. Okay. But it's gonna be SK.
And
You've actually snuck away with not doing it first again, by the way.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is okay. I think I'm safe to say your tournament favorites, SK, 14-3 wins in disparity between the two. I'll go for SK. 3 for SK. And I'm not sure if our casters are ready. I'm not sure if they are ready. Fantastic. So we'll bring them into the conversation. Is anybody wanting to fly the Immortals flag? We have Metis and Dust hanging out. No. But fiery Counter-Strike is a guarantee. Yeah. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Well, from Atlanta to this, we've gone from a clash for cash to a clash on cash, and it's going to be a fiery Brazilian barbecue to enjoy.
É isso aí, galera. Então estamos de volta agora para acompanhar a grande partida do dia entre as duas equipes brasileiras já na disputa pela primeira vaga nos playoffs. SK e Immortals já no palco ali, se preparando para esse confronto que já está com o mapa definido, vai ser o mapa da Cash. Eu sou o XRM, para quem não me conhece, estou aqui mais uma vez ao lado do Savi para trazer essa que vai ser realmente a grande partida do dia, hein, Savi?
É isso mesmo, partidaça, clássico brasileiro aqui entre SK e Immortals e vale vaga, né? Quem vencer aqui já garante vaga nas semifinais e talvez o melhor prêmio, que seja receber um dia de folga amanhã. Né? Amanhã teremos as partidas eliminatórias, as partidas decisivas, né? Ainda dessa fase de grupos. Então, quem vencer aqui ganha esse dia de folga amanhã e volta só na segunda-feira para os playoffs, para as semifinais.
É isso, ó. Eu queria só já começar agradecendo aí a chuva de elogios que eu tô recebendo aí. Galera, brigadão mesmo. E pra quem tá querendo o Bida, galera, o Bida teve um problema hoje, não pôde aí transmitir mais partidas nesse dia, nesse sábado, né? Ele pediu pra mim poder fazer mais partidas hoje e amanhã no domingo ele vai fazer, acho que 3 MD3, eu faço apenas uma. Então, tá explicado aí, não precisam ficar em choque, mas bora pro jogo. SK Gaming versus Immortals, valendo aqui no mapa da Cash, já rolando estouro da Immortals pro bomb site da B, já foi pro chão ali o Coldzera, cai também o Phelps, olha só o estouro aqui da Immortals funcionando muito bem. Agora o Fallen aparece, opa, balita ali, oh, Fallen, já encaixou 2 HS aí rapidamente no round pra trazer de volta pra um 3x3. Vamos ver agora. C4 plantada, dá uma acalmada nesse round que começou muito rápido, muito agressivo. O Fallen pula ali da cabecinha, encontra Stilega e o Stilega já encontra duas cabeças pelo caminho, apenas o taco e um sonho, um colete 1 e sem defuse kit, que complica muito a vida. E o Steel já encaixa mais o HS. Que round agressivo, que começo aí da Immortals, hein, sabe?
Sem dilema algum, né? Partiram aqui pro Rush B para definição e acabaram atropelando, né? A equipe do SK surpreendida totalmente, né? O Fallen até tentou bonitas balinhas ali para o SK Game acreditar no Pistol, mas realmente, Stilega inspirado ali, eu acho que foram 4 kills para ele, né? Muito bem, Stilega. E Immortals começa na frente, né? Vale ressaltar estatísticas interessantes dessa partida. Os últimos 17 confrontos foram 14 mapas para SK e apenas 3 para Immortals.
Então... a gente viu ali, né? Os casters gringos fizeram uma votação ali com a galera e tava dando praticamente 90% a favor da SK, né?
Não, as 5 opiniões ali, ninguém apostou no Immortals, todo mundo apostou em vitória da SK.
Também Então,
mas do público, né?
Os dois.
O chat ali tava 90-10, realmente por aí.
Então, tanto os casters quanto o público lá de fora com muito favoritismo aí, dando muito favoritismo para a equipe da SK, eu também daria, né? Acho que não tem como não dar, são os grandes favoritos para levar o título, então como é que não vão ser para essa... Aqui pela portinha azul, o KNG já levou também o Fallen fazendo a rotação, o Fer ali do escanteio consegue fazer o abate para cima do Steel, mas agora vai ficar em maus lençóis o Lucas com...
Nossos colegas casters gringos também acabaram ressaltando, né, que curiosamente ali 4 jogadores do Immortals já foram em algum momento companheiros do Fallen, foram sacados da equipe, né?
É o time dos Kicked by Fallen, né?
O Fênix também estava nesse barco, né, mas agora só o KNG realmente não...
Já teve a vingança ali, hein? Já eliminaram o Fallen no começo do round, agora o KNG também leva o taco. E óbvio que é só brincadeira, né? Todo mundo... Ali são todos muito amigos. Vamos ver agora. Boltz avançando pra cima do Phelps. Já garantiu mais esse abate. O Lucas salva ali o Boltz que ia ser pego de costas pelo Cold. Só o Fer de USP. 3 de HP contra 5 jogadores. Mais um excelente round aí da Immortals 3-0. Dessa vez não morreu ninguém.
Muito bem, belo começo. Agora a gente vai pro primeiro armado. Esse Game, pelo visto, não fez muito bem o trabalho. De repente esperava ali mais alguma eliminação, né? Fallen puxou o Scout e não conseguiu, não teve muito sucesso. Vem ali com 2 famas esse cara, hein? Notícia complicada pra eles, né? Coldzera também veio de colete 1, que vai potencializar as Mac 10, que ainda estão aqui na mão do Boltz, já dominando o meião.
Muito agressiva a equipe da Immortals por enquanto. Primeiro round armado. Como o Salve falou, 2 Mac 10. Vamos ver se vai dar certo pra ele. Que o round já foi pra conta, Boltz tá querendo fazer estrago, tá bem posicionado pra tentar tirar algumas arminhas aqui. Será que foi avistado? O Fallen tá muito próximo a ele, a gente vai vendo pelo raio-x, o Boltz vai pegar essa kill facilmente, elimina ali o Fallen e vai melhorando também a sua economia com a Mac-10. E agora o Henrique também vai encontrar ali o Fer, e o Fer consegue 2 abates ali pra não ficar tão barato assim o round pra Immortals.
Mas vem impondo um ritmo aqui bem forte, Immortals, né? Partindo pra cima. Vamos ver nesse próximo ponto se eles vão manter esse ritmo, né? Não querem saber de marcar. Vem aqui realmente pra agressão. A equipe do SK vai sendo surpreendida nesse momento. 2 armas guardadas, então vai tentar o armado mais uma vez a equipe brasileira do SK Game.
É isso. Um armado com o Fallen de Scout, né? O Boltz já garante a primeira eliminação ali pra cima do Phelps na B. Mais uma vez a Immortals com muita agressividade, tentando realmente tirar os espaços aqui da SK. Vamos ver. O Coldzera esperto, faz uma smoke ali na Molotov. Deve estar tentando marotar ali na brechinha que sobrou. Não sei, vamos ver o Boltz. Também, opa, viu ali o jogador. A câmera agora vem aqui pro Taco que tá pulando atrás da caixa branca, tentando ganhar informação pelo meio. KNG. Vem dominando aqui a região da lona, tem Molotov aqui embaixo. Ele já vai fazendo ali dando clear ali em todas as posições para fazer o domínio com mais tranquilidade. Mas por enquanto a Immortals vem avançando ali para B e o Stilega lá no meio pegou o Fallen que tava de scout e já tomou na jaca. Vamos ver o Cold fazendo uma bangzinha aqui para dar cara, para se defender na B. Ele tá sozinho, pegou o jogador cego ali e garante essa kill pra cima do Lucas. Tem ainda muito miado ali o Steel, dando uma estreifadinha. O Cold vai ficar pressionado agora mais. Enfileiraram ali os dois jogadores e o Cold soltou ali o spray e levou os dois. O KNG agora atrás de volta, eliminação pra cima do Feira, é 2 contra 2. O KNG chegando aqui na cabecinha, mas o Cold tá muito esperto. Que bala do Cold! 4K pra ele já no round. Agora só o Henrique, é o Cold pra tentar o ace de USP. Sensacional! É o melhor do mundo. Coldzera pra resolver a situação e garantir aí o primeiro ponto da SK. Sabe? Parece que o Savi deve ter tido algum problema ali de conexão, mas com certeza agora...
Mas...
Ah, e pronto. Chegou, Savi?
Mas estamos de volta, né?
É isso.
Não, nem minha internet aguentou com esse round de Coldzera. O que é isso, irmão? Salvou demais, né? Ele que tá apagado, um pouquinho apagado, né? Daquele Coldzera que a gente conhece aí essas últimas semanas, últimos campeonatos, mas só esse round a gente já lembra, né? Quem é o Coldzera, mito?
Aí o cartão de visita pra quem tinha esquecido, então. E o Taco no varado, deixando o Steel com 4 de HP, hein? Que isso. Mas olha só o Boltz fazendo avanço, mais uma vez agressivando ali pelo meio a equipe da Immortals. O KNG já faz mais uma eliminação pra cima do Taco. O Feira agora consegue responder, mas o KNG tá muito bem. Hoje realmente o KNG tá inspirado, já levou 2 jogadores, 4 contra 2. Agora Coldzera e Phelps pra tentar recuperar esse round que já tá muito encaminhado pra Immortals. O Lucas ganhando informação, viu os strafes ali. Não sei se era do Cold ou do Phelps, mas ganhou a informação de que tinha um jogador por ali. O Phelps já dá uma recuada, o Cold também parece que já desistiu do round, não tem mais o que fazer. E olha só, Immortals com setup triple Alp. O que você acha disso, sabe?
KNG, Henrique ali, realmente... Os dois jogadores abrem espaço para o setup de 2 AWPs, mesmo do que do lado do TE. Agora 3 é um pouquinho demais, né?
Pois é, ainda mais do lado TR, né? Mas vamos ver, acho que imagino que eles estavam ali só pra fazer a defesa, justamente. A gente já vai vendo que o Lucas já dropou ali a Alp e vai deixar pra quem sabe mesmo, né? Henrique e KNG. Não que o Lucas, não tirando nenhum mérito do Lucas, obviamente, mas se você tem Henrique e tem KNG do seu lado, deixa pra eles a Alp, porque os caras são monstros demais. E aí já faz 5 a 1 no placar, sabe? Você esperava por isso? Acho que ninguém no mundo esperava, hein?
Essa pressão inicial da equipe do Immortals vai surpreendendo, né? Vai surpreendendo. Realmente uma agressão que a SK Game não tá sabendo lidar. Vem agora pro forçado SK, né? Teve essa economia ali resetada, mas se recusa a fazer o round econômico, porque tem a WP no fora.
Aí o Phelps tomou um varado ali no meio, hein? Acho que deve ter sido um disparo do Henrique. Já tá com 28 de HP. O Felpeira aqui.
Se der uma de curioso... Não é só o Henrique ali no meião, não. Os dois, né?
Se procurar, vai
os dois Alpes.
Exato. Se procurar, encontra. Vamos ver. O Phelps continua aqui tentando marotar aqui no sem saída. Molotov pra cima dele, vai ter que sair da posição, consegue passar ainda com vida. Vai se esconder ali no duto. Henrique dá a cara, mas fica muito cego. Por enquanto ainda 5 contra 5 no round, 55 segundos faltando nesse 7º round da partida. Steel chama atenção ali pela porta azul, faz uma smoke, tem Molotov também preparada, HE ali pra fazer uma empilhadeira. Por enquanto ainda fica muito parelho o round, já tem alguns jogadores bem meados aqui na equipe da SK. E a Immortals vem ameaçando aqui uma entrada pro bomb site da A. Vai ser com tudo agora. O spray do Boltz elimina ali o Feira e deixa muito miado também o Taco. Vai passar no meio da smoke, o KNG elimina esse jogador. Agora chega o Coldzera e o Phelps pra trazer de volta. Deixar a vantagem no 3x2 a favor da equipe da SK. KNG e Lucas contra Phelps, Fallen Cold. Phelps e Cold muito miados. Os dois jogadores da Immortals aqui dentro do bomb. Olha só o pezinho no plant que o KNG vai pegando, interessante. A smoke vai acabando. O Lucas vai dar cara, os jogadores vêm pressionando aqui. Vamos ver se o Lucas muito próximo aqui do Fallen. KNG já garante mais um abate, o Lucas também leva o dele. E o KNG finaliza Immortals. muito bem na partida. Que é isso? Que tá jogando esse time da Immortals e o KNG encaixando de vez a Immortals. É, rapaz, quem diria que a Immortals ia começar tão bem assim a partida contra a SK. Olha só agora o Henrique muito agressivo, já pega o Fallen ali tentando ganhar informação na rua, tá cravado na posição ali do Taco, é o Taco que tá por ali? Não, é o Fer que tava por ali. Taco, tá ali no Bialy. Vamos ver agora, Phelps, preocupado ali também com o Duto. O Henrique agora erra esse disparo e o Phelps encaixou ali uma bala. Cafezinho ali pro Boltz. Lucas fica ali apreciando a luva do companheiro morto no duto. E o Phelps tá esperto ali, hein? Quer encaixar mais uma. Já foi uma no round, agora a Bang vem pra cima. Ele consegue virar a cara e não fica cego. Mas ainda assim a equipe da Immortals com cautela pra dar a cara por ali. Já vem fazendo a passagem ali em direção ao bombsite da B. Estão espertos na posição do Phelps e consegue a eliminação. Lucas tem jogador na trincheira e também na cabecinha. O Code é quem tá na trincheira, Desert Eagle pra ele, deu muito dano. Lucas fica com 8 de HP, aparece o Fer por cima. O Code também já eliminou mais um e o Henrique traz de volta. São 2 contra 2 agora. Taco e Codzera contra Henrique e Stilega. C4 já tá caída. Fica um round interessante pra SK, mas o Henrique já traz de volta. 2 contra 1, vantagem numérica, 20 segundos no round. Tem que acelerar e o Henrique encontra mais um ponto da Immortals. Esse round foi difícil, mas a Immortals garantiu ainda assim.
Eu tô só no Henrique, né? Não é só o KNG que tá mandando bem de up. O Henrique também vai fazendo a sua parte, né? E parecia ali que seria atropelado, né? Errou ali o primeiro tiro Henrique, mas conseguiu ali no sem mira corrigir tudo e confirmar o 7-1, né? Sofreu Immortals pra confirmar esse round.
É isso, eu achei até que a SK se precipitou, né? A C4 tava caída, tava no 2x2, faltava 25 segundos ali no round. Poderiam ter esperado um pouco mais, quem sabe poderiam ter mais chance pra ganhar até no tempo, né? Impedir o plant, mas preferiram ali ir pra cima e acabaram dando a chance pro Henrique encaixar os tiros. Pelo menos o primeiro ali naquele 2x2, né? Depois no 2x1 foi complicado realmente pro Code. Agora o Lucas já pegou a primeira kill no round. O KNG já levou também o Fer. Vai caindo a casa da SK mais uma vez. Quem que tá jogando Immortals? Agora sim o Codzera consegue levar ali o Lucas. Tá na região da goteira. Faz uma bang pra dar cara, mas não tem mais ninguém por ali. Vamos ver. Fazendo a passagem pro bombsite da B mais uma vez. A equipe da Immortals já tem informação da posição do Code, hein? E o Stilega só cravado. O KNG já levou mais um. Era o Fallen que tava pelo meio. O Steel finaliza ali o Code, que já tinha sido marcado ali, né? Já tava numa situação complicada, não tinha pra onde fugir. E agora apenas o Taco. Vamos ver se ele consegue aprontar alguma. Já levou o primeiro, agora é um x3, leva mais um. Tava enfileirado ali, mas essa UMP na distância foi muito nerfada. Senão, quem sabe, poderia até ter encaixado ali um espetinho ali pra cima dos dois jogadores, né?
Tá parecendo muito intelectual, rapaz, com esse óculos. Não tá ajudando muito. 8-1 por enquanto, passeio da equipe de Immortals e tende a piorar, né? Echo agora mais uma vez SK Game, vamos ver se o que consegue emplacar o lado. Não, ninguém ali pela ligação. Mas tá muito forte a equipe de Immortals. O que é isso? Sem respeito algum pra cima da SK.
É a equipe da Immortals que tem essa diferença que é uma equipe muito agressiva, né? Diferente da SK. O Lucas e o Boltz já conseguem 2 abates. Está muito difícil para SK, mas a SK que ficou famosa, né, ainda nos tempos de Kabum, de Luminosity, por ser uma equipe muito calma, né, muito empenhada taticamente. A Immortals já tem um estilão bem mais agressivo. E olha só o KNG já encaixando 2 HS, 2 varados e deixando o Codzera sozinho no round.
Vida dura pro SK, né? A gente até imaginava, né? Confronto das equipes brasileiras. Eles mandam realmente, eles têm vai ser nada ver essa parte. Esse game precisa reagir, né? E agora com o setup de duas AWPs, quem sabe encontra esse caminho SK Game.
Mais um bom round do KNG. A equipe da Immortals tá jogando, toda tá jogando muito bem, né? Agora, a impressão minha, essa molotov ali na lona foi do próprio time da Immortals. Agora, tive a impressão que foi uma molotov errada ali, mas não tenho certeza. Vamos ver agora. 11º round, dessa vez a SK começa na frente. Coldzera faz ali uma kill de Alp pra cima do Boltz. Taco na empilhadeira, já viu que tem jogo. Opa, sai daí, Taco. Tem molotov e ele prefere ficar. O Henrique, obviamente, estava cravado. Obviamente, eu falei sai daí, mas ele sabia, né? Que se ele saísse, ia ter um jogador cravado. Ele preferiu esperar um pouquinho, mas mesmo assim o Henrique não desperdiçou o tiro e eliminou o jogador. Olha só o KNG marotando demais, mas vai pegar de lado, passa aqui pra base CT pra encontrar mais um jogador e vai ganhando bastante informação. 4 contra 3, agora o Fallen aparece ali do cimento do meio pra fazer a eliminação pra cima do Stilega, trazer pro 3 contra 3. Vamos ver, Henrique trava a passagem ali da rua. Onde fica mais uma vez bom pra equipe da Immortals trabalhar no afterplant no 3x3, o Phelps fechar a porta na cara dele. Que falta de educação, hein? Ele vai pra cima e o KNG elimina. 3 contra 2 agora. Fallen aparecendo aqui pela rua. Não tinha ninguém cravando na passagem dele. Ele consegue marotar. Vamos ver se ele consegue surpreender. KNG leva mais um. Era o Coldzera ali pela Toyota. Tá inspirado demais o KNG. Agora o Fallen marotou. Conseguiu ver a passagem do KNG. Mas o Lucas estava ali pelo Bialy para garantir mais um pontinho. E rapaz, Immortals. Eu vou me repetir, né, sabe? Mas o que eles estão jogando é brincadeira.
10. Placar fantástico, o time do Immortals com muita grana no bolso e o contraste, né? SK Game né? Mas meia culpa pra ele. Então, um de econômico, chance de chegar ao âmbito o 11º pra SK Game. A equipe de Immortals.
Aí. As compras, a formação dessa equipe da Immortals. E o KNG mais uma vez, dessa vez parece que já avistaram ele fazendo essa passagem, né? Vamos ver se o Fallen parece que tá... Não, tava nada esperto não, o KNG passou marotado. Eu achei que o jogador ali da rua tinha ganhado essa informação, mas não ganhou não. O KNG vai pra cima, dessa vez eliminado pela CZ do Taco, 4 contra 3. O Coldzera já leva mais um, eliminado na sequência pelo Henrique, de Tech9. 3 contra 2 agora, Stilega ainda tá lá do outro lado, lá no bomb site da A. Ele tem que abrir a porta, tem que chamar atenção e parece que o Taco ouviu. O Taco ouviu essa porta sendo aberta, mesmo assim o Stilega garante a kill. E agora o Fer, contra 3. Vamos ver. Fer joga demais, a gente sabe do potencial. Um dos melhores jogadores do mundo também. Vai pra cima, mas hoje a Immortals tá impossível. Jogando muito bem. Parece que não tem o que a SK... Não há o que eles façam que não vão conseguir impedir essa entrada, que tá muito bem a Immortals na partida, né, sabe?
Tá muito bem, e demorou, né? Partida pausada neste momento, pause tático do SK demorou pra rolar esse pause. Já tá 11-1, o estrago já foi feito. A gente vê até a cara do Fallen, nada satisfeito, né? Com o que tá acontecendo nessa primeira metade aqui de SK contra Immortals.
Realmente.
E o KNG, né? O KNG, o Fallen acabou sendo pego desprevenido, né? Não só se destacando hoje o KNG como a WP, né? Acertou belíssimas balas. Não apenas nessa partida, mas na partida anterior contra o MOUSESPORTS. Mas também se mostrando um excelente marotador, hein?
Realmente. Também cada vez mais confiante a equipe da Immortals, né? Tudo que eles fazem tá dando certo. Agora o Coldzera, essa B dele é muito forte. Ele tem uma defesa absurda, principalmente jogando de AWP aqui. Ele fecha esse bomb sozinho. Vamos ver se vai ser o caso. Aí, olha só, a gente tava falando, hein? Triple Alp, hein? Setup triple Alp aqui pra equipe da SK. E o Coldzera já começa utilizando a dele muito bem. Vamos ver. Já caiu ali o Henrique, que era o Alp da Immortals. O Fer vai segurando o spray. Spray bom, spray excelente do Fergod. Leva 3 jogadores, mas o Boltz sobra sozinho contra 5 pra tentar, quem sabe, o Ace Clutch. Levou o Phelps pelo meio. E agora tem apenas 4 jogadores e 3 AWPs pra enfrentar. O Fer já levou 3 no round, tá em busca do 4K. Mas ainda assim, muito difícil pro Boltz tentar fazer qualquer coisa. Tá avançando ali na B. O Coldzera parece que já tá no tóxico ali, né? A gente vai vindo pelo mapa. Ele tá só esperando exatamente essa movimentação do Boltz pra finalizar. E a SK garante aí esse pontinho. Rapaz, agora sim a gente viu a SK mostrando o que sabe.
O Fer ali realmente mandou muito, segurou o dedo ali agachadinho, foi se movimentando ali para conseguir 3 eliminações fantásticas, realmente. O Coldzera também fez a dele, né, para levar o Henrique. Vamos ver o varado. Quase, hein? Meio segundo que se o Henrique espera, ele acerta.
E temos 5 AWPs no round agora, hein, sabe?
KNG e Henrique de um lado, Fallen, Taco e Coldzera do outro.
Que é isso, hein? Vamos ver se conseguem se segurar. O último round deu certo. Na verdade foi a M4 do Fer que realmente fez o trabalho sujo, mas o Cold também levou 2 ali com a sua Alp. Vamos ver agora nessa batalha aí quem é que vai levar melhor. Lá no bomb site da B dessa vez o Cold já foi eliminado. Tem jogador aqui no duto que é o Phelps, mas o bomb B tá livre por enquanto. A Molotov vai tirar o Phelps da posição e a Immortals, se for esperta, faz a passagem e domina o bomb, mas estão deixando justamente o Fer se posicionar. E aí ele consegue essa kill pra cima do Boltz. O Fallen já levou também o Henrique ali pelo meio. O SK vem trazendo esse round 4 contra 3, vantagem boa pra eles. 55 segundos sobrando. Continua no setup double alp. A Immortals, o Lucas assumiu ali a verdinha ao lado do KNG. Cold caiu, mas a SK também continua com 2 Alps, Fallen e Taco. Fer muito miado. Lucas vai fazendo a abertura aqui do Pixel, fica muito cego. Tem que passar pro bomb. Se plantar C4, melhora a situação. Pra trabalhar o afterplant. Planta logo, Luquinhas. Mas já vem chegando. Olha só, boa posição do Lucas. Smoke ali pra pegar só o pezinho do Fallen. E agora tem que plantar direto. Mas o Taco tava esperto, o Lucas teve que plantar ali um pouquinho aberto. O Taco foi muito esperto, né? Tinha a Molotov ali pra impedir que ele plantasse escondido. E o Taco na Smoke finalizou. Bom round da SK aí, apesar de que o Lucas quase trouxe de volta.
É que trabalho, né? Vai dando. O Lucas ainda valorizou bastante ponto, uma bela tentativa. E não consegue o ponto, esse game vai tentando voltar, né, pra partida. 3 rounds aqui. E aí? Vantagem grande da Immortals, mas não dá nunca, né, pra dizer que o SK Gaming está vencido. Isso é a questão, né? A partida ainda pode reservar muitas emoções, XRM.
Com certeza. Todo mundo sabe que a SK, afinal de contas, é o melhor time do mundo atualmente, né? Top 1 na HLTV, então nada está perdido. E o Taco começou a aparecer, hein? Já fez a primeira eliminação aqui nesse round, também fez aquele vac shot ali na Smoke com muita sabedoria, né? Fez a Molotov para impedir o plant e aí atirou no lugar ali onde realmente o Luquinhas poderia estar plantando. Foi muito inteligente o Taco para garantir aquela última kill. Nesse round também já fez a primeira eliminação de AWP. A equipe da SK agora opta por fazer o setup double alp, né? O Code apenas de M4 agora, segurando com 2 jogadores aqui lá na B. 3 da Immortals pelo galpão, tem também aqui o Boltz na porta azul e o Fer finaliza esse jogador. Vai sair já houve muito barulho ali dentro do galpão, sabe que tem alguns jogadores por ali. A equipe da Immortals vai em busca de fazer a troca, mas o Fer já fugiu, né? Você vai vendo Molotov, já tinha jogador passando ali no pré-fire para tentar eliminar o Fer, mas ele saiu da posição, foi para a porta azul e garante mais um abate. Movimentação muito boa dele. Phelps leva mais um, Henrique ainda consegue trocar, mas é round para SK.
3 pontinhos para deixarem, né, para SK Game continuar acreditando, né, na partida. Agora eles vêm pro lado TR. Vamos ver se realmente o lado TR é quem vai empacar aqui nessa cache. É a tendência. E o SK Game realmente tem aquela força para voltar para o game, né?
11-4 com certeza não era o que todo mundo estava imaginando, né? Mas ainda assim a gente imaginava um jogo pegado. Quem sabe a SK não consegue, né, se recuperar do lado do TR e nos propiciar justamente esse jogo pegado que todo mundo estava imaginando que ia ser. Por enquanto a Immortals vai realmente com uma grande vantagem. No finalzinho a SK melhorou bastante. Eu acho que aquele ímpeto inicial da Immortals sendo muito agressiva surpreendeu demais. A SK não estava esperando isso. E aí depois começou a entender e começou a se defender melhor. A SK começou a se encontrar, mas aí já era tarde, né? 11-4 nesse primeiro half.
É um ritmo que talvez não esperasse, né? O rush B no pistol e as aceleradas realmente que deram, a equipe do Immortals surpreendeu bastante esse game. Bom, vamos pro game, já temos um pistol.
E olha só, se a equipe da Immortals foi agressiva no TR, olha o CT deles. E o Cold tá muito esperto ganhando essa informação. Ele tá em cima da placa, não, é um pezinho, não, ele tá bem no cantinho da placa aqui. Agora, ele tava bem no cantinho da placa, realmente, vendo ali pelo lado da grade, ele ganhou essa informação. E o KNG vai avançando, o Pedro já conseguiu um abate, mas olha só que baleta do KNG. O Cold tava esperto. Olha o KNG, que é isso, KNG? Mais um HS, vai. KNG jogando demais, já levou 3, vai em busca do quarto, mas dessa vez o Taco consegue responder. Ainda assim a Immortals fica na vantagem numérica, 3-2. Meu Deus, KNG, 2 balaças sensacionais para deixar a Immortals na vantagem nesse round pistol. Vamos ver agora. Phelps fazendo o avanço ali pro bomb site da B. A C4 tá com o Taco logo atrás dele. Stilega já tá bem posicionado. O Smoke pra tirar ele da posição. E mais do que a Smoke, bala na cabeça pra realmente tirar o jogador do round. Taco garante aqui pra cima do Boltz. E agora é o Luquinhas contra 2 jogadores. Taco e Phelps já no bomb da B, já fazendo domínio, já plantando a C4 ali. O Taco a qualquer momento. Agora sim vai fazer o plant ali. O plant mais padrão hoje em dia, né? Aquele plant pra pessoa que defende ali debaixo do duto. E o Lucas, sem o Defuse Kit, vai ter que acelerar o passo. Vamos ver. Já vai soltando disparo ali, um pré-fire. Não entendi direito aonde que ele tava mirando, mas atirou. E ó, tem um Defuse Kit aí no caminho, hein? O round pegou também uma Smoke, mais do que isso, só uma AK-47, mas no round de pistol não tem. Já encaixou ali o HS pra cima do Phelps, vai em busca agora do clutch pra ele. Não tem muito tempo a perder, vai pra cima, agora sim ouve os passos ali do Taco, que esperou o momento certo pra dar cara de eliminar o Lucas. Ponto da SK, quase, né? O KNG jogou muito, olha só, a gente vai ver no replay ali, o KNG realmente jogou demais, né? 3 HS sensacionais, mas ainda assim a SK conseguiu trazer de volta o round.
É uma pena, né? Uma pena pro KNG, né? Que vai fazendo seu nome durante esse campeonato. SK Game vai ganhando sobrevida, né? Vencendo. E esse pistol, vamos ver se ele segura aqui no pistolete. Vamos acelerando aqui pra cima do Lucas. E o Stilega faz a primeira eliminação.
Interessante ali, hein? O Lucas chamando a atenção e o Steel ficou numa posição ali nada comum pra garantir aqui. O KNG também, dentro do duto, surpreende ali o Phelps, já rouba essa ump. E a Immortals vai trazendo o round, pelo menos a vantagem numérica. A Coldzera já responde pra cima do Lucas, dentro do bombe ainda o Stilega vai ser eliminado. Henrique na cabecinha, vendo a passagem dos jogadores, é 3x3, Coldzera leva o KNG que chegava pelas costas, tá esperto ainda no duto, tem o Boltz chegando por ali, cai também na mira do Cold. E apenas o Henrique que vai ser eliminado pelo Taco também. Immortals não conseguiu, fez uma tática boa ali no início, mas a vantagem bélica da SK falou mais alto, né, sabe?
É, realmente, né? Foi um bom início. Os Lucas iam trabalhando bem, né? Fazendo a primeira eliminação, mas não deu para segurar realmente o poderio bélico do SK Gaming, que continua, né? Agora sim é total do Immortal chance de chegar ao 7º ponto SK.
Vamos ver então. SK querendo se recuperar na partida. Tomou um atraso ali do lado TR, do lado CT no caso, mas aqui, agora do lado TR vem buscando se recuperar. Quem sabe aí, já garantindo o 7º round agora. O KNG vai pra cima, rapaz. O KNG realmente tá imortal aqui nessa equipe da Immortals, pelo menos. Hoje ele realmente tá inspirado. Consegue ali de P250 um abate, cai na sequência. O Coldzera já leva mais 2 jogadores e o Boltz sozinho no mundo. Uma USP e um sonho. Vamos ver o que ele consegue aprontar. O round já foi pra conta, né? No máximo tirar um armamento aqui, mas Coldzera com mais um abate, mais um bom round do Cold. E é isso. SK vai se recuperando na partida.
Vai corrigindo bastante, né? Os últimos pontos no primeiro half ali, 3 pontos para deixar a partida aberta e 3 pontos agora de início para realmente ficar 4 pontos apenas atrás da equipe de Immortals. E agora vamos para o armado, o momento da verdade. KNG e Henrique, um de cada lado aqui já trazendo as AWPs. O Henrique no meio, o KNG aqui na A.
É isso aí, vamos ver se vai dar bom pra eles. KNG cravado ali na entrada do galpão. Falem. A equipe da SK tá preparando uma entrada justamente aqui pro Bomb 7 da A. KNG vai ter que mandar bem aqui com essa AWP. Se entrar agachadinho ali pra cima dele, vai levar pior. Mas por enquanto, a equipe da SK não vai dando... Opa, parece que o KNG viu ali um bracinho. Mas poderia ter marotado um pouco mais o KNG. Acabou vacilando, deu esse disparo e agora sim a SK vai fazendo o estouro. O KNG agora sim acertou o tiro pra cima do Fer. Tá cravado na passagem, vamos passar aqui na frente dele. Fica cego o jogador e o KNG erra esse disparo, erra mais um e o Taco não perdoa. Garante a kill, 4 contra 4, o SK vai fazendo o domínio completo do Bomb 7 da A. Phelps encaixa mais um bom disparo ali pra eliminar o Boltz. Henrique faz a troca, mas o round fica muito bom pra SK. 3 contra 3 com a C4 plantada. Taco assume ali a WP que era do KNG, ali no escanteio, no fundo do bombe. Fallen já leva mais um, era o Lucas que fazia a passagem. O Taco tá cravado aqui, hein? Erra esse disparo, mas aqui a informação. O Coldzera ali pela rua acaba eliminado. Henrique traz de volta também, levando o Taco. E agora é o Fallen contra 2 jogadores. C4 foi plantada aberta. A duplinha da Immortals tá muito esperta aqui, só esperando pro Fallen dar cara. Pezinho. E o Fallen, uma hora ou outra, vai ter que dar cara. O defuse é direto. E o Henrique, muito bem posicionado, só esperando. Garante mais um ponto pra Immortals. Que retake foi esse, hein, sabe?
Belo, que autoridade, né? Que autoridade, né? Na desvantagem eles conseguem retomar e o Fallen ali, né? Você defuse, consegue defusar C4. Fallen hesitou muito ali para duelar, tinha que chamar a responsa, ali tinha que dar o strafe e levar o primeiro jogador, né? E aí ter a chance no X1. Não conseguiu fazer isso. A equipe de Immortals mantém ali 5 pontos de vantagem. Um momento interessante para eles agora. Podem afundar o SK Game.
Vamos ver aqui, estouro pro Bomb 7 da A mais uma vez. O Boltz fica muito cego, sem saber pra onde ir. Consegue a eliminação ali com a assistência do KNG. Cai na sequência, cai também o KN. E agora, mais uma vez, a SK vai dominando o Bomb 7 da A. O Stilega muito bem posicionado aqui. Pegou o Phelps completamente desprevenido. E aí, vai tentando trazer de volta. Será que a Immortals consegue mais um retake? Mais um Bomb 7 dominado na vantagem. Agora sim o Coldzera faz um excelente trabalho. Pega o jogador que já tinha sido avistado nas costas e vai deixando no 3x2. Henrique eliminado, 3 contra 1. E agora o Lucas não tem o que fazer. O Taco finaliza. SK com um bom round agora, não dando vacilo como foi no último. Consegue esse pontinho aí do lado TR.
E acaba se aproveitando, né, desse ponto de Immortals. Immortals vence o round, perde na sequência. E, obviamente, tem a sua economia resetada. Então, vai poder usar isso ao seu favor, esse SK Gaming. E, quem sabe, né, diminuir aqui a distância para apenas 3 pontos. E olha lá, o Immortals dá uma forçadinha. Então, serão 2 ecos, né? Esse primeiro é um pistolete, é um forçado da equipe de Immortals.
É isso. Forçado aí, com 2 umps, 2 5-7s e uma CZ. Vamos ver que consegue aprontar Immortals, estão confiantes.
Mas presumindo, né, que esse SK Game tem a vantagem no ponto, se conseguirem confirmar, já vai estar ali 12-10. SK Game tá voltando pro game.
Exatamente. SK tá voltando e retomando a sua confiança. E depois que você deixar uns monstros desses ganharem confiança, fica difícil de tirar. smoke ali, o Fer ainda fica esperto pra ver se não tem ninguém marotando, solta o spray. Taco fazendo o domínio aqui padrão da portinha, a posição que ele gosta muito nesse mapa aqui da cache, sempre chamando atenção. Abre a porta, fecha, solta tiro, pula pra lá e pra cá, vai fazendo barulho. E deixando aquela pulguinha atrás da orelha nos jogadores da Immortals. Ainda assim a SK tá preparando, parece que uma entrada pro bomb set da A. O Fallen vai chamar atenção lá na B, fazendo aquela smoke pra domínio aqui da região do tóxico, com mais tranquilidade, faz a molotov ali atrás da caixa pra chamar atenção, tentar buscar uma rotação da equipe da Immortals. O KNG muito bem posicionado aqui em cima da Charomba, o Taco garante a primeira kill, o KNG vai responder pra cima do Fer, faz o drop agora e vai pra cima, mas o Taco não perdoa, encaixa ali um belo HS, 3 contra 3, round ainda complicado pra equipe da Immortals. 257 aqui, o Henrique vai ser pressionado, tem jogador chegando pela rua, ele já avistou também o Taco chegando ali pela porta e o Coldzera é quem elimina. Agora o Steel aparece e responde pra cima do Cold. É 2 contra 2. Tem ali uma ump pra trabalhar, na distância fica muito complicado. Apenas o Lucas de 5-7 já foi encontrado. E o Fallen garante aí mais essa kill, mais esse round pra SK. E é aquilo que você falou, sabe? Deixa esses caras voltar, depois quero ver segurar.
É, rapaz. Complicado agora, né? Vai ganhando ritmo SK Gaming. E agora é eco total do Immortals, né? Então chance realmente de chegar ao 12-10. Ali tava interessante para a equipe do Immortals, né? A trocação ali não estava desfavorável para eles. No momento que o Henrique acabou hesitando um pouco demais, né? Eu acho que ele podia se dar o luxo de tentar alguma coisa, ele acabou hesitando muito, roldou demais e acabou sendo encurralado, né? Um jogador pela frente, outro pelas costas. Ele podia ter escolhido um lado para combater.
É isso. Vamos ver agora. KNG preparado, mas na USP fica difícil. O Fer consegue ali de Mac 10 fazer essa kill. O Coldzera vai também garantir mais 2 abates ali rapidamente. Arrasta a mira, leva também o Steel que chegava ali pela base CT. Mais um ponto da SK, vai encostando no placar. E aí, era isso que a gente queria, né? Um jogaço entre essas duas equipes brasileiras. Duas grandes favoritas aí também ao título, né? A SK é a grande favorita, mas a Immortals também chega aí como uma das grandes favoritas aí pra levar esse caneco e chegar forte nesse campeonato.
É, e defendendo esse título aí da Dreamhack Summer do ano passado em Jokoping, foi do Immortals, em cima do Ninjas em Pijamas, o NiP, na casa deles, né? Primeiro título de uma equipe brasileira em uma Dreamhack.
Legal. Aquela line da MBR logo depois de ter ganho lá a SWC, né?
É.
Legal.
Exatamente. Depois em 2008 o MBR ainda conseguiu um vice-campeonato. Mas vamos para
já
o
tinha
game.
mudado um pouco lá. Bom, enfim, depois a gente fala. Vamos acompanhar aí esse round 23º. Entrada aqui pro bomb set da Best. Leg e Lucas já garantem 2 eliminações. Steel já leva mais um. A entrada vai sendo completamente vetada. E o KNG chegando nas costas. Pega ali o Phelps desprevenido. Sobra apenas o melhor jogador do mundo. Só isso para tentar o clutch. Vamos ver. Corizeira sabe da posição do Steel, que tá dentro do bombe. Já avistou ali que também tem um jogador pela base CT. Deve imaginar que pode ter um pela cabecinha também. Vamos ver se ele tá esperto. Na verdade, o jogador da cabecinha já desceu e tem 2 na base CT agora. Vamos ver, Cold com muita calma. O Steel, que é quem tá dentro do bombe, tá muito miado. Essa molotov pode ser fatal. Vai, no mínimo, tirar o jogador da posição. E aí, na molotov, o Cold garante o abate. Ainda tá preocupado com as costas. 50 segundos pra trabalhar. Faz uma bang, tem mais uma. E agora vai pra cima. Puxa cá. Tem 2 jogadores por aqui. Dá o pré-fire. É avistado. E aí tentou no strafe. Não deu certo. Henrique finaliza. Ponto da Immortals.
Permanece viva. E agora Immortals tá sob pressão, tá na frente do placar, mas se vencer um ponto, perdendo a sequência de novo, pode ser fatal mais uma vez, né? Esse game pode se aproveitar para encurtar ainda mais a distância. Então não tem nada tranquilo ainda pro Immortals.
Tranquilo. Vamos ver. Setup double alp mais uma vez. Henrique. Vai ser smoke, ele tem que dar uma recuada aqui na liga, mas ainda fica esperto com algum avanço dos jogadores da SK. O Boltz, olha só onde é que ele já tá, cara. Dominando, ganhando muita informação aqui. Nesse bomb site da A. Henrique cravado ali na passagem pro duto, né? Um jogador que possa subir ali. É onde tá o Phelps. Se vacilar ali, o Henrique vai punir. Por enquanto o round ainda bem calmo. Já gastou bastante utilitários ali. As duas equipes, né? Estão com poucas granadas para usar. SK tem 2 bangs, 2 molotovs e uma smoke. Immortals, uma smoke, 2 molotovs, uma bang e uma HE. Então tem que utilizar com inteligência essas granadas, principalmente a equipe da SK, né? Para fazer uma entrada. Se for pro bomb site da A, tem que ficar esperto demais com essa posição do Boltz. KNG marcando ali a rua. A SK vai fazendo passagem com 2 jogadores ali pra porta azul. O KNG já tomou muito dano. E o Boltz bem posicionado, mas não leva ninguém. O KNG consegue levar o dele. Henrique também acaba com o Fallen na passagem. 4 contra 3. Vantagem numérica para a equipe da Immortals. Mais C4 plantada e Afterplant para trabalhar a SK no round. Chegando ali pelo galpão. Não, desculpa. Chegando pelo galpão não. Chegando aqui pelo Toyota. KNG. Com os 3 jogadores aqui da Immortals pela Toyota e um pela rua. Vamos ver. Tem defuse kit ali em 2 deles. Dá pra gastar o tempo. O Lucas consegue o primeiro abate. Vai levar também ali o Coldzera. Apenas o Fer no fundo do bombe. Eliminado. Mais um ponto da Immortals. Mais um bom retake. 14-10 no placar.
Bela atuação do Lucas, hein? Bela atuação do Lucas nesse retake aqui pra ser vencido esse 3x3 com a C4 plantado. Immortals, 14º ponto. E agora sim fazem a sua parte. Não tomam o round consecutivo, não tomam um reset econômico, ficou uma situação agora interessante, né? Agora quem vem aqui pro improviso é o SK Gaming, enforçando praticamente um tudo ou nada agora pro SK.
É isso, vamos ver. A SK aqui mostrou uma boa recuperação, mas aquele início da Immortals, muitos rounds em sequência, vão realmente deixando complicada a situação aqui da SK na partida. 14-10 já no placar. E mais uma vez uma compra complicada aí para a equipe da SK, né? 2 Galils, uma Tech 9, tem Alp no Godzilla e tem AK também no taco. Enquanto a Immortals com setup double Alp mais uma vez, né? Henrique e KNG ali como de costume. Vamos ver agora. O Henrique tá esperto ali do jogador. Opa, e o timing pro Henrique tá sendo o pior possível, mas ele acerta ali o disparo, mas não encontra o jogador agora, né? Estilega, uma bangzinha do seu companheiro pra dar cara, não achou ninguém, vai ter mais uma. Por enquanto, ainda no 5x5, o Steel avançou, vai pegar o Cold, solta o spray, leva do jogador. Olha só, Estilega, já 3 no round, vai complicando a situação para a equipe da SK. Estilenda trazendo o round praticamente sozinho, fica com 6 de HP, faz uma HE, faz uma bang, vai querer agressivar, tá muito confiante, já levou 3 no round, vai ouvindo a movimentação, sabe que os jogadores recuaram, pegou o 4K para ele, apenas o taco agora com todo mundo, e o ponto já foi para conta, 15-10 para Immortals, 4K do Steel. Que é isso, sabe? Sensacional, Estilenda fazendo bonito aí.
Belíssimo, belíssimo. Que round dele, né? Brilhou demais o Estilega pro Immortals alcançar esse 15º ponto. 15-10, 5 chances de fechar essa partida. E já se garantir na fase semifinal, né? Vai ganhar o dia de folga amanhã. Olha a alegria, né? Agora sim, o Immortals chegando nesse 15º ponto ganha uma certa tranquilidade, né? Joga pressão agora pra cima da equipe do SK.
Exatamente. O Steel já tinha levado 3, estava com 6 de HP. No Valen, 2 umps. e 2 Tech-9s. Vamos ver, Henrique bem posicionado. Opa, por pouco não pegou. Agora vai ser pressionado. Consegue a primeira kill. Vai levar também o Fer. Agora sim o Coldzera de Ump consegue responder. Vamos ver. Coldzera ali pela rua. É 4 contra 3. Vantagem numérica para a equipe da Immortals. Pode ser o último round da partida. Será que a Immortals já fecha a KNG? Encaixa ali para cima do Fallen. Vence esse duelo dos AWPs. O Boltz encontra também o Cold. Vai garantir o abate para cima do Taco. Vitória da Immortals. Olha os jogadores, olha a animação. Realmente tem que gritar muito, tem que comemorar demais. A Immortals vence a melhor equipe do mundo, número 1 do ranking, e já garante vaga nos playoffs. É a primeira classificada desses playoffs da Dreamhack Summer 2017, sabe? Quem diria, a Immortals sai na frente.
E os gritos ali do KNG, né? Fazem todo sentido. Ele vai recebendo essa oportunidade aqui na equipe de Immortals e vai correspondendo. Mais de 30 kills pro KNG nessa partida, rapaz. Foi o destaque total, foi quem mais matou ambas as equipes. E eu acho que o grito dele, eu acho que é bem isso, o XRM. É aquela comemoração de conseguir. Quer dizer, obviamente ele vai buscar muito mais, né? Mas chegar aqui, alcançar, né, esse marco, né, ele vai dando passos importantes na carreira dele, o KNG, e vai obtendo destaque, né? Eu acho que é por isso que realmente ele comemorou bastante, não apenas pela vitória do Immortals, mas por ele estar tendo essa oportunidade, vivendo esse momento excelente. Parabéns pra ele e parabéns pro Immortals.
E eu tô vendo aqui, os Fegas terminou com 30/16, o KNG, foi isso mesmo?
Foi isso mesmo, matou demais, cara.
Já tinha não carregado, né? Mas já tinha sido o destaque na primeira partida da Immortals e mais uma vez, o que é isso, né? Pra quem duvidava do KNG, realmente parece que encaixou de vez, né? Não tem mais o que falar depois de uma apresentação, 2 apresentações dessa de hoje, pra mostrar que beleza, ele pode estar num dia inspirado, mas pra mostrar que tem bala sim pra jogar nas melhores equipes. Vamos dar uma olhada aí na entrevista agora do Stilenga. Foi um jogo muito bom para assistir. Como você se sentiu? Você teve uns rounds incríveis. Eu estou me sentindo muito bem, porque todo mundo sabe que a SK é um time muito difícil de jogar. Contra MOUSESPORTS a gente teve algumas dificuldades também, mas hoje foi um dia muito bom para nós. SK não é só um time difícil de disputar, mas eles são um dos melhores times do mundo, né? São o melhor time do mundo, a SK. Então pra vocês são tipo os irmãos mais novos do Brasil, como que é pra vocês especialmente ganhar aí da SK? Bom, pra ganhar em frente de uma plateia como essa, a nossa confiança só cresce e é muito bom pro restante do campeonato. Sobre o jeito que vocês, né, se movimentam, o jeito como vocês entram nos rounds, isso era planejado, estudado sobre o estilo da SK de se defender? Ó, a gente jogou o nosso jogo. O nosso jogo é 100% comunicação, a gente estudou nossos oponentes, as tendências, mas a gente sempre joga o nosso jogo. Então é 100% comunicação nas nossas calls e na nossa comunicação. Vocês jogaram o seu jogo e o KNG encaixou como uma luva nesse time. Vocês podem elaborar um pouco mais sobre o que vocês falaram e qual foi a escolha para pegar o KNG. Eu já joguei com ele no Brasil, eu joguei na G3X com ele, eu sei que ele é um excelente jogador, eu acho que ele pode ser um dos melhores do mundo.
Last team moving forwards into the semi-finals.
So relief, man. It's so good to play at Dreamhack here in Sweden, like the country of Counter-Strike. So I am so happy.
Awesome. Steele, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Would you like to have any final words to anybody watching, the crowd?
I just want to thank you all, everybody cheering for us, and I hope to do good this tournament.
Well, I think you're doing a fantastic job already. Steele, congratulations. Alex and the guys, break it down.
Wow, I think, yeah, a definite round of applause for Steel. Before we talk about the game, the dude is fantastic. I want him on the desk.
Happy.
That's so cool.
Oh, he's just like a ray of sunshine, isn't he? Just, I'm so happy. Everyone's working together. It's like sunshine and rainbows just skipping through the field of wheat. Theresa May. Politics aside, hello. Vendetta and none other than my main man Pimp. Let's understand this one. Immortals beating SK. Beforehand, in the pre-show, we explained why. We explained why SK were favourites for the tournament and favourites for this game. Our predictions replicated that.
Yep.
14 wins, 3 wins for Immortals, none of them offline.
Now,
and here they stand. They'll take a map, sure, but doing it here, best of 1, getting yourself a semi-final spot, this is a big feather for their cap already in Sweden.
Definitely is. It seems to be something about DreamHack Opens and Immortals. They're
doing it again, get another title.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting to finals all the time in these competitions, so definitely doing something right. Obviously, we talked about KNG potentially being that, secret weapon that Immortals had in, and what a game he had.
In fact, I think we have a replay package, so while you talk, please bring up KNG's plays.
Yeah, because there's plenty to have a look at, really, with what he was doing throughout that game. Especially, like, if you look at the pistol round on the T-set for SK, they even set up in a similar way like they did versus Astralis last time they played, where it's like you do a tower to actually spot out potential aggression from the B bomb site. SK sits on all the information they need. They know that 2 people have pushed up aggressively on the B bomb site, and they have every opportunity to pretty much just rotate their entire team over to deal with that and just gain a massive advantage. Instead, KG decided it's not time quite yet to give up the round, and finds 3 headshots. SK ends up winning the round in the end, but still, like, you can't really, this is the round. You can't really account for this happening. SK does everything correct except for the fact that, KNG
3 bullets, 3 kills.
Exactly.
Sit down.
So,
sit down.
Like, when players have games like that, it's just really hard to deal with, regardless if you're doing the right thing strategically.
But, I mean, as we reflect upon this game, I think, Jacob, we start with the first half, where we have an 11-4 advantage Immortals, and on the T side, no less. Like, that's outstanding.
It's insane, and it kind of tells me that SK are not comfortable with cash yet. Like, we talked about it before the match. Like, this is one of their maps where they've been trying to implement it in the map pool, but it seems like they're not there yet. Maybe they're gonna give up now. Like, it's sometimes it plays into your head. SK might just say that, okay, screw it, we're not gonna play.
It's not ready.
Yeah, it's not ready. You can come to that conclusion from matches like this. Nonetheless, it was impressive by Immortals, and Immortals has always been one of the greater teams on cash. I remember from playing them in NA. Like, it's tough to play them.
Yeah.
And I think Lurpis wrote it on Twitter, and you mentioned it as well. Like, the way they just walk into a site, like, they do that a lot, and it's like it's their game plan. It's not like because they're playing SK, they do that against us, they do that against anyone they play, and they're so strong when they're like coming in together for some reason. I don't know what it is, but it's just so good for them.
Now, and let's just elaborate upon that point from your perspective, from another player on the desk here. Of course, how do I know? You dabbled, but just a fresher player. When it comes to communication, because he's saying it's 100% communication. Said the word 9 times in 3 seconds. Just communication. How much is that hard to explain to a viewer? How good communication can benefit you in such a way that you've just walked into a site versus SK?
It's impossible, because like you literally can't explain it. Like, because so many like pro players that are arguably better than me doesn't understand it either. It's such a complex thing, I'd say, and it's tough for some players to understand it, because some players just rely on the aim, rely on the feeling for the game, like the sixth sense in that sense, where other players just rely on communication, rely on like knowing where my teammates are, knowing what they're doing, which means I can do this and this and this because I have a system to go.
It's like a big flow chart of if you're doing this and you've told me this, I can do this, and it's just long.
Exactly, and it all like enables stuff inside your brain like that comes from practice, when like doing stuff over and over again, where communication is so important. You get into the pressure situation at lands, and if you can still replicate what you do in practice, that's where you become a good team, a good teammate, and potentially a great player.
And to add on top of that pile, Halvor, this then comes into the conversation of when the people at home who like watching the flashy plays, like watching KNG dropping 30, but then also sit there and go, oh, Phelps dropped 8 frags, and oh, Smiths is bad at the AWP, this kind of thing, this line of questioning, and then always the players step in and defend them. And the answer is always, you don't know what's happening in game. They're the ones that are doing that call that makes you comfortable, that makes you do that from practice. It's like this. It's a very long-winded and interesting discussion.
Oh, absolutely. And I think obviously it's tough to get all of that in, in a segment, which is a bit of a shame, because it would have been lovely.
Podcast.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been lovely to pinpoint everything and create the flow chart pretty much for how complicated and how complex just being in a team is, especially if you want to be one of the top level teams in the world.
Yeah.
But there's definitely reason why players stick by each other, because they know how tough it is.
Absolutely, and we'll leave it there for now. An interesting discussion we can continue because no one has been eliminated yet, but what has been noted is Immortals are the first team to lock themselves in for those semi-finals. A huge win for them in their group, and now it's going to be a battle for SK in the lower bracket. That's the turn of the knife, really. SK are not going to be first seed, and they are going to have to continue to fight on as we venture into day 2. Immortals, day off, homework time for them, and we're going to go ahead and take a break time because we are going to go ahead and prepare ourselves one more game today. We get to see the FNATIC boys back in action as we venture back into that upper bracket, and we'll see what they can do once again in front of the home crowd.
Is just ripping them apart, sneaking in. They're not paying attention right now. Come on, they're reload. So smart from Blade. He gets on the bomb. Flash comes out. He's going to slide out though. Fighting it through. There he switches over to the pistol for a second. He's looking for a third and all.
What up, guys? This is Jordan Gilbert.
We work with the world's top pros to teach you how to take your game to the next level with constantly updated training content. When you're done watching and want to train or warm up, just a few clicks will put you in your preferred training mods like Deathmatch. But why warm up for a match on Mirage by getting shot in the back on Dust 2? That's why we built Duels, real fights on real maps. 1 minute in Duels is like 20 rounds of real CS. Exclusively available on Boomio.com.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
this feeling. The moment when goosebumps take over. The moment the fans roar. The moment you can't hold yourself back. This feeling anybody right?
A minha equipe e eu vamos embarcar numa nova direção.
Que nova direção?
Faremos do Afeganistão
Dreamhack Astro Open is brought to you by Astro, Monster Energy, Corsair, Zowie, and Inter.
Another installment of the Dreamhack Astro Open. It is an absurd tour that does indeed go around the world. And please do continue to get involved. You guys are great, both here in the center and, of course, over on the internet. There's plenty of us joining us for our final game. FNATIC will be taking on Counterlogic Gaming. We get to see the North Americans who caused the stir, getting the first win of tour. Against FNATIC, which could prove. Two countries, and then it's just a bridge over some water. Yeah, it's chill. It's worth the trip. Anyway, that's some Counter-Strike coming up. For now, the Counter-Strike that's immediately coming up. Get to see FNATIC again. Olaf, gracious in victory, was talking about how he personally didn't perform. Maybe this is going to be the game.
What are you talking about? He said it on Twitter himself. He had 9 impact kills.
Boom.
There you have it. Carried his team.
The stats do not always tell the whole story.
Exactly. No, yeah, Olaf taking a bit of a hit, playing a position he's not normally used to on Mirage. But
this tournament is giving and giving. This one, no exception. Now, expectations, Jacob, when you
But they were looking pretty sharp. CLG, they were looking better than they have like before. I'd say still going up against GAMEBIT weren't that great. I find it hard to see they beat FNATIC now. You know, I think they can put up a good fight. They need a map in their favor in order to really put up a great fight. But it's leaning towards FNATIC just from the paper.
And let's kind of expand upon that. FNS's interview, he actually started pointing a lot of his praise towards their coach.
Yeah.
I'm a pet, whatever you want to call him.
The coach.
The coach. Yeah. And FNS had lots of positive words. Cutler as well. You see him on your screens with his hipster name backwards. Halvor, they've been praising this guy for someone that just watches demos for a living. Now, there's no argument that is beneficial to a team, is there?
No, it's always going to be beneficial. I guess the degree of efficiency you get out of that is obviously how good he's at relaying that kind of information that he picks up on and the tendencies he sees within opponents. And, you know, apparently he's doing a really good job of it. And you could tell that they're really hard at work as well. At CLG, we're pretty much the only team who has been sitting at their computers the entire time at the backstage here, just watching demos, getting ready. The only one for FNATIC goes around, as far as I could tell, was Jumpy. But I guess, you know, that again,
like even if they had the best coach in the world, they wouldn't be able to actually get anything from him because they're not. It's kind of like a teacher-student relationship. They're not receptive to information. Like they play their game, and if someone tells them that's not okay, then they're just gonna shut down. You know. So it seems like CLG are on board with this whole coaching, and it seems like they all like have the same mindset, and that's like very important for a coach to succeed because otherwise his job is impossible to do.
But if you keep saying things like that and tweeting things like they have about this coach, then suddenly the respect is garnered. You have to respect it, you have to appreciate it, and you have to take it on board. So they're in the right environment, and I mean, just the last words from Poojan were that actually we're not there yet. It's a statement we hear from a lot of teams, but this it does feel like CLG are in a growth phase.
I do like the fact that he started out with saying, you know, we want to aim for top 10. We're not there yet. Can we beat SK today? I'm like, yeah. It's like, no, not a problem.
That's because Parla's asking them, where do you want to finish? Everyone wants to finish first.
That's fair. Actually, that would be pretty surprising. It was like, we're kind of happy if we get out of groups.
Yeah, we're aiming for groups. Yeah, aiming for get out of groups.
Aiming for,
not the right mindset. We're getting distracted. FNATIC, though, Halvor, is where I'm going to throw you into this one. The Swedes, home soil.
Home soil, definitely. Obviously, there's a limit to how much they can hear through soundproof booths, but they can they can see hands, clapping and whatnot for them, and that's probably going to be a nice boost to have. But for the better part of it, 4 out of the 5 members showed up in their first game. Olaf, as he mentioned himself, didn't have the best of games, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter when you have the rest of the team averaging 25 kills.
Yeah.
We also saw some great individual things. It's also just. Well, that's kind of what you're used to with FNATIC, but you also saw some great cohesion between them and actually how they approached, retakes, as we saw multiple times on that A-bomb side, and how kind of like poised they were on their T side as well. Again, it's not necessarily that typical to see FNATIC be extremely slow paced, but we saw that from them on Mirage as well. They could all, they still have that element of being able to push the tempo whenever they feel like it, but so far from what we've seen out of FNATIC, it was pretty promising. And if you add Olaf Meister hitting his stride in addition to all of that, then you have a pretty great team.
And they haven't crossed the hat threshold as well. Just Crims is wearing a hat.
Yeah.
Had they been wearing more than 3 hats, that's when they're obviously going to lose. That's my analysis for you. Jumpy's got one as well, which is included.
Does he count as like half a hat?
Oh, it's more of a half hat. Yeah,
okay,
it's a half hat.
Half hat.
Yeah, I'm always here for you guys. On Twitter, let me know if you're keeping your eye on the hats theory. I think just FNS is wearing one, so we're okay. Vetoes, though, underway. It's always just interesting to see what's like a priority in terms of those bans. Of course, not necessarily dictated, but...
Understandable that FNATIC wants to remove Cobble going up against CLG, but one of their good formats. Same thing with Overpass after seeing them beat Gambit on it.
Makes sense.
So if this, okay, I was about to say if this goes to Cash, I wouldn't be too surprised if FNATIC decide to remove that as well.
So what have we got left? Train and what am I missing?
Mirage.
Mirage.
Which is an all-time favorite matchup on Mirage. I remember it was in a period where FNATIC were pretty much unbeatable, where CLG put them up to a fight, and I don't remember if they actually won or
no, they did. It was a best of one, and they did all this homework. They had all the strats out, and they actually took FNATIC.
Exactly. That'll be a pretty nice regame in that sense.
Yeah. Ends up being Train though.
Yes.
Never mind. Sadly.
You set the scene, and it comes crumbling down.
But still.
Train's still a pretty decent map for CLG. They've played it a fair bit with this lineup as well. And again, this is one of those awkward things. We talked about how the dynamic between Kusta and Ricky works in terms of who's opping this time around, if they're going to double up and so on. And for the better part of it, Ricky is actually the one who takes the op most in hand on Train for CLG. So a bit of a change up there, but it's seemingly working out pretty nicely for them. They haven't necessarily toppled the biggest hurdles in NA when they've played them, teams like Cloud9, etc., who are very good Train teams. But they've still gotten a fair bit of decent results. FNATIC on their end, they've been not necessarily great on Train, but they played it a lot. It was the map that they lost the tiebreakers on in Pro League. But, it's a map they should be comfortable on. Whether or not that's going to be enough to go up against the CLG that, from the looks of it, are very prepared, because that's pretty much all they've been doing for the last couple of hours. That remains to be seen, but it's definitely a comfort pick for... I think both teams can go into this feeling fairly comfortable about what they have to offer.
I mean, it's certainly one where double AWPs are viable. Love to see that back up in action. Get to see the mini Kenny S alongside Ricky. We'll find out, though. Let's get our predictions going. Jacob, looking at you.
Yeah.
Actually, no, wait. I said I'd
I'm
start,
looking at you.
Yeah, all right, Halvor. I see what you're doing there. Well, none of us got it right for Immortals versus SK, but this one... Yeah. Oh, I see. Now it's really annoying because I see a world. I see a reality where CLG do win this. 100%.
We have had upsets today.
I could see CLG sitting in that semi-final, doing all their homework. I'm a Pets grinding demos, and they're in the grand final. I could see it.
Say it.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Screw it. All right. Hashtag YOLO. I'm going for
is that the reasoning for it as well? Just straight up YOLO?
You only live once, man. You only live once. And genuinely... Admittedly, you've pointed out that CLG do have their faults and Gambit aren't on form. I would love to see that upset, and that's more of with the heart than the head. But let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go with not my heart.
And he's going with that thing up there.
Yeah, no, it's not as fun. But FNATIC,
fair.
On paper, better team. Everything points in that direction for them. I think that even though they haven't had the greatest record on Train, they still go up against much harder competition than what CLG normally faces on that map. So. If anything is going to happen, it's going to have to be the fact that CLG has figured something out within the last couple of hours on, if they knew that they were going in towards Train, which is obviously tough to do with the best of one.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, no, I think this favors FNATIC
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like, to me, it's quite simple. CLG are not on the level Cloud9 are right now. They're getting there, but not there yet. And FNATIC were the better team against Cloud9. I know you not always can put it up like that, but Cloud9 and CLG like reminds me a little bit of each other. Like, it's two NA teams. I don't see a world where CLG all of a sudden, like, it's only a week ago they played the NA minor. Like, I don't see them raised that high in level, especially after the traveling. So I'm sorry, Machine. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna be.
It's happened before. It's happened before.
Not today, fine. Not today.
Not hanging out with me. I'll sit alone in the CLG camp, and we'll find out if our casters want to join us as well. Let's skip and dance to see what our casters are up to. Hey, yeah.
Hello.
What are you thinking, gangsters?
Man, this is actually really difficult for me because I feel like it comes down to that same thing as always, right? Like, if this player shows up, then maybe CLG have a chance. I feel like if Kusta has a solid performance on Train, they could win this. They could feasibly win this, but I would have to go alongside FNATIC and join Pimp and Vendetta.
No one's willing to come and join me.
Maybe this man is.
I mean, we're in the crowd in Sweden, like in the booth, in the middle of all these people. Like, that's fear for my life. I'm just kidding. But no, I think that like CLG has the tools to beat them. But I just think that FNATIC overall, like man for man, might have a bit more firepower in this matchup.
Oh, there's no might about it. There you go. Okay, fine.
See later. Peace. Get wrecked. Who's out of here?
Fair enough. I guess we're about ready to jump into this game then. But yeah, I think we both agree, like, FNATIC for me are the better team. Olaf didn't have the greatest performance in the first map, and they still got past there fairly comfortably in the end. So you have to feel if he does have a solid performance here, then FNATIC should be in cruise control.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I know CLG, at least within their region, have very good familiarity on Train. They have a very good record within the Americas on Train. They have the tools, like with Ricky and Kusta and Ethan, like playing really well lately. Like that trio of fraggers, they certainly could pack a huge punch and definitely deal FNATIC some blows. But it's just when you look at the overall lineup of FNATIC, like the experience, the firepower, the success that they've been able to enjoy in the past, like all that really lines up. Now, I will say there's been times where CLG have upset FNATIC on maps. Like that has happened before on different maps and with a little, different lineup. Only like the core of, like Cutler and Finesse really main from those times. But yeah, I mean, I definitely could see this not being as lopsided in FNATIC's favor as people might think. I think it's like a fairly close matchup, but a little bit of favorite for FNATIC, especially with them being on home soil and how sharp some of their players really did look in that C9 game.
Yeah, JW had some pretty huge moments as well, and of course, Train for me is an AWP's paradise. Often, AWP's will just take over this map and make it their own, so I'm looking at JW and Kusta as the main two here, but we are going to be getting the action underway for the second time, ladies and gents. FNATIC on home soil will be kicking us off on the T side to start things off. CLG will be looking to hold firm on their CT side, and it's just going to be a smoke and a kit for Finesse and a very aggressive push. Already FNATIC are getting right up in the face, up in the grill of CLG, and they're landing some kills where it counts. Dennis should be favourite to take down this kill onto Ricky, who's up in the heaven, but now that he's on the staircase, that's going to ruin his aim. Offmeister comes through with two of his own and maybe having a point to prove. Can he go to better is the question. FNATIC trying to keep their head above water. The pressure, of course, mounting for CLG as the bomb has been planted, but it hasn't been down for that long, so they have time to burn. Finesse with the headshot instantly landing into the dome of Olafmeister, and Crims on the cross, but the Glock is going to try and make this one count. He's able to get one, and also a second through the smoke. A huge clutch from Crims. And FNATIC, it was close, but they get the job done.
That's a pretty interesting mask to be wearing out in the crowd. Good old Dobie. Didn't end well for him, spoiler alert. If you haven't read it by now, then there's still hope for you anyway. But anyway, just a chaotic round, obviously very fast-paced round from FNATIC. Comes down to a 2-on-2. Crims locks it up in the 1v2 clutch. Really well done there. CLG will buy up, double scout. It's going to be actually Finesse with the other one instead of being like, Ricky and Kusta. So that's a little bit interesting. As they are going to do a fast inner push into Ethan with this 5-7. He's trying his damnedest to stay alive. Does a lot of damage, but does crumble, and FNATIC no trouble getting that second round against the force buy.
Now it is the two scouts in play. Highlighting again that this map really can be turned on by just a couple of sniper rifles, but of course you're expecting the AWP over the scout to have the most impact, but Ricky's having none of that with the shot into the side of Flush's head. Not able to double his tally in this round, as he will go down instantly afterwards, and Finesse is going to have no dice with his scout. As expected, FNATIC with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and this third round should come pretty easy as well, given that CLG really shouldn't have anything going into this one. They kind of put the force buy out there. Didn't pan out, now they have to save for the opening gun round. So the 3-0 start looking very likely for FNATIC. As it is going to be, I think, just USPs. They didn't get anything on the CLG side. They want to save all their money. Not even sparing $300 for a P250.
Yeah, it could show that they want to prioritize those orbs as soon as possible.
Yep.
I feel like they will need to get a couple of kills, though, in this round with USP to bolster up their nades. Otherwise, they're going to leave themselves very bare. Dennis covering his eyes. Flashbang lands in his face. He's peering down into Pop Dog. Second's going to be following it. Meister decides to tank that flash to the face. He doesn't care. Kusta, in the meanwhile, is a dead man. And you have to feel the rest of his team will be following shortly. Another 2K for Olaf Meister.
Yeah, again, not really too much to talk about in this round. Just a full eco from CLG. Another aggressive push as Olaf even putting in marks to Ethan through the wall there. JW will clean house. So there you have it, 3-0 for FNATIC. But here's what CLG's been saving up for this moment here. Do they want to go straight to AAWP is going to be the question. And the answer is can't really afford to do so. They will even have Ethan on just the FAMAS, actually. And Kusta, he will be the one toting the AWP. This is one map where on Terra's side, Ricky may use it over Kusta, but still, Kusta is the primary, so in situations like this, you want to give him a crack at it. We'll see what FNATIC wants to do. They're actually going 5 rifles, including Dennis still on the Galil. A lot of utility in their hands, looking for heavy inner halls presence early on. Again, chasing down Ethan right away.
He's got a FAMAS, he's going to put down all 3 players. You're expecting him to get traded eventually. But he stands tall with 3, finally falls down. Flusher and Crims trying to come to the rescue of their fallen comrades. I do like that call from FNATIC. It didn't work out, but if you think about it logically, after full USPs, you're expecting at least 1 or potentially 2. That's going to make kits very much a lacking factor on the other team. And if they can get that bomb planted on B quickly, retaking with 2 orbs potentially is a nightmare. I like the idea, just in practice it didn't work. But they're not out this round just yet, Dust.
Yeah, definitely good analysis there. I think that makes a lot of sense. But as you noted, Ethan, just a great individual effort. 3K spread down with the FAMAS. Just FNATIC not able to get the trade out on him. So now it's just Flusher trying to lurk into the back halls here. Gets taken down by Ricky. And I mean, there's really no hope in this round now for Crims. But you never know with him. Can be quite clutch. He spots 1 victim already. Not able to land the shot, however, and this begins to backpedal, just kind of making sure he's not getting flanked. Doesn't have that much time left, so if he's going to do something, he's got to do it now.
If he's going in, it has to be right here, right now, absolutely. Just 18 seconds. It's the double whammy, really. 3 players spray down, plus the bomb dropping out into the open. Any kills would have been a nice bonus from there, but CLG will pick up their first round. FNATIC, though, of course, after winning 3 rounds and not losing many players in the first 3 rounds. And you're witnessing Ethan just wrecking and pretty much single-handedly taking the round away from FNATIC. Either way, they will have another buy, including an AWP in the hands of JW. So CLG, they're not out of the woods just yet.
That's correct. They even have the AWP in JW's hands this time as well for a FNATIC. So we'll see him actually stroll over onto Ivy. And Kusta will be in that area, so we might see an AWP-on-AWP duel here in just a second.
Looks like Kusta's having cold feet, second thoughts about it. He is by himself for the time being. I feel like if there's a second player there, he maybe goes for the peak. But now he's going a little bit late for the flashbangs to accompany him. Smoke and Molotov going to try and force him out of position. Decides to take more of an aggressive route, though, as opposed to a passive one.
It's just FNATIC playing a slower default, trying to put action at Ivy, but they're not finding anything. They have a couple of players above ladder room as well, so it seems like they want to go for an outer yard split. Olaf could catch Kusta over the smoke. He's supposed to be spraying down below him. Kusta just remaining alive, dumping his utility, slowing FNATIC down as best he can. And in fact, FNATIC are basically pulling out of Ivy other than leaving Olaf behind. Now they're just in their default, really. I mean, you'll see them open this way a lot with the players in their current positions. But they're starting to get down to the last bit of this round, so something will have to give soon. Giving JW one last crack at an op pick before they start looking to explode on this outer bomb site, you'd imagine. But they don't really have a whole lot of utility to do it off of. Just maybe one standard smoke wall and bomb train's all they're really going to have.
Yeah, 4 smokes in their possession. Another 25 seconds. They've really not tried to make too many inroads. Now finally they're going to start to push through team main. Kusta takes a shot to the kneecap. Will be finished off courtesy of Dennis, who goes in for a second. these entries so vitally important when the time is this scarce. And Finesse is the next player to meet his demise. And again, it's the Grim Reaper of Dennis, who is claiming souls left, right, and center. He may not be done with his murderous rampage just yet. CLG, though, they're piecing out. They don't want any part of this round now. FNATIC, that's a solid pick from them. Olaf's going to go and see if he can maybe take a weapon away from CLG, which would be important. Maybe baited into a full buy here, CLG, if they can hold on to both these. Olaf's going to go down, though, to the hands of Cutler.
Yeah, so just trying to hold on to what they can, but FNATIC is certainly looking to punish. They know the reset's so heavy. If they can get these guns down, CLG will have nothing to work with in the next round, essentially. And so you see Flusha going out there for it. Does find Cutler's gun, so only Ethan will have it. As the crowd has certainly a good bit to be excited about, that FNATIC are off to a good start. Again, this game is to get that first seed, to get that direct spot in the semifinals, to not have to play tomorrow. So that's certainly a big edge. FNATIC are on their way, but still very early. So we'll see what CLG wants to do on a round like this. Looks like they're just going to do an outer stack. All 5 players here, getting aggressive on ladder as well. You got to do something gimmicky in a moment like this. Surround this M4, give it a chance to be recycled, I suppose.
Interestingly, Kusta does pick up a second smoke. I expect maybe if there's some utility to be a flash and try and flash the M4 in to get kills. Ethan's being destroyed by that Molotov and will be finished off. But the HE delivered first class from the hands of Dennis. The entry king from the previous round. JW's going to come in with a kill of his own. Gets caught from Ricky, who's at the top of the train. Now Finesse will pick up the M4 and try and spray through the smoke. He's going to be able to get one. It's a 3-on-3, making it 3-on-2. CLG actually have the advantage now. Out of nowhere, the blink of an eye, this round is completely turned around. Keep in mind, though, it's only a sole M4 they have at their disposal, but both of FNATIC have 7 health. This is in the territory of USP or P250.
Oh yeah, this is so scary for FNATIC. Like, there's really no way to describe in words just how dangerous it is for FNATIC right now. I mean, Cutler's P250 doesn't even matter. I mean, that's going to do plenty in a situation like this. Only thing he has to worry about is maybe a bit of aim punch against Flusha's AK, but other than that, FNATIC have a lot to worry about. They're trying to send one out Ivy now. It's going to be Dennis looking to see what he can find the AWP, trying to backstab perhaps.
So many angles to watch out for if you're FNATIC as well. This is where it really works against you. It's one of the hardest sites to retake, but very hard to aggress on as well in these kind of close-knit situations. Flusha will get the drop. Oh, he actually misses out on his spraying with only 3 seconds left. He's, well, hoping for the best. And it's not going to happen. CLG have pulled off a miracle play. Only Ethan coming into the round with Kevlar or an M4, and they've managed to somehow, some way get it to stick.
Yeah, it's Finesse. He comes in, grabs that M4 back, grabs this other kill as well onto Olaf. That was the big play right there that got CLG the round, essentially. I mean, yeah, it came down to a 2v2, but FNATIC were just so damaged by that point, and we're running out of time. So well done to CLG. Still a full buy from FNATIC, though. AKs across the board. Don't have the op in JW's hands and a little bit limited on utility, but they'll still open up with their default. Just trying to get control of those inner halls. Leave all their options open. Again, kind of just throwing this into the mix now. They're not just a team that relies on playing super loose and just throwing their firepower out there. They can do setups. They can play defaults. They have more established roles. And that's how they want to open up this one, just methodically, but so far not finding anything just yet. It is also true there's been some times even on that Mirage victory against T9 where the clock almost became their worst enemy, so they do have to think about that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Many rounds came down to that last 5 to 10 seconds. So CLG can just get the upper hand in those late round confrontations. Maybe that could be the edge they're looking for. Centralized defense on A. No one's even peering into Ivy at this stage. At some point, that's going to have to start to get in the back of their mind. Someone needs to watch that.
It's crazy to think that FNATIC didn't even like take inner halls control really at this point. They're still just kind of sitting above ladder, but now you see all the utility coming in. So there's some type of set piece in motion now for them. So the smokes begin to pour in. Finesse playing up close, though. Some counter is coming in from CLG. I mean, they're getting down to the wire. They're still almost at 25 seconds. They haven't even gotten out anywhere yet.
And the positions from CLG are solid. Finesse is able to to work with Ricky to just spray down all the oncoming assailants. Olaf is good for one. There's still 4 players to find and only 10 seconds to do it. FNATIC, I've got to say, he's got to get a move on. That's nowhere near enough time to execute onto A. You've got to get entries at that stage. There's so much pressure on you to just carve out entries out of thin air. And Olaf may die after the time. He's not quite, though, from Ethan's hands. Maybe someone else is going to be up to the task. No, they aren't. They'll at least hold on to that AK, but FNATIC's far too slow.
It's so weird to see FNATIC coming down in the last 10 seconds in a round, right? Like, I mean, that's something that, like, Navi obviously was very well known for. Even GAMEBIT now with Zeus can do that sometimes. You know, there's a lot of teams that will play default and will play at slow pace, but I mean, it's like they didn't even really create pressure anywhere on the map. Like, I don't think CLG felt FNATIC at all anywhere, whether it be Ivy, Inner Halls, nothing. Like, they weren't getting utility baited, really. So they just weren't accomplishing anything by playing that slow, other than looking for picks and not finding them because CLG didn't give them the opportunities. And now, on a lower buy, they'll pick up the pace in the outer yard.
But they're doing it with a lack of firepower. Maybe a bomb plant is going to be coming to fruition. Olaf is going to give Finesse a free haircut. Takes him down a peg or two, but Ethan is up to the task, and now it's all on Olaf. 2 kills already. There's a third. Can he wind back time and become one of the best in the world again? Olafmeister looking for a ridiculous one-tap, but Kusta is able to use the smoke and try and play some mind games. He has a kit as well, and there's still enough time to maybe get a couple more chances, a couple more cracks at the whip here. Olaf going to spray through, and Kusta does dispatch of him and has enough time. A valiant attempt by Olafmeister, but just one player too far.
That's crazy, because Kusta peeked his head over that train pretty early on while Olaf just continued to spray into the smoke. I'm surprised he didn't see him and at least, like, react or something. He did so well to set up the 1v1. But yeah, it just looks so odd there in the end. And it is going to be a tie game now from CLG thanks to it all. And FNATIC, thanks to the bomb plant, can still put a little bit of a force where they're really making sure they save that money for the next round. Yes, they give themselves a chance to win this round. They give them some options, but it's all about the next round, really. So we have a double Ivy set up here. Finesse kind of in a bait setup with Kusta, who will take the first action, but then Finesse can step out and shock them, perhaps.
Gonna go for it right now. Run boost. Kusta knows what's coming up against him. He also does have the peace of mind that Finesse is watching his back at close range. Finesse has given his position away now, though, and the smokes are going to make it that he has to back away, and that's into the embracing arms of JW. And Kusta couldn't even get the avenging frag because he got mollied out of position.
Big kill for FNATIC. Get the instant 5-on-4. They're just doing the triple Ivy play right now, trying to come up on the Kusta. They take him out as well. This is bad because 2 guns will get collected in. They have the 5-on-3.
And that's a shot you expect Kusta to land as well. He's so good with the flicks. How costly that could prove to be. An area that we haven't really seen FNATIC try and aggress on too many times so far. And JW is going to use the AWP of Kusta against CLG. Cutler goes down next, and what a turn of events this would be. Not only the pistols and Kevlar will dethrone CLG, but can they take it without losing a single player as well? Ethan, the only player left alive.
And now he's just going to try to save, and there's already a player, though, in there. It's going to be Flusha, who's lurking over here to try to find him, but Ethan spots his feet. Able to find the first kill, but there's still plenty more players to try to chase him down. I don't want to chase super hard. Definitely want to keep some of these guns up, but actually all 4 are in closing, Ethan.
I think FNATIC have calculated that CLG's economy is in real bad shape. Right. So just taking this M4 away from Ethan would be worth its weight in gold, and they've done it. They only lose 1 more player, 2 in total, to the hands of Ethan. That's a great turnaround by FNATIC. And now looking at the economy, I mean, you got Finesse on 4.3k, but everyone else is around the 2k mark. Not great.
That's a cool boost from JW there over the smoke, just to get that extra kill. They handled Ivy so well in that round, and now they have the lead. CLG going to be the ones now that have to be on a 4 spot. They've won one of these before. Remember that? That was Finesse who had a big play on one save them 4, but this time they don't even have that. It's all pistols.
Yeah, and that round really pivoted off Ethan's M4 trading hands to Finesse. Now they don't have that assault rifle. C-Nets can still be quite a burden, though, for a terrorist side. So FNATIC is still giving the respect of not going in all guns blazing. Now we're starting to see the mollies land on the site, drawing out the CTs into the open, and Flusha will dispatch of 3 players in quick succession. That's going to be the bomb planted. And that's going to be FNATIC regaining their winning ways.
They'll be going up 6-4 now. So after a bit of a recovery there from CLG to tie things up, FNATIC are now back out in front. And it looks like it's going to be another fairly clean round as well. Perhaps not losing a single player unless Ricky or Ethan collect one here in the final seconds. And so FNATIC are starting to find their groove again.
Again, CLG will be hungry to take one of these assault rifles out the round. Not going to be happening for Ethan, and Ricky is not going to get peeked actually. FNATIC not going to give anything away, just the CZ save isn't a huge deal. A timeout has been called by CLG. Their funds too around the 3 to 4K mark. I mean, Kusta's got 5K, Finesse on 4.7. But if they did go for a purchase elsewhere, you're looking at UMPs or FAMASs. It's not going to be a great buy.
That is true. So, especially if they want to get a double op at some point in this half, would make sense to take something a bit lighter here to be able to afford that. Especially if you feel like that's like really the change of pace that you can bring to this game to catch FNATIC out to get a second op in. But they won't do it. They're going to go 3 FAMAS on Ricky, Ethan, and Cutler. Kusta will have the AWP, Finesse on the M4, so they get all they can in this round.
That is, however, a grand total of 0 kits.
That certainly could be a key number, and you feel if you lose this one, you're back to saving. So this is certainly a big round for CLG. A very passive inner setup. It's going to be Kusta with the AWP this time, holding inner solo. Ethan, the normal inner player, will actually shift over to help support the outside area. But as the utility begins to come in, we are seeing rotations taking place as Ethan's already back home by Pop Dog. But FNATIC aren't pushing in just yet. They have a couple players Ivy as well, so maybe perhaps just throwing a bit of a fake over here towards inner, and really they can just quickly shift the ladder and split the outer bomb site with 2 players Ivy. Or you could even see some action and try to disturb back halls. I mean, there's a lot of options here for FNATIC with this positioning.
And these are the kind of plays that they weren't really going for before. Before they were very one-dimensional on their B hits. You know, they're running into the Ethan spray. The FAMAS, of course, picked up a triple earlier on in a very similar position to this. JW is going to be the first in, just trying to peer in. Ethan can't see anything just yet, but oh, JW too fast on the trigger. Able to get a pick and relocate. And this is where the duo of Dennis and Olafmeister are going to try and force their way out of Ivy. They're able to get a 1-for-1 trade overall. Or 1-for-2, actually, pardon me, as Finesse comes in to clean up what was started. But it does run enough interference to allow a bomb plant, and JW comes through with another one. He's picked up 2 frags already. Bomb will get planted. CLG in so much trouble after forcing into this round with 3 FAMASs. And now all 3 FAMAS are dead on the floor, and Finesse, all that remains, not for much longer. JW piercing through his skull with the AWP, 7-4 lead.
And that was just big plays by JW. There's really nothing else to describe about that round. That pick he gets on Ethan through the smoke like this, just dropping down. He's at such a disadvantage, yet he still lands the shot, and he follows it up with more later on a full blind Kusta. So just really great work from him. That's going to put his team up to 7, and that's going to put CLG back onto a save so the lead can extend even more. As Caribs will waste no time trying to get out of T-Con, but Kusta actually pops him out with the P250. They could collect that AK.
That's a rough day at the office. P250 triumphing over the AK, not even with Kevlar. JW again with his aggressive peaks, Dennis. Good guy, Dennis. Had the back of JW, who is spinning around in circles, hoping for the best. Down at 25, but not dead just yet. Flush up. Spidey senses were tingling, decides to look behind him. He's going to be able to get 1, potentially a second kill. Indeed, he shall. CLG will be hungry to save the AK and the Molotov. So after a flurry of rounds, CLG are now going to be losing 4 on the bounce. You can see that Olaf, who had not the best of maps from his perspective early on today, is now leading the charge 14-6. Great to see.
Yeah, so they're really starting to get a grasp of this half now, and they've had a lot of clean wins, right? Where they've survived with like 4 or 5 players, so their money actually is looking quite strong for the rest of the half as well. They shouldn't really have any trouble spending these next 3 rounds. Meanwhile, CLG, their backs up against the wall at this point. I mean, they'll be able to buy this one, but they'll be right back to saving because it doesn't work. And they will finally get the double AWP out here on the Kusta and Ricky. So this is the ace up the sleeve, so to speak, to try to go ahead and get back into this half.
This is the power play they've been waiting for. Kusta with no Kevlar, however, so it's going to come at the cost. And if this doesn't stick, you have to feel that CLG are in desperation mode. Not just because one of their go-to plays is now off the table, but because they'll be trailing 9-4 on their CT side. But will that be the case? Or will they dig themselves out of this ditch they've found themselves in?
Yeah, I like this a lot better from FNATIC. They're doing a slower default, but look, they've already taken inner halls control, so they're actually doing something with this default. They're getting a grasp of something. They're you know, putting pressure on the site. They're getting utility out of CLG's hands. So this is a lot better than, you know, some of the defaults we saw earlier in the half where it felt like they weren't really accomplishing much. Do see Ethan here still holding that angle over in inner as usual. He does have Ricky's op and Z peering at the upper as well. And it looks like FNATIC are setting up pretty similar to what they were doing before, where they tried to go for like an inner entry. They had a couple of guys Ivy, and they can really, again, they can shift quickly into an outer split through ladder room with this. I believe they already have a player drop down inside of ladder room, actually. Yeah, it's going to be Dennis. So they still have a lot of options with this setup.
Yeah, seeing plays an Ivy doesn't really tell you anything from CLG's perspective. Well, you know, at that stage, it's not going to be a 5-man push. But it could be Team Main, could be Pop Dog, could still be B. That being said, though, originally JW and Olaf were going to be that tag team partnership. JW's moved back, and now Olaf is going to start to push in himself. Time is scarce. Cutler with one, not a second, not able to transition and spray across. But Kusta's there with the AWP. And again, it's a 1-for-1 trade. These typically will favor the CTs. Well, the terrorists, pardon me. I'm saying the CTs because I was watching from Fineste's perspective as he got smashed down by Olaf. Open AK. All that remains in the arsenal of CLG. And if they want to come back into this round, it's going to be grueling. It's going to have to be a grind, and JW's having none of it. Ricky, not far off with his attempt, but it's not close enough. CLG will concede, and now FNATIC, they are in prime position.
Yeah, again, just limiting CLG to 1-for-1 trades. Even though they were playing 4 positions that could have certainly caught FNATIC off guard, they handled it so well with how they traded out of the ladder room, and so they will go ahead and put it to 9-4. Ricky desperately trying to save this AWP, but it's not going to happen. JW on the prowl will take him out, and so CLG come into the final round of the half with just very little to work with. And in fact, in this round, they have to just do an upgraded pistol, bot a save for last. So double digits for FNATIC is certainly looking promising. And again, it's JW who's just been on point this tournament with the AWP.
Dennis with the easier of the entries you can ask for. Ricky trying to get to E-Box. That was just outmaneuvered by a terrorist who have not slowed down. It's pedaled to the floor. No quarter taken, no prisoners taken. And it's a clean sweep to boot. A couple players were low, but FNATIC have already hit their 10-round mark. It will be AWPs, and again, it's the double AWP setup in play for CLG.
You can understand why they go to it. It's one of their comforts on this map. It's one of the things that they really enjoy, and that's what Ricky was able to bring to the team, was like another really powerful op they could have alongside Kusta in situations like this. But will it work? It did not pan out the last time. FNATIC have been on a tear here lately on train. They have a big lead. Will they keep it going? Kusta tries to get aggressive, but JW just continues to light up the scoreboard. He's been so good. Big part of that Mirage win on C9, and he's just been tearing up train.
When your AWPer is your entry fragger. JW, lightning fast reaction speed. Kusta had every opportunity to land there. He had the positional advantage.
And so now we're finally seeing the other version of this, where they actually pressure back halls with these two players to try to split inner that way, but Cutler actually holds him off at CT stairs, so they're still hanging around in this round, but JW starting to let loose here in inner. Can he find more picks will be the question now. As Finesse dances around Pop Dog, trying to come through the smoke for something, but Krim sniffs him out.
Cutler, 1-on-4. Able to get the assassination with the M4A1S. Not a second though, Flusher will lay this half to rest, and well, FNATIC will be delighted with an 11-4 lead, and now they move across to the CT side. Things are only going to get tougher now for CLG.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, don't get me wrong. CLG, again, we talked about it in the pregame, are comfortable on train, so that means they do have, you know, some ideas about how they want to play T-side. I actually think they have a fairly good playbook as far as like how deep it is, like the different things that they can do, the different options that they have. They're well drilled on it. They're like, again, it's certainly a comfort for them. So it's not out of the question that they would be able to, you know, get rolling on their terrorist side. The problem is if you allow FNATIC a 3-0 start and get to 14, it's such a grind to get back in the game at that point. It might be a bit too much, as it looks like FNATIC are just on good form right now. Even Olaf has looked much better in this map than what we saw on Mirage, and that certainly spells trouble for CLG if you have a FNATIC that, with the lineup that they have, if they're firing on all cylinders, then you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, this time it's Dennis that's lagging behind, but again, when you have a team where any player feasibly can just step up and run away with it, you're expecting one of them to lag behind. So, CLG, you don't win this pistol, the deck is stacked against you. Pretty standard stuff, nothing that's really cashing me out other than Ricky with a Deagle, but you see this on T-sides, especially on maps like Train, where there's much more vast open areas. Glock just simply doesn't cut it against USP at that sort of a range. Wow, JW nearly gets tapped down to size on 15 health now. Crims lining up the nade to bank off the wall, doesn't do quite as much damage as he's hoping, gets flashbanged and taken out of the round for the time being. Kusa from the side is able to clothesline one player, not a second one, but he's already picked up two, and that's going to afford them a bomb plant. It's exactly what CLG were looking for, and they just got a whole lot better as Kusa comes good with yet another one. JW, who is dinked down earlier on, is all that remains, but not for too much longer. Kusa with a 4K. Exquisite work, and well, CLG have done it. They pick up the second pistol.
Yeah, flawless victory on that round. It was great that they got early damage on JW Ivy, and the only player that didn't have armor was the one assisting JW. That was Crims over in Hell, so they were able to find kind of the weaker point, I guess you could say, of the FNATIC defense. They were able to get through it, and so they will be able to buy up here. Regalio's a MAC-10, a UMP, but of course FNATIC will get the pistol armor out there, and they can be certainly very scary with these, so not out of the woods yet is CLG, as it looks like they want to do something at ladder room here. They do already have Kusta pushed down with the MAC-10. Cutler going to get the entry, though, out of T-Con. Quickly traded by Crims, but he's staying alive. Maybe even finds a second. No, not the case. So it looks like CLG have wrapped this one up.
And even though JW is able to get himself all the way around the back of CLG, there's not really anyone that he can build off at this stage. And to pick up the Glil, you know, he's a very aggressive player. Likes to get in amongst the frags. He may be able to deny the bomb plant. Indeed, he shall, just for a few more seconds. Finesse will dispatch of JW. Unfortunately, got pretty close to the P250 engagement, but not close enough. CLG moves to a 6.
So there you have it. They should be gifted with what should be mostly a free round here, as FNATIC should be on the full save. They do get one P250 on JW, but that's going to be it. And so that 7th round is looking pretty good for CLG, so they'll keep this one close. Unless there's some shenanigans here from FNATIC side.
Oh, Crims couldn't see a single thing. From beginning till end. Double kills go. And Kusta, who went for the AWP already, may not even be required to rattle off a single shot, as his SMG wielders are getting up into the face of FNATIC. 2 players on B, 1 in connector. JW, close range, not able to make anything stick, leaving Flusher. he tries a shank, but it's not going to work on this time. I like the idea, though. And why not, right? You're going to probably do more damage with a knife out than a USP, that kind of range anyway. And you have the added bonus of, well, if I get a kill, I get a nice little juicy bonus.
Yeah, fair enough. So we'll see what CLG is going to do here on their opening gun round. From what I've seen, they really like to get control of ladder room, like a lot. Like they put a lot of focus on it. They use it to split outer. They use it just to create pressure. So I definitely see them putting a focus on that quite a lot. Sometimes even 2 players out in ladder room. So that's kind of one of the things that I noticed them do quite often. It will be Kusta with the AWP. Looking for picks out T-Con here. He's going to be met up with a ladder room split as well. And he gets the opening pick. Ricky chiming in also.
Fantastic start again by CLG. 2 opening picks. Dennis is able to bring it back closer to even, and will do just that with his second. as he connects the headshot. Now down to just 4 players left, 2 on either side. Dennis and Flusher have both been chipped away on their health. Kustat still very healthy. Finesse down to 61. Only a HE and a flash between the two teams, and it both falls on CLG's side. Flusher's going to try and dart his way through the smoke, but Finesse is there to catch him with the UMP, leaving Dennis. Very close. Landing a couple of shots for Kustas there with the AWP. Doesn't quite stick for FNATIC, and this has been a roller coaster of a second half for them. That's 4 rounds unanswered, and they're back into another eco.
Yeah, I mean, CLG are already on the heels of FNATIC, and FNATIC even had to take a low buy in this round, so a chance for 9 for CLG is going to be pretty good, as FNATIC can't really quite contest them just yet. They have to get their economy in order. And so we'll see what CLG wants to do here. As again, they like to do these outer splits, they like to do the ladder room stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of keep that up and around like this one, as they are putting some pressure at inner halls against Olaf, who is being aggressive with the CZ.
Kind of forced into aggression when you just have pistols, and the way that CLG have been playing. Not going to work out. They still have 2 deagles, make that just the 1. Flusher, the player, to own it. He is now very much a lonely man. Deagle's not going to do anything. CLG with another solid round, and not only are they picking up rounds, but then they're giving no kills across the FNATIC. So even when they are getting these full purchases, you're seeing the likes of Olaf now, who's gone for a second AWP. He only has a HE, JW, HE, and Smoke, so lacking on flashbangs.
And meanwhile, CLG post buys a couple players still in 5 digits cash. I mean, they're going to be looking pretty for a while. It's going to take FNATIC a lot of rounds in a row to finally put CLG into some type of eco. So the pressure is certainly building against FNATIC right now. So we are going to see CLG opening up a little bit of a triple Ivy pressure. Just their main 3 going to be the part of it. Kusta, Ricky, and Ethan. So far an even exchange here.
Great reaction speed shown by JW there with his flick. He's getting slightly tagged up from the Molotov. Feet getting nice and toasty. Only 18 health has escaped him. So both AWPers chiming in for kills to start things off here in this round. Again, that should spread FNATIC quite thin, especially over on the B side of the map where Flusher currently resides by himself. He has no one to help him out here. That's one of the reasons why Dennis is going for this aggressive play, and he's landed the kill, smoking his way out. That's a huge pit for FNATIC. They desperately needed that.
Yeah, now this sets up a quick flank for them as a potential option here for Dennis. They have the ability to commit to inner as well, and they are winning out most of these duels. Only Ethan now left in a 1 versus 3 with the bomb. He's got time, but he's being flanked. He's got to worry about so many different things. He's been shot at as well, trying to escape back up. Tries to do a bit of a pump fake here, but gets caught by Flusher, who's waiting by the bomb train. So they do put that 12th round up there. But again, it's not going to get easier from here because another full buy is right on the way for CLG. But luckily, they pretty much saved everything they had. They only lost 1 player that round, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was just Olaf that fell. As you say, FNATIC have broken the curse of the CT side, but they can't afford to go on reverse now. It has to be shifting through the gears. There has to be progression forward towards that elusive 16 round mark. Flusher. Again, as ever, by himself, and I wonder at what point CLG try and turn the screws over on the B side and really put pressure on him. There's going to be some utility expended. Now the rotation coming through will be Olaf to join Flusher.
Well, you asked for it, and looks like you're about to get it. CLG gathering up in the inner halls with all their utility, looking to pounce any moment now. Kusta kind of lag behind with the AW.
To play off Olaf nearly with 2, but instead it's CLG who pick up 2 for themselves. JW not able to have the impact until the rest of his team rush together, and they're not going to go for the pop dog rotation either. They've given up on that now. So it's going to be a one-dimensional take from the back of the site, coming through connector and CT side. They have the utility, and they do have a couple of kits, and Dennis is going to be able to thread a headshot. So vitally important for FNATIC's chances of a retake. This could bait them into it. Very passive positions happen. Assumed that Dennis is able to get the drop onto Finesse. It was a labored attempt, but it's going to get the kill all the same. And this is where that Molotov is going to completely decimate onto FNATIC. I'm not sure they have enough time here. And Crims did go for the defuse, but he burnt out. They used the smoke too early, and the bomb will detonate. JW will save alongside Cutler. Let CLG pick up a 10th.
Yeah, again, it's just keeping inside the inner halls and having that checkmate incendiary or Molotov that can just stop you from being able to defuse is really what that kind of boiled down to, as FNATIC were certainly posing a threat. They were getting some good kills despite, I think they were retaking into a 3-on-4. They were really evening it up, and they were starting to look like they might just have it, but lose off of that, and now they do have to take another save. So CLG creeping even closer down around like this one, you'd imagine, as again they will open up fairly slow in default here. A little bit of extra focus over towards Ivy, but not too much. Just Kusta's AWP being added next to Ricky, who normally plays this spot on default. Olaf trying to get aggressive here towards T-Con, does spot Finesse. Getting chased down, but he's not taken out just yet. And in fact, he baits it into JW's AWP.
So smart by Olaf there. He knew that in a straight trade he's going to lose. Instead, just outthinking. On the other side of that, though, Finesse shouldn't be falling for that. You shouldn't be going out to the open when you know JW saved an AWP. That is a recipe for disaster. And now that gives FNATIC an extra weapon. Sure, Crims doesn't have Kevlar, but that one-tap potential is always on the cards. Olaf has gone down. He was already weakened by Finesse, so in terms of expendable players, he's probably at the top of the list in that situation. There is a boost over. What we saw JW actually do this on the other side of the coin when they were aggressing FNATIC. He's been flashed so many times, he just has to turn tail and run back to the site. So CLG and Credit lose the first play, but they are recovering nicely. Does JW have a miraculous clutch in him? We know he's capable of big plays. When a flash and an AK round hits you plumb in the head, there's not much you can do about it. Now Flash's USP remains. Excellent crosshair placement, but aim punch always going to be an issue.
Yes, I mean, while it started off interesting thanks to JW's AWP pick, CLG did not let it spiral out of control. They were quick to grab it right back. Now they have an 11th round. They're just one away from tying this thing back up, and FNATIC, again, don't really have the money to put a buy into this round. A couple of their players did, but they have to even it out. So that means CLG are gifted a great chance to go ahead and tie this game here and now, and they had the double op set up in effect, as Ricky will get the second one over towards T-Con, as Kusta seems to be bringing his over towards inner halls. Ethan, the first to draw blood, though, onto Flushy, who tried to get antsy. So at least inner open for just a brief moment. Now it's just everyone rotating over there. And in fact, JW's on a flank, so this is going to get maybe a little bit dicey.
Oh, Finesse recovers. Looked like he was going to be a dead man at first. He was switching weapons. It's that age-old issue. But recover he shall. And now FNATIC have Dennis, Olaf, and Crims with Kevlar between them. Also an incendiary in the hands of Olaf. And he's going to be using that in Pop Dog. It's going to be a bit too deep, though. It's not going to bother the player that's close range, and that's going to be Ethan, who's able to scamper away relatively undeterred. Olaf gets picked off from Kusta. That should be the beginning of the end for this round. So it looks like we are going to be tied up at 12 apiece. CLG, after a very disappointing first half, they're right back in this game, Dust. We are going to be neck and neck.
Indeed we are. And they'll keep that double AWP in effect, and that's great. Now that FNATIC know that's what they're up against, you may expect them to realize that CLG are probably going to have to play a lot slower pace because they want to give time for those AWPs to try to ring out. It's not like CLG can go for a lot of fast-paced executes when you're running two AWPs like that. So that may at least give FNATIC a bit of a read on how they should handle these next rounds once they get guns back in their hands, which should be in this next round.
Yeah. They've got round loss bonus coming up. They have 2 to 3k on most of their players, so it should be another bite. Just depends really for me whether it's going to be 1 or 2 ops. Grim's not going to be taking anybody down in the process. Dennis will save a deagle. So JW has 6.2k. He can afford an AWP, no issues. The rest of the teams will be coming through with M4s. So a pretty standard buy. The only thing standing out here, though, is there's going to be a Mag 7 instead of an M4, and JW is going to be wielding this, so this must be off spawn. Olaf's going to be, yeah, he had the best spawn, he's going to be pushing straight in. Olaf instead picks up the AWP.
Yeah, looking to contest inside the ladder room, maybe has that idea that CLG like to work it, which is certainly the truth. So we are going to see Kusta making his way over here with the AWP. Just holding out for mostly for inner halls push, and it seems like CLG's putting a lot of focus on these inner halls right now. No one really anywhere else except for Ricky, who has a second AWP and T-Con. Just a solo defender here inside Flusha with the M4. How much time can he buy for that rotate is going to be the question.
I'm sure we'll find out the answer to that very shortly as the terrorists are poised to push. And here we have it, Flusha with one headshot. He's going to pick up so much time for his team. He's looking for a second. Very unfortunate not to land that on Kusta. Then JW now around the backside. He's going to be able to get one kill with a Max 7. Flush is going to come through with a second and JW is going to miss, but the information's on point now for FNATIC and it's just Cutler. Last seen on the site. How much damage can he do on his way out? Does he have it within him to take down any more players? Yes, he does, and he's able to actually reload his AK as well. How is he still alive in this round for that long? I have no idea. But FNATIC will finally find their man and regain the lead once more.
Yeah, just really well handled by Flusha inside that inner bomb site. Not only getting 2 kills, but just buying so much time for JW's flank to set in, for the rest of the personnel of the team to get into place to help lock that one up. And they will be able to get a double op of their own now, as it will be Olaf and JW against a double op of CLG, who will reinvest into it right away. So again, you expect maybe a bit of a slow approach to start, just to try to let those ops go to work, as Kusta will be over towards Ivy with his. Ricky playing over towards the inner halls. Flash will push JW off from holding the angle.
As a result, that forces JW's hand to smoke, so we can actually peer towards teammate instead. And now, Kusta wasn't far off landing that shot. It's somewhat of a stalemate at this stage. Now Kusta has to turn tail, run away. He's going to chunk down to 63. But when you look at the utility, there's a massive discrepancy between the two teams. FNATIC are looking bare compared to CLG.
That's certainly true. There's a lot of Molotovs and smokes in place here for CLG. Plenty of flashes to back it up as well. So they have their options open on doing some type of outer split and having utility that they could want to even it up, as Ethan trying to dance around, try to change up maybe what they think the timing is on him getting out, but it doesn't matter because Krim still puts him in his place. And so they have the 5-on-4 advantage here as we get into the mid-round. JW, though, tries to re-peek Ivy. He's going to pay for it thanks to Kusta, and this will allow them a route into this outer bomb site now for CLG as they get that smoke to block off back Hall's vision.
That's one moment where aggression really wasn't required. I mean, there was only 35 seconds when he died there, JW. Holding the position would have really helped his team a lot more. Now it opens up a gateway for CLG to try and exploit through on the Ivy side. Olaf is going to come back with a kill alongside Dennis. Maybe they were able to resuscitate this round that was looking to slip away. Ricky, 1-on-2 scenario, 10 seconds in which he has to try and not only get the bomb but also kills, and he realized it's not going to happen. Better to hold on to the AWP. Don't do this to me, Ricky. Don't you dare have a shot through that wall. We've already seen Nifty pull off ridiculous wall bangs. Obviously not at this tournament, should be mentioned, where we were casting together last dust.
Indeed. As it is going to be 14 now for FNATIC. Double op coming right back, though, for CLG. They are not shying away from that. They really want to try to get those two out there and finding picks. Kusta did get one on JW at Ivy in the last round, but the rest of FNATIC played it really well, and so they extend that lead just a bit more. One away now from Matt Point. So we are going to see CLG again just quickly getting down ladder. Again, maybe looking for some type of outer split here. Beating the utility actually out will take down Crims. Just catching a sick timing on that smoke grenade, but Olaf responds right back.
That's a solid Molotov, though. It keeps him at bay. But they didn't factor in Dennis. Dennis left out the equation and will be removed from it entirely now by Kusta, but JW, in the meanwhile, is going to put his AWP to use. They maintain the player advantage, make that a 2-player now as Cutler eyes up the apocalypse, potentially. And to make matters worse, he's got 46 health. There's the first. A lot of time to play with. Over a minute as he lands that first kill. And did he just hear a bit of noise? In Pop Dog, he may very well have done so, but Olaf only needed 16 health to pounce. 3 map points. And FNATIC looking to do the double over the Americans at 16-12.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close there for a bit, but FNATIC have been able to win the last few rounds in a row, and that now puts them at map point. 1 round away from locking up a semi-final spot and not having to play tomorrow alongside Immortals, who, of course, had that shocker against SK in the previous game. double auto shotgun for FNATIC.
Why not?
Not something you see every day, that's for sure. As Crims will take his over in the ladder room. JW looking to push Ivy with his, though. They're looking to just get this over with and do it with style, perhaps. But JW does get eradicated.
1 XM down, 1 to go. Well, I say 1 to go. Kusta's picked up 1 for himself. He is keeping that 1 XM in play, as Crims has also fallen. Oh, Flash is going to get caught as he switches across to the nade. CLG not out of this just yet. A second gust of wind. Breathe new life into CLG. Olof, 1 on 5. Good luck to you, sir. There's the first. Will he get any more for his troubles? Not far off landing the second, but Kusta flanking around the back will lay him down. 15 to 13, and FNATIC's economy is in tatters. CLG, they could very well take us the distance.
Oh, they definitely could. I mean, their money is starting to get in proper order. Meanwhile, FNATIC are getting what they can here. They still have an AWP in Olaf's hands. They're going to get upgraded pistols across the board, except for Dennis, who actually has the Nova. So the shotguns will make a reappearance for FNATIC, but they're certainly running out of room to close out this game. CLG certainly could force extra rounds, as we are going to see another early skirmish at Ivy, perhaps. JW with just the P250. Trying to hold the close angle, no one even baiting for him. He just has to rely on pure individual aim.
So you've seen all the shotgun family apart from the sawn-off. Will Dennis put anyone out with the Nova? Farm himself some kills. I'm so curious to see if he gets
these timings, man.
But the timing, yeah, completely timed out the position there. Flush is going to look to try and pop his way through the smoke, but there's a couple bullets to greet him. On the other side, Olof still retains his AWP. Crims gets the kill before burning alive. And with the funds as they currently reside, Olof may have an idea or two about saving. Actually, he decides to join his teammate instead. So Flusher and Olof going to try and make it work from the Ivy side. Olof peering onto the side, will land onto Ricky. Going to trade. I think the idea was to throw across the USP because Flush had simply run out of bullets with his CZ.
Right. Given something to work with. Well, this op repositions, but it's actually going to be saved. They know that they don't really have a way to get this. They don't have the kit. They don't really have a lot of time. They're down a man. Money is limited. This is definitely their best option here. And so it will be 14 for CLG. And FNATIC will not have a whole lot. I mean, they'll save this AWP, and that's really about it. Flush are trying to take down someone on the way out, but this is definitely CLG's. We might see another overtime this tournament. We had one earlier. CLG was actually the one that was a part of it. They're the victors in it against GAMEBIT on overpass.
Dual purpose there for Flusher as well. As he threw away his CZ and you have nothing to lose in that round, he's trying to tag the player, either kill him or tag him low enough that the bomb would finish him off afterwards. I like the idea. He was close, but not quite close enough. And now FNATIC going through into the 30th round. It is bare bones stuff. They do have a fair amount of utility, more than I was expecting, but it's more the firepower that's the issue now.
Yeah, mostly just relying on that AWP of Olaf as well as the UMP of Dennis. CZs can certainly be scary in close-range situations, though, no doubt about it. We are seeing CLG gathering up in inner halls. FNATIC looking for an aggressive push in the T-Con. They'll be able to do it successfully. Gives them a little bit of information.
Yeah. However, do not push through the back. Instead, they're going to congregate and go into Pop Dog. JW, CZ, flashbang. He's going to do half the work for him. That nade has damage written all over it, but actually disappointing amounts in the end. Flusher may think that chunked a whole bunch of players down. Kusta from the train is going to dispatch of Olof, and Flusher's going to be trying to come round, but good guy Kusta has his teammates back, and he's going to go to town with a 4K. He could be on for the ace. Dennis may try and spoil the fun here. But Ricky is the man to finish off regulation. We are moving to overtime to the second time today. FNATIC, considering they had the first half in the palm of their hands, they'll be bitterly disappointed we've reached this stage.
Yeah, this was just all Kusta. He gets the key frag on the Olaf. That was big. That was the one gun, really, that they had that they can use, and then catching this to make sure the bomb plant would go down and there would be no shenanigans. definitely great work there by him. He is putting up some pretty big numbers this game. Definitely top fragging for his team. The rest have a pretty tight grouping in frag distribution, actually. And of course, the Olaf, JW, and Flush on FNATIC are having quite the game on their end, but it is going to take extra rounds. Again, CLG was in an overtime against GAMEBIT, an overpass, and they won that. Now they have to go up against the hometown crowd in FNATIC.
Thus, that is a heavy investment. First round of CT side of overtime. 2 AWPs and an auto sniper.
Yeah, especially since we're playing MR3 10K, right?
Absolutely. So this is going to leave them pretty bare if they lose this round. That's a lot of firepower, though, of course, and with JW, he's there for the first.
Yeah, so he hasn't really had a whole lot of opening picks like that early on at Ivy, so this time around he finally comes up with one, and that could be a difference maker for FNATIC. So they will still leave Finesse over here over towards Ivy, but Ethan will work his way back over towards the connector. As CLG now have to kind of consider what do they want to go to in a man disadvantage situation. So they want to start gathering up here with that bomb over towards T connector. It'll be Cutler and Ethan to move that direction. They will have Ethan coming down ladder room, so trying to go for an outer split seems to be the thought process.
Nothing out of the ordinary from either team here. It's pretty standard, pretty much what you'd expect. The only thing that will be a reoccurring issue from here on out is that CLG don't have a huge amount of time to play with. Crims is going to come out worse for her in that trade. An important pick, and Dennis gets tagged up through the wall of heaven. He has to just get the hell out of there with his auto sniper. JW is going to go down next. This is looking way better for CLG. Out of nowhere, seemingly, they're actually making a real case for taking this round and making it their own. The nade, the backside of the site, wrong side as far as FNATIC is concerned. It's not going to stop the bomb plant. Flush is going to have to try and use that train to his advantage. Down he will fall. Dennis with a close range auto sniper switches weapons and dies. And considering that the first kill went the way of FNATIC, everything was looking rosy. CLG have punished them.
Yeah, they just form up into an outer split, and look at Kusa just continue to go to work with this AWP. Some big kills to open things up. And then around it looked like FNATIC was doing to do great, like you said. It doesn't pan out, and that hurts them so much money-wise. You see JW's already on a mag, so they're going to try to make some of that back here in the second round of the OT. And if they lose this, they will have very little to work with in the final round. So a lot gained here by CLG by closing out that round, despite being in an early 4-on-5.
JW got into Pop Dog very quickly. Isn't going to find anyone though for the time being. Holding the angle still. Bulk of the terrorist engagement will be found on Ivy. A couple flashes have already been tossed out. No one's there for FNATIC though. Instead, they are going for more of a T-main push. Now, surely Olafmeister at this stage is watching Ivy. There we go. I was going to say from his position, I wasn't sure. But seeing as no one is there, he has to be very cognizant of the fact that the side of the map is ripe for the taking, and CLG are obliging. They're pushing through the bomb as well. They're getting around the back. There's a smoke accompanying the push as well, so now Dennison's got to try and rummage his way. Try and stop this. They're getting all the way around the back of the B side, though.
It's all about the mind games in overtime, bringing out something new and different, but Olaf, he kind of smells it. He's going to be able to get that first op shot, but it's quickly traded, and so the inner split's still on.
What a shot that was as well, into the head of all things, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Overall, CLG is still in great shape, but Flush is going to come through with another kill. He doesn't expect a player to be behind him. And Kusta also goes in for one alongside Ricky, so both AWPers are doing their job. This is where the Max 7 is honestly not too great. And JW,
oh man,
there's egg all over his face. That is rough, because it's not only is it rough in terms of not getting a kill you really should, but that would have been the bomb dropped out in a horrible place for the terrorists.
I think Finesse's expression said it all there. You can all read those lips. It's 17-15 now for CLG. That's a big round win. Again, it's bringing out something new and different, something your opponent hasn't seen yet. Triple op for FNATIC in the final round of this OT. Interesting. I guess if double op auto sniper doesn't work, certainly triple op will. We'll see how it pans out.
I mean, I can kind of understand FNATIC's thought process, because honestly, CLG haven't gone for that many fast explosive set plays. You haven't really seen them just dart out onto a site instantly. It's been more slow and steady wins the race. And that's where Orbs on the CT side can really pay for themselves. And Flusher did pick up one. Kusta's there to return fire. And again, and seeing as Flusher's by himself on the site, that is a free bomb to plant on. There's going to have to be some utility to proceed the push through connector. Otherwise, Kusta's going to have a field day. Hence the smoke that's been placed down. Cutler's going to use that, though, to get up close and personal with the CTs. CLG on the brink. Oh, JW, that is cheeky. Kusta's going to answer back, but CLG on the brink of taking a clean sweep on this first half of overtime. Olof is going to come back with one of his own, though, trying to keep the dream alive. They do have a kit, but they have a lack of nades at this stage, and there's a Molotov in the hands of Finesse. This could be all they require. It's going to fire onto the site. There's no smoke to extinguish it either. Finesse may have just won the round. They're going to have to push him. There's one, and Finesse is going to be taking this one down in style in the end. One Molotov was all that was required. JW sick to his stomach. CLG 3-0 on this half.
The GG Molotov, man, and it's a clean sweep for CLG in this overtime half. So well played, bringing out new stuff when it was required. Players continuing to pop off when they needed to, particularly Kusta with the AWP. And then Finesse just clutching it up here in the end. The leader leading by example. Puts that one through, and so CLG are in prime position to take this. And my mistake, it's actually MR316K, so I was wrong, and that's why they were able to afford a triple op. I knew something was weird that they were able to afford a triple op in that last round, so it is MR316K, so no economic risk, I guess, in overtime is the point.
Well, certainly nowhere near as much, because typically, if you're on 10K, you're not picking auto sniper in 2 holes.
Yeah. Now it makes a lot more sense. Didn't have that information before, sorry about that. As we'll see, CLG can put the finishing touches on this map, and wouldn't that be crazy? It's Immortals and CLG taking the first seeds out of groups. I don't think anyone would have picked either of them to be the first seed out of their respective groups. So, would be a pretty neat opening day here for Dreamhack Summer if it continues on. But Dennis has something else to say about it. So does Olaf as they get the quick entries on this round all across the map. They're well on their way to a 16th round now.
Yeah, FNATIC aren't done with train just yet. They have a couple more swings in them. They've been pushed against the ropes. Not gonna go down without a fight. Ricky. Any kills would be a bonus at this stage. Maybe just set up for some exit frags. CLG still have 2 more match points. Because this round is over. There is simply no way Ricky clutches this.
Yeah, this one is certainly in the books.
Nice shot.
Might as well save in style, I guess, but Dennis not going to allow that much further, and so that will be around on the board for FNATIC. So they will survive for now. Again, trying to defend home turf here in Sweden. All they can hope for, though, is just forcing another overtime, and they have to win out these 2 rounds to do just that.
After taking an 11-4 first half performance on their T side, way back in regulation. Goes to show how much of a bitter pill to swallow this would be for FNATIC if they were to concede from this point.
Yeah, such a bold statement from CLG to win out the first half of OT. But with that win, FNATIC are still just a couple of steps away from keeping this one going. We haven't had a double overtime yet. As FNATIC taking their time just to get control of inner halls and start putting some pressure over here. Ricky, though, is going to find blood onto Dennis. Was that a spam of some sort? Or?
No, I think Dennis was out towards E-box.
Oh, okay.
Which is surprising considering the rest of his team are fairly passive right now. Maybe just trying his hand at a sneaky ninja play.
I suppose so. Pays for it, though, with his life. And hard to suffer something like that when you're in a situation like this. JW trying to see if he can bring it back in.
It's a swing and a miss, and a couple of them. Now it's him that's out by himself, and there is a dunk nade from Finesse, slammed onto the forehead of J. Impactful frag that gives them a lifeline. It's brief, but can they capitalize on it? They need to convert. Olaf can hear players to his right-hand side. He's going to come through with 2. Is there going to be any more in his back pocket? Yes, there is. All headshots all day, all Olaf.
Unreal.
FNATIC, they live to fight another day, it would seem.
It seems so. That round looked like it was CLG's. They looked like they all but clinched that first seed. They were doing so well early on with Ricky and Finesse, but Flusha and particularly Olafmeister, just huge plays. And so this will go at least one more round.
31 kills. A huge step up from that previous performance on Mirage against Cloud9. To be fair to him, wasn't really required to frag hugely. This map he has. And he stood up when it's been counted. Kusta on 33. Ethan not going to attempt a defuse. Instead, he will back away. FNATIC have saved 2 match points. They're going to have to go one better. And I believe one of the players actually just died on the bomb as well. But it doesn't really matter. They've got so much money to burn. Not going to be an issue. Ricky in the meanwhile only has 4.1k. That could be a bit of a concern.
So will it be the clean sweep responded by another clean sweep will be the question. To force the second OT, that would certainly be something. But it is still double op for CLG in this round on Ricky and Kusta against the single of JW. See what the adjustments are going to be. Again, FNATIC looking to try to get Dennis out of T-Con a little bit faster, but he gets flashed off, and now JW's just posted for a pick. Meanwhile, Krim's trying to get some action going here inside the inner halls alongside Flusha. But just same default, same just map control setup from FNATIC. Looking to see if they can get a pick. This time around, CLG not really giving them any opportunities. Also, Ethan playing a new spot. He's been typically just playing lower ramp straight up and taking fights, but this time he's going to be playing coils.
This map so far has been incredibly T dominant. Keep in mind that both teams picked up 11 rounds on their T side in regulation. And are we going to see both teams pick up 3 here in overtime? Ricky again, similar start to the last round where CLG pick up an AWP frag to start things off.
And you can see FNATIC are starting to get bogged down. They've given up on inner halls. They're trying to bring that bomb back around over here towards T-Con. Perhaps try to split this outer bomb site once more. They still have Olafmeister here over at Ivy, but he hasn't been able to find anything just yet. Starting to spin some of that utility, but they're actually running out. Only Dennis really has a nade set left, and he's also the one carrying the AWP right now. As JW went down, Olaf comes out Ivy, gets a kill. Can he be the hero again? His hat trick in the previous round was so massive to keep his team alive. Is he going to find more? Yes.
CLG, you can't afford to let 2 rounds like this go begging. Kusta seems to be up to the task, and if he snapped around and took Olaf out, that could have been the moment. That could have been the very second that they took this map and made it their own. Instead, FNATIC will be firing back after another player deficit. Ethan up against him is a 1-on-3. Will be picking up the first. Dennis and Olaf. A weakened Olaf at that. He's only on 8 health. I've got to try and make this stick. And Ethan's going to go down. FNATIC are using up more of their lives. 18-18, second overtime, here we come.
More and more rounds, and this game's so intense now. The race to 22 is what we're looking for now. 21-21 means a triple OT. Again, MR 316K, so economy, not too much of a factor. Means you can really just go all out, make all the big purchases you want, and just throw everything you have at your opponent. And like you noted, it's been the T sides that have been so big in regulation and in overtime. Clean sweeps and OT for both teams. And of course, 11 rounds for each in regulation. And so still really hard to tell who's actually in the driver's seat at this point. Like, who has the edge? I mean, at certain points, one team thought for sure they were going to close only to get rattled. It was FNATIC in regulation who felt that way. And after that overtime, you got to think CLG thought they had it. But here we are.
Yep. And quite simply put, both teams are 14-4 on their T halves. So any CT rounds you can pick up, almost worth double at this stage. That's what they're battling for.
Yeah, both teams have really just been playing slow and trying to grind it out for the most part. You haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of fast-paced attacks actually in this game. Mostly due to the double op, you have to imagine, has been the big reason for that, is trying to give them chances to find picks. And it's kind of crazy how often we're seeing double op on T side these days. I mean, it was G2 who really was doing it big time this year. Immortals started doing it with KNG's pickup, and now with Ricky being on CLG, you see them having it. And FNATIC, of course, were always able to pass the AWP around pretty much their entire lineup, and so they're really keeping up to that. You have to wonder if maybe you have to break off of it, though, and go for something a bit different, because to be fair, though, everyone's winning their T round, so why change it?
Maybe this is where you do throw in a fast B execute from a T's perspective. You try and just charge up in the face of CLG if you're FNATIC at this stage.
I mean, you saw CLG do the back halls push, right, to inner split, so they're trying to throw something different in there, but FNATIC are keeping up with what works. They had Dennis outer alone. Everyone else gathered up in inner hall, so he's trying to create pressure, trying to hold people in place, prevent a rotate from being possible.
Ethan dispatches the flush from mid-air, but elsewhere, CLG are getting the work done. Olof darting to the site, misses out on his chance, and that will cost him his life. And we were discussing before about just how important CT rounds were in this overtime, and CLG have picked up the first in either overtime.
Yeah, you got to think that they're a hot commodity right now to get CT rounds in this game, and CLG do put one through. So, again, they'll start off in overtime half with an advantage. Can they keep it up? Will be FNATIC on the solo op this time. Just JW. Olof will have a rifle in his hands. Curious to see what FNATIC will want to do now. Looks pretty much the same.
Oh, that's going to cost Ricky quite a bit of his health. Let's see what he is going for. Hoping that the players assume that Molotov was a brick wall. And he has picked up a kill, but he gets traded out instantly afterwards. And Dennis, again, almost a carbon copy of how he came in the last round. Straight through into E-Box. Cutler's up there, but so is JW. The trade's going back and forth. The bomb still dropped out, though, in Team 8. Oh, JW is going to be ruining that missed opportunity.
No harm, no foul, though. He's still alive, and there's still a good amount of time on the clock. It's just starting to tick to the 1 minute mark, so plenty of room. Ooh. Playing a little bit of whack-a-mole with Kusta over here, but Kusta's not going to be able to find the opportunity as Olof trying to creep through Ivy, but that incendiary will slow him down. It looks like they do want to split out or 3 ways, but they're just not finding their shots. And Ethan will mark his instead.
Well, the bullet didn't kill him. He definitely broke his neck on the way down. And now Crims in a 1-on-3. He's picked up 2 of them, and I think he did just catch a glimpse of Fineste's shoulder. Looking for the tap onto the head. It's been a lame attempt, but Crims has got it done. A 4K and a 1v3 clutch. Could that be the moment where FNATIC salvage this? Because had they not have got the kill, CLG would have taken a 2-0 lead in this overtime. And it would looking terrible for FNATIC.
Yeah, you just give Crims a chance, and he will clutch it. I mean, they're just taking these fights. He's happy to take them. That's his best chance to win, as the bomb was down behind him. So it's evened up now, 19-19. Double op still out here for CLG. They're going to try to get a little bit aggressive at Ivy, it looks like, this time around. Finesse will press up, and they're going to boost Kusta over. Try to get something for free with this CZ, but no one peeking just yet. Olof playing it pretty far back. But now will start making his way forward, just as CLG begin to draw back into the halls.
Olof keeping both Finesse and Kusta interested over on Ivy. Kusta has his sights set elsewhere onto team main. Ricky, the other upper, looking onto Catwalk. Olof is doing a solid job of keeping Finesse on his tiptoes over on this side of the map. It's just him. He's made so many movements, so many footsteps that they can't afford to turn their back on it, but now Cutler and Kusta both come in for kills. Olof is out of there. Ivy's no longer a concern of his. He needs to join the rest of his team. This is looking great for CLG, though.
Yeah, certainly is. They're killing a lot of clock now. They have a huge numbers advantage, but Flusha is starting to fight back. He's taking out Cutler here over towards E-Box, and they're all moving towards outer, but Kusta posted up with the AWP, but JW puts it between his eyes. And so now it's a 2-on-3. It's still winnable for FNATIC. CLG do maintain the advantage, but the bomb looks like it should get planted, but Olof using it as a fake, trying to lure someone out, but no one's going to do it. But Olof still finds the kill no matter what, so it's still a 2-on-2. Running out of time, but JW stays Olof as he gets this plant down. And the miracle work doesn't end here.
Olof against Ricky, so much on the line. A tipping point in this map. Olof is going to come through, lands the headshot for the 2nd consecutive time. FNATIC get the clutch where it counts.
He's been an absolute boss in this overtime. I mean, he's had a good game overall in general, but some of the individual efforts he's made in this OT have just been so good. Playing this round from behind, Olof is the one who finishes it off. And So they do have that 1 round advantage going into this second half of the second overtime. Again, a race to 22 rounds.
I mean, that could be a tilting moment for CLG, knowing that they were on the brink of even having a 3-0 CT side. I mean, those last 2 rounds came down to clutches. Crim's pulled off a 1v3. Olaf gets a 1v1. Another day here. CLG need one of the next 3 rounds to win this map. Instead, they're actually trailing by a round.
Yeah, they'll probably be disappointed in the fact that they didn't close out those rounds where they had the clear advantage. You have to wonder if it's just like the mental fortitude cracking as now Finesse botches a Molotov. So certainly not what you want to see. We are going to have JW here playing up close with the Mag 7 on ladder.
I don't know if that was on a preview screen or actually in the map, but he just went mental. You can see towers and everything. Either way, collect ourselves. It's been a long map of CS for both these 2 teams. One team must be a winner and move through in their top seed. JW again with the Mag 7. We've seen this a whole bunch of times, but Finesse will dispatch of it. In fact, it's Flushery kills, not JW.
And Ricky looking for more against the double AWP setup that continues to be put into use for both these teams, but Olaf is the one who comes through with that solo op. He's going to take down Cutler. He gets it back into a 4-on-4. Rotation taking place for FNATIC over towards the inner halls. So we are going to see JW meet up with his teammate Dennis over here. So they're splitting the defense 2-2. CLG still haven't really yet shown what they're up to. Seems like they want to do an outer split through ladder and T-Con. That's where the bomb is positioned, at least. Olaf watching it from back halls. But still has to worry about Ivy. But look at JW.
Excellent work by Finesse. Just watch the back. It seems like elementary stuff, but not having the tunnel vision to be peering across to the site. Olaf is going to come back with 1, but Ricky is up to the task, and Dennis and Crims both have the arduous, horrendous task of retaking this site from the same angle. No kit. Or no nades, I should say. They do have a kit, and that wasn't too far off for Dennis. But we are all even again, 20-20.
Indeed, so whoever wants to win this here and now has to win out. Otherwise, we'll see another OT. Perhaps even more rounds here tonight in day 1 of DreamHack Summer. Still trying to figure out who's going to be that next first seed out the group, that next guaranteed spot in the playoffs. Neither team letting off the pedal just yet.
That's just became the norm at this stage to see 4 ops. Today we've seen 3 ops, we've seen 2 ops and an auto sniper.
I'm wondering if CLG is going to give us a different look here. They're definitely gathered up very early on in inner halls, straying away from their default this time. Something FNATIC really never got away from, but CLG, they have tried new things here and there in this overtime, particularly that back halls inner split execute we saw that had success. This time, looks like it may just be a straight up plow on the inner bomb site. They have plenty of utility to back it up. Looks like Ethan will be the one to lead it, as usual, here through the lower ramp, so trying something a bit different.
22 is the number that both teams are vying for. Crossfire established. Flusher doesn't get the kill, but does so much damage, and more importantly gets the information for his team, and he comes back in with not just 1 but potentially a second. Flusher putting on a textbook performance on how to hold B. The downside is, though, the rest of his team aren't really helping him out. It has gone down to a 3-on-3, albeit with Ethan on just 6 health. The bomb still hasn't been planted, but it has been dropped out. JW and Olaf both come through with kills, and that's on Finesse. If the bomb was planted at this stage, he'd be loving life. He's got a Molotov. Instead, he has to try and work his way on. And FNATIC now have a match point. It's their turn.
And again,
pressure on CLG.
Again, it's Olaf just making these crazy plays, sneaking through here, getting the shot in the back. Flush also had a great initial hold to keep his team in this round. Despite the trade back from CLG, Olaf and company close it off. And so now they have a chance to end this here and now to get that spot in the playoffs, to make the hometown crowd proud. But there's still some fighting here in CLG, still on a full up buy, still could force that 3rd OT. Again, we know the T side's been the more powerful side throughout this game. We see again CLG lining up a bit different to kick off the round. Again, trying something a bit new. A lot more presence towards T-Con this time, but the aggression out does so much damage to Kusta.
Yeah, he gets dinked through the wall there, down at 41. Dennis is peeking, but he doesn't expect the second blade to be to his left side, and if he picked up both of them, CLG would have been wobbling on their feet.
I'm not sure what that was about.
Ricky, mate, you just got done by your own smoke.
Yeah.
Unless he was throwing it to escape, in which case, fair enough.
Yeah, still escapes, but just not quite the way he wanted to. But it does happen. We still have a bit of a game of chicken going on here at Ivy. Who's going to peek, basically? Is Finesse going to give this shot to JW? The answer so far, resounding no. As Crim's playing up close on ladder room. Two players are posted up top. And again, you can hear the pin pulled if they tried to pull a flash or something, and you can get that information. So sometimes it can be the advantage holding that ladder room because of it. Ooh, JW almost got himself a little piece there.
Instead, it's Kusta that rattles out the victorious shot. And he's piecing out of that. They get the pick, and they're looking to rotate on the B side. 24 seconds left. Finesse misses his chance, but so does JW. This is keeping them interested on the A side, and now he's going to try and work his way around the back. We've seen this before, just under different circumstances. Flush is going to come in with the kills now, 12 seconds. CLG have got to get their move on onto the site. Flusher, all he has to really do at this stage is just waste valuable time, but it's going to be 3 kills in as many seconds, and CLG have done it. We move to a triple overtime.
My God, like this is just the game that keeps on giving. You can just see how drained both teams are. Like this is just so mentally taxing that this just continues and continues to go on. Now the new goal is 25. Again, the T side has been the favorite side for both these teams to find rounds. My goodness. We're having a pretty fast day up until this point. Both these teams are not willing to let go. Not at all.
Stubbornness, tenacity by both teams shown has been admirable, but there has to be a winner. And once more we delve into overtime. The elusive mark 25. Both teams are jockeying for. A whole bunch of utility thrown out early doors by both teams. And I would say FNATIC have had the upper hand in that confrontation. Ethan's down to 60, Ricky's taken 13 health and damage too. Ethan's going to draw out that smoke onto Pop Dog from FNATIC, who've chucked through a fair amount of their nades. They still have a bunch on Flusher, Olaf, and JW.
Yeah, again, just keeping it slow because of double ops on the T side again. This has really just been kind of the norm for both these teams, really just kind of taking that approach of trying just to see if they can get op picks early, but it really hasn't come to fruition a lot of the time. They do have that double ladder room control here on CLG, something they really like to have, particularly with these two players. Ethan going to be leading the charge for an outer split, it looks like. At least that's what I would imagine, but as I say that, they shuffle that bomb in the inner halls, including Finesse, so maybe a little bit of an audible being called to bounce off of what normally would look like an outer split into perhaps a push into inner halls, including Kusta with the AWP coming down lower. Flusher, though, has that incendiary. Definitely could disrupt things. Does. They're forced to run through it, take some damage, and they're split up now because of it.
Flusher's done a really solid job of holding B alone for the bulk of these CT rounds, and he's once again going to be drilling down Ethan. With the molly and the kill, he's ate up so much time. It's allowing Crims to maybe make a move around the back, but Finesse is up to the task. Kusta comes through with the kill as well. As does Cutler. Bomb planted. FNATIC, chances somewhere between slim and none. Kusta on the prowl for more. Spots the Shin peeking out from one of the aggressing CTs. Double ops in play. There's the first one. Dennis is going to make it stick. 3 more to go, but again, it's the GG Molly that is in play. That Cutler currently possesses, and Finesse with the flank is able to get 2.
So there you have it, the 1-round advantage going to CLG. Again, it's the T side that is having the success. This, of course, a big play. This is the big difference. The fact that Finesse was able to get from behind on Connector like that at the end. That was kind of the thing we haven't really seen yet. So it seems like CLG's really been the one that pushed the envelope on bringing new things to overtime. Just little tweaks, small adjustments. Certainly benefits them to close out that round. As again, Ethan gets in the ladder room very quickly here. So maybe a little bit of a pacing change out of CLG, but with that double op, it's hard just to go straight for it.
pretty amazing to me is that we're this deep in a triple overtime, and Flusha's consistently been on B on his own. He has some help now, but it shows the amount of ability he has and the trust the rest of his team have in him to constantly hold B. You have to be such an intelligent player to hold it by yourself. Know the timings, know when to fall back, know when to stay in position.
He also had that second out that's usually playing inside Z, so he's usually going to have some small amount of assistance, at least early on, as soon as he feels a little bit of pressure. But you're right, his maneuvering and inner has been pretty big, as well as the fact that he's even come up with a couple of multi-frag rounds from that position. That's very difficult to do, as it is CLG, again, looking to put something down here inside the inner halls. You begin to see them splitting inner and upper. Olaf posted up with the AWP, trying to see if he can put a stop to it. Does find the first frag. Flusha follows it up.
Just the one kill, but the player advantage falls upon FNATIC. Able to get some chunk damage too. Nice shot by Ricky though. Olaf shows his head. Jumps up. Now Kusta's in prime position to strike. There's one. And now this round is quickly going in favor to the terrorist. Kusta not far off on his second flick. JW going to try and match him with his AWP. Actually changes out to the M4 instead to spray through the smoke. Crim's going to be watching his back, and that's solid duo work. But Kusta's there for another one, and he also has a molly as well. JW does too, but it's not going to be enough time anyway. He has no kit. Has no chances. CLG will pick up another round. And they move to 23.
Indeed they do. Can they clean sweep again? They started off the first overtime that way. Of course, FNATIC responded right back with a clean sweep of their own. That's why we're still here. But CLG starting to put some work in on these inner halls. As again, it's still double op for each side. It's just been such commonplace in this game. That's what's made it so much more mentally taxing, is just like the patience, the slow play. Until that climax moment, you never really know what you're going to get. But this time we have a lot of early action taking place here at Ivy. JW, the victor of it thus far. But a great trade from Ricky from T-Con.
Yep, smart to simultaneously pick up Ivy and T-Main with their AWPs. Making sure that even if JW does rattle off a shot, he's going to get answered on. And yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, if you look at the ratio of fast explosive rounds to very slow ones that are more AWP peeking, trying to find a couple of weaknesses in the armor of the enemy. I feel like we've only had one or two really fast-paced rifle rounds.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's mostly been CLG doing them. You know, when you think about the classic FNATIC, you'd expect it to be them, but they've really tried to throw a different look with this lineup this time around. As we do have an even 4-on-4 situation. Again, CLG are looking to test the waters at inner. They've had some success here, of course. Flusha is going to be the solo hold here once again. Going to have that incendiary to perhaps slow them down, but everyone's going to come out upper, actually. So even though he throws this lower, they may just bypass it altogether, and they're not giving any indication they're actually hitting this. So he's not going to get that support either until they're probably already out.
Yeah, whereas last time Olaf was at the back of the site, already trained up onto Catwalk. This time he's going to be a bit late to the party, and the waterfall of terror should already be on there, but Olaf's still going to pluck a player out. The nade's not able to stop the bomb plant, but again, FNATIC have the player advantage. Last time it wasn't enough. Dennis could be getting the flank kill though. Finesse playing the position, switches to a nade, that's going to cost him dearly. Now Dennis could go to task with a second, and he knows where the third player is. Now Ricky doesn't have a Molotov. Beautiful work by Dennis, that flank, so impactful. And FNATIC will pick up a much needed CT round in this third overtime.
Yeah, again, that flank was pretty massive, especially considering Flusha had the drop all the way back and wasn't really able to play like he had been before, getting those early kills, slowing them down. But yeah, Dennis just comes right on through. 3 kills before it's all said and done from him. And so it will not be the clean sweep from CLG in that OT half. We will sit at 23-22. Again, the race is to 25. Or we could see another overtime. That's always a thing. Could be 24-24. The way this is playing out, wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, we are getting towards that mark of, you know, we're currently in, what, round 46. The players have been playing for an exceptionally long time now with really no breaks. I mean, we haven't even had that many tactical pauses now that I think of it.
Yeah, not really, no.
It's just been constant, brutal Counter-Strike, you know, constant grinding.
constant slow openings as well. This time FNATIC doesn't go straight for the double op on the T side, as we have seen quite a lot. So that's at least a little bit of something different here from them. But again, it's really still the same default. I mean, just Olaf working over here towards Ivy. Innerhalls control being taken by FNATIC. Flush is the one going to be posted up to kind of hold on to it.
Slow and steady wins the race.
I guess, man. Every round feels like it's been at a turtle's pace, really.
It has made for intriguing watching, though. It feels to me like a game of chess that we're seeing being played out between these two in-game leaders. Nothing really that much in terms of adaptive play. I mean, obviously that CLG play you're talking about going through Ivy around the back. Other than that, it's been pretty much the same stuff that we saw in regulation.
Yeah, just default into late round executes, I mean, has really been it. Looks like we are going to see FNATIC maybe coming to the gas pedal a little bit earlier on. We see them already line up their smokes for a heavy outer execute. They don't have any presence Ivy either, so it's really just going to be all T-Con. As I say that, though, the nades come out, and then they do send Olaf back over towards Ivy, so they're not going to follow this up right away.
These are the kind of traps that FNATIC were falling into before, though, because by the time they start to get in position, this is where Ricky can strike, but JW had his number. Finesse now, they're going to line up for him, but he also gets traded out without getting anybody in return. Solid entries by FNATIC will be converted into a bomb plant. Cutler, the only player to answer back, and Ethan, well, he's got 4 players to fight. There's one. Likely we'll get clotheslined from Dennis on the side of Ivy, double stacking it. FNATIC with a 23rd.
It's the first time I've really seen them just run that play, just like a standard smoke wall on the train and just execute out mid-round. Like, really haven't seen them go to that before. And they get the job done with it. Pretty clean stuff. And so now they still have a chance to win this in this OT. Again, it's basically win out and win, or you split and we're going to another overtime. That's what's on the line here. As we will keep the single op set up for FNATIC. Double op still in play for CLG. Again, FNATIC opening up, just trying to get control of Innerhalls and just playing back, anticipating some aggression from CLG. You haven't really done so at Ivy or anything like that. Every now and then you see Finesse press up to that boost box, but they've never really actually pushed all the way down Ivy. In fact, like, the only aggression we've really seen CT side is like when Dennis occasionally pushes T-Con when he's on CT side. Other than that, like, CTs have played pretty passive, other than maybe trying to maintain ladder room control.
JW forced out of position. Again, an identical position to where we were in the last overtime, with both teams neck and neck needing 2 rounds to outright win. So we are set up for another potential overtime. Ricky peering into Team A, an angle we haven't seen him use too many times up close to this kind of scenario. Made a bit too shallow, a bit too late. He's able to relocate on top of the green train. I think it's going to be coming up against him for the time being. And again, FNATIC for the 2nd consecutive round are using every second at their disposal. JW catches Ricky as he's in transition. Cutler's going to come back with one of his own. He's running out of bullets with his M4, has to reload, and that's going to cost him his life. But Finesse also goes down in the backside of the site, and Dennis is going to go through with a 2nd kill. FNATIC are going to be able to get this round, surely, and we'll have another match point.
Indeed, they will. Again, once they decide to go out, the entries are crisp. I mean, Dennis, JW, and Krims all got in there. So once they decide to attack, they've been able to start winning out these duels a lot more dominantly. And so now, as you noted, they are the ones that sit in the position of being able to put this one away here and now at this next round. Get that 1st seed, get that semifinal spot guaranteed. Skip tomorrow. That is what's on the line in this next round for them. CLG, though, looking to see if they can't stay alive, of course. If the rest of this game's any indication, you certainly can't count them out of this one.
No, you can't take anything for granted in this map. That's what we find out time and time and time again. Now, typically, CLG would have gone for a double AWP here, but simply Ricky only had about 4k in total, so he's going to go for an M4 instead. I think someone may have actually dropped that for him. So could that be the slight weakness that FNATIC will capitalize on? Early off, a couple nades have been exchanged, just making sure the team main push wasn't imminent. And Incendiary went down. Molly thrown in so that Kusta can't peek up box halls, and Ethan's trying to shoulder peek. It's a dangerous game. He's going to come out ahead. Kusta misses his chance. Won't be punished for it, though. But Finesse will come huge through for CLG and land himself a kill and dart away. A free kill at this stage of the game, at this stage of the marathon, must be said in this match. How important could that kill be?
It could keep CLG alive very well. I mean, every now and then it comes down to just one kill like that. They could be forcing that next overtime. This has been quite the marathon. And will it continue to question FNATIC, though? They still have a chance with the 4-on-5 to maybe make something happen here. Time is starting to get low. They're going to make their decision soon. They're leaving Olaf here outside Ivy. They have 2 pressed up into inner halls. Bomb carrier, the JW with AWP starting to shift his way towards inner halls as well. So maybe they're looking to inter-execute and have Olaf come on a backstab late. Remember, it was Finesse who had a big backstab through Z that kept CLG alive not so long ago. Maybe now it can be Olaf who does the same thing as he does creep in behind that smoke. No one spots him, so he could be the snake in the grass that delivers for FNATIC.
His position is of paramount importance to FNATIC. And he's going to get the drop on not just one player, but potentially 2. No, Ricky to his left side will get the better of him, and a beautiful headshot onto Flusher keeps the dream alive. JW 1-on-4. He's going to get one, but traded out, and we're going to another overtime.
Of course we are. I mean, that's just been how this game has played out. It's just so tedious, man. Like, these teams just taking it so slow, playing so cautiously, trying to make sure that they kind of go through their full checklist and, you know, leave nothing untaken care of. And here we have it. Now a race to 29. Rather 28. I apologize. The mind is starting to melt. I'm sure it's the same way for the players.
Yeah, if we're struggling, the players must be on a different level.
I mean, CLG, if you think about the fact that they had to play overtime against GAMEBIT earlier today on Overpass, and now this, like, they've played a lot of Counter-Strike today.
Yeah. It has been a marathon, as I say. But here we go. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Interestingly, CLG going to stick with just the 1-AWP this time around, even though they did have the funds to go for 2. And they're going to line up for Finesse. And there's a bit of team damage thrown in the mix there from Crims, but the end result is the same, and that's that CLG have a 2-player advantage. And wouldn't you know it, FNATIC, they try an all-out rush, and it has been completely swatted away. Like flies on a windshield. They have been dispatched of. Olaf, the standout player. Oh, that was so close to landing, and Pop Dog. The presence of mind, the clarity of mind to know a player might be peeking him there is impressive by itself. But he's not out of this round just yet because they went for such an aggressive start. He has over a minute to play with, but he has no health in which to use it. Quadruple overtime, our home, and CLG are nestling in nicely with that first round.
Well, you can't knock FNATIC for trying that, right? I mean, you feel like it's just been so tense with all the mind games a bit. Unfortunately for them, they just get absolutely shut down, and so CLG have the 1-round advantage. And again, CT rounds have been the ones that have been hard to come by throughout this entire game. So CLG getting one right off the bat certainly is helpful. And they might just keep it going along as Kusta takes out the opening pick on Flush in the inner halls.
How many times, though, Dust, have we seen CLG get the opening pick and the round just slip and slide away? Dennis is very low, however, creeping his way out of Team A, now on E-Box. A plethora of players peeking his position, however. Somewhat surprising no one's tossed a nade his direction. JW. A CS equivalent to a palm in the face as the Molotov lands by his feet. Did Cutler spot JW moving past there? I think he may have just moved too far to his left to see the pixel move by. And now I'm sure of it as no one's peeking him. JW, though, does miss out on his chance, and elsewhere Dennis has fallen. Crims comes back with one of his own, and Olaf is nearly team killing. You know what just happened there? Maybe again showing mental fatigue starting to set in somewhat. Still, time to burn. FNATIC in no great rush. A low Finesse will face off against them. Kusta looking for the ankle bite to shot. not going to connect just yet. Crim's going to go for the plant. Finesse is going to be peeking, but not quite wide enough when Kusta comes clutch with the kill. That looked pretty close to me for JW, but instead it is going to be the Mist, and now he's mollied out of position. Throwing the nade, banking it off is going to do quite a lot of damage, but the bomb is now being defused fully. And there's nothing he could really do from that situation. JW tried his best, but CLG have a 2-round lead.
From the CT side is the big point to make there as well. Again, when you think about the struggles these teams have had on the defense in this map, the fact that CLG go up 2-0 in this OT half, definitely got to be big for them. That could be finally the turning point. They need to put this thing down. But FNATIC go back to double op setup, and I wonder if they're going to just slow it back down again. They've tried some faster pace stuff, and it hasn't quite panned out. And Kusa's been a lot more aggressive towards Inner with his AWP in these rounds, but this time it does not pay off as it did in the previous.
Straight up eviscerated by Crims. Insta one tap. Pretty horrendous way to start the round for CLG, who are poised nicely for a potential clean sweep on this half. Would be the first time we've seen this on the CT side. We have seen on this terrace side from both teams prior, not on the CT side though.
Right, yeah, that would be something new in this overtime if they could clean sweep it here. There's still certainly a chance for Colors in a tricky position. Looks like they do want to start working their way towards Inner just a bit here. They had that smoke up that Crims is trying to work around, as they have triple op actually right now in FNATIC.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's an AK somewhere in Inner halls that Crims can go back and collect if he so chooses, so they're not stuck on this per se.
I feel like it's okay to have a triple op now, but if we start to get to 30-second territory, that's where they're going to have to trade out for entry fragging purposes. It's of course assuming they don't get an entry frag sooner rather than later, but we are getting towards that 30-second mark. The pressure mounting. Only 2 flashes to stave off a potential push or retake. And now Ethan is wrapping himself round to the B side. They're bolstering up the defenses. One of those flashes has been utilized. Lands in the eyes of the terrorists, and Cutler comes through with a spray so close. Not able to get it done though. JW comes through for his team, and so does Crims. FNATIC again are showing you can never count them out of rounds. Finesse though could be on point to pick up that elusive 3-0 or not. JW with the emphatic denial, and there's another one. Finishing the round strong. It will still be though CLG in the driver's seat going through onto the T side.
Indeed, at least FNATIC fit one in there before the half closes out, but the fact that 2 rounds come out on the CT side for CLG, I think that's the most we've seen in an overtime from a CT team, so maybe that is just what they need. Now they can go over to their T side. They know they've been able to regularly get 2 rounds, and even sometimes 3. That might be what they need. That might be the confidence builder that gets them in, but, you know, FNATIC still hanging around with a round like this one. Not letting the clean sweep come through. Big plays from JW with the AWP. I mean, putting up the numbers.
JW has been one of the standout players in overtime. In regulation, Olof was head and shoulders by the rest of his team, and now JW is just 5 kills behind him on 40. Olof has consistently been at a solid tempo, so it's not like he's dropped off, just JW is really picking up the slack. LG certainly in a commanding position. Hasn't really meant a whole deal, though, in this match. Early damage inflicted to Ricky, down to 44.
Just see CLG gathering up in these inner halls. A couple of players, but I mean, it's still pretty much default again because they keep going to this double op setup on T side. I'm surprised because like no one's really finding early picks with these ops on T side. Like it just hasn't happened. Like no one on CT is really taking aggressive peeks to allow that. Like everyone's just holding angles basically. It just puts everything at a standstill. But finally, Kusta gets a little bit active at Ivy and takes down JW at Ivy. I haven't seen that a whole lot.
I've got to go for the peak. Just a couple millimeters, pixels away from being able to see Cutler. Now he has spotted him, but he scores a goal between the 2 aggressing players, right between the middle of them. Dennis and Crims, though, up to the task alongside Olof. And they are looking to equalize the score once again. Finesse is able to put bullets down range and land with a second. Olof is low, but he's joined by Flusher. Although Finesse doesn't have control of the bomb, it's not far off him. Now, was he spotted? I think he may have just been spotted by Flusher as he went back out for the bomb. Now Olaf surely hears the footsteps, and indeed he shall. All even again. We're actually getting to that point now, Dust, where the teams have nearly played 2 full maps of Counter-Strike. We're now in round 53.
Certainly getting there. Getting the 2-for-1 deal in this game.
There's best of 3s that have been over quicker than this map.
Indeed.
That's got to be so grueling to these players at this situation. I mean, we talked about mental fatigue. At this stage, it almost becomes sure these two teams can hold it together for longer.
Yeah, right. I mean, you felt like CLG had a little bit of a mental edge getting those 2 rounds on CT side in the previous half, but now FNATIC has already evened it back up. And again, we haven't seen a clean sweep yet on CT. But if FNATIC were able to pull it off, they'd win the game. They'd finally put an end to this day. As again, we have Kusta and JW looking to exchange looks with each other here at Ivy. The flash pushes JW off, gives Kusta the angle. JW knows he can't really safely re-peek it, so just puts a smoke down. And we've seen a lot of that happening at Ivy. Just, getting chased off, having to dump utility and back down.
Once again, eerie silence falls upon the battlefield as neither team trying their luck too much. Just the distant explosions and burning of incendiaries. Now the smoke's starting to plume. No real aggression behind it though from the terrorists. CLG happy to stay in a little while longer.
Yeah.
Snaking their way through Ivy will be Finesse. JW tasked to fend off this push, and he will land it partially flashbanged. I think he may have just seen him before the flash fully detonated.
That could be the one, because now they have the man advantage in CLG running low on time down to the last 30 seconds. Finally starting to spill out into the outer bomb side. Ethan trying to lead the way, gets the entry, evens up the numbers now. Kusta follows it up to actually tilt the advantage back over to CLG. So they will be able to get this bomb planted perhaps, but no, Dennis and Olafmeister, they're now coming in for a mess load of frags, and so it's all on Cutler to 1v3. He can't hack it, and FNATIC, they are at map point. We've seen a lot of these.
Yes, it is. I'm just making sure, because we don't often get to quadruple overtime.
Indeed.
But it is indeed map points again. I don't know how many of these we've had for both sides. Both sides have had their fair share of match points at this stage.
Indeed.
But can FNATIC do something that CLG hasn't been able to, and that's get over the finish line? They've been so close so many times. It's been a real back and forth encounter throughout. 4 AWPs in play, no surprises there. It's been a brave battle to the death between these two. But who will be victorious?
Yeah, so Ethan trying to lead the charge here out of ladder room. Again, trying to be that entry man for his team. It certainly worked out in the last round to at least get them through, but it was just the recovery that was so big from FNATIC. This time he can't even find the opening. It's Olafmeister who grabs it with the deagle. Are FNATIC finally piecing this together?
A much-needed kill as well, Dust. That had to land, but it's going to be elsewhere where CLG are coming through ahead. Ricky with another one, and we're going to another overtime.
What is this?
A quintuple overtime.
My goodness, man.
Mate, my bladder can't handle this anymore.
I'm sorry. You're getting a workout right now.
I needed to before we even started this match. I was like, can I go? No. You're going to cast a quintuple overtime. Vince, get wrecked.
Could be more than that.
Mate, at this stage, we could get... I expect us to be casting tomorrow.
Could very well.
This match.
Could very well. There's a couple of hours away from that, it seems like. Is that thought that that was looking good for FNATIC? I mean, they got the opening pick with Olafmeister. Things are starting to get hung up, but then somehow there's a couple of fast frags pop off for CLG, and lo and behold, we're going to another OT. Now it's a race to 31. That's the new goal. A split on 30s would mean another overtime. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't it be something if they opened up double op and played to the last 30 seconds of the round every round again? That could also be something.
Get off here, that's madness. That would never happen.
Okay, we're seeing a little bit of triple Ivy set up here from CLG. Okay. Maybe this is the change of pace. JW getting antsy. He wants a frag early.
I like it. It could backfire horrendously, though. Oh, he's missed, and that's going to cost him a vital position on the map. You know, it's been slow, but it has been endearing stuff. It has been intense Counter-Strike. Entertaining. Kusta with yet another one. He's picked up 2 so far. Crimson in such a good position. Just strikes beneath him. Domes him instantly. And Ricky's there for another one. CLG, who are on the brink of collapse in the last round. Oh, they're coming out swinging here in the 5th overtime.
Yeah, again, just putting a lot of emphasis at Ivy early on. Catching JW was certainly big. He tried to do an aggressive play. He got caught missing the shot. And CLG were quick to follow it up, no hesitation, and to roll it out into a round victory, so they will move up to 28.
Oh, Flusher. Do you have it within you to take any players away from this round? Yes, you do. Nade is destined for damage, and Kusta's down to 28, so he's taking quite a few weapons off the table. The clutch was never really on the cards if CLG played it even remotely intelligently, and they did, in fairness, although they lost 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, just JW getting caught like that certainly hurt, and they just kept it rolling. Ricky also got a pick from Ladder Room as well with his AWP, so CLG, again, off to a good start. But they've had plenty of overtimes where they've been able to get the early advantage. They've just never been able to finish off the job. We'll see what they want to go for this round. Again, keeping the double op out there. Still keeping Kusa looking for picks through T-Con. No one really giving him too much to look at, though.
This is the moment where heroes are forged. And these overtimes, who can be the difference maker? These teams really have been inseparable. Not just because of the scoreline, but the nature of how this has been going. You know, both teams have had chances. It's not like FNATIC have always had the match points and CLG been hanging on for dear life. They've had their chances to win this match too. And a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of different points throughout this overtime series where you felt like one team finally had done it. Like they had finally gotten the edge they needed. They had finally won that key round that made the world of difference, but their opponent's always been able to respond, and now we're going to see an inter-execute here taking place by CLG. Lots of rotations already in here from FNATIC, though. They already have 3 players in inter.
It's unfortunate from Olof's perspective. You could see what he was going for. Ethan with a couple of brisk entry frags. This is using that smoke to make a move. It's intelligent play, but as soon as that smoke clears, you expect him to be a dead man. He's still alive and kicking for a few more seconds. That's what a valuable time for Crims to actually land the flank. JW's interested in this as well, but now he is the last line of defense on this retake. And CLG put him down. So again, CLG in the driver's seat. FNATIC need this round, man.
Again, a chance for a clean sweep on T side. That is what's in the cards right now. FNATIC buying back into WWP, so we'll keep that going. Does CLG want to do something even a bit different this time? It's like, once again, they want to go for triple Ivy. They had success with this the first round of this overtime half. Particularly because they caught JW out. This time, JW playing further back.
Well, I said to you before, hold the phone for a second, because it looks like JW is about to be in a bit of confrontation. He's missed that chance. And the second, I was going to say that I mentioned earlier that JW had really started to pull it back, that Olof was on 45, he's on 40. He's only picked up 1 kill since I mentioned that, and now Olofmeister's up to 52. Now, FNATIC cannot afford for JW to go absent in these rounds.
It's also just the way that he's going down. Like, it's just giving CLG 5-on-4s at Ivy 2 out of 3 rounds of this half. And so that advantage is definitely devastating for FNATIC in a moment like this. You can see it's probably frustration. Like, JW just tries to force a fight. 1 round gets taken out. That time he tries to force a repeat, doesn't work. And now again, CLG off to a great start. They take that advantage and just keep extending it as every second passes. Another pick goes in their favor, and now they have a 5-on-2.
Buckle yourselves in, FNATIC fans. This is getting dicey. They're eyeing up the very real possibility of needing a clean sweep on their T side. Flusher and Olof have both been playing exquisite Counter-Strike, and Olof's going to try and rinse and repeat so many times. He's came up huge in this map for FNATIC, but this is asking so much even for him. Have to weather the storm. No nades, no kit. But a solid flick onto Finesse is going to open things up nicely. Checking every corner. And there is Ethan. CLG have done it, the 3-0, but we've been here before.
Indeed we have. That's how we started. That was the first overtime half. Was CLG going up 18-15. And now look where we are. So you certainly can't have that expectation that this is truly over, just because how these T sides have played out. But CLG, they just need that 1 more round to go ahead and move on to the semifinals in day 3, skip tomorrow. And again, make this tournament quite interesting when you consider the fact that I don't think neither Immortals nor CLG were going to be considered first seeds out of their group. No way. And it could very well happen now.
You can just see the fatigue.
Oh, yeah.
They say pictures speak 1,000 words. I think you need
1,000 Z's.
Yep, that one. I'm not saying he's mentally checked out, but got to give a lot of respect to the both teams for battling this far, making a real go of it. But FNATIC, it's pretty simple. Win the next 3 rounds, or you do lose this map and this match. Need to start solidly. This is where JW's been landing so many kills. If he starts to turn off here, then it's going to be bad news. Kusta goes down, playing aggressively. Dennis will decapitate him.
Yeah, Kusta trying to be the one to initiate, but he isn't going to get caught, and so now it's FNATIC getting the early advantage on their T side. Who would have thunk it? FNATIC will just keep the holding pattern, and now, I mean, why not? They had such an early advantage really early on this round. They had so much time to play with, and neither team has been shy about taking their time. As we'll see if anybody else from CLG is looking to try to make a play. You do see Ethan playing up close here at inner halls. Even looks like he wants to peek brown halls. Might even be able to get behind FNATIC, as they are focused up on trying to get into ladder room right now. As he does slowly begin walking up. Oh, he could be the thorn in their side if he gets in behind them fast enough.
Certainly could be the difference maker. Prim's getting a kill out the Molotov is so sick for FNATIC. But is this where the rotation is going to be gold? No. Ethan has no legs to stand on. Even if he gets this kill, his position's compromised and JW puts him down. FNATIC save another match point. 2 more to go if they want to take us into a 6th overtime. And man, there's something about these Dreamhack Open events that just keep giving overtimes. I think I was casting with Anders last year in Bucharest, and we had 4 or 5 overtimes in that game as well. Unreal.
Indeed, this has been a long race. Maybe even longer than that Ironman Mark Winter's going to be running in Copenhagen. Like,
we are nearly into the 60th round. 1 more to go. Maybe CLG won't let us get that far. They have the ability to take this away from FNATIC right here, right now. They're 1 round shy.
Yep, 2 chances to do it. As we are going to see, again, FNATIC taking it slow. Again, they're going to play a forward presence over here towards Ivy, doing that bait setup again with Kusta's AWP and Finesse playing up close. That's never really panned out for them yet. They've tried this a couple of times, but this time around, Finesse just takes a lot of damage, but he's going to hold his ground. A lot of times, players have, been quick to boost on this spot and clear that, so Finesse will actually backpedal out of there.
He's going to get on his bike and scurry away. Ivy presence is maintained, though, by Olof with his AK. Kusta's having a gander over towards Pop Dog. No one is home. FNATIC are all but absent for the time being. And you can understand at this stage, I mean, there's so much on the line.
Right.
At this stage, it's just a point of not wanting to lose, I guess, more than anything else, because you've invested so much into this game. So one mistake could cost you dearly.
Certainly, as Fluster try to get a little bit of an entry going there through the smoke, but misses the shot. Now they shuffle over into an outer split 3 ways. Ivy, T-Con, and Ladder, but Kusta's the one to draw first blood. Tries to follow up with the second one, doesn't. It's the trade from Fluster instead.
Need to land for CLG. You have to feel there's only 10 seconds left. FNATIC have got a push on the site right here, right now. They're going to be getting kills, but this bomb going to get denied. Indeed, it will. There'll be a horrible way for FNATIC to lose. It's happened. CLG in the 5th overtime have got past the finish line, and they will move through to the semis in first seed. FNATIC will be devastated.
Certainly they will. They hung around for so long, but CLG get the job done. It's them and Immortals, the first 2 seeds out of this into the semifinals. Definitely not the 2 names we expected. And CLG, they're going to need the rest tomorrow after the marathon they just went through today. Both their games went into overtimes. This one, it took 5. So they've played a lot of Counter-Strike already.